In the year 730 AD, during the flourishing Tang dynasty, within the confines of the Shangqing Temple, sunlight streamed through the window grills, casting mottled patterns of light upon the ground. Chen Mo sat solemnly before his master, Chen Daoren. Last night, I observed the celestial phenomena and discovered that the thread of fate binding us as master and disciple has become faint and indistinct. Perhaps in the coming days, our destinies shall part ways, Chen Daoren remarked with an unruffled demeanor. Yet, these words left Chen Mo utterly astonished. Having never known his parents, he had always relied solely on his master for companionship within the temple. According to Chen Daoren, he had been found on the road back to the temple. It was the height of winter when he was discovered, as large snowflakes fell from the sky, blanketing the undulating mountains in white. When Chen Daoren first laid eyes upon the infant Chen Mo, he was swaddled in tattered rags, his lips a shade of purple from the cold, nearly devoid of breath. Moved by compassion, Chen Daoren took him back to the temple. After days of sleepless care, he managed to snatch Chen Mo back from the clutches of death. From that moment on, the two became inseparable within the temple's walls. Chen Mo could hardly imagine that had his master not rescued him, he would have perished in that desolate valley long ago. Now, as the prospect of separation loomed, Chen Mo could no longer contain his emotions, tears welling in his eyes as he pleaded, "Master, I cannot bear the thought of losing you. Allow me to seek the finest physician, or perhaps we could appeal to the emperor after all. You have assisted him with divination before, and he is sure to grant your request. Your concern warms my heart, but I assure you, I am as robust as an ox. Is it not possible for you to hope for my longevity?" Chen Daoren playfully rapped Chen Mo on the head, initially believing his disciple was merely reluctant to part ways. Yet, he was incensed to find that Chen Mo thought he was nearing death. "But why does our bond seem to have reached its conclusion?" Chen Mo queried, rubbing his head in confusion. "This is precisely what perplexes me. Earlier today, I cast an oracle and discerned that the root of the issue lies with you," Chen Daoren responded. "With me?" Chen Mo's mind immediately wandered to the large birthmark on his back. From a young age, Chen Mo had borne a prominent birthmark that sprawled across his back, resembling a complex and enigmatic pattern that evoked a sense of discomfort. Faintly, one could discern a human figure within it, a portent of misfortune in that era. Chen Mo surmised that this might be the reason his biological parents abandoned him. However, at that tender age, he lacked the physical maturity for Chen Daoren to decipher the true nature of the mark. This birthmark had been present since his birth, and had grown increasingly distinct with age. By the time Chen Mo turned 16, the mark had transformed into a vivid depiction of a figure none other than the Lord of the Underworld, Yanluo Wang. Even Chen Daoren was taken aback by this revelation, initially fearing it to be an ominous sign. Yet, when no ill fate followed, the incident gradually faded from both their memories, though Chen Mo occasionally felt a twinge of unease when reminiscing. "As for whether this affliction is linked to your birthmark, I cannot say," Chen Daoren remarked, seemingly attuned to Chen Mo's thoughts. However, when he attempted to delve deeper into the oracle, he was met only with a shroud of confusion. "What shall we do, master?" Chen Mo's voice trembled with urgency. Over the past 20 years, residing in the Shangqing Temple had intertwined Chen Mo's life with that of his master, making them inseparable. Chen Daoren had once informed him that despite its modest size, the temple was an authentic lineage of the Maoshan sect, and Chen Mo was a true disciple of the school. Seemingly reading Chen Mo's mind, Chen Daoren gently tousled his hair, adopting the demeanor of a sage. "Have I not told you that all things are preordained by heaven? While we may alter the course of events, the outcome is already decided. It is often best to let things unfold naturally. Moreover, I have imparted all my knowledge to you. I dare say, few in this realm could stand as your equal, so there is no need for fear." With that, Chen Daoren swept away, embodying the essence of an otherworldly sage. Once out of Chen Mo's sight, he discreetly wiped away his tears with his sleeve, leaving Chen Mo alone in a whirlwind of emotions. As night fell, under the luminescent moon and sparse stars, Chen Mo, recalling the earlier conversation, found himself wide awake. After all, he had been raised by his master, and all his Taoist abilities were a legacy from Chen Daoren. As his thoughts grew increasingly vivid, Chen Mo resolved to sit in meditation, practicing the heart-calming incantation taught by his master a few days prior. Chilled by the ages, all things remained still. The heart must be tranquil, and I shall gaze into the void. Unity of heart and spirit. Breath must follow suit. In the midst of change, remain unperturbed, free from desire and aversion, without yearning or abandonment. In the realm of non-action, there is no self. As he silently recited the incantation, an invisible golden light began to emanate from his body. Before long, this golden aura enveloped him entirely, illuminating the room as though it were daylight, except for the blood-red glow emanating from the birthmark on his back, which starkly contrasted with the golden light. Time passed, and the golden light gradually began to fade, replaced by a cerulean blue ethereal figure that slowly emerged from within Chen Mo. Upon closer inspection, this apparition bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Should Chen Mo open his eyes at this moment, he would undoubtedly be startled to find his soul had left his body. As the blue figure grew more substantial, the surrounding objects began to blur. Chen Daoren stood nearby, observing with a calm expression, whispering, "Good disciple, this is where my assistance must end." At this juncture, the ethereal Chen Mo found his surroundings shifting at an astonishing pace, as if everything around him was being perpetually reconstructed. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the sporadic sound of raindrops fell upon Chen Mo, pulling him back to reality as he sat in meditation. Upon regaining consciousness, a profound and indescribable sensation surged within him, as if he had traversed an endless road for an eternity. The journey commenced with his master and the temple, while the destination remained shrouded in a radiant glow. As Chen Mo gradually opened his eyes, the sight before him made his heart momentarily cease its rhythm. The once thriving Shangqing Temple now lay in ruins, as if it had endured the ravages of time for millennia. The wooden furnishings bore the marks of decay, and the once smooth floor was now overrun with weeds, resembling an uninhabited wilderness. Chen Mo distinctly remembered meditating on his bed, yet he now found himself amidst this thicket. Had it not been for his intimate familiarity with the temple's layout, he might have believed he was in an entirely different place. His first instinct was to dismiss the situation as a dream, and he instinctively pinched his thigh. The sharp pain confirmed that this was no mere illusion. With widened eyes and a face full of astonishment, Chen Mo trembled involuntarily, unable to fathom why everything had transformed so drastically. "Master," he called out, his voice echoing through the crumbling temple, but the only response was the soft chirping of insects, like scattered beads. How could it be that he had merely been meditating, and now everything around him felt so alien? Could it be related to the conversation I had with my master? Chapter 2 Ghosts. Suddenly, Chen Mo recalled the words spoken by Taoist Chen earlier that morning. In a surge of excitement, he instinctively attempted to rise and seek out Taoist Chen. Yet, as he prepared to stand, he found his legs seemingly non-existent, completely devoid of sensation. His legs had gone numb. Chen Mo was somewhat astonished. Having been guided by Taoist Chen in his cultivation since childhood, nearly 2 decades had passed, and he routinely meditated for 4 or 5 hours without difficulty. Yet, after merely 1 or 2 hours today, he found himself unable to rise. After a considerable effort, he finally managed to regain his composure and hastened to find Taoist Chen. Upon exiting the temple, the sight that greeted him left him utterly astonished. The courtyard, once filled with various vegetables planted by Taoist Chen, had transformed into a dense forest that obscured the sky, enveloping the temple within its grasp, rendering it remarkably diminutive. Turning back, Chen Mo noticed that the plaque had fallen into disrepair, as if eroded by the relentless passage of time. Had it not been for the 3 characters Shangqing Guan, which he himself had inscribed, he would never have believed that this was the temple where he had resided for 20 years. Moreover, a small red sign had appeared on the temple door, seemingly inscribed with some warning. Curiosity piqued, Chen Mo leaned in closer to read. "Dangerous building. Risked. Pleased. Keep away. Consequences." Though he recognized many complex and obscure characters from Taoist texts, some of the words on this plaque were entirely foreign to him. He had never even seen them before. Stumbling over the unfamiliar script, he could not discern its meaning. It did not appear to be characters from the current dynasty. Could it possibly originate from a foreign realm? Chen Mo mused, never having encountered this sign before. It seemed to have materialized out of thin air. Perhaps his master would understand. He decided it best to find him first. After searching the temple inside and out, Chen Mo found no sign of Taoist Chen. He returned to his room, opting not to seek further. After all, his master often spent nights away from home. Yet the profound changes surrounding the temple had unsettled Chen Mo's mind, fueling his urgency to locate him. Inside, the furniture was cloaked in a thick layer of dust. As though it had not been cleaned in ages, despite Chen Mo's recollection of tidying just yesterday, as he began to organize the room, he heard voices from outside. Could it be that his master had returned? Hastily, Chen Mo stepped outside, only to find a stranger rather than Taoist Chen. Hello, dear viewers. Today, we bring you an exploration of a temple said to date back to the Tang dynasty. Let us see if we uncover any treasures within tonight. Before Lu Feng could finish his sentence, a figure holding a candle appeared at the entrance, the flickering light casting eerie shadows across his face, rendering his features somewhat distorted and sinister. Ghost? Ah! Lu Feng shrieked. Startled by the sudden apparition, his face blanching as he stood frozen in fear, trembling so violently that his phone slipped from his grasp. The chat room erupted into chaos. What the? You scared me. Is this for real? Surely the host hasn't hired an actor? If it's fake, the host's acting is incredible. The arrival of Chen Mo instantly boosted the viewership to over 5,000. Just as Lu Feng felt himself on the brink of fainting, Chen Mo spoke. Who are you? With this single inquiry, Lu Feng gradually emerged from his shock. Years of watching horror films had taught him that ghosts rarely engaged in conversation. As he regained his composure, he noticed the stranger's teeth and nails were quite ordinary, prompting a sigh of relief. So it was merely a living person, not a ghost after all. You gave me quite a fright, Lu Feng exclaimed as he retrieved his phone from the ground. Following the commotion, he found himself disinclined to continue the live stream and casually shut it down. Hey, buddy, what brings you to this decrepit temple in the middle of the night? You nearly scared me to death. And with that flowing hair of yours, I thought I had encountered a female ghost. Seeing that he was indeed addressing a human, Lu Feng's loquacious nature returned, his words spilling forth like a rapid-fire barrage. I have lived here. Chen Mo, intrigued, observed that this man's attire was entirely different from his own. Having accompanied Taoist Qian into the secular world a few times, he had never encountered such odd clothing. The black short-sleeve shirt he wore was embroidered with a dragon, reminiscent of the emperor's garments Chen Mo had seen during a visit to the palace with his master. To his astonishment, even his black cloth shoes bore two dragons. This should not be, Chen Mo pondered. When I scouted this place a few days ago, I noticed no signs of habitation. Lu Feng remained skeptical. How long have you lived here? Despite being unfamiliar with the man before him, Chen Mo responded earnestly. Since my birth, I have lived here for 20 years. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng instinctively took 2 steps back. Convinced that this person was likely mad, don't joke with me. As far as I know, this temple was only discovered 10 years ago. Experts have confirmed it dates back to the Tang dynasty. Over 1,300 years ago. Due to certain circumstances, it has not been preserved, which is why they erected that dangerous building sign to prevent others from causing damage. Lu Feng pointed at the sign on the door. What Lu Feng did not expect was that his words would cause Chen Mo's expression to shift dramatically. The flicker of barely perceptible panic crossed Chen Mo's eyes as he murmured. Tang dynasty? Experts? Dangerous building? 1,300 years? Lu Feng, taken aback by Chen Mo's sudden anxiety, inquired, Hey, brother, are you all right? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Chen Mo slowly asked, What dynasty is it now? His voice trembled with uncertainty, as if this question bore extraordinary significance for him. Lu Feng paused, thinking perhaps this man was simply confused. He chuckled and replied, The dynasty? It's the modern era, of course. We live in the 21st century. The last dynasty, the Qing, was overthrown more than a century ago. Surely you don't think you've time-traveled? Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh, finding Chen Mo's reaction rather peculiar. However, Chen Mo showed no signs of amusement. His gaze remained lost and fearful, as if ensnared in a profound contemplation. Recalling Taoist Chen's earlier words and the current surreal scene, the dilapidated temple, the oddly dressed stranger, Chen Mo felt the weight of disbelief gradually eroding his inner defenses. Drawing a deep breath, he finally spoke. If I told you I came from the Tang dynasty, would you believe me? Lu Feng, convinced that this individual must have escaped from a mental institution, could hardly fathom such an outrageous claim. Have you been reading too many time travel novels? If you say you've come from the Tang dynasty, then I might as well claim to have traveled from the Song dynasty. Yet Chen Mo remained earnest. I possess proof. Chapter 3, All Meals and Lodging Provided. Are you interested? Now it was Lu Feng's turn to laugh, incredulous at the audacity of the man before him, who could lie without batting an eye. Suppressing his rising mirth, Lu Feng replied, "Then hurry up and show me what you've got." Without turning back, Chen Imo strode toward his room, prompting Lu Feng to hastily follow. Upon entering the temple, the once resplendent deities that adorned its interior had succumbed to the ravages of time, leaving them in a state of disrepair. So this is what it looks like inside. It was Lu Feng's first time stepping into the temple. During his previous visit, he had merely gazed from afar. As he crossed the threshold, an inexplicable warmth enveloped him, as if a soothing current flowed over his back, imparting an indescribable sense of comfort. Just as Lu Feng was about to inquire, Qianmo, rummaging through something nearby, interjected, "You attracted some undesirable entities outside. These deities are assisting in dispelling the negative energy clinging to you. Otherwise, you would likely be bedridden for several days. Despite their dilapidated state, they still retain some divine essence and will not overlook malevolent spirits." If Lu Feng had previously deemed Chen Imo a madman, his perspective began to waver as he sensed the physical changes within himself. Could it be that his earlier urgency to relieve himself had inadvertently led him to urinate on someone else's grave, and now they had come to seek retribution? Shivering at the thought, Lu Feng was abruptly interrupted as Chen Imo approached, holding an object in his hands. "I found it." As Lu Feng's apprehension lingered, Chen Imo emerged, cradling a wooden box, approximately the length of his forearm. The box appeared to suffer from the ravages of time, its surface riddled with numerous insect holes and spider webs, with wood shavings cascading down as if it were on the verge of disintegrating. Nevertheless, Chen Imo appeared confident in the box's integrity, vigorously brushing away the dust. "Cough, cough. How long has this thing been here? It's covered in dust," Lu Feng complained while fanning away the grime. "It must be over 1,300 years old." Chen Imo replied earnestly. As he slowly opened the box, a disconcerting creaking sound echoed in Lu Feng's ears, sending a chill down his spine. The box's latch was remarkably simple, an ordinary pull mechanism devoid of any traps or hidden dangers that Lu Feng had imagined. As the box was opened, Lu Feng eagerly leaned in closer, and a vibrant shade of bright yellow caught his eye, resembling silk fabric adorned with intricate patterns of auspicious clouds and cranes. "What is this? An imperial edict?" Chen Imo extracted the radiant yellow document from the box, and curiously, despite the box's dilapidated condition, the contents appeared as pristine as if they were newly made, even devoid of any dust. "I must say, this looks quite fake. It's too new. Not a speck of dust in sight. It hardly resembles anything from the Tang dynasty. It looks more like it's from last week," Lu Feng remarked while reaching out to touch it. The fabric felt quite pleasant, and the seal appeared quite authentic. "What does it say?" Lu Feng stared at it for a long time, but could hardly recognize a few characters. "This was the Emperor's order for my master and me to assist him, specifically summoning us to the palace to meet him." "The Emperor sought your services? Don't jest. Throughout history, emperors have had countless capable individuals by their side. Why would they specifically come to this shabby temple to seek your help?" Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Chen Imo remained unfazed, responding calmly, "This task can only be accomplished by the two of us." Chen Imo spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, yet Lu Feng perceived it as boastful. "All right, enough of this. It's getting late. Which mental institution are you from? I'll call them to come pick you up," Lu Feng declared as he pulled out his phone. "Mental institution? Call? Who should I call? Why would I call him?" Chen Imo had never heard of what Lu Feng spoke of. Lu Feng, however, considered Chen Imo's performance rather unconvincing. "It's not that I want to expose you, but your props are simply too low quality. You could at least have brought something like a royal sword or the imperial seal. This is more akin to a cheap trinket costing 9 yuan and 9 cents with free shipping." Chen Imo took a long moment to comprehend Lu Feng's words, realizing he still doubted him. "In that case, let me show you this." With a swift motion, Chen Imo formed a series of intricate hand gestures, his fingers weaving through a complex array of signs, bringing his index and middle fingers together. Before Lu Feng could react, Chen Imo waved his fingers before him. "Open." Chen Imo's voice suddenly rose in intensity. The moment his fingers swept through the air, a glimmer of golden light flickered before Lu Feng's eyes, prompting him to instinctively shut them. When he reopened them, the sight before him was unforgettable. The previously lifeless, auspicious clouds and cranes depicted on the edict seemed to come alive, breaking free and leaping into view, accompanied by the sound of cranes calling. Simultaneously, a resonant voice echoed in his ears as if emanating from a speaker behind him. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, proclaimed by the Taoist of the Xinqing Temple. As this voice recited the contents of the edict, the extraordinary scene around them gradually faded, and when everything returned to normal, Lu Feng remained in a state of bewilderment. Astonished? Eerie? Lu Feng struggled to articulate the spectacle he had witnessed. Was this not the kind of phenomenon found only in fantasy novels and television dramas? How could such a thing manifest in this era of advanced technology and information? Could it be some new high-tech marvel? Yet, this individual before him seemed far removed from any notion of high technology. Clad in a somewhat worn Taoist robe and with slightly disheveled long hair, he bore a strikingly handsome visage with defined features, eyes like bright stars, and brows that appeared as though brushed with ink. Exuding an ethereal aura, indeed, he resembled a genuine Taoist. Chen Imo tucked the imperial edict away, maintaining his placid tone. I briefly opened your yin-yang eyes. You must have seen it, right? Now, do you believe? Lu Feng realized that the swift motion before his eyes had been the act of opening his yin-yang eyes. Could this person truly have traversed through time from the past? Unscientific, utterly unscientific. While many novels feature elements of time travel, if such an event were to occur in his own life, he found it difficult to accept. As he regarded Chen Imo in his Taoist attire, Lu Feng suddenly had an epiphany and, feeling somewhat excited, exclaimed, regardless of whether you really came from the Tang dynasty, your Taoist attire appears quite professional. I happen to have a job opportunity that perfectly matches your skills, with meals and accommodation provided. Chapter 4. Deceiving down the mountain. As Lu Feng and Chen Imo descended the mountain, Chen Imo increasingly felt that he had been deceived, yet he lacked any evidence. Nonetheless, he did not refuse, for from the moment he laid eyes on Lu Feng, he sensed a fateful connection, even puzzling himself over how he could possibly be intertwined with someone from over 13 centuries later. Before departing, Chen Imo had specifically calculated the location of Taoist Chen, but the result was obscured by some unknown force, leaving only a haze. Chen Imo mused that if Taoist Chen had accompanied him to this future world, given his personality, he must be off enjoying himself somewhere by now. As the temple was no longer a viable place to stay, and with no food available, after careful consideration, Chen Imo gathered a few belongings, left a note for Taoist Chen, and followed Lu Feng down the mountain. The journey was filled with Lu Feng's incessant chatter, while Chen Imo quietly listened, as everything in this new world was unfamiliar to him. Wait a moment. As they approached a small mound, Chen Imo suddenly exclaimed, noticing the lone grave with no marker, appearing particularly forlorn. What's wrong? Lu Feng stared at the grave, feeling a sense of familiarity. Suddenly he recalled that he had urinated on this very grave during his ascent. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he hurriedly urged Chen Imo to move on. Meanwhile, Chen Imo leisurely retrieved 3 incense sticks and some paper money from his gray cloth bag. What are you doing? Lu Feng inquired, puzzled by his actions. I'm here to exorcise the evil spirits. You should be aware of what you've done. Chen Imo's words made Lu Feng blush, as urinating on someone's grave was not something a rational person would do. What occurred earlier at the temple was merely keeping it at bay. They hadn't committed any heinous acts. So they wouldn't retaliate. However, now without their protection, it is latched onto you. Chen Imo spoke matter-of-factly, while Lu Feng suddenly felt a chilling breeze against his neck, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Yet, when he mustered the courage to look back, there was nothing there. I didn't open your yin-yang eyes. You can't see it now. Lu Feng was nearly in tears from fright, realizing there might indeed be something behind him. Do you have a fire starter? Lu Feng quickly rummaged through his pockets for a lighter, fearing to delay Chen Imo's exorcism. Upon receiving the lighter from him, Chen Imo hesitated to use it. What's the matter? Is there an issue? How does this work? Lu Feng had forgotten that this fellow was from another time. With a click, the spark from the flint met the fuel inside, igniting into flames. Chen Imo was astonished by the sight before him. He had never imagined that igniting a fire could be so effortless, further confirming that he was not in the world he had known for the past 20 years. Inserting the incense into the grave, Chen Imo began to burn the paper while muttering something under his breath, and Lu Feng couldn't catch a single word. Come over and bow 3 times. And be sincere about it. After completing this, Chinamo stood up and said. Lu Feng promptly complied, bowing 3 times respectfully. Upon finishing, Lu Feng felt the chill around his neck dissipate. His gaze towards Chinamo was now filled with astonishment. It seemed this individual possessed some genuine skills. Perhaps that matter could indeed be resolved. As they continued down the mountain, Lu Feng took the opportunity to share insights about the changes and developments of the current era. Chinamo was captivated by the novel ideas Lu Feng presented, marveling at how splendid this future world was. However, when they reached the foot of the mountain and he witnessed the new age with his own eyes, Chinamo still felt as though he were dreaming. Towering buildings loomed before him like colossal beasts from the ancient text Shan Hai Jing, standing majestically upon the earth, while the city was illuminated by the glow of night. Resembling daylight, the roads beneath them twisted and turned like the roots of a tree, extending toward an unseen horizon. The vehicles that sped past, which Lu Feng had referred to as cars, were said to be able to travel thousands of miles with just a bit of fuel. Astonishing! The impact was even more profound than when he first descended the mountain with Taoist Chan to the bustling city in his youth. Chinamo remained entranced, unable to shake off the shock until Lu Feng pulled him into a taxi. Driver, to Yinling Road, number 44. And upon hearing the address, the driver instinctively glanced back and remarked, Going at night incurs an extra charge. I know the rules. Let us go. Lu Feng patted the back of the driver's seat to signal him to start. As it was Chen Mo's first time in a car, he couldn't help but gaze around in wonder, prompting the driver to glance back at him through the rearview mirror from time to time. No misunderstandings, my friend is merely curious since it's his first time in the city. How does this vehicle compare to a horse-drawn carriage? This question left Lu Feng pondering how to respond. But the driver spoke up first, addressing Chinmo's curiosity. This is much faster than a horse-drawn carriage. It's at least 5 or 6 times quicker. I didn't expect you to have ridden in one before. Those are quite rare these days. I once took one when I accompanied my master to the palace. As soon as Chen Mo's words escaped his lips, Lu Feng hastily covered his mouth and quickly clarified. Brother, do not heed his nonsense. He has had too much to drink. Lu Feng urgently signaled Chen Mo to remain silent. I can only escort you to the alley's entrance. Lu Feng remained taciturn. After all, it was already commendable for a local driver to drop them off at the alley at night. When it came time to pay, Lu Feng even generously added an extra 20 yuan. The atmosphere here feels rather ominous. Before Lu Feng could speak, Chinmo took the initiative to say, This is a street dedicated to funeral supplies, what you refer to as a death shop. Fearing that Chinmo might not comprehend, Lu Feng took the time to elaborate. What brings us here? Because my family resides here. We have been selling funeral supplies since my grandfather's time, and now it is passed down to me. Lu Feng gestured towards the sign behind him. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Lu Feng, and this Lu's Funeral Supplies is my family's establishment. In a way, we are somewhat of colleagues, Chinmo remarked. That name hardly evokes the image of a Taoist. It sounds more like the protagonist of a romantic novel. Lu Feng chuckled. By the way, you haven't compensated me for the exorcism I performed earlier. Wait, are you serious? You expect me to pay you for a joke? Lu Feng was at a loss for words. This is because I have taken on your misfortune. You must offer something to resolve this consequence. If money can settle it, that is ideal. Otherwise, you must sacrifice something else to atone, even your life. This is the principle of no empty laws. Enough. How much do I owe you? I can pay for Lu Feng. Chinmo certainly had a knack for intimidation. 1 tael of silver. What? Why don't you just rob someone instead? Chapter 5. Just 1 tael of silver. 1 tael of silver from your dynasty is equivalent to several thousand yuan now. That would cover my daily expenses for an entire year, Lu Feng lamented dramatically. The rules of the Shangqing Temple state that regardless of the difficulty, it is always 1 tael of silver. Fine. I will go to the bank tomorrow to withdraw the money. With a creaking sound, as Lu Feng pulled open the rolling shutter door, the silence of the alley was shattered. Please come in. Let us spend the night here, and we shall attend to business tomorrow. Lu Feng invited Chinmo inside. The shop was not large, yet it offered a considerable variety of goods. Chinmo took a cursory glance. Noting the assortment of incense, candles, paper money, paper wreaths, and exorcism talismans, with 2 coffins stacked at the very back of the shop. A staircase beside the coffins led to the 2nd floor, presumably where the bedroom was located. Is it too much of a disturbance at this hour? Chinmo expressed concern about interrupting others' rest. Not at all. I am alone here. What about your family? Chinamo instinctively inquired. Why, grandfather passed away when I was very young. And my parents left me during a car accident when I was in junior high. The only thing they left me was this shop, Lu Feng recounted, his expression remaining calm, though only he knew the hardships he had endured over the years. Originally, I intended to live stream an outdoor adventure today to earn some extra money, but unexpectedly, I encountered you along the way. Are you in dire need of funds? Indeed. I suffer from a severe illness that requires me to undergo treatment every few months. Each time incurring exorbitant medical expenses, Lu Feng said, his eyes glistening with tears, appearing even more sorrowful than when he spoke of his family. So, could you possibly reduce the fee for the exorcism? Lu Feng revealed his true intention. No, that is against the rules. After dinner, Lu Feng arranged for Chinamo to stay in the guest room, specifically advising him before bedtime. Remember, do not respond to any noises you hear tonight. Otherwise, you might attract something truly terrifying. If you feel frightened, you can keep the light on while you sleep. Lu Feng spoke with an air of seriousness. Should I be scared as well? I forgot you are the professional. Whether it was due to exhaustion or not, Lu Feng enjoyed an exceptionally sound sleep that night. Unbeknownst to him, the entire alley was engulfed in fear and unease due to the presence of an unfamiliar person, as if they had encountered a formidable foe. The following day, before dawn had fully broken, the rolling shutter door was knocked upon with a loud clamor. Who is it, coming to knock at such an early hour? Lu Feng glanced at his phone, noting it was only 5:30 in the morning, yet he promptly rose to open the door. Unlike other businesses, those in their line of work were not frequented by casual visitors. Typically, only those with urgent matters sought them out, leading to a general wariness from the public towards this industry. As Lu Feng pulled the door open, a figure rushed in, seizing Lu Feng's wrist, and anxiously exclaimed, Xiao Feng, you must come quickly. Your second uncle is on the brink of death. The visitor was none other than Lu Feng's second aunt, Su Xiaolan. What happened, second aunt? Why is my second uncle in such dire straits so early in the morning? Su Xiaolan glanced around to ensure no one was listening before lowering her voice to Lu Feng's ear. Your second uncle has fallen victim to his affliction again, and this time it is more severe. He lies in bed, frothing at the mouth, and cannot be awakened no matter how we call him. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng wasted no time in preparing to close the door and accompany Su Xiaolan. For when his parents had passed, it was the family of his second uncle who had assisted with the arrangements, leaving Lu Feng with a sense of gratitude towards them. Suddenly, Lu Feng remembered that Chinamo was still upstairs. He had brought him back from the Taoist temple for this very purpose. When they had previously gone to the hospital, everything appeared normal, which led Lu Feng to believe that this issue required unconventional methods for resolution. Lu Feng had intended to ask Chinamo to take a look today, but he had not expected Su Xiaolan to arrive so early. Just as Lu Feng was about to ascend the stairs to call for Chinamo, he found Chinamo had already come down on his own. I overheard what you were saying upstairs. Chinamo remembered his master had once told him that when faced with such situations, one should lend a helping hand, yet the fee must remain unchanged, a principle established by Taoist Chin Dao. Therefore, Chinamo felt inclined to assist Lu Feng, especially since he still owed him money, and they could settle it all at once. Wow, you have quite the keen hearing, Lu Feng exclaimed in surprise. Ignoring Lu Feng's astonishment, Chinamo turned to him and instructed, go prepare some talisman paper and brushes to take with us. Having been in this line of work for many years, Lu Feng understood that Chinamo intended to draw talismans for exorcism. There is no need for such trouble. I have some ready-made ones in the shop. The ones in your shop are ineffective. They hold no power, Chinamo stated bluntly, without even glancing at them. Chun Mo's words left Lu Feng feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, he had procured those talismans from a roadside fortune-teller. Su Xiaolan looked on with a puzzled expression, as she had strongly opposed Lu Feng taking over the shop due to the stigma associated with the profession. It was the first time in all these years that she had seen Lu Feng bring someone home. Noticing Su Xiaolan's confusion, Lu Feng introduced, Second aunt, I mentioned I would find a master to help second uncle. This is Master Chenamo from the Shangqing Temple. He is not a master. He is merely a Taoist priest, Chenamo interjected. Su Xiaolan remained skeptical, scrutinizing the young man before her. He appeared to be around the same age as her nephew, and his looks were quite decent. He hardly resembled a Taoist priest. Could he be a fraud? Su Xiaolan wondered. However, at this juncture, she had no choice but to treat him as a last resort and proceeded to lead the two men towards her home. On the way, Lu Feng cautioned Chinamo to refrain from mentioning his time travel from the Tang dynasty, fearing others might deem him insane and create unnecessary complications. While walking, Lu Feng suddenly recalled something and quietly whispered to Chen and Mo. "By the way, you're not going to charge me 1 tael of silver again, are you? 1 tael of silver from the Tang dynasty is roughly equivalent to over 5,000 yuan today." Lu Feng felt a sense of dread at Chen Mo's pricing. Such a sum would be alarming even in the Tang dynasty. I have stated it clearly. Regardless of the difficulty, it is always 1 tael of silver. This is the principle that I know. It is the principle of no empty laws, Lu Feng replied. Your charges are not just fair. You are profiting immensely, Lu Feng muttered under his breath. This won't do. I must devise a way to earn some money from him. A scheme began to take shape in Lu Feng's mind. As they conversed, the trio arrived at Lu Feng's second uncle's residence. Although the two homes were merely separated by an alley, Lu Feng always felt a warmth here that his own shop lacked. Chapter 6. The strange dream. Lu Xianda's home was a self-built structure from a decade ago, when land prices were more affordable than those of commercial housing. Lu Xianda's family had purchased the land and constructed 2 stories. The first floor served as Lu Xianda's hardware business, while the second floor housed 3 bedrooms. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, Chen and Mo could not help but furrow his brow, an action that Lu Feng noticed immediately. What is it? Lu Feng inquired, concerned by Chen and Mo's expression. You will know once we go upstairs. Before they could even step inside, a foul stench wafted from the room, invading their nostrils. What is happening? Second aunt? Why does it smell so terrible in there? Lu Feng could not help but cover his nose with his sleeve, though it offered little relief. It must be your second uncle again. P.S. probably vomiting inside. Su Xilan quickly opened the door. The room was sparsely furnished, even to the point of being bare. Apart from a bed and 2 chairs, there was no other furniture. A frail middle-aged man was hunched over by the bedside, racked with pain as he retched violently into a trash can, seemingly on the verge of expelling his gallbladder. This was Lu Feng's second uncle, Lu Xianda. Upon closer inspection, Lu Feng discovered that Lu Xianda had expelled a foul-smelling mass of black, fluffy substance, reminiscent of decomposed enoki mushrooms that had languished in a cesspool for an entire month before being regurgitated from his mouth. Some remnants clung stubbornly to his throat, which Lu Xianda was painstakingly attempting to dislodge with his hands. Witnessing this grotesque scene, Lu Feng felt his stomach churn violently. Beside him, Su Xilan rushed to assist. And once Lu Xianda finally managed to expel the last of the vile matter, she leaned in to whisper in his ear, Xiao Feng and the others have arrived. Struggling to lift his head, Lu Xianda was finally seen clearly by Chen and Mo and the others. Illness had rendered his complexion pallid, his face gaunt and emaciated, with his cheekbones appearing as if merely a thin layer of skin was stretched over them. And his eye sockets deeply sunken, he attempted to greet Lu Feng and the others, but found himself unable to produce any sound from his throat. This was not the case before. Why was it so severe today? Su Xilan's eyes brimmed with tears in her distress. It's all right. I'll feel better once the sun rises, Lu Xianda managed to say, as though he were on the brink of collapse. What on earth has happened? Chen and Mo inquired. Standing by, Lu Feng recounted the entire sequence of events to Chen. It turned out that Lu Xianda had been afflicted by this peculiar ailment for a decade. In the initial years, he merely suffered from frequent nightmares, details of which Lu Feng had heard him recount vaguely. At that time, Lu Xianda would often dream of the same figure, a woman in a flowing red dress, her long hair cascading down as she sat quietly at the edge of his bed. Watching him sleep, he could not discern her features, though her silhouette appeared alluring. In his dreams, she would occasionally lean over him, whispering something in his ear, yet he could never catch the words at that time. The dream seemed relatively normal, and Lu Xianda simply believed he was experiencing youthful fantasies. However, over time, the situation began to feel increasingly unsettling. He was trapped in the same dream, with the mysterious woman still murmuring in his ear. Noticing that Lu Xianda never responded, her temperament grew increasingly volatile. At times, she would seize his throat, and he could feel her rage, as if he were on the verge of suffocation. Yet, just as he felt he might perish from terror, he would abruptly awaken from the nightmare. This torment persisted for several years, during which he sought the counsel of various supposed masters, acquiring talismans, peachwood swords, and 5 emperor coins, but to no avail. Fortunately, aside from his disturbed sleep, there were no other repercussions, and Lu Xianda decided to disregard it, at least finding solace in the fact that he would not relive the nightmare during the day. often dozing at the counter during slow business hours. This state of affairs continued until a month ago. Lu Xianda awoke once more from a frightful dream, drenched in sweat, and as he prepared to rise for water, he spotted the woman from his nightmares clinging to the ceiling like a gecko, glaring at him with palpable resentment. Unlike previous encounters, he could now see her face clearly. It appeared grotesquely corroded, as if ravaged by acid, with pieces of flesh hanging by thin strands of veins, threatening to fall at any moment. Even more horrifying were her eyes, bulging as if they might pop out at any second. Yet they remained fixed on Lu Xianda. Having never witnessed such a sight, he was utterly paralyzed by fear. A ghost? He wanted to scream for help, but found that the hair of the red-dressed specter had ensnared his throat, rendering him voiceless as she drew closer. Woo, woo, woo. The ghost opened her mouth, droplets of an unknown liquid falling onto Lu Xianda, a putrid stench invading his nostrils, prompting uncontrollable vomiting. With his neck ensnared, the contents of his stomach could only escape through the narrowest of gaps in his throat. The ghost's face loomed less than 10 centimeters from Lu Xianda's, poised to strike at his neck. Suddenly, the sound of a rooster crowing pierced the air, causing the ghost's red dress to emit white smoke as if igniting. With a furious roar, she hurled Lu Xianda to the ground and vanished into the ceiling. This time, Lu Xianda was certain it was not a dream. Something unclean was indeed present. However, Su Xiaolan could only see Lu Xianda thrashing about on the floor. Having narrowly escaped with his life, Lu Xianda promptly sought out the most esteemed master from Haiyun Temple, spending a considerable sum. This master, indeed skilled, immediately recognized the malevolent spirit haunting Lu Xianda. Just as Lu Xianda felt a glimmer of hope, the master candidly stated that the entity was too vengeful and fierce, and he lacked the power to confront it. Upon realizing that even such a level of expertise could not help him, Lu Xianda was thoroughly terrified and shamelessly requested several talismans from the master, subsequently relocating to another room. Yet, it seemed the ghost had fixated upon him. No matter where he went, she returned each night, driving him to the brink of a nervous breakdown within mere days, causing him to scream at the slightest rustle outside. In a short span, Lu Xianda had become the neighborhood's madman, not only ruining his business but also wasting away to mere skin and bones. Chapter 7. The news of Master Chun. What have you done to provoke this ghost to cling to you so? After hearing Lu Feng's account, Chenemo posed the question to Lu Xianda, who was now lying on the bed, slightly recovering. Who is this? As Lu Xianda's complexion began to improve, he regarded the unfamiliar Chenemo with curiosity. Uncle, this is the master I specifically invited. I have witnessed his abilities, and perhaps he can help drive away the malevolent presence surrounding you. Fenger, I appreciate your intentions, but the entity that torments me is beyond the capabilities of even the Grand Master from Haiyun Temple. Lu Xianda replied with a measured tone, though those present could discern his underlying implication that Chenemo, being so young, was unlikely to possess any real skill. Let us depart, since your uncle does not believe. It must be fate. Chun Mo's tone remained neutral, betraying no emotional fluctuation. Do not take offense, Chenemo. My uncle is simply like that. I have witnessed your abilities. Allow me to speak with him again? Lu Feng said, somewhat exasperated, for he knew Chenemo was indeed capable and did not wish to let him leave so easily. Wait, what did you just call your friend? Lu Xianda suddenly sat up in bed, startling Su Xiaolan beside him. Without bothering to put on his shoes, he hurriedly approached Chenemo with a thud. Lu Xianda knelt before him, tears streaming down his face as he implored, Master Chun, I have awaited your arrival. Please save me. The others in the room were taken aback by Lu Xianda's dramatic display. What is this? Do we know each other? Chenemo was equally perplexed, having never met this man before. Are you Master Chenemo from the Qingjing Temple? Chenemo instinctively nodded, intrigued by how Lu Xianda knew him. However, Lu Xianda's next words sent a tremor through his heart. Half a month ago, I encountered your master, Master Qindao, who once assisted me. Uncle, do not jest. Chenemo is from the Tang dynasty. Lu Feng began, but realizing the absurdity of his statement, he promptly fell silent, aware that no one would believe such a tale. Hey! Chenemo, what is that expression? Please do not tell me this is true, Lu Feng thought, as a ludicrous notion began to take root in his mind. Where is my master now? Chenemo pressed. Attempting to suppress his excitement, I do not know. I have only seen him that once, half a month ago. Lu Xianda then recounted the events of that evening, As dusk approached half a month prior, Lu Xianda prepared to close his shop and head upstairs to rest. Just then, an elderly man in tattered robes entered, exuding an air of ethereal wisdom. Lu Xianda assumed he was a beggar, so he retrieved some change from the counter to offer him. Instead, the man left behind several talismans, claiming they would temporarily suppress the ghost haunting him, and that a person named Chenimo would come down from the Qingjing temple to assist him once the talismans lost their efficacy. After leaving his name, he departed. "This is simply too bizarre," Lu Feng exclaimed, finding the account utterly unbelievable. If Chenimo's claim of having traversed from the Tang dynasty were true, then his master must have also hailed from that era. Goodness, a time-traveling entourage. But where did my master go? Lu Xianda pondered before responding. He did not mention that, only stating that we would meet again if fate allowed. By the way, he left something for you. Lu Xianda quickly rose and retrieved a small wooden box from the cabinet, carefully presenting it to Chenimo. Upon opening the box, they found a translucent jade stone, shaped like a die, gleaming with a subtle radiance. Upon closer inspection, one could see inscriptions etched upon each face of the jade. "He instructed me to give this to you. You will understand its significance." Lu Feng had just intended to lean closer to see what was written, only to find that Chenimo had already stuffed the items into his bag. "Since this is the case, I shall naturally lend you a hand." Upon hearing Chenimo's willingness to assist him, Lu Xianda, in a surge of excitement, knelt down and earnestly bowed 3 times to Chenimo, who accepted the gesture without flinching, feeling entirely justified in receiving such a grand tribute. Lu Feng, witnessing his uncle's exaggerated behavior, widened his eyes in astonishment, finding it somewhat ostentatious. Yet, only Lu Xianda knew the hardships he had endured over the years. As long as he could rid himself of the tormenting presence, he would gladly bow his head, or even acknowledge Chenimo as his godfather if need be. "What do you require?" "I shall prepare it now." Lu Feng understood that those adept in such matters often needed an extensive array of talismans. By nightfall, he prepared a bowl of black dog blood. Concerned that he might forget, he took out a notebook to jot it down. However, after mentioning the black dog blood, Chenimo hesitated to continue. "Is that all? That's it? Just this?" A sense of unreliability washed over Lu Feng. "Why prepare it only at night?" he inquired, puzzled. "The sky is nearly brightening. It won't appear until tonight." Chenimo's gaze bore an expression akin to that of someone observing a fool, making Lu Feng feel quite uncomfortable. After the two departed, they lingered in Lu Feng's shop until 10 o'clock that night before leisurely making their way to Lu Xianda's home. Upon seeing his savior arrive, Lu Xianda hastily asked what he should do to assist Chenimo. "No need. Just sleep as you normally would. The rest is for me to handle," Chenimo replied nonchalantly. Once Lu Xianda had fallen into a deep slumber, Chenimo began his work. He retrieved a roll of red thread from the yellow cloth bag he carried, which appeared quite worn and bore numerous frayed marks, with several sections nearly severed. Chenimo handed the red thread to Lu Feng and instructed, "Coat it with pot-bottom ash and bind it around him, making sure to wrap it around his neck a couple of extra times." Although Lu Feng harbored doubts, he meticulously followed Chenimo's instructions, handling the thread with utmost care, lest it snap at the slightest exertion. "Rest assured, this thread won't break even if you use it to hang yourself." Chenimo's voice resonated reassuringly from behind. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng tightened the red thread around Lu Xianda's neck. After completing the task, Lu Feng finally voiced his lingering questions. "I understand the red thread. As the saying goes, the celestial binding rope from the upper realm, the fine red thread from the lower realm. The binding rope is used to subdue deities, and this red thread is specifically for dealing with demons and spirits. But what does coating it with pot-bottom ash signify?" Lu Feng had some understanding of these matters. The pot-bottom ash can obscure the vision of spirits. Otherwise, they would flee upon sighting the red thread. Chenimo succinctly explained. Chapter 8. She has arrived at that moment. Chenimo completed the talisman he had been drawing. Lu Feng, observing the still wet ink, leaned in to sniff it, detecting a strong, pungent odor. "Did you use black dog blood to draw this talisman?" Chenimo nodded and elaborated. "Ghosts are most fearful of black dog blood, for ghosts are ethereal, associated with wood, while black dog blood, foul and malodorous, is linked to metal. Metal overcomes wood, making black dog blood a potent remedy against these entities, akin to marinade on tofu. One thing subdues another." With everything prepared, the two exited the room, peering through the slightly ajar door to gauge the situation within. I have opened your yin-yang eyes. Alert me if you notice anything amiss, Chinamo instructed before settling into a chair, closing his eyes to rest. So, I'm just here as a laborer, Lu Feng muttered. Despite his complaints, he dutifully observed from the shadows. As time ticked away, the room remained eerily silent. Chinmo, is this plan going to work? Why hasn't the female ghost appeared yet? Lu Feng stood at the door, his legs growing numb. Meanwhile, Chinamo sat there as if in slumber, completely ignoring him. Ding ding ding, the old clock chimed punctually, prompting Lu Feng to glance at his phone, which displayed the time. Precisely midnight. Whether it was a mere illusion, he felt an abrupt drop in temperature, causing goosebumps to rise on his arms. Hey, Chinamo, wake up. Something feels off. Just as Lu Feng turned to rouse Chinamo, he discovered him standing directly behind him. She's here. Wow. It really is just like those novels describe. Appearing right at 12, Lu Feng couldn't help but scoff. The two quietly observed through the door's crack. The female ghost's actions mirrored Lu Xianda's descriptions, whispering something ominous in his art. As Lu Feng listened from outside, his head grew heavier, as if he were about to succumb to slumber. Suddenly, a sharp jolt struck his forehead, jolting Lu Feng back to consciousness. Cover your ears. Listening to too much ghostly chatter can drive a living person mad. Then why aren't you covering yours? I don't need to. Lu Feng failed to notice the subtle shift in Chanmo's expression. Just as the female ghost reached to grasp Lu Xianda's neck, her hand instinctively hesitated, tightening Lu Feng's chest with anxiety. Could she have noticed? Lu Feng pondered. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, her hands resumed their grip around Lu Xianda's throat. Sizzle! At the moment her hand made contact with Lu Xianda's neck, it erupted in a dense cloud of white smoke, accompanied by a foul, decaying stench. The female ghost shrieked piercingly, even with his ears covered. Lu Feng felt his head thrum with a deafening buzz, blood trickling from his ears. Realizing the situation was amiss, the ghost released her claws, preparing to flee. Chinamo had already clenched the talisman tightly in his hand. If Lu Feng had looked closely, he would have realized this was not the same talisman Chinamo had drawn with black dog blood earlier. With a swift motion, a yellow paper talisman shot forth from Chanmo's hand like an arrow. Though it appeared to be an ordinary talisman, in Chanmo's hands, it transformed into a weapon, hurtling straight toward the female ghost. She had no time to evade as the yellow talisman pierced her body, igniting a chilling blue flame that felt as if one had plunged into an ice cavern. When the flames subsided, not a trace of ash remained on the ground, as if nothing had transpired. She was just burned to death? Lu Feng had anticipated Chanmo's strength, but never to this extent. Chanmo offered no reply, instead striding toward the bedside and delivering 2 resounding slaps to the still sleeping Lu Xianda. The force echoing throughout the room. Chanmo, what are you doing? Lu Feng exclaimed, startled by this sudden act. That it's nothing. I just need to clarify a few matters. The sharp pain roused Lu Xianda from his slumber. Before he could speak, Chanmo interjected, I have a few questions. Answer them truthfully. Lu Xianda, uncertain of Chinmo's intentions, nodded obediently. Do you recognize this female ghost? Chinmo's question momentarily stunned him, as Lu Xianda was puzzled by the sudden inquiry. Master Chin, what do you mean? Are you suggesting she seeks revenge against me? Lu Xianda was no fool. He quickly grasped the implication in Chinmo's words. But I have never even seen her. What about that girl named Shui? Chinmo leaned in, his expression inscrutable, yet his eyes pierced through Lu Xianda as if attempting to see his very soul. The mention of that name struck Lu Xianda like a thunderclap, causing his demeanor to shift uncomfortably, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow. No, I've never heard of her, Lu Xianda stammered. Observing Lu Xianda's reaction, a faint smile graced Chinmo's lips as he remarked, Relax, I was merely inquiring. The female ghost has been dealt with. I will return tomorrow to clear your misfortune, and all will be well on their way back. Lu Feng remained curious about Chinmo's earlier remarks, but struggled to find the right moment to ask. What do you think of your uncle? Chinmo suddenly posed the question, catching Lu Feng off guard. Nevertheless, he answered honestly, my uncle is a decent man, reserved in speech, and has always treated me well. When my parents had their accident, he was the one who assisted me in arranging everything, and he handed over the compensation without taking a single cent for himself. And Lu Feng's eyes. Lu Xianda was akin to a father. Do you know if he ever committed any misdeeds or offended anyone? I'm not entirely sure. I only learned about my uncle's existence after my parents' accident. Had Lu Xianda not come forward, Lu Feng might have remained oblivious to this familial connection. Doubts about his uncle's identity had crossed Lu Feng's mind, but his inquiries revealed no discrepancies. What exactly is going on? Why did you help me deal with the female ghost? You've become rather cryptic. If I told you that the female ghost was killed by your uncle in her previous life, would you believe me? Impossible. That simply cannot be. My uncle wouldn't even kill a chicken, let alone a person. Chenemo, I warn you not to speak carelessly. Lu Feng's expression grew unusually serious. As for his intense reaction, Chenemo merely replied with indifference. It's not me who said it. It was the female ghost herself who just spoke. Chapter 9. The willow tree in the backyard. Lu Feng gazed at the young man beside him, clad in a Taoist robe, with an expression of incredulity. Chen Mo's demeanor was far from humorous. Anticipating Lu Feng's disbelief, he patted him on the shoulder and said, By tomorrow, I shall present you with evidence that will convince you. That night, Lu Feng found himself unable to sleep, unwilling and afraid to accept the truth of Chen Mo's words. The man who had been like a second father to him during his youth could possibly commit such a cruel act. At dawn, as the first light of day broke, Lu Feng impatiently roused Chenemo from his slumber, urging him to hurry to Lu Xianda's home. Chenemo, unfazed, knew that for someone like him, a mere 4 or 5 hours of sleep sufficed. However, upon encountering Lu Xianda, Lu Feng's heart skipped a beat. Lu Xianda was seated at the entrance of his shop, smoking, with cigarette butts strewn across the ground. As the two approached, Lu Xianda seemed completely oblivious to their presence. Second uncle, Lu Feng called out, prompting Lu Xianda to regain his focus. The moment he recognized Chenemo and Lu Feng, a fleeting hint of panic flickered in his eyes. Oh, Xiao Feng, you've come. Lu Xianda finally stood to greet them. We're here to help you dispel your misfortunes, Chenemo stated matter-of-factly. After all, it's not common for a normal person to be tormented by a ghost for such an extended period. If not addressed promptly, it could have irreversible effects on the body. Upon hearing Chen Mo's declaration, Lu Feng interjected, Master Chen, your assistance in driving away the female ghost has already saved my life. This minor matter can be resolved by my own offerings and prayers. There's no need to trouble you further. At this moment, even Lu Feng sensed something amiss in his words. Initially, he had bowed 3 times to request Chen Mo's help. Now that Chenemo had voluntarily come to assist him, Lu Xianda was hesitant and evasive. A sudden foreboding crept into Lu Feng's mind. Yet Chenemo appeared disinclined to entertain his doubts. Rest assured, since I have accepted your payment, I shall ensure the matter is resolved satisfactorily. Then what must I do? Lu Xianda inquired. Is there a backyard to your house? Chenmo's question left Lu Xianda somewhat bewildered. Indeed, he had left the backyard when building the house, but he was unsure how Chenemo knew this. Nonetheless, he nodded in affirmation. Is there a willow tree planted in that yard? The moment Chenmo's words fell, Lu Xianda's expression darkened. Master Chen, this has nothing to do with dispelling misfortune, does it? Lu Xianda asked, forcing himself to sound composed. How can it not be related? The root of your misfortune lies within that willow tree. As the saying goes, do not plant mulberries in front, nor willows behind. The latter part refers to the prohibition of planting willows behind a house. Willows are of the yin nature, and you have foolishly planted one in a backyard that rarely sees sunlight, which has led to the accumulation of negative energy. Chenemo spoke with conviction, leaving Lu Feng and Lu Xianda momentarily stunned. What should we do now? Lu Xianda asked, clearly shaken. It's simple. Just uproot that willow tree, and the misfortune shall dissipate. No, the willow tree cannot be uprooted, Lu Xianda suddenly shouted, his voice hoarse. Realizing his outburst, he quickly composed himself. At that moment, Lu Feng's mind began to connect the dots between Lu Xianda's unusual reaction and Chen Mo's earlier words, leading to a terrifying suspicion. Second uncle, are you hiding something from us? Lu Feng's gaze sharpened. How could that be? Lu Xianda stammered, but his expression betrayed him. Without waiting for Lu Xianda's consent, Lu Feng seized Chenemo and forcefully entered his backyard. Lu Xianda attempted to obstruct them, but his frail form was no match for their determination. This was Lu Feng's first time in the backyard. It was small, but overgrown with weeds, some towering over him. How long has it been since this place was tended to? Lu Feng complained as he pushed through the tangled greenery. After a few steps, a willow tree came into view. What on earth is this? Lu Feng swore he had never witnessed such a staggering sight in his lifetime. The willow tree loomed like a pair of giant hands, its branches twisting and curling, some even encircling the house. Sunlight could only timidly filter through the gaps in the branches, casting an eerie chill and darkness over the entire backyard. What astonished Lu Feng the most was that the branches of the willow tree were adorned with clusters of white flowers, appearing hauntingly beautiful and eerie. Whether it was the temperature or the surreal scene before him, goosebumps erupted uncontrollably on Lu Feng's arms. With the willow tree in bloom, the resentment has manifested. This won't be easy to handle. What are you mumbling about? Didn't you resolve the female ghost? Chinamo ignored Lu Feng's question and approached the imposing tree. As he placed his hand on the trunk, a bone-chilling sensation coursed through his palm. It seems you and your mother harbor significant resentment, Chinamo muttered softly, just loud enough for himself to hear. Such a large tree. We might need to call in an excavator. What kind of machine? Chinamo did not comprehend Lu Feng's words. You'll know when it arrives, Lu Feng replied, pulling out his phone to make a call. Xiao Feng, we can't uproot it. I beg you, second uncle pleads with you. Lu Xinda trailed behind, his trembling legs collapsing as he knelt before Lu Feng. Startled by the sudden display, Lu Feng hurried to help Lu Xinda up. Second uncle, what are you doing? Get up quickly. What will Annie think if she sees this? Once he managed to lift Lu Xinda, Lu Feng finally inquired, Second uncle, what on earth is going on? Lu Xinda hesitated to respond, instinctively glancing at Chinamo. I have already informed him to IT those words. The color drained visibly from Lu Xinda's face. What are you two discussing? I can't comprehend a word. Lu Feng felt like a fool in that moment. Enough. Since we have come this far, I shall reveal everything to you. Lu Xinda seemed to have made a significant decision. Master Qin, you are correct. I know Zhang Shui. Boom. Lu Feng felt as if something had exploded in his mind. So it's true that you killed Zhang Shui? He questioned, unable to fathom the reality, his voice trembling with disbelief. Yes, it was me. Lu Feng felt the world around him spin uncontrollably as he grappled with the revelation that his once kind second uncle could commit such a heinous act. Lu Xinda ultimately recounted the events that transpired a decade ago. Chapter 10. The secrets of 10 years ago. 10 years prior, Lu Xinda met Zhang Shui. Their love blossomed like a classic romance, swiftly escalating into a committed relationship. Just as they believed they had found their lifelong partners, tragedy struck. Lu Xinda's parents, without his knowledge, arranged a marriage for him. One with Su Shulan, at that time. The Su family was among the wealthiest in the county, and Lu Xinda's parents were determined to elevate their status, even if it meant forcing him into a marriage he did not desire. Upon discovering Zhang Shui's existence, Lu Xinda's parents launched an investigation into her background. When they found out she was an orphan, they were enraged, believing her lack of lineage offered them no benefit, and sought to forcibly separate the couple. Naturally, neither Lu Xinda nor Zhang Shui was willing to comply. Zhang Shui, convinced that her unwavering devotion would win them over, was met with harsh words and hostility instead. Though Lu Xinda attempted to mediate, his efforts were in vain. When he was absent, his parents would resort to violence against Zhang Shui, threatening her to remain silent about the abuse, lest she disappear forever. Day by day, Zhang Shui endured this torment, gradually awakening to the reality of Lu Xinda's true nature. What began as love had devolved into indifference. Lu Xinda seemed to have transformed into a different person altogether, distancing himself from her. Initially, Zhang Shui believed it was merely her imagination until one fateful day, while shopping for groceries, she witnessed a scene that shattered her heart. Having overheard Lu's mother express a desire for bamboo shoots, Zhang Shui rose early to procure some, hoping to improve their perception of her. However, on her way, she spotted Lu Xinda returning home late, accompanied by a woman. I thought you said you were out drinking with your buddies last night? At that moment, Zhang Shui clung to the faint hope that things were not as they appeared. But reality struck cruelly. Lu Xinda's indifference delivered a deep wound. Before he could respond, the woman beside him interjected, Who is she? Oh, she's my cousin who lives with me. Lu Xinda's words pierced her heart like a dagger, leaving Zhang Shui feeling as if her blood had turned to ice. Don't wait for me to eat. I won't be coming back today. Lu Xinda cast that final remark before departing with the woman, leaving Zhang Shui frozen in shock. She couldn't recall how she made her way home, only later learning from his parents that the woman she saw was Su Xiulan, the daughter of the wealthy Su family. Su Xiulan, affluent and generous, lavished gifts upon Lu Xinda without hesitation. Having stumbled multiple times, Lu Xianda found himself ensnared in a materialistic existence, utterly oblivious to the fact that at home awaited a woman with whom he had a lifelong commitment. Meanwhile, Zhang Shui discovered to her astonishment that she was pregnant, only to be met with Lu Xianda's cold command to terminate the pregnancy, followed by her expulsion from their home. Zhang Shui could hardly believe Lu Xianda had become so heartless. In retaliation, she began to divulge Lu Xianda's transgressions to anyone who would listen. To silence her, Lu Xianda arranged a private meeting, hoping to bribe her into silence, yet Zhang Shui had no intention of accepting money. She demanded a public apology, insisting he kneel before her, or else she would escalate the matter to the Su family. Lu Xianda was taken aback by Zhang Shui's unexpected boldness, and a sinister thought began to simmer within him. Zhang Shui, being an orphan, would hardly be missed should she vanish. With this grim realization, Lu Xianda's murderous intent surged forth. That fateful night, after ensuring Zhang Shui was sound asleep, he mounted her, suffocating her with a pillow until she succumbed. Later, deceived by a fraudulent Taoist, he planted a willow tree at her burial site in an attempt to ward off evil. Unbeknownst to him, the willow, being inherently associated with the yin, thrived under the weight of Zhang Shui's and her unborn child's unjust demise. Growing with an almost frenzied vigor, to prevent discovery, after marrying Su Xiaolan, Lu Xianda purchased the land, enclosing the willow within his backyard. As the story concluded, Lu Xianda collapsed like a deflated balloon, and at that moment, the image of Lu Xianda began to crumble in Lu Feng's mind. Does second aunt know about this? After a prolonged silence, Lu Feng finally inquired, I don't know. Please don't tell her. She is innocent. Despite being married to Su Xiaolan for many years, they had remained childless, each pregnancy resulting in either a miscarriage or a tragic loss shortly after birth, leaving Su Xiaolan in a fragile mental state. A truth Lu Xianda dared not disclose to her. Have you considered that Zhang Shui and her unborn child are also innocent? Chen Mo's tone was calm, revealing no trace of emotion. After a lengthy pause, Lu Feng could no longer contain himself and asked, what shall we do now? After all, Lu Xianda has committed murder. This is your affair. I shall not involve myself. My responsibility lies solely in exorcising spirits for a fee. With that, Chen Mo departed the backyard, leaving Lu Feng and Lu Xianda behind. Xiao Feng, I implore you, spare my uncle. As long as you remain silent, no one will ever know. Seeing Chen Mo's indifference, Lu Xianda, as if relieved, crawled to Lu Feng's feet, pleading for mercy. Lu Feng found himself at an impasse, torn between familial loyalty and his moral boundaries. Uncle, you should surrender to the authorities. After an extensive silence, Lu Feng's voice finally broke through, and Lu Xianda understood that his last glimmer of hope had been extinguished. Hearing Lu Feng's words from behind the door, Chen Mo's face unexpectedly lit up with a smile. The following morning, Lu Feng awoke to find Chen Mo had vanished. Instinctively reaching for his phone to call him, he remembered that the man did not even possess one. Fortunately, Chen Mo's canvas bag remained, suggesting he had not strayed far. As Lu Feng prepared breakfast, he turned on the television for background noise. Suddenly, a news report caught his attention, prompting him to put down the frying pan. Earlier today, a traffic accident occurred on Yinling Road in our city. A small delivery truck, unable to avoid a construction zone, crashed into a bridge pier, resulting in the immediate death of the driver, Lu, while his wife suffered minor injuries. According to insiders, the couple was en route to move. Lu Feng's mind went blank. He failed to grasp any further details. Is this retribution? He muttered to himself after a lengthy silence. If Lu Feng had been observant, he would have noticed a man in a faded Taoist robe standing in the lower right corner of the news broadcast. The sky in the footage was clear, yet the man held an oversized black umbrella that seemed incongruous with his physique, curiously extending it away from his own head, presenting a rather peculiar sight. Now that vengeance has been exacted, let us allow you and your child to reincarnate. Tonight, I shall accompany you both. Chapter 11. Deceived after completing his grim task, Chen Mo prepared to embark on a journey to find the Taoist, for he had but one relative in this world. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Feng intercepted him. Where do you intend to search? This is not your mountainous abode. It's merely a small plot of land. Furthermore, your understanding of this era is nearly non-existent, making you an easy target for those who might deem you insane and confine you to a mental institution. What are you suggesting? Lu Feng continued. Perhaps you should accompany me to familiarize yourself with the present age. Once you're acclimated, you can seek your master. Chen Mo pondered this proposal, finding merit in Lu Feng's words, and eventually agreed. But I'm not wealthy. I can't support you in a freeloading arrangement. Lu Feng's tone shifted abruptly. I have no money. The only valuable possession Chen Mo had was the jade dice left to him by his master. Yet you still owe me 2 taels of silver. Lu Feng was surprised that Chen Mo remembered this detail. 2 taels is barely enough for 2 days' worth of meals. Lu Feng continued to press. But you claimed that 1 tael equated to a month's worth of sustenance for you. Given the current financial crisis and inflation, you wouldn't understand even if I explained it in any case. 2 taels is merely sufficient for 2 days. Noticing Chen Mo's hesitance, Lu Feng recognized that he had hooked him and pressed on. However, you need not worry. I have a lucrative idea. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, signaling him to elaborate. I see you possess considerable skill in exorcising spirits. Why not set up a stall in front of my shop? I deal in funeral services, so it's inevitable that some clients will encounter strange occurrences. Ensuring a prosperous business, Lu Feng even envisioned himself counting money until his hands ached. After some contemplation, Chen Mo replied, that indeed seems a viable plan. But let it be known beforehand, we shall split the profits 50-50. Lu Feng adopted a greedy expression. As you wished. In the afternoon, Lu Feng took Chen Mo around the vicinity to familiarize him with the environment while fervently imparting knowledge about modern society, even purchasing a mobile phone for him. Chen Mo, how about we visit a barbershop? You should have your hair cut. Men nowadays rarely keep long hair. Lu Feng pointed at Chen Mo's tied-back hair. Chen Mo acknowledged the validity of this suggestion and allowed Lu Feng to lead him to the barbershop. Chen Mo, already handsome, appeared even more polished and refreshing after the haircut, drawing glances from female patrons in the shop. On their way back, they encountered a sign-making shop, prompting Lu Feng to consider creating an advertisement for their stall. What kind of business are you engaged in? The shop owner inquired. Exorcisms, palm readings, matchmaking, locating lost items, and finding people, Lu Feng replied in one breath. Your services seem overly broad. One advertisement cannot encompass them all. Is it not permissible? It is, but it will cost extra. The next day, patrons discovered a fortune-telling stall had appeared outside Lu's funeral supplies shop. Why have you set up so many items? Chen Mo questioned, eyeing the array of compasses and tortoise shells. You wouldn't understand. The more talismans you possess, the more formidable you appear, Lu Feng asserted confidently. Chen Mo, disinterested in further debate, retrieved a chair from the shop and sat down, engrossed in the short videos on the phone Lu Feng had bought him. Passers-by stopped to stare. A young man setting up a fortune-telling stall intrigued a few who approached for consultations. Yet all fled, frightened off by Chen Mo's pricing. Perhaps we should reconsider the prices. Lu Feng felt that throughout the morning, potential customers had been deterred by the exorbitant fees. Chen Mo, however, simply replied, no. Just when Lu Feng feared their inaugural day would end in failure. A hurried figure approached. As the figure came closer, Lu Feng discerned it was a man of short stature, slightly balding, sporting a beer belly, yet oddly wearing gold-rimmed glasses, which contrasted sharply with his appearance. Master, can you help me find someone? The middle-aged man gasped, pointing at the sign hanging from Chen Mo's stall. To find someone, you need to go to the police station. We do not offer that service. But your sign clearly states, sir, the sign refers to locating souls of the deceased, not living individuals. Lu Feng whispered an explanation to the bewildered man. What should I do then? My wife has been missing for a month. The middle-aged man's last shred of hope appeared to shatter as he sank to the ground, desperately tugging at his remaining hair. Initially prepared to close up shop, Lu Feng's curiosity was piqued by the man's plight. Brother, tell me what happened. Lu Feng casually offered him a cigarette. The middle-aged man exhaled a heavy puff of smoke. It's not that I don't want to share. I'm just afraid you won't believe me, as the truth is simply too bizarre. Fortunately, this gentleman beside me is a high-ranking Taoist adept, specializing in exorcism, Lu Feng proclaimed with fervor. The middle-aged man glanced at Chen Mo, wondering how such a young person could possibly be a master. As long as you don't think I'm mad, I will tell you. Hearing this, Lu Feng closed the shop and ushered the middle-aged man inside. My name is Tang Wei. Seems I should be older than you. So you may call me Wei Gu or perhaps Tengu, Lu Feng pondered aloud. Tang Wei began recounting the peculiar occurrences he had recently encountered to Chen Mo and the others. 3 years ago, my wife and I moved to Tianhai district for work, and to save on commuting time, We relocated about a month ago to a nearby community called Huifeng Garden. That is a high-end complex that was only completed a few years ago. Lu Feng, having lived in the area for over 20 years, was somewhat familiar with the surroundings. We were fortunate to find a landlord who was preparing to go abroad and, considering our stay could serve as a viewing opportunity for prospective tenants. He offered us a low rental price. However, ever since we settled in, strange events have begun to unfold. At this point, Tang Wei seemed to recall something terrifying, instinctively swallowing hard. Initially, everything appeared normal, but after a few days, my wife reported hearing thump, thump, thump noises coming from above in the dead of night, as if someone was bouncing a ball. I even went upstairs to inquire with the neighbors, but to my astonishment, that unit had been vacant for years, with no one residing there. Not only Tang Wei's story, but even a sudden gust of wind that blew in through the window sent shivers down Lu Feng's spine. I should close the window? Lu Feng said, rubbing his arms. Chapter 12. The Paper Figurine. Yet, not long after, my wife mentioned that the noises from above had inexplicably ceased. You never heard anything? Lu Feng asked, puzzled. Perhaps I am a heavy sleeper. I have never detected any disturbances. Tang Wei adjusted his glasses perched on his nose. I thought we would continue to coexist peacefully until that fateful night. The company unexpectedly notified us of overtime, and by the time I returned home, it was nearly 11 p.m. Seeing my wife asleep, I chose not to wake her, but as I lay there, something felt amiss. I could not hear her breathing. When I pulled back the covers, the figure lying in bed was not my wife at all, but a paper figurine. Just like that one, Tang Wei gestured towards a pair of pale-faced paper figures in Lu Feng's shop. You cannot confuse that with your wife? Lu Feng was incredulous at Tang Wei's claim. You have never encountered such a paper figurine. If you do not look closely, its face is eerily identical to my wife's, as if her skin had been peeled off and then applied to it. Chinamo interjected. Yes, exactly. That was the sensation. Initially, I thought it was a prank by my wife, but when I called her, I discovered her phone was right beneath the pillow. When I attempted to find her again, she had simply vanished. I searched the room, the company, and all her usual places, and in desperation, I reported it to the police. But to this day, there has been no sign of her, as if she had evaporated from the world. At this point, Tang Wei's eyes were red with emotion. So, what do you think? Can you take on this case? Lu Feng whispered to Chen Imo, pulling him aside. We can give it A.T.R.Y.O. You have her birth date and time. Chen Imo inquired. Yes, yes, yes. Tang Wei hurriedly provided Chen Imo with the details. Her name is Li Dan. Chen Imo then produced a tortoise shell from his canvas bag, unlike any other, its back inscribed with a multitude of golden characters. Lu Feng leaned in to get a closer look, only to find he recognized not a single character. After placing 3 copper coins inside the tortoise shell, Chen Imo began to shake it. Whether it was an illusion or not, Lu Feng felt that Chen Mo's method was imbued with a certain charm beyond that of the typical street vendors. After rolling it 6 times, Chen Imo finally halted, murmuring something under his breath. So, what do you think? Lu Feng could not help but ask. I cannot ascertain anything. Chen Imo shook his head. What? How could that be? Lu Feng had witnessed Chen Mo's abilities before. Ordinarily, such matters should not stump him. There are only 2 possibilities. Tang Wei immediately perked up his ears. Either her fate is concealed by the heavens, preventing me from discerning it, or Chen Imo did not finish his sentence, but Tang Wei had already guessed the implication. Young man, do you truly speak the truth? 8 or 9 times out of 10. Chen Mo's words were the final straw for Tang Wei, snapping the taut string of his mind. Do you still have that paper figurine? Just as Tang Wei was about to break down in tears, Chen Imo suddenly asked. Yes, I kept it, fearing it might hold some clue. Why not hand it over to the police? Lu Feng questioned Tang Wei's actions. They took it for examination, but claimed they found nothing useful and returned it to me. Can you show it to me? Chen Imo felt a sense of familiarity with the paper figurine Tang Wei mentioned and wanted to see it for himself. Now, I no longer live there. Ever since this incident, I have felt somewhat frightened being alone. Tang Wei shook his head. Perhaps I can allow you to see your wife one last time. Really? Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Tang Wei sprang up from his seat in excitement. There is a 90% certainty. However, it will require payment. Lu Feng interjected. No problem. Money is no object. I must see her alive or dead. This was the final obsession that lingered in Tang Wei's heart. Thus, The three of them ventured under the moonlight to the community where Tang Wei resided. "What the dot? Why is it you again, driver?" Lu Feng exclaimed upon spotting a taxi at the alley's entrance, only to realize it was the same one that had driven them home a few days prior. "How would I know? Ever since I dropped you off, I have had to run to this cursed place several times a day." The bald driver lamented. "Oh, little brother, I see you have cut your long hair." The driver recognized them largely due to Chen Mo's distinctive appearance. Before long, they arrived at the community where Tang Wei rented. Just before getting out, Chen Mo pulled a folded triangular talisman from his pocket and handed it to the driver. "What is this, little brother?" "A peace talisman. It can protect you from calamity when necessary." "It is complimentary," Chen Mo added. The bald driver gratefully accepted the talisman but casually tossed it into the glove compartment. Once he turned away, he thought to himself, how could someone so young possess any real skills? Little did he know that this seemingly inconspicuous talisman would later save his life. Seeing the driver's demeanor, Lu Feng remarked, "You really gave him that for free. He seems rather skeptical. He has a connection to my fate. Perhaps we will meet again in the future." They arrived at the door of Tang Wei's rented apartment. The building featured a standard layout of one staircase serving two households, with a notably spacious entrance. "Your rented place is quite generous." Upon entering the room, Lu Feng could not help but exclaim. With 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, it must be over 200 square meters. The decor is quite nice as well. Even the furniture appears to be of high quality. Did you not find it suspicious that the rent was so low? The more Lu Feng observed, the more he felt something was amiss. In this location, one could barely secure a 1-bedroom apartment for such a price. At that time, I was merely swayed by the low price and did not consider other factors. Tang Wei scratched his head absent-mindedly. Realizing he had no hair, the feng shui here seems off. Chen Mo took out a compass, but the needle kept wavering. The original layout should not have been like this. It appears the feng shui has been altered. Chen Mo's explanation suddenly triggered a memory for Tang Wei, who slapped his forehead and said, "Now that you mention it, the landlord did mention something about it. The window's position was not originally here. He modified it later. Was the original position over there?" Chen Mo pointed to a location inquiringly. "Yes, that is it." Tang Wei was curious about how Chen Mo knew. "That explains everything." "Explain what?" Lu Feng was left in a fog. Originally, the feng shui of this room was quite normal, but with that alteration, the position of the life-giving entrance, where the window was located, has now become a wall, effectively sealing off the life-giving entrance. Chen Mo offered a brief explanation to the two. Chapter 13. The Paper Figurine's Enlightenment. Even the doors for opening and resting have been sealed. Are you suggesting this place is a haunted house? Lu Feng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Chen Mo did not deny it but continued to observe the surroundings of the room. Wood belongs to trees, copper swords belong to metal, bloodstone belongs to earth, this lychee painting belongs to fire. We are merely missing the final element of water. Chen Mo muttered to himself as he examined the items. Are these objects all yours? Chen Mo pointed to the items he had just mentioned. Not at all. Those were all left behind by the landlord, who specifically instructed me not to move anything. Quite intriguing. Where is that paper figurine you mentioned? Chen Mo turned to ask. Hearing this, Tang Wei walked toward a small room behind him and soon returned with a paper figurine in his arms. This is identical to the ones in my shop. Before Tang Wei could even set it down, Lu Feng interjected. Yet, when Tang Wei turned the figurine to reveal its face, Lu Feng was taken aback and shocked. My goodness. Why does its face look so lifelike? It truly resembles a face peeled from a living person. Lu Feng recalled Chen Mo's earlier description in the shop, and now witnessing it firsthand confirmed the eerie resemblance. The features of the paper figure strikingly resemble those of a real person, with the sole distinction being the absence of dark pupils in its eyes, evoking an indescribable sense of eeriness. This is derived from a human face. Chen Mo's voice was remarkably calm, yet his words sent a shiver down the spines of Lu Feng and his companion. How could this be? Look at the face. There isn't the slightest gap between it and the paper figure. If one observes closely, it becomes evident that the features are merely painted on, though the artistry is astonishingly lifelike. After speaking, Lu Feng even reached out to touch it. Chen Mo disregarded his skepticism and busily retrieved a brush from his canvas bag, the brush appearing quite tattered, with even the handle cracked. Chen Mo deftly painted in the missing dark pupils in the paper figure's eyes. What transpired next was nothing short of bizarre. The paper figure's features began to ooze a mysterious red liquid. What is this? Lu Feng, emboldened, dipped his finger in the unidentifiable liquid on the paper figure's face and brought it to his nose, only to be assaulted by a potent metallic scent of blood. Good heavens! This is human blood! Lu Feng could hardly believe it. How could a mere paper figure bleed? Still reeling from shock, he was utterly unprepared for what would happen next. The face that had been painted onto the paper figure began to peel away, as if the entire skin was being stripped off, the entire process appearing horrifically bloody. It's a skin mask. This scene reminded Lu Feng of a film he had once watched. Meanwhile, Tang Wei stood nearby, choked with emotion and rendered speechless. This is a skin transformation technique capable of imitating the scent of a living person, an ancient and forbidden practice that, logically, should have been lost to time. Are you so certain? What if someone has managed to pass it down? Chen Amo did not respond to Lu Feng's query. To his knowledge, this skin transformation technique was known only to his master, Chen Daoran, and even he had not learned it. A troubling thought began to take root in Chen Mo's mind. As the human skin detached from the paper figure's face, it shriveled up as if dehydrated. Now do you see clearly? This is what was peeled from her face, Chen Mo asked Tang Wei, who was beside himself with grief. Master, where is my wife now? Tang Wei wiped away his tears. Despite the piercing nature of Chen Mo's words, he still hoped to find his wife's body. You mentioned your wife heard a sound akin to a ball being bounced from upstairs some time ago? Chen Mo's response seemed to skirt the question. That's what she said, but I never heard it myself. Tang Wei replied honestly. Let's go take a look. That might not be feasible. I heard that the apartment above has been vacant for quite a while. And we can't get in, Tang Wei said, somewhat troubled. Are you certain there is no one inside? Lu Feng interjected. Absolutely. Last time we knocked for a long time. No one answered. Well, that simplifies things. Lu Feng produced a piece of wire from seemingly nowhere, waving it in front of them. Before leaving, Chen Mo deliberately shifted the position of the bloodstone in the entryway of the room. In the dead of night, the floor echoed only with the soft sounds of the three men's footsteps. The door to the upstairs room was thick with dust, indicating it had not been cleaned in ages. Lu Feng folded the wire and inserted it into the lock, bending down to press his ear against the door as the wire began to turn slowly. Soon, with a loud click that pierced the silence of the night, the door swung open. Lu Feng stood up, only to find both men regarding him with peculiar looks. Don't get the wrong idea. I often forget my keys when I go out, and every time I have to call a locksmith. Over time, I picked up a few tricks. Let us go inside and take a look. Creak, creak. Perhaps due to the lack of habitation, the hinges emitted a jarring screech as Chen Mo pushed the door open just wide enough for a person to pass through. The layout was nearly identical to Tang Wei's apartment below, with the furniture covered in white cloth to prevent dust accumulation. What are we looking for here? Lu Feng inquired. If any rituals were performed here, there should be traces left behind. What? Rituals? Lu Feng could hardly comprehend Chen Mo's response. As Chen Mo moved toward the bedroom, Lu Feng and the others followed. However, upon entering the bedroom, they were met with a shocking sight. The bedroom window was wide open, the sheer curtains fluttering in the breeze. And on the floor lay 4 paper figures, all facing the door, appearing especially eerie in the moonlight. As soon as they entered, their eyes met, and the paper figures seemed almost alive, glaring resentfully at the 3 of them. Damn it! We've stumbled into a nest of paper figures. Lu Feng was thoroughly startled by the scene and was about to kick one of the figures. Don't. Before Chen Mo could finish, Lu Feng had already kicked one to the ground. What's wrong? Lu Feng asked, puzzled. This is a formation. The reason we heard sounds resembling a ball bouncing from downstairs was due to this formation at work. I intended to reverse engineer it to find out who was behind this, but your kick has rendered it completely ineffective. What do we do now? Chen Mo's reply made Lu Feng feel a surge of guilt. Can we locate the owner of this room? That might require asking the security guards in the morning to see if they know anything. Tang Wei responded. Leave it to me. I'll take care of this. In an effort to atone for his earlier mistake, Lu Feng took it upon himself. Chapter 14. The eerie room after a long night. At Tang Wei's suggestion, the two decided to rest in his home. I'm sorry, but the other bedrooms are filled with clutter. You'll have to squeeze in a bit. Tang Wei offered up the bedroom while he took the sofa in the living room. The night was humid and warm, and Lu Feng tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Glancing over, he noticed a concrete stool by the window and without hesitation, lay down on it. This is much cooler. Finally, I can get a good night's sleep. Before long, the room was filled with Lu Feng's snoring. Meanwhile, Chinamo was unable to sleep due to thoughts of the paper figures, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Why has this forbidden technique, known only to my master, appeared here? How did I end up here? So many questions begged for answers, and it seemed that only by finding Chun Dao Ren could he unravel it all. Chenamo silently vowed to locate his master as soon as possible. The next morning, Lu Feng, still in a deep sleep, was forcibly awakened by Chenamo to gather information. Coincidentally, they encountered a security guard at the door, who was changing shifts, and Lu Feng quickly approached him with pleasantries. "Oh, sir, just off duty?" After changing into his security uniform, Zhao Zhuangming regarded the unfamiliar face in front of him but replied politely, "Well, sir, I just moved in a few days ago and I'm not quite familiar with the area. Do you happen to know where I can get breakfast?" Lu Feng added, proffering a cigarette. "You turn right out of here. Go 2 blocks, then left. That's where all the breakfast spots are. I'm a bit directionally challenged. Would you mind showing me the way? I just got off my shift, having worked all night, and I still need to catch up on sleep." Lu Feng observed the guard's expression, thinking to himself, "Come on, you've worked all night and you don't even have dark circles under your eyes. You must have been sleeping in the security room." However, he kept this observation to himself and stuffed a pack of cigarettes, from which he had only smoked 2, into Zhao Zhuangming's hands. "Just help me out, and I'll treat you to breakfast." How about that? To be honest, Zhao Zhuangming had little interest in breakfast, but considering the cigarettes Lu Feng had given him, he agreed to lead him. During their walk, Lu Feng engaged Zhao Zhuangming in light conversation. "By the way, Zhao, I live in Building 3, Apartment 402. Feel free to drop by sometime." Lu Feng mentioned the very apartment above Tang Wei Est. Zhao Zhuangming, who had been joking with Lu Feng, suddenly turned tense upon hearing this. "You said you live where?" Zhao Zhuangming confirmed with a furrowed brow. Lu Feng repeated the address, and Zhao Zhuangming's face visibly paled. "What's the matter, sir? Are you feeling unwell?" Lu Feng was concerned the old man might collapse before him. Leaving him with no way to explain, Zhao Zhuangming hurriedly returned the cigarettes Lu Feng had just given him. "The breakfast spots are just ahead. You can go on your own with that," he hastened back. Lu Feng was left bewildered by this sudden turn of events and quickly followed after him. "What is wrong, Zhao? Why this sudden change of heart? You, a dying man, should just stay away from me. I fear being tainted by your misfortune." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng was immediately displeased. "Who curses someone to death upon first meeting? Hey, Zhao, what do you mean by that? Speak clearly." Lu Feng rushed forward to grab Zhao Zhuangming's arm. "Let me go." Zhao Zhuangming struggled to shake Lu Feng off, but his age was no match for the vigor of youth, and despite his reddened face, he couldn't break free. "If you don't clarify things, you not leaving today." Lu Feng's stubbornness flared up. Seeing he could not outmaneuver the young man before him, Zhao Zhuangming sighed and relented. "Fine. I'll tell you, so you don't end up clueless about how you meet your end." Zhao Zhuangming pulled a cigarette from the pack Lu Feng had just returned and swiftly smoked it down to the nub before continuing. "Didn't you notice that apartment has been uninhabited for a long time? Is it not quite normal to struggle to find suitable tenants?" Lu Feng believed this did not signify much. It was due to the fact that someone had died in that house, and no one dared to rent it. "No worries, I am quite bold. As long as the rent is affordable, it will suffice." Lu Feng lied nonchalantly. 10 people died. "How many did you say?" Lu Feng thought he had misheard and confirmed once more. "There have been 10 deaths in the room you currently occupy." Zhao Zhuangming articulated each word clearly. "What exactly happened? Uncle Zhao, please tell me in detail." After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Zhuangming finally sighed and said, "All right, I shall share this with you. If it saves your life, it could be a way for me to accumulate some good karma. This tale began 5 years ago when the community was newly established, and I came here to work as a security guard. You should know that many property owners often ask security personnel to assist in renting out their units, but I never expected such occurrences in a high-end community like ours. I remember that morning vividly. I had just finished my shift when a man wearing a cap and a mask approached me, asking for help in renting out his property, offering me a 20 commission. Eager to earn that money, I agreed, and before long, the house was rented out, but strange events began to unfold one after another. The tenant was a high-ranking executive at a nearby company. Initially, everything seemed normal, and we would exchange greetings when we crossed paths. However, things took a turn for the worse. I noticed her complexion deteriorating rapidly. At first, I thought she was simply overworked, but soon she became emaciated. Unable to hold back, I kindly suggested she take care of her health, but just 2 days later, I heard that she had hanged herself at home. Was it due to work-related stress? I could understand one case. But the subsequent 9 tenants all took their lives in the same manner. According to those who were present at the scene, each individual had their eyes wide open, filled with terror, as if they had witnessed something horrifying. How sinister! Did the landlord not invite anyone to investigate? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhuangming's brow furrowed even tighter. Don't even mention it. Ever since I helped him rent out the house, the landlord has vanished as if he never existed. We cannot reach him. Not even the police can find him to inquire about the situation. Suddenly, Zhao Zhuangming seemed to recall something and fixed his gaze on Lu Feng, asking, by the way, if the landlord is unreachable, how did you manage to rent this house? Realizing he was about to be exposed, Lu Feng quickly concocted an excuse to make his escape. Back at Tang Wei's residence, Lu Feng relayed every detail he had uncovered to Chen Mo. No wonder the house was so saturated with resentment. But didn't they all commit suicide by hanging? How could there be any lingering resentment? Lu Feng queried, perplexed, in my opinion. Something must have compelled them to take their own lives. Right? Isn't there another household across from the one above? Perhaps we should inquire there for any leads. Chapter 15. The malevolent spirit. When Lu Feng knocked on the door, it was opened by a stooped, wrinkled elder. Who are you looking for? The elderly woman instinctively became wary upon seeing 3 unfamiliar men at her doorstep. Please do not be alarmed, ma'am. We are your downstairs neighbors. The ceiling below has been leaking for several days, and we wondered if the pipes upstairs might be broken. After knocking for quite some time without a response, we thought to ask if you know the owner of that apartment. Lu Feng lied without a hint of embarrassment. Ah, you mean Li Bo? He hasn't returned in quite a while. The old woman's words provided a clue, prompting them to press further. So, you know him? Of course, I do. I was the one who helped him rent out his property. But the security guard downstairs said he was the one who introduced the tenants. Lu Feng was confused, as this contradicted the information he had gathered. The elderly woman scoffed, that coward? Ever since someone died in that house, he has been too scared to earn any money from it. However, I have gradually introduced 8 or 9 tenants since then. Do you know that those tenants have all died? Lu Feng asked cautiously. Of course, nowadays, young people face immense pressure. It is quite common for a few to be unable to cope. The old woman displayed an indifferent demeanor. Do you have his contact information? I do not. He usually comes to find me. Sometimes he visits every 2 to 3 months, and other times, he may not return for half a year. The 3 men exchanged helpless glances, feeling frustrated that they had almost grasped the lead only for it to slip away again. If you truly wish to find him, you could try Bai Yu Huating. I believe I heard him mention that he currently resides there. What is Bai Yu Huating? Lu Feng pondered for a moment before exclaiming. I recall now. Bai Yu Huating is one of the most prestigious villa districts in the city, where the residents are reportedly all multimillionaires. With this new information, the trio immediately took a taxi to the location the elderly woman had mentioned. Even though they knew it was a villa district, they were still taken aback by the sight before them. The 2 grand gates of the community towered 2 to 3 stories high, and 2 middle-aged men, standing around 1.8 meters tall, guarded the entrance, exuding an air of authority. Lu Feng, somehow donning a delivery rider's uniform and carrying a takeout order, swaggered toward them. Hello, delivery is not permitted inside. One of the security guards spoke in a deep voice. Lu Feng obediently stood aside, pretending to make a phone call. Brother, no one is answering this phone. Could you possibly make an exception and let me deliver it? I am sorry, but we have regulations here. The guard flatly refused. Could you help me call the owner? Otherwise, I might receive a complaint. After some contemplation, the guard finally agreed to his request. He found out that Li Bo resided in Building 14, but given the circumstances, it seemed they would have to devise another plan to enter at night. Lu Feng shared the information he had just gathered while posing as a delivery person with Chen Mo. Master Chen, may I ask how the person we are looking for is connected to my wife's disappearance? Tang Wei voiced the question that had been on his mind. The paper effigy on your bed and the one in his room were created by the same hand. As for their connection, we must find this person to uncover the truth. Li Bo is our only lead. Chen Mo explained, which was a rare moment of clarity from him. Lu Feng felt as though the person beside him was not a Taoist priest but rather a detective. In the dead of night, Chen Mo and Lu Feng evaded the security patrols, and under Tang Wei's cover, they stealthily slipped into the villa district. Lu Feng had previously surveyed the layout of the entire area. Building 14, where Li Bo resided, was just a short distance from the main gate. Within minutes, they arrived at the front of Building 14. Isn't it nice to be wealthy? Lu Feng marveled at the impressive house before him. Chen Imo took a cursory glance. The house had 3 stories, and only one room on the left side of the 3rd floor was still illuminated. After inquiring, he learned that Li Bo lived alone. Lu Feng also gazed up at the room with the light on. Why don't you show off the skills you displayed yesterday? Chen Imo pointed to the lock on the door before retrieving the piece of wire Lu Feng had used from his tattered bag. You kept that? Lu Feng expressed disbelief. Isn't it useful now? I suppose I shall embarrass myself then. After some effort, Lu Feng tossed the wire onto the ground. This lock is too advanced. I can't open it. Lu Feng looked at Chen Imo with a face full of helplessness. What now? Bang, bang, bang. Chen Imo responded directly with action, raising his hand to knock on the door of Building 14. If stealth was ineffective, then they would confront him openly. Chen Imo had initially intended to sneak in quietly to search for clues, but it seemed they would have to question him directly. Moments later, the door slowly opened. A frail, middle-aged man sat in a wheelchair, scrutinizing the 2 strangers before him. Perhaps due to his prolonged use of the wheelchair, the man's legs had withered to the size of his arms. Who are you? Are you Li Bo? Do we know each other? For some reason, the young man carrying the tattered bag gave him an oppressive feeling. Chun Mo's eyes were sharp as an eagle's, fixated on Li Bo, and after a lengthy pause, he spoke slowly. The taste of sacrificing the living to prolong your own life must be quite unpleasant. Chun Mo's words caused Li Bo's face to change dramatically, and he hurriedly retorted, Where did this madman come from? What nonsense are you spouting? He made a move to retrieve his phone, preparing to call security. How many more times can your body endure? Mind your own business, Li Bo nearly shouted this phrase. Observing Li Bo's furious demeanor, Chen Imo calmly smiled, and just as Li Bo was about to dial, he continued, You probably haven't had a decent night's sleep in days. How do you know that? Lu Feng chimed in, observing the man's facial expression, which indicated he had been tormented by malevolent spirits, with a palpable aura of death surrounding him. Upon hearing this, Li Bo ended the call he had just initiated, and the corners of his mouth quivered slightly, all of which did not escape Chun Mo's keen observation. Who are you two? What do you want? Who we are is of little importance. What truly matters is my ability to assist you in dispelling the stagnant energy within you. Chapter 16. Defying Destiny to Extend Life. During the nights of late, have you not felt as though a multitude surrounds you, whispering in your ears, yet upon opening your eyes, nothing is there? Li Bo instinctively nodded. In a few days, they shall come to claim your life. Chen Imo spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his words nearly caused Li Bo, seated in his wheelchair, to topple to the ground. Master, please, help me. Li Bo had come to realize that the young man before him possessed genuine skills. At the very least, what he had said thus far was accurate. I can assist you, but there are certain truths I hope you will disclose to me. Li Bo nodded repeatedly, eager to comply. Under his guidance, Chen Imo and the others entered the villa. Goodness, this house is enormous. The moment he stepped inside, Lu Feng was astounded by the opulence before him. The villa was resplendent, its decor exquisitely luxurious. The furnishings and adornments were predominantly from the world's leading brands, and a lift had been installed in the living room for ease of movement between floors. Are you truly the only occupant of such a vast villa? Lu Feng had found it peculiar during his inquiries that such a grand residence housed only Li Bo. Lu Feng's question caused Li Bo's expression to darken slightly. All my family have perished. I am the sole survivor. Lu Feng fell into a prolonged silence upon hearing this, until Li Bo broke the oppressive atmosphere. You see, in our conversation, I neglected to offer tea to the two of you. Li Bo maneuvered his wheelchair toward the kitchen, and Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Just as he was about to step forward to assist, Chen Imo grasped his arm, pulling him back. Do not be deceived. His family met their demise due to his desperate attempts to extend his life. Chun Mo's words left Lu Feng bewildered, prompting him to inquire, What exactly do you mean by extending life? Seizing the opportunity while Li Bo was absent, Chun Imo began to elucidate. This individual bears a visage marked by an inward collapse, with a short and askew philtrum. Most importantly, the color of his life gate is exceedingly dark, indicative of a short lifespan. Yet he has survived until now, which can only imply that someone is forcibly prolonging his existence. Nonsense. Is there truly such a thing as extending life? This notion reminded Lu Feng of the scene in Journey to the West where Sun Wukong adds years to someone's life in the underworld, causing him to display skepticism. The so-called extension of life does not simply add years. Rather, it entails diverting impending calamities through means that allow others to shield him, thereby enabling him to evade disaster. Are you suggesting that his family members were used as shields against misfortune? Chen Imo nodded and continued. Even those 10 individuals who perished at Huifeng Garden are likely connected to him. Lu Feng was taken aback by the ruthlessness of the seemingly frail man before him. What should we do now? You shall soon find out. May we see your bedroom? Chen Imo addressed Li Bo, who had just emerged from the kitchen. Li Bo instinctively wanted to refuse, but realizing the necessity of Chen Mo's assistance for his own issues, he reluctantly acquiesced. The three entered the elevator in the living room, and for the first time, Chen Imo found himself riding in such a contraption, prompting his curiosity as he surveyed the surroundings. Lu Feng, fearing that Li Bo might become suspicious, quickly interjected, masters typically live in seclusion in remote mountains. It is entirely normal for them to be unfamiliar with such things. Upon entering the room, Lu Feng could not suppress a shiver. Why is it so cold in here? What temperature is the air conditioning set to? He felt as though an icy chill had penetrated his very bones, instinctively tightening the sleeves of his shirt. I don't feel cold at all. Besides, I haven't turned on the air conditioning, Li Bo replied with a look of helplessness. Lu Feng turned to Chen Imo, about to inquire about the situation, when Chen Imo spoke up. This is due to the multitude of vengeful spirits in this room. The entire atmosphere is suffused with negative energy, causing a typical person to feel an intense chill upon entry. How is it that he feels nothing? Lu Feng pointed to Li Bo in the wheelchair. Initially, there weren't this many vengeful spirits, nor was the negative energy so potent. Since he has spent so much time in this room, he has become almost desensitized to the influx of negative energy over time. As the vengeful spirits gradually increased, so too did the encroaching negative energy, yet he has long ceased to notice it akin to the tail of the frog in boiling water. Lu Feng recalled a story he had encountered during his school days, quite akin to that notion. After listening to their exchange, Li Bo's face turned pale with fear, nearly causing him to slip from his wheelchair. Master, is there still hope for me? Li Bo's voice trembled with desperation. When you sought to defy fate and extend your life, you ought to have anticipated such outcomes. However, since fate has brought us together, I will not turn a blind eye. Yet, I must clarify that my services come at a steep price, extremely steep. Lu Feng wondered if it was merely his imagination, but in just a few days, Chen Imo had transformed into a figure as obsessed with wealth as himself. Money is not an issue. Chen Imo had anticipated Li Bo's response. There is one more matter. Inform me of who is behind the living sacrifices to prolong your life. You need not continue to conceal the truth. That individual has likely vanished by now, or else the negative energy surrounding you would not have persisted unresolved to this day. Chen Mo's words pierced through Li Bo's heart like a dagger. Very well, I shall reveal everything to you. At this moment, Li Bo resembled a deflated balloon. Several years ago, I encountered a wandering Taoist who, like you, discerned my short-lived visage at first glance. At that time, I was skeptical of such things, yet subsequent events in my life unfolded precisely as he had foretold, including the onset of this peculiar illness. Li Bo weakly struck his paralyzed legs. He then divulged the method. By providing the birthdates of blood relatives, he could perform a ritual to shield me from disaster. Initially, I refused. After all, those are my own flesh and blood. Yet later, upon succumbing to this strange ailment, I was compelled to comply with his wishes to survive. Am I mistaken? Chen Imo, having spent over 20 years at Qing Dynasty Temple, had not engaged much with others, yet he recalled a saying from the Taoist: human hearts can sometimes be more terrifying than ghosts. This was a truth Chen Imo held close to his heart. I did not wish for this, however. I have fought tooth and nail to build my family legacy, and I refuse to relinquish it to my descendants without a struggle. Li Bo's eyes reddened, and he shouted hoarsely. Thus, the deaths of your family members are all at your hands. Chen Imo stated this fact with an expression devoid of emotion. Chapter 17. An Eye for an Eye. Chen Mo's words caused Li Bo to bow his head in defeat before the two of them. What about the 10 individuals who perished at Huifeng Garden? Lu Feng had been pondering this question. In the end, I lost all my relatives, but that Taoist insisted that my calamity remained. The only way to resolve it was to use the souls of 5 men and 5 women to craft puppets to shield me from misfortune. According to him, the crafted puppets could only provide protection once, and there were specific requirements regarding the birth dates of these individuals. They had to be born during the Yin hour. Thus, it took until now to gather enough. How did those individuals meet their demise? Lu Feng did not believe the security guard's claims that they had all committed suicide by hanging. I am not privy to the specifics. My role was merely to identify suitable individuals and ensure they rented that apartment. Everything else was handled by that Taoist. However, I overheard him mention nightmares and paper figures. What connection does the apartment downstairs have to you? Lu Feng eagerly inquired. Libo pondered for a moment before responding. Now that you mention it, that apartment was purchased on the advice of that Taoist, who also instructed me to alter the room's layout according to his specifications. Afterward, I lost track of it, but I heard that it was eventually rented out. The landlord mentioned by Tang Wei is the very Taoist in question. Lu Feng turned to Chen Imo, and suddenly, the clues they had gathered began to connect. I have shared all I know. I beg you, please save me, that is a given. You both should vacate this room. The negative energy here is too dense. After dismissing the two, Chen Imo stepped into the bedroom alone. Unaware that the moment he crossed the threshold, a faint crimson glow began to emanate from his back, forming the faint outline of a human figure. Meanwhile, dark energy gradually surged into the room from all sides, causing the pattern on Chen Mo's back to become somewhat clearer. However, Chen Mo remained oblivious to this subtle occurrence. One figure by the window, another on the bed, and 2 within the wardrobe, rest assured. As long as you do not harm others, I will not eliminate you. As for your desire for vengeance, that is of no concern to me. Should an outsider witness this scene, they would undoubtedly deem Chen Mo a madman. Conversing with an empty room, as soon as the words left his mouth, a sudden chill swept through the previously sealed bedroom, gently caressing Chen Mo as though some entity were responding to his prior utterances. After exiting the room, Chen Mo retrieved a talisman from his tattered bag, incinerating it into ash before instructing Li Bo to mix it with water and consume it. The moment the liquid entered Li Bo's stomach, he felt a tumultuous upheaval within, as if something were desperately striving to burst forth. With a violent retch, a viscous mass of black liquid erupted from his mouth, reminiscent of long-soaked muck from a pond, exuding a potent stench that compelled Lu Feng to pinch his nose and retreat. What on earth is this? Lu Feng inquired. This is a foul substance resulting from the prolonged accumulation of yin energy within his body. If left unchecked, it could pose a grave threat to his life, Chen Mo explained. As he spoke, a talisman materialized in his hand, and with a swift flick of his wrist, the paper ignited into flames. He promptly tossed the burning talisman into the pool of black liquid, which ignited like gasoline, producing an eerie green flame. After some time, Li Bo regained his composure, gazing at the remnants on the floor with a sense of nausea. I feel significantly better now. After expelling the foulness, he could distinctly sense a change within his body. In gratitude, he even offered to pay double. On their way back, Lu Feng suddenly recalled something and turned to Chen Mo, asking, by the way, did you manage to address the ghost in his room? No, he only requested my assistance with the yin energy within him, not the ghost, Chen Mo replied with an innocent expression. Lu Feng couldn't shake the feeling that this seemingly naive Taoist was, in fact, more cunning than himself. After the two departed, Li Bo, pushing his wheelchair, was about to return to his room for rest when he opened the door, only to be enveloped by a bone-chilling cold. Instinctively, he tried to retreat, but the penetrating chill rendered him gradually unconscious. When he awoke again, he found himself bound tightly to the bed with ropes. Initially, he suspected extortion, but after calling out fruitlessly, he realized something was amiss. His captor was likely not human. At that moment, a familiar face appeared before him, mere inches away, his deceased son, whom he had pushed from the 15th floor, leaving him grotesquely mangled and brain matter splattered everywhere. The visage before him was a bloody mask. The nose collapsed to a flat surface due to a broken bridge, and a dent in the skull from which a white fluid oozed. Ah! Li Bo screamed in terror, feeling a warm flow escape from his pants. The ghost, seemingly oblivious to his distress, seized a lamp from the bedside table and struck Li Bo's nose with it, causing blood to gush forth. Yet, the specter was not satisfied, delivering blow after blow until Li Bo's face was a gruesome mess. During this ordeal, he attempted to scream for help, but his throat felt clogged, suppressing any sound. Now you resemble me, the ghost grinned, a stench of decay emanating from its mouth, revealing a few indistinct teeth. With that, it swung down with ferocity towards Li Bo's head. Li Bo's next awakening was prompted by the pain from his facial wounds. Upon opening his eyes, he found the ghostly visage had vanished, prompting a sigh of relief. However, just as he prepared to flee, he noticed a woman seated beside his bed, clad in a striking red gown. "Sun Pan?" Li Bo stammered, the silhouette reminiscent of his deceased wife. "You've recognized me even in this state. It seems you truly love me," she said, turning her head towards him while her body remained turned away. Chapter 18. The Lame King. A sudden gust of malevolent wind swept through the window. Thud, thud. The eerie sounds resonated through the night, as the woman's limbs appeared to detach like they were glued, falling one by one until only her torso and head remained, resembling a grotesque chimera. "If you love me so much, why have you reduced me to this?" Tears of blood streamed from her hollow eye sockets. "Did you know how much I suffered when you severed my body, piece by piece? Now, I shall return the favor." With that, her severed arms floated upward, clutching a gleaming kitchen knife. The following morning, as Lu Feng returned from purchasing breakfast, he discovered a crowd gathered in front of Li Bo's villa, with a police car blaring its siren nearby. What has happened? He wondered, eager to join the commotion, yet was blocked at the entrance by a security guard. "This is my friend's home. What transpired here?" After the guard changed shifts, Lu Feng felt safe from recognition. "Word has it that the owner met a gruesome fate last night." "How gruesome?" Lu Feng's curiosity piqued. According to other residents, the man had been dismembered, his blood drained, resembling desiccated beef, with his face unrecognizable as if crushed by a steamroller, even his eyes gouged out, ultimately hung at his front door. Lu Feng gasped in horror. "Do you know what he was hung with?" The security guard posed a riddle. Lu Feng shook his head. He was eviscerated, and his own entrails were used to suspend him. Lu Feng contemplated the potential vengeance from the spirits Li Bo had wronged, never imagining the extent of his brutal fate. Unbeknownst to him, these were merely the methods Li Bo had employed to eliminate them. "Now return to him in kind. Chinamo, I have grave news. Li Bo is dead." Upon arriving at the shop, Lu Feng eagerly relayed the information to Chinamo, who was setting up his stall. Yet, Chan Mo's expression revealed little surprise, as if he had anticipated this outcome. He was born under an ill-fated star. Living this long was already defying destiny, he remarked, arranging his wares. "What now?" With Li Bo's death, "Our leads have vanished, and we have yet to locate Tang Wei's wife's body," Lu Feng lamented. "Who says the leads have vanished? Did Li Bo not divulge information yesterday?" Chinamo countered. Lu Feng racked his brain but found no useful clues. "Someone will come seeking us," Chinamo stated nonchalantly. Shortly thereafter, Lu Feng noticed a limping old man approaching from the alley, leaning heavily on a cane. As the figure drew nearer, Lu Feng discerned that the wiry elder's penetrating gaze was intimidating. Clad in an ill-fitting Taoist robe that emitted a peculiar, unpleasant odor, without hesitation, the old man began to strike Chan Mo's stall with his cane, exclaiming, "You lot have disrupted my formation." Before Chen Mo could respond, Lu Feng sprang up, snatching the cane from the old man's grasp and flinging it 10 meters away. "Who do you think you are, attempting to pull a fast one on me?" Lu Feng demanded. Wrinkling his nose at the old man, Chinamo looked on, astonished by Lu Feng's brazen demeanor. "I saw someone posting slogans about respecting the elderly just yesterday," Chinamo remarked. "Him? An ungrateful old fool," Lu Feng retorted, immediately sensing the man's malevolence. The old man, taken aback by Lu Feng's aggression, stood dumbfounded for a moment before exclaiming, "You little brat, do you know who I am?" Enraged, the old man continued, "Since you are the one who set up the 5 elements formation, you must also be the mastermind behind the paper effigy to ward off disaster. Do you understand that such actions go against the natural order?" Fearing Lu Feng might lose control, Chinamo interjected, "Your tone suggests you consider yourself a fellow practitioner?" The old man was taken aback to discover that this young man was also a Taoist. "As a colleague, I advise you to mind your own business. You may inquire about my reputation as the lame king in the community. Those in our circle give me due respect. Don't narrow your own path." "The lame king? What sort of achievement is it to reign among the lame? Let us see if you can match your skills against me." Under normal circumstances, Lu Feng would have shown compassion towards such marginalized individuals. But this old man immediately struck him as detestable. "You brat. It seems you truly seek your demise." The lame king fumed, and with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, he produced 3 silver needles from his robe pocket. By the time Lu Feng reacted, the needles were mere inches from him. Just when Lu Feng thought he was about to fall into the old man's trap, a copper coin suddenly whizzed past him. Clink! The crisp sound of 3 strikes rang in Lu Feng's ears as the silver needles before him fell apart. Huh? Clearly, the old man had not anticipated this turn of events. It would not do to engage with an ordinary person. "Oh? I didn't expect you to possess some skills. No wonder you were able to dismantle my formation. You dare call that a formation? Even a 3-year-old could unravel it." Although he was outmatched, Lu Feng's tongue was far from idle. "However, since you are aware of the 5 elements formation, you should also comprehend its purpose. Consider this a warning. If you dare to disturb my affairs again, I, Wang Pingjing, will ensure that our conflict is unending." Wang Pingjing spat his threats before limping away, pausing midway to retrieve the cane Lu Feng had discarded on the ground. "Finally, he's gone. How long has it been since that old man bathed? He reeks." Lu Feng waved his hand vigorously to disperse the foul air. "This stench of decay is akin to that which lingers around the dead. It seems this Taoist has committed numerous unspeakable acts. So, what now? I must cleanse the lineage of my master." A rare flash of anger crossed Chen Mo's eyes. Sensing Chen Mo's potential for reckless action, Lu Feng quickly interjected, "Don't do anything foolish in our era. Murder is a crime." Lu Feng was concerned that Chen Mo did not grasp the contemporary laws. After all, in the Tang dynasty, murder was also punishable by law. Chapter 19. Cement concealing corpses, close the door and head to Tang Wei's house. "It's barely 9 in the morning, and you're already shutting up shop. Am I to abandon my business?" Despite his complaints, Lu Feng obediently lowered the roll-up door. The old man certainly had some skill. "Finding us so quickly, I tossed a card with your name in his room. Should he discover that his formation has been disrupted, he will undoubtedly come across that card," Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. Lu Feng looked at Chen Mo, somewhat speechless, pondering. "With such provocation, are you not concerned about retribution from a larger force? By the way, what was this 5 elements formation you mentioned earlier?" Lu Feng was hearing of it for the first time. His curiosity piqued. Those who practice Taoism must contend with one of 5 flaws or 3 deficiencies. His limp signifies the flaw of disability. This formation is said to possess the power to defy fate and heal his affliction, restoring him to normalcy. Yet, every action demands a price. The 10 individuals who previously committed suicide were not merely sacrifices to shield Li Bo from calamity. They served as a vital ingredient in his 5 elements formation. With Tang Wei's wife, Li Dan, being the most crucial element. "What do you mean?" Lu Feng hesitated to voice his thoughts. "Where is her body now?" "It remains in the apartment rented by Tang Wei and the others." "Impossible. If the corpse were still there, it would have begun to smell by now," Lu Feng expressed disbelief. "You'll find out shortly." Since Tang Wei no longer resided in Huifeng Garden, Lu Feng had to call him to join them. Upon entering the room, a foul odor quickly assaulted their nostrils. "What happened? It didn't smell like this the last time we were here." Lu Feng turned his gaze towards Tang Wei, whose expression mirrored his confusion. "I have no idea. I haven't stayed here since you left. This is the stench of decay," Chen Mo stated, causing Tang Wei to lose his composure. "Master Chen, what do you mean by the stench of decay?" "I searched this house meticulously. There is no body of my wife within. The reason you can't find it is that an array has obscured your senses." Tang Wei was skeptical of such a technique, prompting Lu Feng to recount the events involving the limping Taoist. After listening, Tang Wei remained silent for a long moment before speaking. "Are you saying the owner of this house is a Taoist who rented it to us at a low price to use my wife's life for his nefarious purposes? The seemingly random items scattered around are actually the focal points of his formation. The other 4 elements of the 5 elements formation are present, and your wife represents the water element. Being a pure in person, she is invaluable to him. And where is the body now?" Despite the pervasive stench, it was impossible to discern its source. Chen Mo retrieved an ancient wooden compass from his tattered bag, its surface worn and riddled with wormholes. "Why are your belongings always in such disrepair?" Lu Feng could not contain his curiosity. Chen Mo merely rolled his eyes in response, fixated on the compass. Chen Imo muttered incantations. Lu Feng leaned closer, attempting to decipher the words, but they eluded him. Suddenly, the compass's spinning needle came to a halt, pointing decisively in a direction. The body is in the bedroom? Lu Feng observed the room indicated by the compass, the very one he had slept in days prior. Upon entering the bedroom, they found it completely empty. No body to be seen. Is your compass broken? Lu Feng questioned as he surveyed the vacant room, which did not seem like a suitable hiding place. Chinamo examined the surroundings before slowly gesturing towards the windowed eye in there. The location Chinamo indicated was the bay window where Lu Feng had lain just days ago. A troubling thought crossed his mind. You mean the body is within this concrete pedestal? Lu Feng shivered, horrified at the realization that he had unknowingly slept atop a corpse. Chinamo nodded in affirmation. Lu Feng felt his legs weaken. Had it not been for a nearby stool, he would have collapsed to the floor. That deceased cripple was truly a monster, capable of such heinous acts. Watch me report him to the authorities. As Lu Feng prepared to make the call, Chinamo intervened. Without evidence, the police won't apprehend him. Despite coming from ancient times, Chinamo understood that everything required substantiation, so, what now? We must lure him into a trap. Chenmo outlined his plan, leaving Lu Feng somewhat skeptical as he regarded him. Will this actually work? Others may be unpredictable, but he will undoubtedly fall for it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Wang Jingping, having just swindled a wealthy family and filled his coffers, was now enjoying fine wine in a high-end KTV, with a voluptuous beauty on each arm. Master Wang, with your remarkable abilities, could you predict when I will strike it rich? One of the women cooed, her thigh pressing against him. Wang Jingping, stirred by her advances, was ready to indulge when the door to the private room swung open. Yet, there was nothing outside, only a chilling breeze. Just a draft. Let us continue. As he prepared to resume, the lights in the room abruptly went out. Perfect, the dark ambience enhances the mood. It's that moment. Wang Jingping's true nature was laid bare. The pious faade of the Taoist was merely a guise. And now he was simply a creature driven by primal instincts. Like a hungry tiger, he pounced on one of the women, initially eliciting soft moans. However, as time passed, he noticed an unsettling silence enveloping the space, leaving only the sound of his own breathing echoing within the room. Growing increasingly perplexed, he grabbed his phone to illuminate the area, only to reveal not a beautiful woman, but a paper effigy resembling Li Dan. The effigy, adorned with her face, seemed to come alive, glaring at him with malicious intent. Wang Jingping was so taken aback by this sudden turn of events that he felt his strength drain away. Chapter 20. The Corpse Sutra. What the hell? What is happening? Who is playing tricks on me? Wang Jingping bellowed, but no one answered. His two companions had vanished without a trace. I know. It must be that brat who disrupted my formation. Wang Jingping was no fool. He quickly deduced that Chinamo and Lu Feng were behind this. You've got guts, daring to act against me. I won't hold back. Little did he know, he had walked right into the trap set by Chinamo. Upon exiting the KTV, Wang Jingping did not head to Lu Feng's shop, but instead made his way to the apartment he had rented to Tang Wei. Under the moonlight, he produced a key and effortlessly unlocked the door. He strode purposefully towards the bedroom, setting his sights on the concrete pedestal that Chinamo had indicated that day. Seemingly out of nowhere, a jackhammer appeared in his hand, and he began to chisel away at the concrete. After some time, he unearthed a large plastic bag, revealing the very body that Tang Wei had been desperately searching for. Li Dan's corpse. As the air reached the exposed remains, the already skinless face began to decompose at an alarming rate. And something wriggled within the flesh, accompanied by a nauseating stench that permeated the air. Yet, Wang Jingping looked on with an expression of indifference, as if he were gazing upon nothing more than a mere object. Since you were the first to strike, do not blame me for being impolite. Wang Jingping held a brush in his hand, with prepared cinnabar resting beside him. To him, Li Dan's corpse resembled a vast talisman sheet. As the brush dipped in cinnabar paint danced swiftly across the corpse, sketching out the initial form of a complex and intricate rune. Just as Wang Jingping was on the verge of completing his work, a loud bang echoed from outside the door. Bang! As he pondered who could be at the door at such a late hour, before he could take any further action, the previously shut door was forcefully flung open. A throng of people surged in, surrounding him completely. Police, don't move! Wang Jingping was utterly bewildered by this sudden turn of events. He had always been cautious in his dealings and could not comprehend how the police had arrived. It was only when he spotted a familiar figure emerge from the crowd that he realized he had fallen into Chen Mo's trap. He never anticipated that Chen Mo would actually call the police. To him, this was merely a duel between two Taoists, yet Chen Mo had opted to involve law enforcement. "You lack martial ethics," Wang Jingping bellowed. "I am a practitioner. What need have I for martial ethics?" Lu Feng, curious, interjected, "How did you know he would return?" "It's simple. She intends to use that corpse to take revenge on us," Chen Mo replied, gesturing towards the unfinished rune on the corpse. Chen Mo stepped forward and addressed Wang Jingping, who was now adorned with silver bracelets. "Where did you learn this resurrection talisman?" At that moment, Wang Jingping glared at Chen Mo with unabashed resentment, unwilling to respond to his inquiry. "Unfortunately, you haven't mastered this resurrection talisman completely. Otherwise, you would pose a real challenge. Who exactly are you?" Wang Jingping glared at the man who had thwarted his plans multiple times. "I am Chen Mo." Upon hearing this name, Wang Jingping momentarily froze, only to be struck by disbelief, his expression shifting from hatred to astonishment. "Impossible. This cannot be," Wang Jingping muttered repeatedly. "What is wrong with this old man?" Lu Feng thought Wang Jingping appeared possessed. Chen Mo shrugged, indicating his own confusion. "I kindly ask both of you to accompany me to the police station for a statement." "Of course, it is our duty," Lu Feng replied obediently to the police. "We must incinerate this corpse promptly. Otherwise, it may undergo a transformation," Chen Mo added from the side. His words prompted the nearby officer to regard him with a peculiar expression. After completing their statements, the night had already fallen. As Lu Feng prepared to go for a meal, Chen Mo called out to him, "Dio, you know the address that Taoist mentioned?" Lu Feng recalled Wang Jingping's words in the interrogation room. "Yes, that area should be in the suburbs. Take me there." Upon arriving, they found themselves in a desolate area, with only a few dilapidated houses standing solitary. "Which one is the old man's?" "The one with the most intensing energy," Chen Mo replied and walked straight towards the innermost house. As they reached the door, Lu Feng felt a chilling breeze wash over him, making him shiver involuntarily. "What are you staring at? You aren't going to ask me to open the door again, are you?" Seeing Chen Mo's expression that implied reliance on him, Lu Feng sensed trouble. 2 minutes later, the door creaked open. The interior was sparsely furnished, with a blood-red coffin placed in the center, appearing particularly eerie under the moonlight. "That old man doesn't sleep in this coffin every night, does he?" Lu Feng speculated boldly. "We'll find out if we take a look." Creaked the lid of the coffin emitted a grating noise as they pried it off together. "What is this?" Lu Feng's gaze fell upon the densely inscribed words on the lid. He leaned closer to discern the markings. The text seemed to come alive, causing his surroundings to spin. Moreover, red threads crisscrossed the lid, and upon counting, Lu Feng found it encircled by 6 horizontal and 12 vertical threads. "This is the beginning of the corpse scripture." Chen Mo recognized the origins of the intricate writing with just a glance. These red threads are specifically designed to prevent him from undergoing transformation. "Are you saying that old man is not human?" "He is and he isn't. To be precise, he currently exists as a half-human, half-ghost entity." The corpse scripture is an ancient text that dates back to the pre-Qin period, which posits that burying a person after death is essentially concealing them. Wang Pingjing's actions were aimed at deceiving the heavens into believing he was deceased, allowing him to evade divine punishment while engaging in acts that defy natural law. The resurrection talisman he inscribed on the corpse is detailed within this text. After listening to Chen Mo's explanation, Lu Feng quickly retrieved his phone, snapping pictures of the corpse scripture on the coffin lid. "This is incredible. I must study this thoroughly when I return. If you wish to see it, simply let me know. The original text is in my possession." "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" A thought suddenly struck Lu Feng. "Wait, if you have the original, how did that old man know about it?" It is worth noting that there was a millennium separating Chen Mo and Wang Pingjing. Chen Mo did not respond, clearly perplexed by the question himself. The corpse scripture was originally handed to him by Chen Daoren, who had specifically informed him that no one besides himself knew its contents. Yet now it had resurfaced 1,000 years later. Could it be? Chen Mo's mind sparked with a bold hypothesis, yet he lacked sufficient evidence to substantiate his conjectures. Chapter 21. Midnight Taxi. Before departing, Chen Mo specifically instructed Lu Feng to incinerate the eerie red coffin. The tranquil night sky gradually filled with a soft blue flame. Simultaneously, within the interrogation room, Wang Jingping was engulfed by a sudden surge of faint blue flames that erupted violently from his body, accompanied by his heart-wrenching screams. This unexpected scene left the two police officers present momentarily stunned. One quickly reacted, grabbing a fire extinguisher and rushing towards Wang Jingping. However, after a short while, he realized something was amiss. No matter how much he tried to douse the flames, they showed no signs of extinguishing. Within mere minutes, Wang Jingping's screams ceased, leaving behind only a pile of ashes. It is known that it takes 2 to 3 hours to cremate a corpse in a funeral home. Yet Wang Jingping had been reduced to ashes before the officers' very eyes. Notify the higher-ups. This matter is beyond our jurisdiction, one of the older officers remarked. As dawn broke, Chinamo sat alone on the rooftop, gazing at the starry sky. The threat of fate that Chen Daoren had once spoken of to represent the two of them had vanished without a trace a millennium later. However, the events he had encountered twice now seemed to be inextricably linked to Chen Daoren. Even Wang Jingping's reaction upon hearing his name had made Chenamo feel as if this man recognized him. Yet, having arrived here 1,000 years prior, it was impossible for anyone to know him. Just as Chenamo was lost in thought, a piercing scream shattered the night, echoing eerily in the stillness. Curiously, it seemed that only Chenamo could hear it, as no one else around paid it any heed. Before the 7th day even arrives, you have returned, Chen Mo murmured to himself. As he approached the alley's entrance, what appeared to be an empty space to others revealed a wraith-like figure floating in his eyes. The figure's gaze was filled with boundless resentment, emanating waves of smoke and a pungent, charred scent, its skin appearing scorched and burned, with blood seeping from beneath the charred surface. You, who have departed this world, should not return. Yet, all that responded to Chenamo was the sharp wail of the entity before him. You have slain so many innocent souls. Even if I do not intervene, the heavens will not spare you. Chenamo seemed to comprehend the unspoken words of the ghost, responding earnestly. Faced with the apparition, he exhibited no sign of fear. As soon as he finished speaking, the ghost, as if driven mad, opened its gaping maw and lunged towards Chenamo. The ghost moved with incredible speed, its charred hands weaving in a frantic manner, as if forming some kind of sealed though. Chenamo observed this with intrigue. It retained some memories from its past life. That is rare. Just as the ghost's dark claws were about to reach him, Chenamo suddenly produced a peachwood sword from seemingly nowhere, its blade adorned with chaotic patterns reminiscent of lightning's trace. Gripping the peachwood sword, Chenamo thrust it forward. The ghost, unable to evade, was effortlessly pierced by the seemingly innocuous weapon. Burn. As the words escaped Chenemo's lips, the peachwood sword ignited in a fierce flame. And before the ghost could react, it was instantly reduced to a wisp of black smoke. With the rising sun, a ray of morning light illuminated Chenmo's figure as a gentle breeze fluttered his garments. Standing alone at the alley's entrance with the peachwood sword in hand, he resembled a savior descending from the heavens. Meanwhile, a faint crimson glow emanated from his back, though this subtle detail went unnoticed by Chenmo, who was posing there so ostentatiously so early in the morning. Lu Feng, rare for him to rise early and open his shop, spotted a figure standing at the alley's entrance, brandishing a sword in a pretense of heroism. I have some matters to attend to today. Please watch over the shop for me, Lu Feng remarked to Chenmo, while stuffing a bun into his mouth. Chenmo merely nodded in silence. Aren't you curious about what I am up to? Lu Feng inquired. Not at all, Chenmo replied. You people from that era truly lack excitement. Lu Feng noticed that every conversation with Chenmo consisted of him making a statement and Chenmo responding with a single word, never initiating further dialogue. With a sigh, Lu Feng grabbed 2 buns and headed out. As usual, Chenmo sat at the stall outside, engrossed in scrolling through short videos on his phone. He gradually realized that to swiftly grasp the essence of the current age, short videos served as an excellent shortcut. Heaven's Favored Son, Ode Biao, the 28, Big Lever Banana. Chenmo was absorbed in the freshly released videos when a balding man rushed up, panting heavily. Master, I finally found you. Please help me. Chenmo set down his phone and focused on the man, recognizing him as the bald driver he had encountered a few days prior when delivering talismans. Did you burn the talisman? Chenmo asked. The balding driver gasped. I did, thanks to your talisman. I narrowly escaped with my life. and I rushed over to seek your assistance." Though the balding driver was middle-aged, he maintained a lowly demeanor in Qian Mo's presence. "I remember you were in this alley. I began searching house by house early this morning and finally found you." At this point, the driver seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, collapsing onto a nearby bench. "What troubles have you encountered?" Although Qian Mo possessed the ability to divine, he could only ascertain a general idea. Forcing a glimpse into the mysteries of fate would undoubtedly invoke karmic retribution. The balding driver began recounting his ordeal. His name was Huang Kai, a taxi driver for over 10 years, planning to retire in 4 or 5 more. However, a recent bizarre incident left him eager to quit immediately. A few nights ago, as Huang Kai was about to complete his final run before midnight, a girl halted him. She appeared frail, her oversized white dress billowing about her, with long hair obscuring her face. Revealing only a hint of her features, she seemed around 14 or 15. "I'm sorry, but I've already finished my shift," Huang Kai apologized. "I'll pay double." Perhaps it was Huang Kai's imagination, but the girl's voice felt devoid of warmth. Akin to a lifeless recording, "It's not about the money. I'm done for the day, triple deal." Huang Kai ultimately succumbed to the allure of money and agreed. "Where are you headed at this hour?" Huang Kai fastened his seatbelt. "Preparing to start the CAR.TO the Tianhai funeral home." Hearing her destination, Huang Kai's hand trembled slightly while turning the ignition key. "Why go there at such an hour?" His voice quivered. "I'm going to keep my father company. He's too lonely there." The prospect of this fare made Huang Kai uneasy, fearing the girl might suddenly vanish or transform into a ghostly apparition staring at him. Yet, he was evidently overthinking. Nothing unusual transpired during the drive to the funeral home. It was only when the girl paid that things took a turn. Upon receiving the cash from her, not only did it exceed triple the fare, but before Huang Kai could even return her change, she had already exited the vehicle and walked away, despite his frantic calls for her to wait. Reflecting on the situation, Huang Kai rationalized that charging a bit more for such a late-night ride was understandable. However, when he returned home to tally his earnings, he discovered a ghostly banknote mixed in with the money. The realization struck him. Likely, the girl had deceived him using counterfeit currency under the cover of darkness. Since he had carelessly tossed the money into the glove compartment without examining it, and now that the girl was nowhere to be found, he certainly couldn't wait at the funeral home for her return. Frustration boiled within Huang Kai. This incident plagued Huang Kai's sleep that night, leaving him lacking energy for his shifts the next day. After a long, disorienting day, he decided to finish early and catch up on rest. Yet, on his way home, he spotted the same girl in the same spot, clad in the same white dress. Just as he prepared to confront her, she raised her hand to hail another cab. As the car came to a halt, Huang Kai was the first to speak. "Young lady, do you remember me? You forgot to pay yesterday." It was just getting dark, and with many pedestrians around, he chose his words carefully to spare the girl any embarrassment. "But I remember paying," she mumbled. Nevertheless, she reached into her pocket and handed Huang Kai several red bills. This time, he clearly saw that they were genuine money, eagerly accepting the payment. "You don't need to give me so much. Just one bill will suffice." Huang Kai returned the excess to her. "Keep it. Consider it my fare for this trip." "And where to this time?" Huang Kai inquired. "To the Tianhai funeral home." The girl's tone was icy, devoid of the youthful exuberance one would expect at her age. "Going there again?" Huang Kai pondered, perplexed by why a young girl would frequent such a place. "I'm going to find my mother. She's all alone there. I see. Oh, your parents work at the funeral home?" Huang Kai felt relieved. The girl did not answer his question, and Huang Kai wisely chose to remain silent. The two traveled in silence until they arrived at the funeral home. After getting out of the car, the girl stood still, turned her back to Huang Kai, and said, "You shouldn't have overcharged me." Huang Kai was taken aback by her words, wanting to express his grievances about the ghostly banknote, only to find that the girl had vanished. The next day, while counting his earnings, Huang Kai was shocked to discover several more ghostly bills. Panic set in. He had carefully inspected every bill he received. So how could this happen again? He shared his bizarre experiences with his colleagues in their work group, igniting a lively discussion among them. One older driver suggested that Huang Kai might be dealing with something supernatural and advised him to be cautious. In the past, Huang Kai would have scoffed at such notions, but after these incidents, he found himself wavering. On the third day, Huang Kai encountered the girl once more. After 3 consecutive days, anyone with a modicum of common sense would suspect something was amiss. This time, Huang Kai didn't stop, accelerating past her without hesitation. He thought the ordeal had come to an end and breathed a sigh of relief. However, as he glanced in the rearview mirror, he saw the girl staring back at him with a vengeful gaze. The sight sent a chill down his spine, nearly causing him to crash into the car ahead. Upon returning home, Huang Kai was taken aback to discover that the triangular talisman he had carelessly tossed in the car had turned to ashes. It dawned on him that he had encountered something malevolent, prompting him to rush to seek Chen Mo's help. "You shouldn't have given her a ride. She's now latched onto you," Chen Mo succinctly stated after hearing Huang Kai's tale. "What should I do now? You must help me," Huang Kai pleaded, his forehead beaded with cold sweat. "I'll accompany you." Chen Mo stood and pulled down the shop's rolling shutter. Huang Kai's taxi was parked at the alley's entrance, and as soon as they got in, Chen Mo sensed a rampant, malevolent energy swirling within the vehicle. However, since Huang Kai was a taxi driver, accustomed to ferrying passengers, he should have been radiating vitality. This inexplicable aura only reinforced Chen Mo's suspicions. From his tattered bag, Chen Mo retrieved a palm-sized bagua mirror, its surface thick with age-old patina. He handed it to Huang Kai, instructing him to hang it in the car. Almost immediately, Huang Kai felt a warm current wash over him from an unknown source. "Remember to take it down tonight," Chen Mo advised, leaving Huang Kai puzzled. Why remove something meant to ward off evil? With this, she won't get into your car. Thinking of the eerie girl, Huang Kai began to feel trepidation. "With this bagua mirror, she won't cause me trouble, right?" he asked cautiously. "With the mirror, she won't approach you in the car. But do you plan to spend the rest of your life in the vehicle? Next time, she might wait for you at your doorstep after your shift." Perhaps having spent too much time around Lu Feng had influenced Chen Mo, as he had now learned to frighten others. Nonetheless, Huang Kai was alarmed by Chen Mo's words and shook his head vigorously. "Whatever you say, I will do it." Thus, they waited until nightfall, due to the rain. The streets were nearly deserted. After Huang Kai removed the bagua mirror from the car, he drove toward their destination. Sure enough, the girl in the white dress stood alone in her usual spot, drenched to the bone, water dripping from her hair. To an unsuspecting passerby, she would appear as a pitiful child, but only Huang Kai understood the terror she embodied. Indeed, upon spotting Huang Kai's taxi, the little girl waved at him once more. Chapter 23. The Doppelganger Ghost. After Huang Kai brought the car to a halt, he rolled down the window and addressed the girl before him, saying, "There is a passenger in the car. Perhaps you could share a seat?" The little girl hesitated upon seeing Chen Mo in the front passenger seat, but only for a moment, before nodding and climbing into Huang Kai's vehicle. The Tianhai Funeral Home, she instructed, her destination unchanged. With Chen Mo beside him, Huang Kai found himself emboldened and ventured to ask her, "What are you going there for today?" "My grandfather is all alone there. I'm going to keep him company." The little girl replied, her tone still cold, though this time, the focus had shifted to her grandfather. "Your grandfather is already dead," Chen Mo suddenly interjected from the front seat. This proclamation, the little girl, who had been quietly seated in the back, erupted as if someone had stepped on her tail, her hair standing on end as she screamed, "You are talking nonsense." In an instant, she thrust her hands forward from the back seat, gripping Chen Mo's neck tightly, her nails visibly elongating at a rapid pace. Startled, Huang Kai instinctively glanced back, only to find that the little girl in the white dress had vanished, replaced by a figure with white hair and a face gruesomely disfigured. Flesh appearing to be sliced as if it were tofu, held together by mere blood vessels, seemingly on the verge of falling apart. Yet, despite being throttled, Chen Mo appeared unfazed. Just as the girl's nails were about to penetrate his neck, he bent his fingers and, with a mere flick upon the back of her hand, sent her hurtling back into her seat. To Huang Kai's astonished eyes, it seemed as though the girl had inexplicably flown across the cabin. After a considerable pause, her terrifying visage gradually reverted to normal, and to Huang Kai's surprise, the little girl began to weep. Both men were at a loss, with Chen Mo adept at exorcising spirits, but utterly helpless against this sudden outburst of tears from a ghost. They exchanged bewildered glances until Huang Kai finally spoke, "Little sister, please don't cry. If others hear, they might think we two grown men are bullying you." The moment these words left his lips, the girl's sobs intensified. "Master, what is happening?" Huang Kai, sensing her threat had diminished, boldly inquired. After a prolonged silence, Chen Mo's voice finally broke through, She appears to be a doppelganger ghost. Doppelganger ghost? Huang Kai mused, having never even heard of such a thing in his life. According to the records, there exists a phenomenon of dual personalities. If one dies unjustly with lingering resentment, they may transform into a doppelganger ghost. However, the likelihood of such an occurrence is exceedingly rare. To encounter one here is quite unexpected. Are you suggesting that this ghost possesses a dual personality? Huang Kai attempted to comprehend Chun Mo's explanation. Chinamo nodded and continued. The living are said to possess a personality, while spirits are referred to as ghostly personas. It seems that the white-haired figure we just saw was her other ghostly persona. With this clarification, Huang Kai began to grasp the concept. Typically, these doppelganger ghosts embody one good and one evil aspect. The malevolent side is the one harboring murderous intent towards you. Should the evil persona consume the good, it will undoubtedly transform into a malevolent spirit, one that even I may not be able to confront. Chinamo spoke without exaggeration. He had yet to face a doppelganger ghost, uncertain of what its true power might entail. What shall we do now? Chinamo pondered briefly before addressing the now composed little girl. I will take you to find your grandfather. This. The girl immediately ceased her crying, gazing up at Chinamo with tear-filled eyes. Her voice laced with hope. Really? Chinamo nodded affirmatively. Upon receiving this assurance, a smile illuminated the girl's face, as if the earlier turmoil had never transpired. Chinamo instructed Huang Kai to drive him back to Yinling Road. As he exited the vehicle, Chinamo specifically told Huang Kai, your troubles have been resolved. She will no longer haunt you. Huang Kai understood his implication and promptly retrieved a somewhat thick envelope from the glove compartment. Handing it to Chinamo without hesitation, Chinamo accepted the envelope and waved at the girl in the car. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately chose to trust Chinamo. As the girl floated out of the car, Huang Kai quickly started the engine and drove away, anxious to avoid any further entanglement with her. You should stay here for the time being, Chinamo indicated towards the entrance of Lu's funeral supplies store. How long until you take me to find my grandfather? She asked. I will take you when the time is right, Chinamo replied. Although she realized he was likely deceiving her, there was an inexplicable allure in his words that compelled her to believe. I'm hungry, the little girl said, patting her stomach with a pitiful expression. Chinamo retrieved 3 incense sticks from the shop and lit them, presenting them before the girl. She inhaled deeply, the incense burning rapidly before her eyes, leaving only a mound of ash. Where have you been today? Didn't I ask you to help me watch the store? Do you have any idea how much business you've caused me to lose? Lu Feng exclaimed as he descended the stairs, catching sight of the incense burning away in Chinmo's hands. Chinamo ignored him, instead extracting half of the contents from the envelope Huang Kai had given him and offering it to Lu Feng. What is this? Lu Feng's eyes brightened considerably upon realizing what Chinamo had presented. I casually accepted a job this morning, Chinamo replied nonchalantly. You must have been busy and haven't eaten anything yet, right? What do you want? I can prepare something for you. Upon receiving the money, Lu Feng instantly transformed into a different person. No need. We've already eaten. We? Lu Feng looked around, seeing only Chinamo and no one else. Forget it. You can't see her. With that, Chinamo made a hand gesture in front of Lu Feng's eyes. Suddenly, a striking figure appeared in Lu Feng's line of sight. Who is this? Lu Feng questioned, momentarily doubting the girl who had suddenly materialized before him. But that hesitation lasted only a second as he became utterly captivated by her enchanting appearance. I'm Hu Xiaoyi, she introduced herself. I am a female ghost, Chinmo added at the perfect moment. Nonsense. How could such a lovely girl be a ghost? Lu Feng stammered, his fixation on the girl overtaking his rationality. Reluctantly, Chinmo knew he had to reveal Hu Xiaoyi's true nature before Lu Feng could do anything inappropriate. With a swift motion, he slapped Hu Xiaoyi across the face. Instantly, her once sweet and demure visage split apart to reveal a grotesque, bloodied face emerging from her mouth. This was Hu Xiaoyi's other ghostly persona. Chapter 24. The Family Annihilation Case. The sudden turn of events left Lu Feng momentarily paralyzed with fear. Once he comprehended that the sweet girl before him was indeed a ghost, he hurriedly concealed himself behind Chinamo. What have you brought back with you? Lu Feng quivered. A ghost. Chinamo replied flatly. Why would you bring something like this back? Lu Feng pulled Chinamo aside, fearful that the ghost would overhear him speaking ill of her. I saw her alone, and it seemed rather pitiful, so I brought her back, Chinamo explained. Brother, that as a ghost, it could take a life. Lu Feng lamented, regretting his earlier words. Don't worry. As long as you don't provoke her, she won't harm you. Chen Mo was confident of this. Meanwhile, Hu Xiaoyi gradually reverted to her normal appearance, no longer resembling the terrifying figure from before. After battling with his internal conflict, Lu Feng reasoned that with Chen Mo present, the ghost would not dare to harm him, ultimately agreeing to the arrangement. That night, yet another unexpected guest joined the funeral supplies store. The next day, as Lu Feng reveled in a blissful dream, he vaguely sensed something brushing against his face, initially assuming it to be Chen Mo's prank. Stop messing around, Lu Feng mumbled in his sleep. However, the peculiar sensation on his face did not dissipate. Enough! Are you going to let me sleep or not? Lu Feng bolted upright, only to discover that the mischief maker was not Chen Mo, but rather the girl he had brought home the previous day, now transformed into the sweet visage he had first encountered. She was using a feather duster to tickle his face, her large, watery eyes gazing at him. What's wrong? Though he intended to express his annoyance. Upon seeing her innocent demeanor, Lu Feng's irritation faded significantly. I'm hungry, she lamented, her eyes filled with longing. Overcome with sympathy for the girl before him, Lu Feng quickly forgot the fright she had given him the night before. Wait here. Lu Feng intended to seek Chen Mo for assistance in preparing food for her, but after searching high and low, he found no trace of him. In a moment of inspiration, he recalled the scene of Chen Mo lighting incense the night before and decided to mimic him. Lu Feng ignited 3 incense sticks and held them out to Hu Xiaoyi. This is the most expensive incense in my shop. I hope it suits your taste, as he spoke. Hu Xiaoyi took a deep breath, her face lighting up with joy, and without regard for decorum, she began to inhale deeply before him. Once the incense had burned down completely, Hu Xiaoyi beamed, patting her stomach as if she had just feasted on a gourmet meal. Thank you, brother, she said, her face radiating the unique shyness of a youthful girl, leaving Lu Feng utterly flabbergasted. Little sister, what on earth has happened? How did you come to be like this? Lu Feng, gazing at the girl before him who appeared significantly younger, hastily sought to divert the conversation. His words plunged Xiao Yi into deep contemplation, her face betraying an expression of profound anguish that startled Lu Feng, leading him to fear that another ghostly manifestation might emerge. If you do not wish to speak, then do not force yourself, he said, apprehensive that his words might provoke her. At that moment, Chen Mo was absent, and should another ghost appear, he feared he might be singularly targeted. To be honest, I cannot recall the specifics. I only remember that it was quite late that night when strange noises began echoing through the house, as if numerous people were traversing the room. When I was roused by the commotion outside and rose to investigate, I found my parents lying in a pool of blood. The shock of that sudden scene caused me to faint. And when I regained consciousness, I had already transformed into this, a massacre of a family. Lu Feng mused internally after hearing Xiao Yi's account, pondering the extent of hatred one must harbor to commit such unspeakable acts. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, requesting Xiao Yi's address, and began searching online, only to find it perplexing that there was not a single report regarding the incident. How strange. Why is this so? Just as Lu Feng was engulfed in confusion, the shop's door swung open, and as sunlight poured in, Xiao Yi instinctively hid behind Lu Feng. Where have you been so early in the morning? Lu Feng inquired upon seeing Chen Mo enter. I want to seek a method to exorcise her. Chen Mo glanced at Xiao Yi, then Lu Feng whispered into his ear, Did you not say you were going to take her to find her grandfather? Do you truly believe in ghostly tales? Chen Mo retorted. Her resentments run too deep. If she is not exorcised, allowing her to roam the earth will inevitably lead to great calamity. Resentment? Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Lu Feng recounted what Xiao Yi had just said. It seems this matter is rather complicated. Realizing Chen Mo's seriousness, Lu Feng promptly pulled him aside and spoke in hushed tones. Brother, are you really planning to get involved? She has no money to offer us, and such matters should be left to the police, not to a Taoist like yourself. Lu Feng suddenly regretted disclosing this matter to him. He had anticipated a dispute between them over the issue. But to his surprise, Chen Mo readily concurred with Lu Feng's viewpoint. However, if this issue remains unresolved by the 7th day after her death, you will be the first to perish. Just as Lu Feng was about to open the shop door to commence business, Chen Mo's voice unexpectedly emerged from behind him. What do you mean by that? On the 7th day after death, the soul returns to the mortal realm for a final glimpse of its loved ones. However, as you mentioned, Her family has perished, and when her soul returns, it will merge with her current ghostly form. The malevolent spirit will utterly consume the ghostly essence before you, targeting you first. Why me? Lu Feng asked, bewildered. Did you offer her any incense? Chinamo countered. Lu Feng instinctively nodded. By lighting incense for her, she will remember you. When the time comes, who else would she seek out? Did you not offer her incense as well? Lu Feng recalled the scene from the previous night and couldn't help but inquire. Though the twin spirits possess formidable strength, I am confident in my ability to protect myself. However, I may not be able to ensure your survival. You will have to rely on your own fortune. Chun Mo's words felt like a venomous sting to Lu Feng, inciting a desire to retaliate. Xiaoyi stood by, perplexed, unaware of the conversation transpiring between the two. You are not trying to deceive me, are you? Seeing Chun Mo's mocking expression, Lu Feng felt ensnared in a trap. Only 3 days remain. If you do not believe, feel free to test it. After contemplating, Lu Feng ultimately chose to heed Chun Mo's warning, not wanting to wager his life. What shall we do now? Lu Feng, valuing his life, promptly inquired. We should pay a visit to her home. Chapter 25. A gruesome death. Xiaoyi's residence was situated in a village on the outskirts of the city. Although it was a considerable distance from the city center, it boasted fresh air and a picturesque environment. Each household had a vegetable garden, and this season was particularly fruitful for cucumbers. According to Xiaoyi, her family's dwelling was the very first house at the village entrance. Upon arriving at the village, Lu Feng noticed that Xiaoyi's home had been cordoned off with police tape. And as he approached, he discovered 2 officers stationed at the entrance. This is odd. How could such a significant case have no news online? Is the information being suppressed? Fearing interrogation by the police, the 2 refrained from lingering and hurried deeper into the village. In the village center stood an ancient yellow fig tree, casting a vast shade beneath which the villagers rested. Spotting 2 elderly gentlemen engaged in a fierce game of chess beneath the tree, Lu Feng approached, coinciding with a heated match between a stout and a lean elder. I must leave. I have to go home to prepare a meal for my grandson. The lean elder quickly excused himself upon realizing the tide of the game had turned against him. The stout elder, resigned, began to tidy up the pieces. Old man, would you allow me to finish this game with you? Lu Feng proposed at the opportune moment. The elder, perhaps still irked at not having finished his game, agreed. You seem a bit unfamiliar. You are not from around here, are you? We are merely visiting relatives. Having nothing better to do, we decided to stroll around the village. As outsiders, it would be prudent to avoid wandering too freely, as there have been unsettling occurrences in the village lately. General, just as the elder completed his sentence, Lu Feng made a decisive move that left his opponent checkmated. You possess remarkable skill. The elder appeared astonished by Lu Feng's prowess. What did you mean by saying we should avoid wandering? Lu Feng saw the opportunity and swiftly produced a cigarette from his pocket, offering one to the elder. He would be hurt to share. Let us have another round while we chat. This village is known as Hu Family Village, primarily inhabited by those bearing the surname Hu. The villagers fled here to escape the ravages of war and have coexisted in peace for many years. However, just a few days ago, a terrifying incident transpired. At this point, the elder's face paled with fear. It related to the household that has been cordoned off at the village entrance? Chinamo inquired. Indeed. You see, just 3 days ago, 3 members of that family were brutally murdered, and their adolescent daughter remains missing. The police have been tirelessly searching for her, but why have I seen no reports online? Lu Feng voiced his confusion. You are still quite young. For a case of this magnitude, not only in Tianhai City but even throughout the province, it would be a matter of grave concern. Until the perpetrator is apprehended, such news will not be disclosed lightly. Elder Hu, could you elaborate on this matter for us? During the exchange, Lu Feng feigned nonchalance, allowing the elder to continue his tale. The elder, sensing victory within his grasp, continued. The family at the village entrance was led by Hu Jianshu. His wife was named Mi Yuhong, and they had an elderly father, Hu Yamba, who was bedridden. They also had a daughter, Hu Xiaoyi, who was in middle school. Due to his father's long-term illness, the family depended solely on Jianshu's income. Though their life was modest, they were content, and I cannot fathom what kind of beast could commit such a heinous act. Jianshu earned his living by working odd jobs at nearby construction sites alongside some young men from our village. That morning, as I was taking a stroll near the village entrance, I saw Jianshu's co-workers waiting for him to leave for work. Despite calling out several times, there was no response. At the same moment, a strong scent of blood wafted from their home. With courage bolstered, we decided to investigate. What we saw inside is a sight I shall never forget. Elder who swallowed hard before continuing. The houses here share a common layout. There is a central hall and a main room, with 2 bedrooms on either side, all enclosed by walls to form a courtyard. Upon entering, we discovered that the door to their hall was ajar, and it appeared that someone was standing behind it, revealing only part of their form. Judging by the silhouette, it seemed to be Xiao Hu. I called out several times, but there was no reply. I then prepared to push the door open. Their door was one of those old, thick wooden types, which creaked ominously as I pushed it open. That day, however, the sound was especially eerie. The door opened inward, and as I pushed, Xiao Hu pressed against it, retreating as if playing a game with me. I intended to see what lay behind the door. At this juncture, Elder Hu's countenance turned ashen, his hands trembling uncontrollably as he clutched the chess pieces. Taking a deep breath from his cigarette, he took a moment before continuing. When I finally managed to get around the door, I found Xiao, who had already passed away. Her mouth was agape, her eyes bulging as if she had seen something terrifying. Blood flowed from her eye sockets, her complexion was a ghastly purple, and she was covered in wounds, her body a gruesome sight. But if she was already dead, how could she have been standing behind the door? Lu Feng detected a flaw in Elder Hu's narrative. He is not merely standing behind the door. He has been brutally nailed by someone using long spikes, securing his hands and feet to the wooden door. This seems oddly familiar, Lu Feng remarked. You may find it amusing, but I was nearly scared to the point of wetting my pants. I have encountered the deceased a few times, yet witnessing such a horrifying death was a first for me. It took us quite a while to collect ourselves after fleeing from his house before we remembered to call the police. When the officers arrived, they discovered that 3 out of the 4 family members had perished. His paralyzed father had his throat slit and was discarded in the pigsty, and by the time they found him, his face had been devoured significantly by the pigs. His wife suffered an even worse fate, with her limbs severed and tossed into the cesspit. What tremendous enmity and grievance must exist to warrant such cruelty? Lu Feng lamented. Uncle Hu's family was well regarded in our village. Whenever someone was in need, he would never refuse to lend a hand. As long as he was available, I wonder which beast could inflict such viciousness. Uncle Hu sighed. Now, only Xiaoyi remains unaccounted for. The police have scoured the village for days, yet there is a single lead. It appears her fate is dire. Uncle Hu could not suppress a sigh. Lu Feng couldn't help but recall Xiao Yi at the shop, feeling a pang of sympathy. Chapter 26. A night visit to the funeral home. What shall we do now? After bidding farewell to Uncle Hu, Lu Feng inquired as they made their way back. According to what Uncle Hu just mentioned, it seems Xiaoyi may have also met with misfortune. Our immediate priority is to locate her body. If we do not secure her remains before her 7th day returns, the entire Hu family village shall face calamity. Are you suggesting that she might target the people of her own village? But isn't she also a member of Hu family village? Lu Feng glanced back at Uncle Hu was tidying up the chess game. Perplexed? When the time comes, you shall convey a message to Xiao Yi and see if she heeds your words. Chen Mo regarded Lu Feng with a look of incredulity. Let us visit the crime scene. Perhaps we might uncover a clue. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng felt utterly speechless. Brother, times have changed. Barging into a crime scene is a surefire way to attract the attention of the authorities. Moreover, there are guards stationed there 24 hours a day. There is simply no opportunity to gain entry. Lu Feng could not help but pour cold water on Chen Mo's suggestion. Just as they found themselves at a loss, Chen Mo suddenly had a revelation and turned to Lu Feng. It seems our only option is to give that place a try. Let us head back to the shop for the tools. As evening fell, the Tianhai funeral home, staring at the peeling sign above, which looked as though it might collapse at any moment, Lu Feng asked in confusion, "What are we doing here?" Had it not been for the faint glimmer of light emanating from within, Lu Feng would have instinctively assumed the place was abandoned. The area surrounding the funeral home was overgrown with weeds, which in the night's shadows resembled a horde of clawing, faceless beings. Occasionally, a mournful cry from an unknown bird echoed through the air, sending shivers down Lu Feng's spine. When assisting Huang Kai with his affairs, Xiaoyi always had Huang Kai bring the deceased here. I believe her family's bodies should be inside. And what difference does it make? Can you truly expect them to speak? Lu Feng realized he had misspoken upon noticing a familiar, peculiar smile on Chen Mo's face, one that was both eerie and self-assured. Surely, you can't be serious, brother. Do you really have a plan? We'll find out once we enter. Chen Mo did not directly respond to Lu Feng's question. The moment Lu Feng stepped through the doors of the funeral home, a chill that was nearly unbearable surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Observing this, Chen Mo retrieved a triangular piece of talisman paper from his yellow cloth bag and pressed it into Lu Feng's hand. The instant Lu Feng grasped the yellow paper talisman, he felt a warm current enveloping his back, banishing the previously bone-chilling sensation entirely. What a remarkable item! Teach me how to make one later. Lu Feng felt as though he had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. Do you know why this talisman's effects are so immediate? Lu Feng shook his head. Because the red powder used for drawing the talisman is mixed with the urine of a black male dog. Chen Mo elucidated. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng hastily retrieved the talisman from his pocket and took a whiff, recoiling at the faint odor of urine that invaded his nostrils. Damn! Creak, creak. The sound of the rusted lock grinding against the key was sharply piercing in the stillness, compelling Lu Feng to slow his movements as he attempted to unlock it. The inner door swung open. A long corridor came into view. Fengzi, Fengzi. Just as he reached the midpoint of the corridor, Lu Feng felt as though someone was calling his name. He turned to see who it was, but suddenly recalled a horror film in which the protagonist heard someone calling their name at night, resulting in their entanglement with something unclean. With this thought, Lu Feng halted in his tracks, casting a terrified glance at Chen Mo for help. Fengzi, Lu Feng. The calls grew increasingly closer, yet Lu Feng dared not turn back. Chen Mo looked at Lu Feng with a puzzled expression. Are you hard of hearing? Can you not hear someone calling your name? Just as Chen Mo's words fell, a hand landed on Lu Feng's shoulder. Whether it was an illusion or not, Lu Feng felt his body temperature plummet. Fengzi, why do you not respond when I call you? Lu Feng recognized the voice behind him as somewhat familiar. Since Chen Mo made no move, he mustered his courage to turn around, only to be met with a familiar face. You are Wang Gang. Gazing at the emaciated figure before him, Lu Feng spoke with uncertainty. You don't even remember me? Wang Gang delivered a punch to Lu Feng's chest. It really is you? Lu Feng exclaimed joyfully. Your transformation is astonishing. I almost didn't recognize you. The person now known as Wang Gang was Lu Feng's deskmate during high school. They had been quite close, but after a sudden family upheaval, Lu Feng had to drop out, leading to their eventual separation. He never anticipated they would reunite here. Yet Lu Feng recalled that Wang Gang had been a hefty 200 pounds back in school. How had he become even slimmer than Lu Feng? Before Lu Feng could delve into nostalgia, Wang Gang, with a serious expression, inquired, What brings you here at such a late hour? I distinctly remember the door being locked. Could it be that you came to steal? Before Wang Gang could finish, Lu Feng hurriedly explained, recounting the general circumstances surrounding the Hu Jiangwo family, deliberately omitting any mention of Xiao Yi, fearing Wang Gang might not believe him. The Hu Jianchu family is my distant relative. Out of compassion and obligation, I felt I had to pay my respects. I've been busy with work lately, which is why I chose such an hour to arrive. Lu Feng fabricated his story without a hint of hesitation. And who might this be? Wang Gang finally noticed the presence of another person behind Lu Feng. This is my partner, Chen Mo. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to come here alone at this hour. The two exchanged nods as a form of greeting, but Wang Gang's gaze remained fixed on Chen Mo. You mentioned the door was locked. Do you work here? Lu Feng spoke while pulling out a cigarette from his pocket to offer to Wang Gang. Wang Gang sighed and replied, To be honest, ever since you dropped out, others have looked down on me for being overweight. No one wanted to associate with me, so I dropped out to work instead. However, I faced age restrictions or low wages at every turn. Just then, I came across a job posting here, which had no age requirements and offered a decent salary. I thought it would be a temporary arrangement. Yet it turned into a long-term commitment. After Wang Gang finished speaking, the two couldn't help but reflect on their circumstances. After a prolonged silence, Lu Feng finally spoke again. Since you work here, you must know where the Hu Jianchu family is being kept. Please take us to see. I know, but the funeral home has regulations, and this may not be permissible. Wang Gang appeared troubled. Chapter 27. Summoning Souls. Possession. Wangzi, have you forgotten our bond from those days? We are good brothers. Lu Feng's declaration of brotherhood seemed to trigger something in Wang Gang, causing him to tremble uncontrollably, a scene noted by Chen Mo. Follow me. Under Wang Gang's guidance, Chen Mo and Lu Feng traversed several doors, ultimately arriving at the funeral home's cold storage room. Perhaps due to the hour, Lu Feng had not encountered any other staff throughout their journey. Upon entering the cold storage room, Lu Feng instinctively tightened his coat against the cold. Chen Imo surveyed the area, noting that the cold storage room contained upper and lower levels of refrigerated cabinets for storing bodies. Due to insulation requirements, both the ceiling and floor were constructed from special thermal materials. Those 3 cabinets contain the Hu Jinshu family. It's only a few degrees in here, so be cautious not to stay too long. Wang Gang pointed to the 3 cabinets nestled in the corner, claiming he had work to attend to before departing the cold storage room. After Wang Gang left, Chun Mo retrieved 3 incense sticks from his cloth bag, igniting them before placing them in the crevices of the cabinets. Strangely, even in the frigid environment, the incense burned unusually quickly. Before Lu Feng could react, the sticks had nearly burned out. What is this about? Lu Feng inquired with curiosity. It's a way to greet them in advance. If they consent to my disturbance of their peace, the incense will burn completely. And what comes next? We summon Hu Jinshu's soul back. This is a scenario that only exists in movies and novels, and Lu Feng never anticipated that he would witness it in person this time. After death, one's soul escapes from the corporeal form, and a summoned soul must find a new vessel to inhabit. Otherwise, even if the soul is called back, communication would remain impossible. After speaking, Chun Imo turned his gaze towards Lu Feng. What do those eyes mean? You don't intend to let his soul attach itself to me, do you? Clever. Chun Imo astonishingly praised Lu Feng this time. Why me? Lu Feng protested. There are only the 2 of us here. Could there possibly be another choice? After a moment of internal struggle, Lu Feng reluctantly acquiesced to Chun Mo's request in order to preserve his own life. Chun Imo approached the freezer containing Hu Jianshu's corpse and slowly pulled it open. With a clatter, the unique sound of the freezer's frosty surface scraping against its body sent chills down one's spine. Once the freezer was fully opened, Hu Jianshu's body came into view. Despite having heard the descriptions from old Hu, Lu Feng could not suppress his urge to vomit into the trash can in the cold storage room upon witnessing the corpse firsthand. Hu Jianshu's eyes resembled a cup brimming with water, nearly overflowing, filled with resentment as they fixed a fierce glare at Chun Imo, while the dried blood around his eye sockets seemed to flow anew at that moment. After being dead for so long, such lingering resentment? Even Chun Imo had not anticipated the scene before him. Rest assured, I am here to assist you. In due time, I will perform a ritual for your entire family. No sooner had Chun Imo spoken than Hu Jianshu's eyes began to close slowly. With that, Chun Imo pinched Hu Jianshu's mouth open, and in an instant, a foul-smelling black smoke erupted from his mouth, surging towards Chun Mo's face. Just as the black smoke was about to enter his nostrils, a talisman appeared in Chun Mo's hand, and at the moment the smoke touched the paper, a fiery tongue shot up to the ceiling of the cold storage, effectively severing the connection between Chun Imo and the black smoke. In an instant, the flame consumed the black smoke entirely, leaving only a misty vapor behind. Once everything was resolved, Chun Imo retrieved the red string he had previously used for Lucinda from his yellow cloth bag, tying one end around Hu Jianshu's left ring finger. Have you finished vomiting? Hurry over once you're done. Chun Imo urged Lu Feng, who was still clutching the trash can. Aren't you afraid upon seeing all this? Lu Feng wiped the remnants from the corner of his mouth, unable to contain his curiosity. Chun Imo smiled silently. What he did not know was that when he was only a few years old, Chun Daoren had taken him to perform rituals, and the storage conditions of that era were far inferior to the present. Often, corpses were left to decay and fester, even beginning to exude pus. Chun Imo had grown up in such an environment. What are you doing? Lu Feng noticed the red string on Hu Jianshu's finger. Chun Imo tied the other end of the red string to Lu Feng's ring finger and replied, Now, your essences will appear identical to the soul, prompting it to willingly enter your body. During this process, do not resist. Otherwise, not only will his soul be lost, but yours will be harmed as well. Harmed? Upon hearing the danger, Lu Feng's anxiety spiked. In simple terms, if a person's soul is damaged, it may lead to diminished intelligence at best or result in becoming a wooden corpse at worst. A wooden corpse is akin to a vegetative state. Drawing upon his modest understanding of history, Lu Feng instantly grasped the meaning of Chun Mo's words regarding the wooden corpse. With that, he prepared to remove the red string from his finger, only to find it seemingly welded to his hand, impossible to remove. Don't waste your effort. That red string cannot be undone. Just cooperate, and you will not be in danger. Lu Feng wished to say more, but saw Chen Mo raise his hand and place a talisman on his forehead. At the moment of contact, Lu Feng felt as though he had fallen into a dream, gradually drifting into slumber. Observing this, Chen Mo began to chant a particularly esoteric incantation. As the final words of the incantation fell, an inexplicable, biting cold wind swept through the cold storage. When the wind subsided, a somewhat ethereal figure appeared in the cold storage. Gazing at Chen Mo with a bewildered expression, "Enter," with a wave of his right hand, Chen Mo summoned an invisible force that gradually pushed the figure into Lu Feng's body. Once the figure fully entered Lu Feng, Chen Mo patted his shoulder. After some time, Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes, gazing around in confusion, as a voice that did not belong to him emerged from his lips. "Where am I? You have died. I summoned you back to inquire about certain matters." Chen Mo's emotionless voice echoed in Lu Feng's ears. "Dead?" Lu Feng repeated Chen Mo's words, his eyes vacant. "In Hu family village, your family of 4 was murdered." Chen Mo gestured toward the corpse of Hu Jianshu lying in the freezer. At the sight of the corpse, Lu Feng trembled uncontrollably. Chapter 28. The Yin Seal. Am I truly dead? Where are my family members? Hu Jianshu clung to the desperate hope of seeing the bodied. In response, Chen Mo pulled open the 2 adjacent freezers, revealing the corpses of his father and wife. Faced with the horrific sight of the 2 lifeless forms, Lu Feng could not help but collapse to the ground, weeping into his hands. "What about my daughter?" Hu Jianshu then realized that his daughter Hu Xiaoyi's body was not present. "That is also the reason I summoned you back." Chen Mo recounted the events leading up to this moment. Upon hearing Chen Mo's account, Hu Jianshu began to wail inconsolably. "My wife. I am so sorry for you both. It was my greed that led to your demise. It is all my fault. What exactly happened?" Hu Jiangwo stifled his sobs as he began to recount to Chen Mo. "A few young men and I were working odd jobs at a nearby construction site to make ends meet." Hu Jianshu's account indirectly confirmed what old Hu had said that day, prompting Chen Mo to nod and encourage him to continue. "I was responsible for operating the piling machine at the site. But something strange occurred that day. Just as we were about to finish for the day, I felt the machine hit something hard, but we were digging a basement deep underground, so it was impossible for there to be any rock obstructing us. At that moment, I wondered if we had stumbled upon an ancient tomb or something, but it was merely speculation, so I did not inform anyone that night. I returned home, tossing and turning in bed. Unable to sleep, my wife noticed my unease, so I shared with her what had happened at the construction site. Under the cover of darkness, we made our way back to the site together. The hole drilled by the piling machine was quite small, just enough for a person to fit through. My wife held the rope above while I descended into the hole. At this point, Hu Jianshu's expression ignited with fervor. My guess was indeed correct. Upon reaching the bottom, I discovered a semicircular, grayish-blue dome. Just as I was about to notify the Cultural Relics Bureau, I suddenly thought, if I could sneak in and take a few artifacts, wouldn't that be a windfall? Perhaps I would never have to work at that construction site again. Ultimately, greed triumphed over reason. After prying off a few bricks from the dome, I stealthily entered the ancient tomb. In my haste, I had not brought a flashlight or anything, so in the dark, I grabbed something at random and fled. Fearing being discovered, I rushed home, and upon turning on the light, I found that I had brought back a jade seal. "A jade seal?" Chen questioned, thinking that such an item should belong only to emperors. What a coincidence that Hu Jianshu had unearthed it from a royal tomb. However, this jade seal looked somewhat different from what I had seen on television. It was predominantly black, adorned with carvings of 3-headed creatures resembling demons. Could it be that object? Hu Jianshu's description seemed to trigger a memory in Chen Mo the night I brought back the jade seal. I had a dreadful nightmare. I dreamt that many ancient soldiers were pursuing me. Those figures had no flesh, only skeletal frames, each wielding swords and daggers, stabbing at me. The pain was unbearable, and I blacked out. When I awoke, I found myself here. Indeed, it is that. Chen Mo silently mused, not expecting to encounter that object once more. Where is the jade seal now? After bringing it home that night, fearing it would be unstable, I buried it beneath the old yellow cassia tree in the village before going to bed. Chen Mo nodded, stating, "Once we find your daughter's body, I will perform a ritual for your family. In your next life, do not pursue ill-gotten wealth again." After hearing Chen Mo's admonition, Hu Jianshu bowed deeply to him. However, due to being attached to Lu Feng, It appeared as though Lu Feng was bowing to Chenmo. Shortly after Hu Jianshu departed from Lu Feng's body, Lu Feng gradually awakened. Noticing that the red string on his finger had vanished without a trace, I asked over, "Are there any clues?" Chenmo recounted the gist of Hu Jianshu's narrative to Lu Feng. "What exactly is that jade seal? To be precise, it is not a jade seal. It is called a yin seal," Chenmo explained. After the death of ancient emperors, in order to maintain supreme power in the afterlife, they commanded the creation of this yin seal, which is said to summon ghostly armies to charge into battle on behalf of its possessor. Why then did the Hu Jianshu family fall victim to this ominous seal? Lu Feng pondered, perplexed. The fate was insufficient, unable to bear the weight of the dark seal. The pressing urgency now was to locate the seal and return it, lest a grave calamity ensue. Chenmo recalled that in the past, someone had inadvertently unearthed this seal, and that Taoist Qian had expended a decade of his lifespan to subdue it. Just as the two were preparing to leave, they discovered that the door to the cold storage room had become unyielding. Lu Feng, peering through the narrow gap, discerned that someone had locked the door from the outside with a chain. What was happening? How had the door been secured? Lu Feng suspected it was merely a prank, and in a fit of frustration, he kicked the door with all his might. But the chain remained immovable. "It must have been your old classmate's doing." Lu Feng contemplated how to escape. Chunmo's voice echoed beside him. "Impossible. During our school days, I was the only one willing to play with him. He would not do this to me. Precisely because your relationship with him was the closest? He wishes to drag you down with him." "What do you mean?" Lu Feng gazed at Chenmo, confusion etched across his face. "Your classmate is already dead? Lu Feng found it hard to believe. However, hearing it from Chenmo himself left him with no room for doubt. "Wait, you must have discovered this early on, right?" Lu Feng pressed on. Chenmo nodded in affirmation. "Then why did you not inform me?" "I was still calling him my brother. It was to ensure he would lead us to find Hu Jianshu. Had I told you sooner, your anxiety would have betrayed us." After some contemplation, Lu Feng begrudgingly acknowledged the reasonableness of Chenmo's words. "So what shall we do now?" Lu Feng scrutinized the cold storage room, realizing that due to the need for low temperatures, there were no exits aside from the main door. Before Chenmo could respond, a mournful voice from outside the door broke the silence. "Fengzi, I feel so lonely down here. Will you come down and keep me company?" Lu Feng peered through the crack in the door, spotting Wang Gang standing at the entrance. Yet, upon closer inspection, the diminutive figure cast an enormous shadow that was entirely disproportionate. That shadow is truly him. Do you not notice how the heels of this person are raised? That is because Wang Gang, now a ghost, has extended his feet beneath. Chapter 29. Classmates are ghosts, but the person before them, aside from his physique, bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Gang. What could be the explanation? The visage is a manifestation of the heart. Since Wang Gang's spirit has possessed him, it would undergo a process of assimilation, yet the brief duration of possession resulted in only a likeness. Before the two could devise a plan, Wang Gang's voice once again resonated from outside. "You two can chat slowly after you descend." With that, Lu Feng felt a chilling sensation descend from the ceiling. Looking up, he realized the refrigeration system of the cold storage room had been activated. "He intends to freeze us to death inside. You bastard, if you have the audacity, let me out. I'll take you on one-on-one." Lu Feng fumed. "Let you out? What are you imagining? I cannot provoke your Taoist friend beside you, yet I must thank him for not exposing my identity at the outset." Lu Feng was astonished, realizing that even in death, Wang Gang retained a considerable intellect. "What do we do now?" Unlike Lu Feng, who was in a state of panic, Chenmo appeared remarkably composed. "Just wait a little longer. It seems the time is nearing." Chenmo glanced at the time on his phone. As the temperature in the cold storage continued to plummet, Lu Feng could no longer contain himself and began to jump on the spot. "If all else fails, I will call the police. Being taken away is better than freezing to death here." With that thought, Lu Feng reached for his phone, ready to dial for help. Just as the number was about to be dialed, Wang Gang's agonizing scream reverberated from outside. "Ghost? Help!" Simultaneously, Lu Feng noticed the refrigeration system in the cold storage gradually ceasing its frigid operation. Not long after, with a clank, the chain outside the door fell away. Seizing the moment, Lu Feng stormed towards the door, intent on confronting Wang Gang, only to find Wang Gang huddled in a corner, clutching his legs, trembling uncontrollably. "What on earth is happening?" Lu Feng was baffled. What could frighten a ghost such as Wang Gang to this extent? Chinamo, with a single hand forming a seal, gestured before him. Open. With a commanding utterance, Lu Feng was taken aback by the sight that unfolded before him. A ghostly woman with a head of white hair and a face grotesquely disfigured was advancing towards Wang Gang, growling ominously, with putrid liquid trickling from her mouth. Wang Gang, cowering in the corner, was so terrified that a pale yellow liquid streamed from his lower body, accompanied by a foul odor that wafted into Lu Feng's nostrils. Xiaoyi? Lu Feng, recognizing the ghostly figure that had frightened Wang Gang to the point of soiling himself, mustered the courage to call out. Upon hearing this, the ghost slowly turned her head, yet peculiarly, her body did not follow suit. Xiaoyi flashed a smile at Lu Feng, but her severely decayed face caused her rotting flesh to quiver, exposing her back teeth through the gaping maw, a sight that made Lu Feng shudder. Just as Xiaoyi was about to strike Wang Gang, Chinamo intervened to halt the impending chaos. You cannot harm him. Otherwise, I will be unable to guide you to the afterlife. These words. Wang Gang felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, hastily crawling to Chen Mo's feet in supplication. Thank you, Master, for saving me. I merely sought to prevent her from increasing her sins. But who said you would be spared? Chen Mo snapped his fingers, and 3 copper coins shot forth, aimed directly at Wang Gang's forehead. Upon impact, Lu Feng witnessed a corpulent ghost being flung away. The individual possessed by Wang Gang's spirit collapsed as well. With Chen Mo's presence, Lu Feng dashed forward to confront Wang Gang. But alas, Lu Feng swung a punch at Wang Gang's face, only to find himself swinging at thin air. He is a ghost. You cannot physically touch him. Chen Mo's voice resonated in Lu Feng's ear at the opportune moment. With that, Chen Mo retrieved an object from the yellow cloth bag and tossed it to Lu Feng. With this, you will be able to attack the ghost. Lu Feng caught the object and examined it closely. It was a small sword carved from peach wood, yet it was far smaller than any he had seen in films. The sword was merely the size of a palm, devoid of excessive ornamentation, appearing as though it had been hewn from nature itself. The blade was inscribed with a myriad of characters, yet Lu Feng recognized not a single one. Gripping the peachwood sword, Lu Feng felt a warm current emanating from his palm. Flowing throughout his body, he swung his fist once more, this time landing a solid blow on Wang Gang's nose. A thick, dark liquid oozed from Wang Gang's nostrils, reeking foully. Let this be a lesson. I had taken such good care of you. Today, if I do not beat the crap out of you, I shall not bear the surname Lu. Lu Feng ranted as he rained down punches upon Wang Gang. The air filled with Wang Gang's frantic screams. Enough. Just as Lu Feng was reveling in his assault, Wang Gang suddenly contorted into a fierce visage, lunging at him. Lu Feng, taken aback by the unexpected retaliation, stood frozen in place, and before he could react, someone seized him by the collar and yanked him aside. It appears I can no longer hold back. Chenamo released his grip on Lu Feng's collar. Seeing his attack miss, Wang Gang wasted no time and launched a second assault at breakneck speed. Yet, Chen Mo's reflexes outmatched Wang Gang's by a considerable margin. He seized Wang Gang's wrist, yanked him toward himself, causing Wang Gang to stagger forward. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Mo delivered a swift kick to Wang Gang's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward until he crashed against the wall. Taking the peachwood sword from Lu Feng, Chen Mo slowly approached the now prone Wang Gang. Initially, I had intended to spare you, merely guiding you to the afterlife. But who would have thought you would still seek to harm others? In that case, I shall ensure your spirit is scattered. Wang Gang finally grasped the situation. Chen Mo had intentionally provoked Lu Feng to act, thus providing him with a legitimate reason to obliterate Wang Gang's spirit. No, please. Before Wang Gang could finish his plea, Chen Mo plunged the peachwood sword into his temple. Instantly, a plume of black smoke billowed toward the ceiling. Seizing the moment, Lu Feng spat at the swirling smoke. Once everything was resolved, Chen Mo subdued Xiaoyi's malevolent spirit and retrieved incense from the yellow cloth bag to ignite. Sure enough, in no time, Xiaoyi devoured the incense in Chen Mo's hand. Once Xiaoyi had returned to her normal state, Lu Feng smiled and inquired, Xiaoyi, how did you find us? I was hungry and followed the scent of the incense. Could it be that she meant to imply I was delectable? Lu Feng mused inwardly. Yet, upon lifting his shoulder to sniff, he detected no fragrance whatsoever. Chapter 30. the centuries-old tree. Observing Lu Feng's self-satisfied expression, Chanimo could not help but interject. It is this incense. Chanimo waved the nearly burnt-out incense stick in his hand. The unique aroma of my incense led me here. Xiaoyi, fearing Lu Feng still did not comprehend, added an explanation beside him. Yet, Lu Feng inhaled deeply into the air, finding no discernible difference from ordinary incense. This is merely a sound that a ghost could perceive. Naturally, you cannot discern any difference. Could this also be part of your scheme? Lu Feng suddenly felt an unsettling impression of the person before him. As if every move was meticulously calculated, it was merely coincidence. Chanimo waved his hand dismissively. Moments later, they arrived at the ancient camphor tree in Hujiakan. On the way, Lu Feng had deliberately called an old classmate late at night, only to learn that Wang Gang had tragically passed away in a car accident several days prior, and had only just been brought to the funeral home for cremation today. Why wasn't Xiaoyi allowed to accompany them? Perhaps she could have been of assistance. As they exited the funeral home, Chanimo found an excuse to deceive Xiaoyi into returning to the funeral supplies store. It was only when they reached Hujiakan that Lu Feng finally spoke. This was the place where she had been murdered. If she returned before the 7th day, it could be an immense shock. And they could not take that risk. Lu Feng acknowledged the validity of Chinmo's reasoning and ceased his inquiries. The camphor tree was indeed magnificent. It must have been several hundred years old. Do you think it might have become sentient? When they had previously visited, there had been no time for a thorough examination, but now Lu Feng scrutinized it closely. The camphor tree was not tall, yet its sturdy trunk twisted like a serpentine dragon, coiled upon the earth, making it nearly impossible for 10 men to encircle it. Lu Feng marveled at its grandeur. Chanimo had already located the hidden seal buried at the tree's roots. As Lu Feng leaned closer, an exceedingly strange scene unfolded before his eyes. How could this be? The roots of the camphor tree intertwined, weaving into a shape resembling an inverted flower basket, entirely enveloping the seal. This tree was on the verge of becoming sentient. Lu Feng had not anticipated that his words would come to fruition. Wasn't he it said that after the establishment of the nation, no tree was to gain sentience? Lu Feng recounted a conclusion he had gleaned from supernatural novels. Fortunately, they had arrived in time. Otherwise, it might have truly attained a formidable presence. Chanimo meticulously snipped away the roots encasing the seal, when suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept through, causing the branches of the camphor tree to sway violently, the leaves cascading to the ground with a rustling sound, akin to a mournful wail filled with resentment. As if intent on burying the two men beneath its sorrow. Even more bizarrely, a dark red sap began to ooze from the roots, resembling dried blood. My goodness. It truly has become sentient. It's bleeding. Lu Feng exclaimed at that very moment, as Chanimo extracted the seal. All anomalous sounds ceased abruptly. Even Lu Feng could sense that this seal was an ominous object. Chanimo brushed off the dirt atop the seal, revealing its true visage before them. What manner of creature is depicted here? I have never seen anything like it, Lu Feng remarked, gazing at the three beings etched upon the seal, his curiosity piqued. These are not mere animals, but rather malevolent spirits. Aren't those 4 types of malevolent beings? Yet there are only 3 here. The first refers to those colossal creatures that haunt the mountains and forests, causing harm. The second denotes enchanting beings capable of captivating the heart. Lu Feng followed Chen Mo's finger to behold a mesmerizing creature sculpted upon the seal. Chen Mo continued, the last refers to those spirits born from the mountains and rivers, said to be transformed from the son of Zhuanshu after his demise. It appears this seal is indeed a nefarious artifact. Lu Feng had intended to examine it closely, but after Chen Mo's explanation, he swiftly abandoned that thought. Such a sinister object should be returned post-haste. Not yet. We must wait until the full moon in 2 days. Chanimo recalled how Taoist, in an effort to preserve a life, had forcibly sealed it before the arrival of the full moon, sacrificing 10 years of his own lifespan in the process. Upon their return to the funeral supplies store, the eastern horizon was already tinged with dawn. After a night of toil, Lu Feng collapsed into slumber without even having breakfast, seemingly resolved not to open for business that day. As Lu Feng's snores filled the room, Chanimo retrieved the seal they had unearthed. Even in daylight, the chill emanating from the seal caused the temperature in the room to drop several degrees. Chanimo carefully pressed the base of the seal onto the ink pad. imprinting it onto the prepared yellow paper. The characters on the seal were distinctly transferred onto the paper, and had Lu Feng been awake, he would have been astonished to discover that the inscriptions bore the same style as those on a palm-sized peachwood sword. Yet, despite the simplicity of the act, beads of sweat adorned Qian Mo's brow. Can only two impressions be made? Gazing at the two stamped sheets of yellow paper, Qian Mo muttered to himself, hopefully, it will prove life-saving in a critical moment. He folded the papers neatly and placed them into a cloth bag. During his time in the modern world, Qian Mo had observed that the malevolent beings here were far more numerous than in his own era. In such circumstances, having more trump cards was undoubtedly advantageous. Perhaps due to the physical exertion of sealing the artifact, Qian Mo leaned back against the chair and fell asleep, only to awaken to the evening hours. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and as Qian Mo had predicted, the night of the full moon arrived. Their mission was not only to return the seal, but according to Qian Mo's conjecture, Xiaoyi's body was likely in the same vicinity. At the stroke of midnight, the two men followed the address provided by Hu Jianshu to the construction site where he worked. The stillness of the night rendered the site eerily silent, save for the distant cacophony of autumn insects. Fortunately, the ancient tomb had yet to be discovered. Observing the scene at the site, Lu Feng could not help but speculate. The area was surrounded by barriers standing 4 to 5 meters high, leaving only a passage for workers to enter and exit, making it impractical to sneak in. Let us use the main entrance. You distract the security guard while I go in alone. After some contemplation, Lu Feng realized this was the only feasible plan and agreed. He signaled to Qian Mo to hide, then knocked on the security booth's door. Old man! At that moment, Li Laotu was engrossed in watching television on his phone in the security booth, completely absorbed until the sudden, urgent knocking startled him. Who is it? Li Laotu summoned his courage to inquire. Grandpa, I'm just passing by. My phone is dead, and I can't call a cab. May I borrow your place to charge? Li Laotu approached the window to glance outside, relieved to see a young man whose silhouette was cast by the overhead light. Sensing the presence of a shadow, Li Laotu finally relaxed. Go away, go away. The security booth isn't open to outsiders. Once he confirmed that there was a living person outside, Li Laotu's courage grew, and his voice elevated a notch. Please, help me out. I have a pack of cigarettes you can take to relieve your fatigue. Lu Feng, left with no choice, resorted to his trump card, pulling out a pack of huazi from his pocket. Upon seeing the huazi, Li Laotu's demeanor softened considerably, and he opened the door just a crack. Lu Feng seized the opportunity to hand over the unopened pack of cigarettes. Li Laotu accepted the cigarettes, scrutinizing them closely before finally opening the door. Come in. Seizing the moment to enter, Lu Feng deliberately blocked Li Laotu's view with his body, allowing Qian Mo to slip into the construction site. The nighttime site was eerily quiet, and Qian Mo was struck with awe at witnessing the steel behemoth being gradually erected, his astonishment beyond words. Just as Qian Mo was marveling, a chilling low growl echoed from deep within the site. Reverberating into the surroundings, the two men in the security booth were startled by the sudden commotion. Grandpa, what is that noise? Lu Feng queried, while Li Laotu momentarily faltered, unsure of how to respond. Probably some wild cat or dog, he ventured, but it doesn't sound like it. Could this construction site be haunted? Before departing, Qian Mo had discreetly slipped a talisman to Lu Feng for protection, granting him a semblance of confidence. However, to frighten Li Laotu, Lu Feng lowered his voice to a whisper. The effect only heightened Li Laotu's fear, causing him to tremble like a leaf. Don't talk nonsense. The site was inspected by a master before construction. It is a feng shui treasure. It truly was a feng shui treasure. Otherwise, the emperor would not have been buried here. Lu Feng couldn't help but scoff at Li Laotu's words. Meanwhile, upon hearing the low growl, Qian Mo snapped back to reality. Indeed, on the night of the full moon, it was a time when spirits roamed freely. At that moment, even Qian Mo's expression turned grave. He hadn't disclosed to Lu Feng that the full moon night was the day of the month when Yin energy was at its peak. While it was possible to return the seal successfully, encountering a horde of wandering spirits would pose a significant dilemma. With a compass in hand, Qian Mo swiftly located the entrance Hu Jianshu had mentioned. The opening was barely a meter wide, just enough for an adult to crawl through. Perhaps due to its depth, it was hardly noticeable. Descending into the tunnel, the ancient tomb opened up before them, spacious enough for a person to stand upright. Coincidentally, This tunnel led directly to the main chamber of the tomb, which explained why Hu Jianshu had been able to retrieve the seal so readily. Chen Imo switched on his phone's flashlight, scanning the surroundings, only to find the walls adorned with murals that interconnected, encircling the entire main chamber. The mural, however, does not depict a scene of eternal bliss. Rather, it illustrates an ancient battlefield, strewn with corpses and flowing rivers of blood, as if the very essence of life were about to burst forth from the mural itself. Chen Imo leaned in for a closer inspection. He noticed that the soldiers portrayed were devoid of flesh, their forms reduced to mere skeletal remains. The situation on the battlefield seemed overwhelmingly one-sided, and just as the enemy was poised to strike the main camp, a figure atop a dragon carriage rose to their feet. Even through the mural, Chen Imo could sense the oppressive aura emanating from this royal presence, though their hand, once raised in command, now bore only a gaping void. The more Chen Imo gazed, the more entranced he became. It dawned upon him that he had become oblivious to the changes in the outside world, fully immersed in the mural's depths at that moment. The thousands of soldiers within the mural surged towards him like a tide. Realizing that his senses were being overwhelmed by the mural, Chen Imo decisively bit down on his tongue, and a rush of iron-tasting blood erupted in his mouth. The pungent flavor jolted him back to awareness, and he swiftly drew the peachwood sword strapped to his back, allowing a mouthful of blood to splatter onto its blade as he thrust it towards the mural. Before the might of the peachwood sword, the mural yielded as if it were mere tofu, pierced effortlessly, and the scene before Chen Imo returned to normalcy. To his astonishment, even after millennia, the mural retained such power. He had indeed underestimated it. Without further delay, Chen Imo returned the Yin seal to the hand of the figure depicted in the mural. The moment he did so, a host of indistinct soldiers materialized, and the tide of battle shifted dramatically in favor of the man holding the Yin seal. Yet, upon Chen Imo's departure from the mural, the middle-aged man visibly aged at an alarming rate, until all that remained was a mere shell. Having completed this, Chen Imo searched the ancient tomb for Xiaoyi's remains and, indeed, discovered her body in a corner of the main chamber. He had previously inquired about the birth dates of the 4 members of the Hu family at the funeral home, and through his calculations, he had determined that Xiaoyi was not destined for an early demise. Why, then, did she meet such a fate? As he approached, the questions in his heart became clear. Unlike the others, Xiaoyi's body appeared untouched, devoid of any wounds, and in her mouth lay a night pearl the size of a pigeon's egg. Strangely, she was adorned in a green ceremonial garment reminiscent of a bridal dress. Yet it bore significant deviations from the traditional attire. Was she intended to be buried as a consort? Witnessing this scene, an inexplicable fury ignited within Chen Imo. Even in his own era, he had read tales of nobles who sacrificed the living to accompany the dead, and he had deemed such practices cruel, akin to murder, and detrimental to one's moral standing. If this were the case, then he would not hesitate to ensure that they could not reincarnate. With that resolve, Chen Imo slowly pushed open the coffin in the main chamber, revealing the tomb's master before him. It was a corpse, utterly desiccated. Yet astonishingly, even after thousands of years, the shriveled skin clung to the skeletal frame. Intact, with a swift motion, Chen Imo seized the arm of the corpse and yanked it out. As he exerted force, the entire body uncontrollably hurtled forward, crashing into the mural and shattering into a pile of bones. He then retrieved a talisman from his bundle and tossed it into the coffin. Upon contact with the coffin's base, a faint blue flame erupted instantly. The flame was fleeting, extinguishing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 32. Exorcism. Chen Imo approached Xiaoyi's body and spoke. "I've cleaned everything for you. If you do not mind, I shall bury you here." He understood that he could not take Xiaoyi's remains with him. Hence this plan. Should anyone have been present, they would surely have thought Chen Imo mad, conversing with a corpse. Strangely, the once rigid body softened upon hearing his words. Just as Chen Imo was about to place Xiaoyi's body in the coffin, a silver earring slipped from her earlobe, hitting the ground with a melodious tink. "Thank you." After laying Xiaoyi to rest and preparing to depart, the ground of the entire tomb suddenly began to tremble violently, prompting Chen Imo to hasten his steps. That moment, the indistinct soldiers from the mural surged towards him as if animated, giving the impression they were striving to break free from their painted confines. Just then, a brilliant golden light burst forth behind Chen Imo, illuminating the mural, and a colossal phantom materialized upon it. If Chen Mo were to turn around at that instant, he would recognize the phantom as a magnified version of the design on his back. In an instant, the faceless soldiers in the mural were decimated by this apparition, and a visible crack appeared in the Yin seal. Yet, Chen Mo remained unaware of all this. Climbing out using the rope, he discovered that the entire construction site had suffered varying degrees of subsidence, with the ancient tomb buried deep beneath. An earthquake had just occurred. Fortunately, you seem unscathed. Lu Feng, witnessing Chen Mo emerge from the depths unscathed, felt a weight lift from his heart. After all, Chen Mo had helped him, and had anything gone amiss, he would have felt guilty for a lifetime. Hey, what were you doing, emerging from the construction site? Due to the recent earthquake, both Lu Feng and his companion had rushed out from the security room. At that moment, Oldly, seeing someone emerge from the site so late, hurriedly inquired, "Run? Stop? But how could an old man catch up with two young men?" After chasing for a distance, Oldly returned to the construction site, grumbling. Thankfully, upon counting, he found nothing missing from the site, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the way back, Lu Feng inquired about the events in the ancient tomb. And Chen Mo recounted the tale. "Wait, are you saying you threw the tomb owner's corpse out of the coffin and placed Xiao Yi's body inside?" Lu Feng could hardly believe Chen Mo would undertake such an act and sought confirmation once more. It was a trial he was meant to endure after death, one he could not escape. In the early hours of the following day, before the sun had risen, everything still lay in the tranquil embrace of slumber. Chen Mo prepared the Yin-Yang altar in the shop, placing the memorial tablets of the Hu family upon the Yin altar, alongside offerings of 3 teas, 4 wines, 3 meats, 4 vegetables, and various other tributes. Today marked the 7th day since the Hu family's passing, and Chen Mo honored his promise to conduct a rite for them. Due to the police still sealing off the Hu family's residence, he had no choice but to perform the exorcism within his shop. "Big brother, thank you." Xiao Yi gazed at Chen Mo with gratitude. Had it not been for his intervention, she would have been oblivious to the whereabouts of her remains, and the malevolent spirit birthed from her plight would have continued to haunt her, preventing her from reincarnating. Chen Mo waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. I do this to accumulate virtue." With his left hand grasping the soul-calling banner and his right holding an ancient bronze bell, he shook the bell, and instantly, the surroundings echoed with resounding reverberations, which to Xiao Yi sounded like a lullaby. As Chen Mo recited an arcane incantation, the atmosphere grew heavy with a chilling wind, and 3 phantoms gradually materialized within the shop. Retaining their posthumous forms, the visages of the 3 appeared hauntingly ghastly. Observing the tragic state of the 3 souls, tears streamed down Xiao Yi's cheeks. "Child, do not weep," her grandfather, with only half a face remaining, comforted her. Witnessing the family's sorrowful plight, Chen Mo felt compelled to admonish. "In the future, do not covet ill-gotten gains." Hu Jianshu nodded vehemently. With that, Chen Mo flicked his wrist, igniting the talisman nestled between his fingers, signifying the commencement of the exorcism. He then produced a pre-folded paper boat. Cradling it in his palm, murmuring incantations in a matter of moments, the 4 phantoms vanished from the funeral parlor, and the frigid atmosphere within gradually returned to normalcy. Upstairs, Lu Feng, still deep in slumber, suddenly dreamt of Xiao Yi bidding him farewell. Upon awakening, he discovered Chen Mo had already conducted the exorcism for the souls. Time flowed like a gently meandering stream, silently advancing. Since the resolution of the events in Hu family village, there had been little in the way of significant business. And during this period, 2 fortune tellers who visited were swiftly deterred by Chen Mo's steep prices. Lu Feng, primarily occupied with the funeral home, also dabbled in adventure live streaming, a pursuit he had initially embarked upon after meeting Chen Mo at the abandoned Qingguang Temple. However, after experiencing several bizarre events alongside Chen Mo, he chose to abandon that path and seek another avenue. One day, while Lu Feng scrolled through live streams, he stumbled upon a captivating broadcast titled Strange Tales from Mountain Villages, which came with a warning about its intense horror elements, advising the faint-hearted to proceed with caution. It recounted events from a decade ago. A local live stream sharing folklore immediately piqued Lu Feng's interest. The host typically employed various voices to mimic characters in the stories, immersing the audience in an almost cinematic experience. The tales were often drawn from online sources or novels, reinterpreted through the host's unique vocal style. Lu Feng suddenly felt inspired. His own encounters with the extraordinary alongside Chinemo provided ample material for a similar venture. Without hesitation, he sent a virtual sports car to the host, hoping to learn live streaming techniques from him. As the stream commenced, only a few minutes had passed when someone generously gifted the streamer a luxury car. Elmu promptly expressed his gratitude in the chat and followed Lu Feng's account. This was precisely the outcome Lu Feng desired, as it would allow him to send a private message to the streamer. He planned to consult Elmu after the broadcast concluded. To enhance the atmosphere of the live stream, Elmu deliberately drew the pure black curtains closed, leaving only the glow emanating from his computer screen, which instantly created a chilling ambience. The viewers watching the stream were swept up in the mood. And Lu Feng was no exception. "What are you watching?" Lu Feng was engrossed in an exciting segment when Chinemo unexpectedly chimed in from behind, startling Lu Feng to the point of nearly dropping his phone. "Brother, I'm listening to a story. Could you refrain from being so frightening?" Lu Feng retorted irritably, briefly showing Chinemo the phone still streaming the broadcast. However, that fleeting glance revealed something alarming to Chinemo. There was something behind him. Chapter 33. The terrifying live stream room. Lu Feng was taken aback by Chinmo's words, yet as he scrutinized the phone screen, he could only discern the streamer narrating a tale into the microphone, with nothing else visible. Chinmo's expression, however, suggested he was not jesting. He seized Lu Feng's phone and began to type a comment in the chat. Due to his unfamiliarity with typing, he resorted to voice input. "There is something behind you." The comment floated across the live stream, and since Lu Feng had just sent a gift, Elmu recognized his idea, though. "It seems our generous viewer has fully immersed himself in the experience. But I forgot to mention that the streamer is quite brave." With that, Elmu glanced back over his shoulder. Yet, just like Lu Feng, he could only see an impenetrable darkness due to the drawn curtains. Nothing else was present. Since his content revolved around horror, Elmu was accustomed to being frightened by viewers often and remained unfazed, continuing with his story. Observing Elmu's skepticism, Chinemo returned the phone to Lu Feng. Curiosity getting the better of him, Lu Feng asked, "What exactly did you see?" "A little ghost," Chinemo replied succinctly. Lu Feng chuckled in disbelief. "What is there to fear about a little ghost? Just lend me that peachwood sword, and I'll knock it out with a single punch." Chinemo, not wishing to argue, simply tossed out a remark that he would contact Lu Feng later and exited. However, Lu Feng paid little heed to Chinmo's words and intentionally waited until Elmu concluded his stream to inquire about broadcasting techniques. Elmu was more than willing to assist, believing that ultimately, it was skill that mattered, and he generously shared all his streaming tips and precautions with Lu Feng. After several days of preparation, Lu Feng, following Elmu's guidance, swiftly set up his streaming room. To provide viewers with an immersive experience, he replaced the curtains with pure black ones, ensuring that even during daylight, the effect would be striking. With everything in place, Lu Feng decided to commence his first live broadcast while Chinemo was out running errands. Just as he launched the streaming software, a series of urgent knocks echoed from downstairs. Due to the rolling shutter door on the first floor, the sounds reverberated sharply. "Who is it? Being haunted by a ghost?" Lu Feng yelled. Yet, even after his outburst, the knocking persisted. Reluctantly, he shut down the stream and stormed downstairs in irritation. Upon pulling open the shutter door, a gaunt, disheveled young man stood anxiously at the entrance. "Who are you?" Lu Feng squinted, recognizing the youth but unable to recall where he had seen him before. "Brother, I'm Elmu, the one who you gifted a car to in my stream a few days ago. I finally found you. Please, you must help me," the young man gasped, introducing himself. "You're the one who told horror stories during the broadcast?" Lu Feng asked hesitantly, unsure, as the person before him looked somewhat different. Perhaps due to sleepless nights, Elmu's eyes were sunken, and his face appeared gaunt, giving him an impression of prolonged malnourishment. Seeing Elmu nod, Lu Feng's anger dissipated entirely, and he quickly pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, offering one to Elmu. "What is going on? I was just about to start my live stream." However, at Lu Feng's words, Elmu's expression shifted dramatically, and even his hand holding the cigarette began to tremble uncontrollably. "Please don't stream. You will encounter a ghost?" Lu Feng was startled by his statement, but then reconsidered. Perhaps Elmu was merely fabricating new material for his stream. "What exactly happened? Please elaborate." Lu Feng chose not to confront him directly and continued inquiring. Elmu took several deep drags from the cigarette until it nearly burned down to the filter before he slowly began to recount. It all started with that comment you made during the stream. Lu Feng's thoughts were instantly drawn back to Chen Mo's comment. Could it be that what Chen Mo said was true? That day, I planned to stream until 2 a.m. as usual, but just as I was about to shut down the computer, the dark screen suddenly flickered with static. I thought the screen was broken and leaned in to check. But at that moment, the screen went completely black, and in its reflection, I saw a little boy with his arms wrapped around my shoulders. I can still vividly remember his face. It was a colorless visage. The skin cracked like parched earth, the veins beneath the surface wriggling like maggots, with blood trickling down from his eyes. Seeing this, I was so terrified I jumped out of my chair, completely awake. But when I looked again, the face had vanished, and when I turned around, there was nothing but a wall behind me. Could it be that the pressure of streaming caused you to hallucinate? Lu Feng suggested a somewhat plausible explanation. Initially, I thought the same. So I took 2 days off to rest. It wasn't until yesterday that I resumed streaming. At first, everything seemed normal, but when I shut down my computer after the broadcast, I once again saw that little boy with his arms around my shoulders through the dark screen. At this point, El Mu was on the verge of tears. Last night, I fled my home and spent the entire night gaming at a bustling internet CAF. Once I calmed down, I remembered your comment from that day in the stream. I found your shop's location from your account page, which is why I rushed over this morning. After hearing El Mu's account, Lu Feng suspected that the young man might simply be overwhelmed by the pressures of streaming and should consider seeing a psychiatrist. To be honest, that comment wasn't. Lu Feng was about to clarify that the comment wasn't his when a taxi pulled up in front of the store. Chen Mo emerged from the back seat. Handing the driver the fare, Chen Mo was met with, "Master Chun, you helped me out immensely. I can't possibly accept your payment." Lu Feng squinted, recognizing the driver as Huang Kai, the individual who had sought Chen Mo's assistance a while back. Chen Mo, unperturbed, tucked the money back into his pocket. "What's going on?" Lu Feng gestured towards Huang Kai, who had already walked away. "A colleague encountered something unclean, and I helped him resolve it," Chen Mo replied. Lu Feng quickly pulled El Mu over, introducing him to Chen Mo. "This is the person you mentioned who has something on his back." At that moment, even a simpleton like El Mu could discern that Chen Mo was the one he urgently needed to find. He rushed over and grasped Chen Mo's hand, pleading, "Master, please save me." Chapter 34. The little ghost haunting Chen Mo merely glanced at El Mu, unable to suppress a frown. "It seems the entity bothering you is quite formidable." "How can you tell?" Lu Feng asked. Perplexed, his gaunt face, darkened eyes. "These are symptoms of lost vitality, but most notably, it's what's on his shoulder." Upon hearing this, El Mu promptly rolled up his sleeve, but aside from a slight paleness compared to the rest of his skin, there appeared to be nothing out of the ordinary. "That's not particularly unusual, is it?" Chen Mo did not directly respond to Lu Feng's inquiry, but walked into the shop and scooped a handful of incense ash from the burner before the statue of the god of wealth. He pressed the ash onto El Mu's shoulder, and as he increased the pressure, El Mu's skin emitted a sizzling sound, akin to pork sizzling on a grill. El Mu screamed as if being slaughtered, a plume of black smoke gradually rising from his shoulder. Once the black mist dissipated, Chen Mo loosened his grip. As the ash settled, Lu Feng noticed distinct handprints of a child left behind. This sight proved to be the final straw for El Mu. "Master, I beg you, save me. I'm still so young. I don't want to die." At this point, El Mu nearly fell to his knees in desperation. "If you had come any later, you wouldn't even have the chance to stand here and converse with me." Implied in his words was Chen Mo's tacit agreement to take on El Mu's case. Once inside the shop, El Mu recounted every detail of the events that had transpired over the past few days. "Do you know that little boy?" Chen Mo finally inquired after El Mu finished his narrative. "Unfamiliar. I have never encountered such a being." El Mu's expression did not suggest a seat. "I shall take on this task, but my fees are rather steep." Chen Mo observed that Lu Mu's demeanor did not indicate financial distress and pondered the possibility of reclaiming the earnings he had lost in Hujia village. Money is not an issue. As night descended, the three of them made their way to Lu Mu's residence. Due to the necessity of live streaming, Lu Mu had deliberately chosen a location away from the noisy hustle and bustle of the city. "Are you the only one living here?" Lu Feng inquired, noticing the scattered takeout boxes strewn across the floor. "Just me. Haven't you ever had a girlfriend?" Lu Feng, ever prone to idle chit-chat, fell into his habitual pattern. Lu Mu hesitated for a moment. "I once dated someone, but we broke up." Upon mentioning someone else's sorrow, Lu Feng refrained from pressing further. After surveying the surroundings, he found nothing untoward. Chinamo instructed Lu Mu to resume his live stream while he and Lu Feng waited outside, ready to intervene if necessary. Much like their previous experience at Lu Shinda's home. As the clock neared midnight, Lu Feng impatiently urged Chinamo to activate his yin-yang eyes and also retrieve Chun Mo's mini peachwood sword. You'll soon witness the power of a single punch. Lu Feng waved his fist at Chinamo, who merely responded with an exasperated roll of his eyes. Huh? What's going on? Why hasn't the ghost appeared yet? Time had already passed midnight, yet Lu Feng peered through the crack in the door and saw no signs of movement inside. Who told you that ghosts only emerge at midnight? Isn't that what movies and novels say? Chinamo chose not to engage with Lu Feng any further, focusing intently on the room's activity. However, by the time Lu Mu typically concluded his stream, Chinamo had yet to see the ghost he had glimpsed in his phone previously. Lu Mu then burst out cheerfully, "Master, have you managed to subdue that ghost? I truly haven't seen it today." Lu Feng was about to say that the ghost hadn't shown up at all, but Chinamo interjected. "Keep this talisman close to you. The moment it ignites, call me immediately." Chinamo produced a folded triangular talisman from his fabric bag and handed it to Lu Mu before preparing to leave. "Hey, you haven't given me my payment yet. We shall meet again." After providing his phone number to Lu Mu, Chinamo departed with Lu Feng. On their way back to the shop, Chinamo finally began to explain to Lu Feng, "That little ghost is quite clever. It won't show itself in the presence of strangers, that's why I gave him the talisman. When the ghost reappears and comes into contact with him, the talisman will spontaneously combust. But even if the talisman catches fire, we won't be able to reach him in time." Lu Feng voiced his concern. "Unless we were to stay next door." Believing the problem had been resolved, Lu Mu resumed his live stream the following evening, embellishing his recent experiences into a captivating tale for his audience. The viewers in the live stream were unaware that it was the most terrifying face I had ever seen in my life. The little boy clung to my arm, grinning with bared teeth. "If you don't believe me, look. There are still handprints on my shoulder." Lu Mu rolled up his sleeve to showcase the mark. But it seemed that apart from himself, no one else in the live stream could perceive it. Just then, a peculiar comment caught Lu Mu's attention. "Is this the face you mean?" For some inexplicable reason. As he read the comment, a chill ran up his spine. What was even more unsettling was that the user's ID was blanked. As the comment drifted away, the computer screen suddenly went black, and a boy's face appeared, grinning eerily at Lu Mu. Startled by this sudden occurrence, Lu Mu sat frozen in his chair. When he regained his composure and instinctively looked down, he discovered the little boy was still clutching his arm. The boy's mouth appeared to have been slashed open, stretching grotesquely as blood oozed from the wound, revealing his back molars when he smiled. Just as Lu Mu was paralyzed by fear, a sudden searing sensation in his chest jolted him back to reality, prompting him to hurriedly call Chino, and no sooner had he hung up than he heard the front doors swing open. "Master, please help me." Upon seeing Chinamo and Lu Feng, Lu Mu, not questioning how they had entered, cried out for assistance. The moment Lu Feng laid eyes on the little ghost, he sensed it was markedly different from the one he had encountered previously. The specter was shrouded in a grayish hue, yet its eyes glowed a menacing red, exuding an air of aggression. "Whatever you are, prepare to face Lu Shu's punch." Lu Feng brandished the mini peachwood sword and swung his fist towards the ghost's face. What unfolded next was utterly unforeseen for Lu Feng. Contrary to the effective blow he had dealt to Wang Gang previously, this punch landed without effect on the ghost, as if he had struck solid concrete, causing him to grimace in pain. Lu Feng was taken aback. Although he had not exerted his full strength, he expected more resistance from a creature that appeared no larger than an infant. Undeterred, Lu Feng swung his arm in a wide arc for another punch, and this time, the little ghost on Lu Mu's shoulder finally reacted. However, instead of being sent flying, it lunged at Lu Feng with its claws raised, moving with such speed that even Chinamo could not react in time. Just as the claws were about to graze his neck, Lu Feng thrust the mini peachwood sword at the ghost. In that instant, flames erupted as the sword pierced the ghost's body, sending it hurtling backward and vanishing from the room, while the sword itself was consumed by the flames, leaving only charred remains. Lu Feng stared blankly at the now carbonized sword in his hand, a shiver running down his spine, and when he turned to look, he met Chun Mo's piercing gaze. This was purely an accident. Lu Feng dared not meet Chun Mo's eyes as he spoke. The cost of the peachwood sword will be deducted from your share. With that, Chinamo strode directly toward Lu Mu. At that moment, the handprint on Lu Mu's arm, which had begun to fade, had darkened even further due to the commotion. Master, what on earth is happening? I misjudged this. This is not an ordinary ghost but a vengeful spirit. What does that mean? Generally, when a person dies, they become a soul, which typically harbors no malice. However, those who die with lingering grievances and resentment transform into ghosts. A vengeful spirit exists somewhere in between. It is a soul that has been manipulated into becoming a malevolent entity, possessing far greater resentment than a common ghost and capable of manifesting physically by attaching itself to its former corpse. No wonder my punches felt like hitting a living being. Such vengeful spirits are rarely encountered, as their creation is highly complex, and the one who binds them must feed them fresh blood every 10 days to ensure they obey their commands, a practice that greatly harms the conjurer. But if you say it is a physical entity, why did it suddenly vanish after I struck it? Lu Feng expressed his confusion. It seems the person who bound it is quite skilled. Having retained its characteristics as a vengeful spirit, Qian Mo turned to Lu Mu. Who do you have a deep-seated grudge against, to the extent of risking your life to eliminate you? I don't have anyone like that. I've always been introverted. I was often bullied as a child, and after finally graduating from university, I faced workplace bullying, which forced me to resign and turn to live streaming. It's a miracle no one bullies me. How could I dare to bully others? Lu Mu appeared to reflect his own words. Come with me back to the shop. If that black handprint is not treated promptly, it will gradually drain your yang energy. Upon returning to the shop, Chinamo mixed incense, ash with the burnt talisman and black dog blood for Lu Mu to drink. Do I have a choice in this? Lu Mu grimaced at the dark red liquid, which emitted a foul odor, as his stomach protested. If you would prefer to have your yang energy completely drained, you may choose not to drink it. Chen Mo's words compelled Lu Mu to pinch his nose and gulp down the repugnant concoction in one go. If I throw it up, it 1 tea count as the black liquid began to seep from the corners of his mouth. He quickly covered his mouth with both hands to suppress the overwhelming urge to vomit. Before long, the black handprint on Lu Mu's arm transformed into a noxious black smoke, rising into the air. Master, am I doomed? Having faced 2 vengeful spirits in quick succession, Lu Mu appeared even more haggard than before. Rest assured, with him here, you will be fine. Through their previous encounters, Lu Feng had gained some insight into Qian Mo's capabilities. Moreover, he concluded that Lu Mu's willingness to share everything about live streaming indicated his good character, prompting Lu Feng to offer words of comfort. I'll ask you one more time. Do you truly not recognize that vengeful spirit? Qian Mo spoke slowly. He found it hard to believe that someone would resort to such malicious means to put an utterly unrelated ordinary person to death without cause. Not to mention the vengeful spirit. He had never even encountered a child of similar age. Receiving an affirmative response from Lu Mu, Qian Mo had no choice but to choose to trust him for the time being. The vengeful spirit would only appear when you were alone, and it would flee upon seeing us, so the task ahead must be accomplished solely by you. Before Lu Mu could utter a word, Qian Mo retrieved a roll of acupuncture needles from the yellow cloth bag and spread it out on the table. You know acupuncture? Lu Feng asked, somewhat incredulous, feeling utterly inadequate compared to Qian Mo. Unlike the silver needles used in traditional Chinese medicine, these needles were infused with cinnabar during their crafting. Qian Mo took one out and displayed it before Lu Feng. Upon closer inspection, Lu Feng indeed saw flecks of dark red powder upon it, appearing exceptionally enchanting. These 12 needles are specifically designed to combat vengeful spirits, and what you must do is insert one into the Higu acupoint of the spirit, located at the base of the thumb. Even if it escapes, I will still be able to locate its approximate position, and I can't do it. I won't even have time to escape when I see that thing, let alone stab it. Lu Mu swiftly refused upon hearing Qian Mo's words. If you do not act, I will have no chance to resolve this vengeful spirit, and it will continue to haunt you until your demise. Qian Mo laid out the pros and cons to Lu Mu, leaving the final decision entirely to him. After much inner turmoil, Lu Mu finally trembled as he accepted the silver needle from Qian Mo. All right, I will do it. After Lu Mu departed, Lu Feng finally voiced his concerns. He afraid that the vengeful spirit might kill him out of desperation. Although vengeful spirits are considerably stronger than ghosts, they possess a fatal flaw. Their intelligence remains at the level it held during its lifetime. In other words, the vengeful spirit has the intellect of an infant. And what does an infant do when threatened? It seeks its mother. The one who created this vengeful spirit is akin to its mother. No wonder it vanished after being pierced by the peachwood sword earlier. With Qian Mo's explanation, Lu Feng suddenly understood. However, Qian Mo remained convinced that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Chapter 36. The 7-star array. The next day, Lu Mu initiated his live broadcast at the usual hour. But this time, his mental state was markedly different from previous days. Dear viewers, the story I will share today is Lu Mu began, yet his eyes occasionally darted to his shoulder. This action did not escape the keen eyes of viewers in the chat room, prompting them to complain in the comments. What is going on today? The host keeps looking at something. What kind of story is this? It's devoid of emotion, as if he is merely reading from a script. Yet, Lu Mu seemed entirely unfazed by the audience's criticism, for at that moment, a vengeful spirit was perched on his shoulder, its blood-red eyes glaring menacingly at him. Lu Mu struggled to suppress the involuntary tremors induced by fear. But this terror ran deep, and despite his attempts at restraint, the viewers still sensed something amiss. What is wrong with the host? He is trembling like a leaf. If the host is unwell, he should end the stream. I don't want him glitching on my phone. Some newcomers to the stream deemed Lu Mu simply cowardly, unable to scare himself and telling a horror story. Realizing the spirit's presence, Lu Mu hastily shut down the live broadcast. At that moment, the silver needle entrusted to him by Qian Mo was firmly gripped in his hand. His arm shook violently as he struggled to regain composure, finally mustering the courage to thrust the needle toward the spirit's higu acupoint. However, sensing danger, the vengeful spirit unexpectedly released its grip on Lu Mu's shoulder just as the needle was about to pierce its target. Before Lu Mu could react, the spirit bared its fangs and lunged for his neck. Bang! Just as the spirit was about to strike, a golden light erupted from Lu Mu's chest, and to his astonishment, the spirit was flung away with a piercing shriek that resonated painfully in his ears, causing him to collapse to the ground from the force. Realizing it was outmatched, the spirit turned to flee, but after enduring so much torment, Lu Mu was unwilling to let it escape. With determination, he struggled to his feet and, before the spirit could regain its bearings, plunged the silver needle into its higu acupoint. Yet, the spirit seemed impervious to the needle, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke and vanishing from the room. Confirming that the spirit had indeed fled, Lu Mu retrieved the object from his chest. Master Chen is truly a master of strategy, Lu Mu murmured to himself, gazing at the palm-sized bronze mirror in his hand. Meanwhile, upon learning of Lu Mu's success, Qian Mo swiftly extracted 7 silver needles from the acupuncture bag and arranged them atop some incense ash. Lu Feng watched with curiosity as the needles were positioned to mimic the layout of the Big Dipper, connected by a red thread. Will this really help us locate the vengeful spirit? Lu Feng seemed skeptical. Of course not. This 7-star array can only provide an approximate location. To ultimately find it, we must rely on its unique scent. Unique scent? Why have I never noticed it before? It's a scent only those who practice the Tao can perceive. Ordinary people cannot detect it. While explaining to Lu Feng, Qian Mo had already set up the 7-star array. With a swift series of gestures, the 7 silver needles began to move erratically, etching lines in the ash that ultimately converged into a map-like diagram. Qian Mo quickly recorded the pathway created by the silver needles. Let us go. Since the vengeful spirit's target was Lu Mu, Qian Mo specifically invited him to accompany them. Following the needle's guidance, the 3 arrived in an old district. The buildings in this area appeared exceptionally dilapidated, with the paint peeling from years of exposure to the elements. This is the place. Qian Mo pointed to a community named Tianhai No. 1. According to Lu Feng's description, Tianhai No. 1 was among the earliest constructed residential buildings in the entire Tianhai city. However, due to a lack of maintenance over the years, the community appeared exceedingly worn down. It was said that the developer had cut corners during construction, leading to the building being categorized as a dangerous structure after just 20 years. Thus, this area boasted the lowest rent in all of Tianhai City. After hearing Lu Feng's words, Lu Mu's expression turned grim. How could it be here? Lu Feng, sensing something was amiss, quickly inquired, have you been here before? And no. Within one of the buildings in this community, a frail woman cradled an infant in her emaciated arms. Due to long-term malnutrition, She looked gaunt and lifeless. With a blade, the woman sliced open her wrist, and blood gushed forth as she quickly offered her bleeding wrist to the infant, who eagerly grasped it and began to suckle fervently. "Child, I will heal your wounds," she murmured, her gaze filled with venomous hatred as she looked out the window. At that moment, the silver needles scattered on the ground emitted a blinding glow. Meanwhile, Chenemo and his companions were hastily navigating through the community. Yet, half an hour passed without any discoveries. "I say, Chenemo, you won't fumble this time, will you?" Lu Feng asked softly, unable to contain his impatience. The population density here is overwhelming. The scent is practically smothered by the crowd. Faced with such a densely populated area, even Chenemo felt at a loss, resorting to the most primitive method of searching building by building. As they conversed, the group arrived at the base of a building, preparing to ascend, when Lu Mu hesitantly spoke up. "I'll wait down here. I want to go up." "What is wrong with you? Ever since we arrived, you've been acting strangely. We're here to help you, but you need to cooperate." Lu Feng snapped at Lu Mu, who bowed his head in shame upon hearing Lu Feng's words. Lu Feng intended to say more but was halted by Chenemo. "Then you can wait for us here." The two ascended the building. "What kind of situation is this? We come here to help him in the dead of night." In the elevator, Lu Feng vented his frustrations about Lu Mu to Chenemo Ding Dong. Just as Lu Feng was passionately expressing his thoughts, the elevator suddenly came to a halt. Chapter 37. Is it dead? 18th floor. Lu Feng gazed at the floor where the elevator had stopped, swallowing hard. The doors slowly opened, but aside from the flickering motion sensor lights in the hallway, there was not a soul in sight. A chilling breeze swept into the elevator compartment, sending shivers down his spine. "Who's there? Who plays with the elevator at this hour?" But the only response he received was the howling of the cold wind. Seeing that there was no response from outside, Lu Feng reached out to press the door button, only to be intercepted by Chenmo's hand. The scent of the vengeful spirit lingered on this floor. Chenmo took the initiative to step out of the elevator. Tianhai number 1 featured the classic layout of 2 elevators serving 4 households. The stroke of midnight. Every household had already shut their doors and retired for the night. Yet one door remained wide open. Could it be that a thief had entered? Before Lu Feng could finish his thought, Chenmo had already stepped inside, prompting Lu Feng to hurriedly whisper a warning. "Get out quickly. You're trespassing." However, Chenmo paid no heed and made his way straight to the living room. Reluctantly, Lu Feng followed him inside. The room was empty, but as soon as they crossed the threshold, an odd odor invaded Lu Feng's nostrils. What was that smell? Chenmo crouched down, searching for something, and without turning his head replied to Lu Feng's question. "This is the scent of human blood mixed with talisman paper. It allows the injured parts of the vengeful spirit to heal rapidly, indicating that the one who nurtures this spirit resides here." Chenmo picked up something from the floor and waved it in front of Lu Feng's eyes. It was none other than the silver needle he had previously instructed Lu Mu to thrust into the vengeful spirit. Now, it lay discarded on the ground. We arrived a moment too late. Observing the empty house, Chenmo realized that the person he sought had already fled. He had not anticipated that the one nurturing the vengeful spirit would possess such skill, able to neutralize his silver needle. After a fruitless search, the two decided to return the next day and inquire with the neighbors. Just as they were preparing to leave, they noticed that Lu Mu, who had been waiting downstairs, was now nowhere to be found. Where could that rascal have run off to? Lu Feng dialed Lu Mu's number, but it went unanswered for a long time. Forget him. Let's head back for now. The following morning, Lu Feng attempted to contact Lu Mu again, yet no one answered. He even visited Lu Mu's home, only to discover it empty. With no other choice, the two decided to investigate Tianhaino. One for information. On the way, Lu Feng couldn't help but voice his suspicions. "Do you think that kid might have run off to avoid paying us?" Chenmo shook his head. "As long as the vengeful spirit remains unresolved, he will be tormented until his life force is completely drained." During their conversation, they arrived at the door of the household from the previous night. The door was still ajar, and the interior remained vacant. Lu Feng was about to knock on the neighbor's door to inquire about the situation when suddenly, the elevator doors opened, and a middle-aged woman emerged, carrying groceries, seemingly just returned from the market. "Where has that Xiao Su gone? Leaving the door wide open like this? Doesn't she fear thieves?" The woman prepared to unlock the door to the adjacent apartment, but upon noticing the two strangers, she made a pointed remark. However, Her hands were occupied with groceries, preventing her from retrieving her keys immediately. Seeing this, Lu Feng hurriedly approached her and took the groceries from her hands. "Sister, do you know where the residents next door have gone?" The middle-aged woman, initially ready to scold, softened at Lu Feng's address, her face lighting up with a smile. "Oh dear. My grandson is already 5 years old. I'm quite a bit older than your mother." "Sister, please, no need for jokes. You look no older than 30. Flattered by Lu Feng's compliments, the middle-aged woman chuckled heartily. "What brings you here? Are you looking for Xiao Su?" "Well, we are from the installation service for broadband. This household called us to install their internet today, but after waiting for quite a while, no one showed up, and calls went unanswered. We thought we might ask you for some information." Upon hearing Lu Feng's explanation, the middle-aged woman relaxed. "Oh, you scared me. I thought you were thieves. Xiao Su is always so careless. She must have gone back to her hometown again," leaving the door wide open. Lu Feng, sensing an opportunity, pressed further. "Do you happen to know her full name? And where her hometown is? It would help us provide an explanation to our office." "Her full name is Su Jiejia, and her hometown is in the suburbs of our city, a place called Zhejiakan." The middle-aged woman shared everything she knew without suspicion. With the information gathered, the two prepared to head to Zhejiakan, but the woman's voice called out from behind them. "Oh, young man, could you come in and help me check my internet speed? It's been so slow lately." Finally emerging from Tianhai community, Lu Feng felt as if his soul had been lost. Is it really that serious? It's just a bit of teasing, after all. At that moment, even the usually stoic Chen Imo couldn't resist teasing Lu Feng. "Teasing? Have you ever seen someone reach out to touch another's hand upon entry? That is nothing short of blatant misconduct." What's more, her husband's photo was still on display in the living room, and she had the audacity to touch my hand in front of it. If she wasn't afraid, why should I be? Lu Feng recalled how he had merely offered assistance to the middle-aged woman, only to find himself subjected to her flirtation, sending a chill down his spine. By the time they returned to the shop, darkness had already fallen. They decided to resume their search for clues regarding the vengeful spirit in Zhejiakan the next day. Unbelievable. I still can't get through to that kid. Lu Feng had spent the entire day trying to reach Lu Mu, but to no avail. "Chen Imo, I'm done with this. This whole affair has left me so frustrated that I barely managed to eat today. And to top it off, I was flirted with by an elderly lady while the client didn't even show their face." Just as he was about to explode with frustration, a notification popped up on his phone that caught his attention. "The streamer you follow is live. Come take a look." The notification revealed Lu Mu's live streaming session. What a rascal. Ignoring my calls but going live right on schedule, Lu Feng entered the live stream and began to flood the chat with questions. Yet, Lu Mu seemed oblivious, continuing to narrate his story. For some reason, Lu Feng found today's tale particularly unsettling, sending shivers down his spine. Chen Imo, intrigued, stepped closer and, after a brief glance, spoke coldly. "He is already dead." Chapter 38. Investigation Dead. Chen Mo's words detonated like a bomb, and Lu Feng's expression visibly shifted to one of fear. "Chen Imo, I have a weak constitution. Please don't frighten me." Ignoring Lu Feng's protests, Chen Imo pointed at the screen displaying Lu Mu's live stream. "Look at his eyes." Lu Feng adjusted his phone's brightness to the maximum and leaned closer to the screen. Upon closer inspection, he indeed noticed something amiss. Lu Mu's eyes were shrouded in a yellowish mist, lacking any luster, resembling a stagnant pool of water. Having worked in the funeral industry for many years, Lu Feng had encountered numerous deceased individuals and recognized that only a corpse would possess such eyes. As Lu Feng continued to observe, Lu Mu, as if sensing his gaze, mechanically turned his head and locked eyes with Lu Feng, a grotesque smile stretching across his face with exaggerated proportions. Startled, Lu Feng instinctively tossed his phone away. What the hell? He was supposed to be dead. How can he still move? This is the vengeful spirit manipulating things from behind the scenes, seeking to provoke us by making us witness this. Indeed, as soon as Chen Mo's words fell, the Lu Mu in the live stream began to visibly wither, leaving nothing but a mere husk clinging to its skeletal frame, before suddenly collapsing onto the table. This shocking scene sent the other viewers into a frenzy, with some immediately dialing emergency services. Ultimately, the live stream was shut down by the arriving police. The following morning, both Chen Imo and Lu Feng were summoned to the police station for questioning. Upon entering the interrogation room, a young officer taking notes instinctively glanced over at the two. "You two again?" The officer appeared somewhat surprised to see Chen Imo and Lu Feng. Xiao Zhu, do you know them? Inquired an older officer seated at the other end of the room. They're the ones who reported the body hidden in the concrete block case, the young officer replied. Recalling the incident, Lu Feng remembered how, under Chan Mo's suggestion, he had called the police to deal with Wang Pingjing, and the officer who had responded was indeed this Xiao Zhu. Recognizing a familiar face eased the previously tense atmosphere. Since it's not our first meeting, there's no need to be overly anxious. We've called you in to gather some information regarding Lu Mu, the middle-aged officer continued. According to our initial investigation, the last call on Lu Mu's phone was made by you, and you two were the last to have contact with him. Could you recount the events of your visit to Tianhai No. 1 in detail? Meanwhile, Officer Xiao Zhu busily recorded the details on his computer. Chen Mo couldn't help but reflect on how, in his own era, it would have taken an eternity to reach this level of investigation. Yet now, merely overnight, the deceased's last movements had been thoroughly scrutinized. Lu Mu was our client, and our visit to Tianhai No. 1 was to resolve the troubles he was facing. What troubles? The middle-aged officer seized on the key point of inquiry. Lu Feng was acutely aware that, even if he chose to remain silent, the police would eventually uncover the truth. Thus, he deemed it futile to continue concealing the matter and recounted the events surrounding El Mu's exorcism in a general sense. However, he refrained from disclosing any information regarding Su Jiejia. After listening to Lu Feng's narrative, the two officers exchanged glances, and after a prolonged silence, one of them spoke. Are you implying that El Mu was killed by the malevolent spirit you mentioned? To be precise, he was drained of his yang energy by the vengeful spirit, Chen Mo interjected. Gentlemen, cooperating with the investigation is the duty of every citizen. We did not summon you here to share stories. The middle-aged officer stated with an unmistakably stern tone. Officer, I assure you that every word we have spoken is the absolute truth, Lu Feng insisted, unwavering despite the officer's probing. When it became evident that no further information could be extracted, Officer Xiao Zhu printed the record for Chen Mo and Lu Feng to sign. Let me remind you, signing this document entails legal responsibility to it would be prudent to disclose the truth now. As once our investigation concludes, the implications will be markedly different, the middle-aged officer cautioned once more. Lu Feng felt a sense of helplessness. He had already conveyed the reality of the situation, yet his words were met with skepticism. Reflecting on his own disbelief in the existence of ghosts prior to encountering Chen Mo and experiencing these events himself, he understood their perspective. As he prepared to leave the police station, Lu Feng discreetly inquired of Officer Xiao Zhu, Officer, how did El Mu meet his demise? After a moment's hesitation, Officer Xiao Zhu ultimately divulged the information. The investigation is nearing completion, and I can share this with you. According to the examination, there were no external injuries or signs of a struggle on the deceased, which preliminarily rules out homicide. If homicide has been ruled out, then why have we been summoned? Lu Feng questioned, puzzled. Firstly, it is a procedural necessity. Secondly, the forensic examination revealed multiple organs in the deceased exhibiting severe deterioration, occurring almost instantaneously, which is highly inconsistent with biological phenomena, the officer explained. In my years of service, this is the first time I've encountered such peculiar circumstances. Hence, we suspect there may be deeper implications within this case. This is indicative of being drained of yang energy by a vengeful spirit, he added. Comrade, we are in the 21st century. Your tales of ghosts and spirits will not deceive anyone. I advise you to consider a career change, the officer remarked skeptically. Having already reviewed the backgrounds of Lu Feng and Chen Mo, he noted that one was a Taoist priest while the other dealt in funeral supplies, casting doubt on their credibility. Here is my contact information. Should you recall anything else, do not hesitate to reach out to us, Officer Xiao Zhu said, handing them a business card. Just as he was about to turn away, Chen Mo's voice resonated from behind. Please refrain from driving for the next few days. Before Lu Feng could inquire further, the two had already entered a taxi and departed. Why did you take so long to chat? Questioned the middle-aged officer, who had been speaking with Xiao Zhu. It's nothing, Li Gu. This fellow is merely a charlatan, and he advised me against driving for the next few days, Xiao Zhu replied. After hearing this, Li Gu cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Zhu, recalling the case of a certain Wang Jingping, a Taoist who had inexplicably self-ignited, leaving the cause of the incident unresolved, which tightened the knot of concern in his chest. Upon returning to the shop, Lu Feng posed a question. Chen Mo, do you think we should still get involved? The police are currently investigating, and given that El Mu is already deceased, resolving the matter with the vengeful spirit would be of little consequence. Lu Feng was particularly troubled by the prospect of no one settling their debts. Consider it an act of purging the world of monsters. It could also serve to accumulate some good karma. Chinamo suggested, "Is there truly such a thing as karma? I find it hard to believe." Lu Feng murmured to himself. In the midst of that night, Lu Feng encountered his parents, who had not graced his dreams for quite some time. Upon waking the next day, he vividly recalled a phrase his parents had imparted: "Accumulate good karma, and there shall be recompense." This prompted Lu Feng to seek Chen Mo's interpretation of the saying. In simple terms, performing good deeds will eventually yield rewards. However, one must not act solely with the expectation of return, for true karma cannot be amassed in such a manner, Chen Mo elaborated. With the intent of accumulating more good karma, Lu Feng ultimately accompanied Chen Mo to Sujia Alley. Unfamiliar with the area, Lu Feng had taken the liberty of researching Sujia Alley on his phone prior to their visit. To his astonishment, he discovered that the predominant surname in Sujia Alley was not Su, but Wang. Consequently, he consulted local vendors to grasp the underlying reason. Originally, the area was named after its predominantly Sioux inhabitants. But during the turmoil of a century ago, most of the male population from Sujia Alley had perished on the battlefield, leaving very few to return. This led to a significant decline in the original residents. Decades later, a group of Wang refugees stumbled upon this sparsely populated area with numerous vacant homes and decided to settle, thereby establishing their lineage. To honor their predecessors, the name Sujia Alley was retained. "Excuse me, could you tell me where the original Sioux residents now reside?" Lu Feng inquired, handing over a cigarette as a token of appreciation. Having spent a considerable amount of money on cigarettes while gathering information, he felt a pang of regret. The familiar brand was indeed more palatable. Accepting the cigarette, the elder man lit it and took a satisfying drag. "The Sioux family primarily resides at the far end of the alley. Do you know someone named Su Jujia?" Lu Feng pressed on to Jujia. "If you continue further in, you'll find an ancestral hall, and directly across from it is her home," the elder replied. After bidding farewell to the man, the two hurried towards the indicated direction. To their surprise, Su Jujia was somewhat of a local celebrity, thus sparing them the trouble of further inquiries. As they walked, Lu Feng reflected on the elder's remarks. Marveling at the coincidence, before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Sioux clan ancestral hall. The hall was modest in size and bore the marks of age, with some areas showing signs of renovation, perhaps to preserve the history for future generations, as the original plaque remained intact. Opposite the hall, several shops were unevenly spaced. "Well, it seems we must continue our inquiries." Just as Lu Feng was about to pull out another cigarette to inquire further, Chen Mo pointed to the shop in the center. "The person we are seeking is right there." Following Chen Mo's gesture, Lu Feng saw a shop devoid of signage, its table cluttered with incense, candles, and paper offerings, where a frail woman was organizing her wares. In a way, a fellow practitioner? As Chen Mo stood observing, the slender woman seemed to sense their presence, turning to regard them with eyes that bore an unusual depth for her age. "You have finally come," her voice flowed softly. "Mother, I'm stepping out for a moment. I'll return shortly," she called into the shop. After receiving a response from within, the woman retrieved something from behind the counter and stepped outside. "I am Su Jujia, the person you seek." Lu Feng scrutinized the woman before him. She was petite and appeared so frail that she seemed as though she might topple over in the wind. He found it difficult to reconcile her image with the one of the person Chen Mo had described as harboring a vengeful spirit. Ignoring Lu Feng's scrutinizing gaze, Su Jujia walked past them, producing a key she had just obtained from the counter. With a creak, the wooden door of the ancestral hall swung open, its hinges protesting with a harsh sound. "Please come in. I prefer not to be seen by others." As Chen Mo prepared to enter, Lu Feng instinctively pulled him back, cautioning, "Be careful. What if there are traps she has set inside?" "I will ensure our safety," Chen Mo replied confidently, stepping into the hall. "Damn it, I've been fooled," Lu Feng muttered under his breath. Upon entering the hall, Lu Feng was enveloped by an ancient aura. The structure was reminiscent of a Sihiyuan, yet lacking the two side rooms, leaving only the main chamber where the ancestral tablets were enshrined. Perhaps due to years of neglect, a chilling atmosphere permeated the space, with moss covering the green bricks on the ground, forcing Lu Feng to tread carefully. While Chen Mo moved with ease, Chen Mo wrinkled his brow as he inhaled the scent within the hall. You have been nurturing a vengeful spirit here." Upon hearing this, Lu Feng instinctively positioned himself behind Chen Amo. Recalling how he had nearly fallen victim to the vengeful spirit himself, Su Jiajia's expression shifted to one of surprise as the truth of her secret was laid bare by Chen Amo, and the light in her eyes began to dim. "This hall has been abandoned for quite some time. Typically, no one comes here. My family is in the funeral business, and the elders entrusted us with the keys so we can occasionally come to clean and pay our respects." "Who taught you the method of nurturing a vengeful spirit?" Chen Amo inquired, not rushing to discuss El Mu, acknowledging that there was no longer a need for concealment now that they had found her. Su Jiajia disclosed everything she knew to Chen. It was a hunchbacked old Taoist who often set up stall at the alley's entrance. The revelation left both Lu Feng and Chen Amo in shock. As a deceased figure surfaced in their minds. "What was his name?" Lu Feng managed to restrain his astonishment and asked. "Wang Pingjing." Su Jiajia's words confirmed their suspicions. "Sister, you are being foolish. He is certainly not a good person." Compared to Su Jiajia, Lu Feng harbors an even greater disdain for Wang Jingping. "Are you familiar with him?" This time, it is Su Jiajia's turn to be astonished. "Not only do I know him, but I have also crossed paths with him." Lu Feng, reflecting on his past failure to deliver a much-deserved beating to that disrespectful old fool, felt a wave of regret wash over him. "Had it not been for my desire to take revenge on El Mu, I would never have delved into such matters. During that time, I was unaware of how much that old man had exploited me. But fortunately, El Mu ultimately met his demise." Su Jiajia's words also confirmed Chen Mo's suspicions. Indeed, she was acquainted with El Mu, and it seemed their enmity ran deep. "Wang Jingping is now dead as well." Chen Mo remarked nonchalantly, "Good riddance. These men are all scoundrels. They deserve to die." At that moment, Su Jiajia seemed to have gone mad, her voice hoarse from her furious outburst. Once she finally calmed down, Chen Mo seized the opportunity to inquire, "Why resort to this dark art to harm others? Are you aware that each time you nourish the vengeful spirit, it consumes your own lifespan?" "I know. It is to torment him I would willingly sacrifice my life just for that." Chapter 40. The truth: when he tormented me, he was far more brutal than I am now. El Mu and I were originally high school classmates, and later attended the same university. As she spoke, Su Jiajia retrieved a photograph of herself and El Mu from her phone. In the picture, Su Jiajia looked completely different from her current self. Back then, she sported 2 ponytails and wore a pristine white dress, exuding youthful vitality. Now, however, her eyes were filled solely with hatred. From the moment I met him, El Mu's character struck me as the weakest I had ever encountered. No matter what others said, he would merely smile in response, always submissive in the face of adversity. I remember during our first year of college, El Mu had hardly any friends due to his personality, and since he was my fellow townsman and a high school classmate, I became his only friend. At that time, I believed him to be the gentlest person I had ever known. He never contradicted me, and I thought he was simply afraid of losing my friendship. Only later did I realize that it was his inherent weakness that was at play. Speaking of our college days, a long-lost smile appeared on Su Jiajia's face. During our senior year, at one final gathering among classmates, El Mu, emboldened by alcohol, confessed his feelings for me. "Then he wasn't as weak as you claim," Lu Feng interjected. Su Jiajia paid him no mind and continued her narrative. "That day, I, too, influenced by the alcohol, accepted his confession. I can only blame my insufficient understanding of him at the time, which ultimately led me step by step into the abyss. In the initial months of our relationship, El Mu treated me as he normally would. Even better at times. I thought I had found my destined partner. But gradually, he began to change. He developed an overwhelming possessiveness, forbidding me from interacting with other boys, not even allowing me to speak to them. This led to fierce arguments between us, and when I finally mentioned breaking up, he seemed to realize his mistake and, crying, begged me to stay. With a soft heart, I forgave him." Lu Feng felt a wave of exasperation, thinking how cliché this scenario was, yet Chen Mo listened intently, as if hearing such a tale for the first time. However, after I forgave him, his behavior escalated further. He began to hit and scold me, even confining me to my room. "Why didn't you find a chance to escape?" Lu Feng asked, perplexed. At this juncture, Su Jiajia appeared to recall something repulsive. Biting her lip until blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, he took photos of me and threatened to post them online if I dared to run away. ensuring I would never be able to hold my head high again. He even forced me to accompany his boss for work-related projects. Su Jia trembled violently as she recounted her ordeal. After hearing Su Jia's account, Chen Mo and Lu Feng exchanged glances, surprised to discover this hidden side of El Mu. Later, I learned it was precisely because of his weak character that he had harbored resentment for so long, leading to his drastic change in temperament, and I became the outlet for his emotions. One day, while returning home, I encountered a limping old Taoist selling trinkets at a street corner. I recounted my experiences to him, asking if there were any dark arts to take revenge on El Mu. The old man handed me a talisman, instructing me to wrap a few of his hairs within it and burn it, which would ensure that the person would endure a few days of unbearable suffering. To my astonishment, the limping old man's method proved effective. Watching that scoundrel writhe in agony on the bed filled me with indescribable joy. After enduring such torment for a few days, El Mu began to weaken again, begging me for mercy while kneeling on the floor. However, this time, I did not forgive him. In a wonder that day at Tianhai No. 1 I wondered why he refused to come upstairs. Lu Feng recalled. Originally, our relationship should have ended after this incident. Yet that day I inadvertently stumbled upon his live stream on my phone. He brazenly embellished our story, revealing my personal information, and during that period, it was the darkest time of my life, constantly being berated by countless individuals, with some even managing to uncover my address. It was then that I first entertained the notion of wanting him to be silenced forever. Su Jia's eyes reflected a fierce intent to kill. That vengeful spirit is your child, isn't it? Lu Feng initially thought this was merely a tale of love turned to hatred, but was shocked to uncover this startling truth. Realizing she had been exposed by Chen Mo, Su Jia did not conceal the truth, slowly nodding her head as she continued. After severing all ties with him, I discovered I was pregnant, and I later learned through his live stream that he had orchestrated it all from the start. I had once overheard the limping old Taoist mention a method to transform a fetus into a vengeful spirit, and that plan lingered in my mind. I wanted him to be killed by his own child. Lu Feng was taken aback by Su Jia's willingness to resort to such extremes for revenge, and the subsequent events were known to Chen Mo and the others. Do you not understand that such actions will lead to karmic retribution? Chen Mo looked at Su Jia with a hint of helplessness. Clearly, it was he who first harmed me, flaunting our affair. So why should he live while I bear the wounds? Even if you do not kill him, he will not last long. Why? Su Jia looked at Chen Mo, skepticism etched across her face. His appearance reveals he is already afflicted with illness, at a point beyond cure. Why would you sacrifice yourself? Even Chen Mo, typically so cold and detached, could not help but feel pity for Su Jia. Allowing him to die from illness seems too lenient. Watching him suffer until his last breath, I would gladly descend into hell for that. I have said all I needed to. Let someone come and arrest me. Lu Feng was about to take out his phone to call Officer Zhu when Chen Mo stopped him with a hand. Hand over the vengeful spirit, and I will let you go. Chen Mo, she is a murderer. No one would believe it if you said it out loud. The consequences of her actions will be repaid in due time. Chen Mo understood that we live in a technological age where beliefs in ghostly matters have waned, let alone the absurdity of crafting vengeful spirits to kill. Yet, when faced with Chen Mo's demand, Su Jia seemed almost possessed, her eyes wide with fury. No. You shall not take my child. Chapter 41. Mutual destruction. What is happening? Lu Feng was taken aback by Su Jia's bizarre behavior. She has been backfired by the vengeful spirit. This is the downside of creating vengeful spirits. Not only must one nourish them with their own blood, but they also face the risk of being attacked in return. Before Chen Mo could finish speaking, a grayish-white shadow shot out swiftly from behind a tablet, hurtling towards him. Watch out! Lu Feng instinctively warned. As the shadow closed in on Chen Mo, Lu Feng finally recognized that it was the same vengeful spirit that had attacked him previously. Chen Mo casually placed one hand behind his back, and as the vengeful spirit lunged, he sidestepped its attack, unleashing 3 beams of silver light before it could react. The 3 beams struck the vengeful spirit with the precision of arrows, eliciting a sharp scream, causing its movements to slow. Though not fear, my child. Mother is here to heal you. With that, Su Jia prepared to use her blood to tend to the vengeful spirit. Do you not see? Chen Mo's confrontation with this vengeful spirit is merely a matter of raising his hand. He is giving you a chance. Lu Feng seized the small knife Su Jiejia had intended to use on herself and urged her to reconsider. Gazing at the now prostrate, vengeful spirit, Su Jiejia finally shed tears of regret. "Master, I was wrong. Please, save my child," she said after a long pause. Had she not been blinded by hatred, Su Jiejia would not have turned her own child into a vengeful spirit. Chen Imo could only shake his head in despair. This vengeful spirit is neither human nor ghost, destined not to linger in this world. All I can do is grant it a final farewell. Chen Imo extracted the acupuncture bag from the tattered cloth pouch, revealing that only 9 silver needles remained of the original 12. Without a moment's hesitation, he inserted the remaining 9 needles sequentially into the body of the vengeful spirit. As the final needle pierced through, a piercing scream abruptly ceased. Gradually, the spirit began to dissolve like liquid, oozing a foul-smelling, pale yellow pus until, eventually, only a pool of liquid remained on the green brick floor of the ancestral hall. Chen Imo tossed a burning talisman into the pus, uttering incantations that Lu Feng could not comprehend, and in an instant, flames erupted uncontrollably. Simultaneously, Su Jiejia, slumped on the ground, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her appearance aging decades in an instant. Observing Su Jiejia, who was spitting blood, Lu Feng curiously inquired, "What happened?" At the moment the spirit was refined, she and the spirit had become one. Their fates intertwined? Sharing both honor and suffering, by the time all was resolved, night had fallen. Once again, it had been a fruitless endeavor. On their way back, Lu Feng gestured helplessly at Chen Imo, who remained unfazed in his view. Every experience served as a form of training. Previously, with Taoist Chun protecting him, even the most daunting situations were manageable, but now, everything depended on himself. After a long day of toil, the two finally returned to their shop. "Chen Imo, what are you doing outside? Come in quickly." Due to the age of the shop's rolling shutter, the locking mechanism had ceased to function, leaving Lu Feng to hold the shutter up while urging Chen Imo to enter. "You go in first. I'll run to the supermarket at the alleys and to buy some things." "All right, just hurry back. You have any money on you?" Seeing Chen Imo nod, Lu Feng finally lowered the shutter. However, Chen Imo did not head to the supermarket. He remained at the entrance until silence enveloped the shop, then frowned and asked, "What do you want?" As soon as his words fell, a grayish-white ghostly figure appeared before him. The very spirit of Lu Mu who had perished days earlier. "Master, please help me transcend. They bully me because I am new here." The ghostly figure, resembling a skeleton wrapped in skin, trembled as it spoke, as if it had not eaten in years. "Your current state is entirely of your own making." The ghost still refused to relent, collapsing to its knees before Chen Imo, clutching his leg and pleading desperately. Usually calm and unflappable, Chen Imo felt a flicker of irritation at this entanglement. "Get lost? You truly won't help me?" Chen Imo did not respond, pulling his leg free from the ghost's grasp and, catching it off guard, delivered a kick to its chest. The ghost was sent flying several dozen meters with a wretched scream, causing nearby feral cats to furiously flee. "You brought this upon yourself?" The ghost's appearance began to alter at a visible pace, its ribs piercing through the skin, dark liquid oozing down and sizzling on the ground. "Roar!" The previously agitated feral cats, upon hearing the chilling wail, scattered in fear as if confronted by a nemesis. Su Jiejia was indeed correct. You only act tough in your own territory. Even upon encountering Lu Mu, now a vengeful spirit, Chen Imo maintained a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, the spirit reacted as if its tail had been stepped on, brandishing its claws to attack Chen Imo. "Your opponent is not me." Chen Imo cast his gaze aside. A pair of blood-red eyes glimmered ominously in the night. Vengeful spirits were no trifles, especially when one was your own son. Chen Imo's words caused the approaching spirit to halt abruptly, shock etched across its face as it turned to follow Chen Imo's gaze. Where a grayish-white shadow darted towards it, before the spirit could react, the vengeful spirit lunged. Sinking its fangs into its neck, flesh was forcibly torn away, revealing stark white bones, with dark liquid gushing forth. Chen Imo instinctively stepped back, fearing his clothes would get stained. As the ghost's throat convulsed, it shockingly swallowed the flesh. The spirit attempted to resist, but its speed was overwhelming, and soon it was left battered and helpless. In the blink of an eye, the once formidable Lu Mu was reduced to a mere skeletal frame. "I intended to grant you a chance at reincarnation.
Yet you sought this fate yourself. Chen Imo, having grasped the Peachwood sword at some point, now bore a talisman inscribed with intricate red characters on a white background, unlike any he had used before. Exterminate, with a low command. The Peachwood sword plunged into the pile of bones. The moment the talisman made contact, a foul odor wafted through the air, and a cloud of black smoke enveloped the remains. When the smoke cleared, the bones had vanished without a trace, marking Lu Mu's complete eradication from this world, denying him even the opportunity for rebirth. You were the most innocent in all this. May you be reborn into a fortunate life next time. Gazing at the soul of the vengeful spirit before him, Chen Imo felt an unexpected pang of sorrow. The night was thick as ink, and the cold wind howled, making the evening particularly frigid. Yet human hearts were even colder. Chapter 42. Special Incident Investigation Team. After transcending the vengeful spirit, fatigue seldom seen on Chen Mo's face began to surface. Upon returning to the shop, he did not rush to rest. Instead, he sat cross-legged and resumed his silent meditation, reciting the incantation once more. Ice cold through the ages, all things remain still. Heart and aura calm, behold my solitary spirit. Yet aside from a warm current flowing within him, no peculiar occurrences manifested as before. It truly seems ineffective. Chen Imo sighed in disappointment. Ever since arriving in this realm, he had endeavored every night to uncover the mysteries of this incantation, but alas, without success. Since I am here, I shall make the best of it. Resolved, Chen Imo closed his eyes and entered a state of quietude. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting mottled shadows upon the table, creating a dreamlike ambience. Following a series of rain showers, Tian High City was graced with rare good weather, invigorating the surroundings. Brotherly, the team sent from above is almost at the station. I'll go meet them, Officer Xiao Zhu announced, grabbing the car keys while addressing the organizing Li Jiyu. Li Gu nodded instinctively, but as Xiao Zhu reached the door, he suddenly recalled something and stood up, saying, "Drive carefully on the way." Reflecting on Chen Mo's earlier words, Li Gu, who would have dismissed such notions before, found his beliefs wavering ever since the last corpse case where the perpetrator spontaneously combusted. The team sent from above was specifically tasked to investigate that incident. However, Officer Xiao Zhu took this merely as a standard reminder, having long forgotten Chen Mo's earlier caution. The station in Tian High City is located in the northern outskirts of the urban area, commonly referred to by locals as the North Station. Perhaps due to the rare good weather, crowds flocked to the outskirts, making the already difficult roads even more congested. What should have been a 20-minute journey took an hour to traverse. Watching the road choke with traffic, Officer Xiao Zhu could only inch forward slowly. Thankfully, he had set out early. Otherwise, he would have left the leaders from above waiting at the station, surely facing a reprimand upon returning. During this slow journey, a black cat darted from the roadside, and to his astonishment, he noticed that this cat had heterochromia, one eye blue, the other yellow, capturing his attention to the point of oblivion to the halted vehicle ahead. Suddenly, the screech of tires filled the air as he slammed on the brakes, barely avoiding a collision with the car in front, causing a cold sweat to break out. Yet the black cat had vanished without a trace. From that moment on, Officer Xiao Zhu dared not let his mind wander. After what felt like an eternity, the road finally cleared, and just as he began to accelerate, a loud bang echoed, and the steering wheel unexpectedly veered left. Realizing that a tire had blown, he hurriedly steadied the wheel. That moment, a speeding fuel truck brushed past him. Once parked in a safe area, he discovered a gaping hole in the left rear tire. Today is truly cursed. After hastily replacing the tire, he finally managed to reach the station ahead of schedule. Before long, a middle-aged man in uniform, carrying a suitcase, disembarked from the passenger bus. The man had a standard square face, and perhaps due to years of business travel, his skin was dark and his stubble suggested days without sleep. Noticing this, Officer Xiao Zhu quickly approached. "You must be Leader Zhou Zhang. I'm Zhu Haidong from the Tian High City Bureau. Here to escort you to the city bureau." The middle-aged man nodded, his voice rich and resonant. "By rank, we are equals. There's no need to call me leader." Zhu Haidong straightened his posture, saluting the man before taking the suitcase from Zhou Zhang and placing it in the trunk. Special Incident Investigation Team. Is there such a department in the system? Glancing at the small print on the suitcase, Zhu Haidong felt a surge of curiosity. "Leader, let us return to the municipal bureau. The director is awaiting your arrival." Although Zhou Zheng claims to be your equal, he is nonetheless dispatched from above, and Zhu Haidong maintains the respect that is due. Seeing Zhu Haidong address him this way, Zhou Zheng refrains from further correction. Very well. Observing this, Zhu Haidong prepares the vehicle to head back to the municipal bureau. However, after several attempts to start the engine, the car remains unresponsive. Today is truly strange. The vehicle, which usually functions well, is exhibiting so many issues today. This statement piques Zhou Zheng's attention, prompting him to turn his head and glance at Zhu Haidong. My apologies, leader. It will be ready shortly, Zhu Haidong. Thinking that Zhou Zheng is urging him, hastily prepares to exit the car to investigate the situation. Wait a moment. Did you drive here today? Zhu Haidong is puzzled by Zhou Zheng's inquiry, but answers truthfully, yes. Zhou Zheng leans in for a closer look at Zhu Haidong. Incredulous, you truly are fortunate, managing to arrive here unscathed. Zhu Haidong is perplexed by Zhou Zheng's implication. You nearly had an accident on the way here, didn't you? Zhou Zheng's words strike a chord, and the astonishment is evident on Zhu Haidong's face, as he had not yet shared the recent events with anyone. Leader, how did you know? Zhu Haidong begins to ask, but Zhou Zheng waves his hand dismissively. You won't be driving this car today. Allow me to take the wheel while we discuss matters on the road. Yet, to Zhu Haidong's astonishment, despite his futile attempts to ignite the engine, when Zhou Zheng presses the start button, the engine roars to life instantaneously. What is happening here? Zhu Haidong gasps, unable to comprehend the scene before him. For the next few days, refrain from driving. Zhu Haidong finds this statement eerily familiar, recalling that Chen Mo had expressed the same caution, although he had dismissed it at the time. Leader, have I encountered something unclean? Zhu Haidong inquires cautiously. Not unclean, but rather misfortune. Everyone experiences a streak of bad luck at certain times, and for you, driving has become the source of this misfortune. Fortunately, your good fortune has seen you through without incident. Could it be that the fortune teller spoke the truth? Zhu Haidong mutters softly, yet Zhou Zheng overhears. Oh? Has someone warned you? As Zhou Zheng inquires. Zhu Haidong recounts the advice given by Chen Mo, that fellow. Why choose to be a fortune teller at such a young age? At this moment, Zhu Haidong still regards Chen Mo as merely a lucky coincidence, while Zhou Zheng wears a knowing smile. Half an hour later, the vehicle comes to a smooth stop at the municipal bureau's entrance, where a middle-aged man in a white shirt has been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Zhu Haidong emerge from the passenger seat, the man approaches with a puzzled expression. Xiao Zhu, weren't you supposed to pick someone up? Why are you in the passenger seat? I haven't driven in quite a while. I let him take the wheel for a change, Zhou Zheng explains as he steps out of the car. The middle-aged man immediately extends his hand, greeting, Mr. Zhou, thank you for your hard work on the journey. Long time no see. Director Sunday. This exchange leaves Zhu Haidong, who is busy with his luggage, momentarily stunned, pondering the identity of Zhou Zheng, who has garnered such familiarity from the usually stoic Director Sunday to come. Let us have a meal first. Xiao Zhu, please take Mr. Zhou's luggage to my office. Back in the office, Zhu Haidong seizes the opportunity to inquire of Li Gu. Li Gu, what is the background of Mr. Zhou, that even Director Sun treats him with such deference? Li Gu, being among the senior members aside from Director Sun, is well versed in such matters. After sipping from his teacup, he begins to elucidate. Mr. Zhou is a member of the Special Incident Investigation Team. What is that department about? Zhu Haidong is surprised to learn of its existence, having never heard of it before. That department is rather significant. The Special Incident Investigation Team, as the name implies, deals with cases that cannot be solved through conventional means. It is said that the team comprises fewer than 10 members, with low-ranking positions yet possessing unique authority across various regions. This is why Director Sun has personally come to attend to this matter. So, is his purpose here related to the spontaneously combusted corpse? Precisely. Zhu Haidong wishes to press further with his inquiries. But just then, he hears someone calling for him from the entrance, instinctively turning to look. Director Sun, is there something you need? Zhu Haidong rushes over. Mr. Zhou has some matters to discuss with you. Please cooperate fully, Sun Hui states with an undeniable tone. Understood. I would like to meet Chen Mo. Chen Mo? Zhu Haidong searches his memory for the name. The fortune teller? Although Zhu Haidong does not understand why Zhou Zheng wishes to meet Chen Mo, he obediently calls Lu Feng, recalling Sun Hui's instructions. Having spent the previous day in a flurry of activity, Lu Feng is still fast asleep. The phone rings insistently, and Lu Feng answers with impatience. Hello? Lu's Funeral Supplies. How may I assist you? His languorous voice comes through the receiver, causing Zhu Haidong's expression to darken. I am looking for Chinamo. Who are you? Why are you calling him? Can't you just call him yourself? Perhaps due to being roused from sleep. Lu Feng's tone is particularly brusque. I am Zhu Haidong. I don't have his number. When at the police station, he had only saved Lu Feng's contact. That name sounds familiar. Lu Feng's mind struggles to piece together where he has heard it before. Are you from the municipal bureau? Suddenly, Lu Feng recalls the business card handed to him by the young officer upon leaving the police station, which clearly bore the name Zhu Haidong. Indeed. Officer Zhu, what do you need him for? Lu Feng's demeanor shifts dramatically. Someone wishes to see Chinamo. Please bring him to the bureau. Officer, we are law-abiding citizens and never engage in illegal activities. Upon realizing they are being summoned to the bureau, Lu Feng hastily clarifies, for no one would want to be called in without reason. I did not imply you have committed any wrongdoing. Just come over. As soon as he hangs up, Zhou Zheng turns to Zhu Haidong and inquires, Xiao Zhu, are you familiar with the general situation of these two individuals? As they are involved in a suicide case. We have gathered some preliminary information. Chinamo claims to be a Taoist, while Lu Feng operates a funeral supply shop on Yinling Road in our city. Just as Zhu Haidong provides this information to Zhou Zheng, Lu Feng arrives at the bureau with Chinamo in tow. Zhou Zheng observes Chinamo, who carries a tattered cloth bag, and a peculiar feeling washes over him. You are Chinamo? As Chinamo gazes at the man questioning him, he feels an uncanny familiarity with his presence. You were the one who resolved the issues surrounding the corpse in the concealment case and the malevolent force in this suicide case. Correct? Would you be willing to join our special incident investigation team? Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's proposition, both Zhu Haidong and Chinamo are taken aback. No wonder these two cases have been so elusive. It turns out they are not ordinary incidents at all. It becomes clear that Zhou Zheng had already conducted a thorough investigation on the way here and merely sought to confirm his suspicions upon meeting Chinamo. From the very first encounter, Zhou Zheng recognizes that Chinamo is the one who has dispelled the malevolent spirits involved, and such an individual is not to be trifled with. I decline. Chinamo does not hesitate in his refusal. Oh? Zhou Zheng did not expect such a straightforward rejection. Meanwhile, Lu Feng remains completely bewildered by the unfolding events. Chinamo, what exactly is this special investigation team all about? Lu Feng quietly queries. Chinamo shrugs, indicating he is equally unaware. However, based on his recent observations of the world around him, he perceives that the regulations in these matters have become excessively convoluted, and his refusal stems from his desire to avoid being shackled by such constraints. Your talents are wasted here. To assist others is to honor your knowledge. Zhou Zheng wishes to continue persuading him, but Chun Mo's words extinguish any lingering hopes. I stand corrected. Zhou Zheng's expression shifts dramatically upon hearing this, as he bows respectfully towards Chinamo. Zhu Haidong, witnessing this exchange, is left dumbfounded. Zhou Zheng, who commands respect even from Director Sun, is now treating Chinamo with such deference, prompting Zhu Haidong to ponder the trajectory of his own career. You should be familiar with this phrase. It originated from the patriarch of your fortune-telling lineage. As Chinamo recalls the moment he entered the room and sensed Zhou Zheng's familiar aura, he remembers a fortune-teller who had once sought assistance from Qin Taoist at the Qingguang Temple, recognizing that Zhou Zheng shares the same energy. Upon hearing this, even Zhou Zheng, who has faced numerous trials, reveals a look of astonishment. Aside from the individual who had initially inducted him into the investigation team, none had recognized his lineage so readily. What does a fortune-teller do? Lu Feng inquires curiously. In simple terms, they assess a person's fate and fortune through their appearance, intervening to mitigate any potential misfortunes. Aren't you capable of doing the same? Recalling the abilities previously displayed by Chinamo, Lu Feng inquired in a voice barely audible to the two of them. It's only superficial knowledge. Chapter 44. The Qi Ghost. The ringing of the phone in Zhou Zheng's pocket jolted him from his astonishment. Though he could not discern the words on the other end, he responded with a grave expression. Understood. I will be there shortly. Xiao Zhu, are you aware of a place called Gu Yin Village in your city? I am. Just as Zhu Haidong was still sifting through his thoughts, Li Gu interjected, it is one of the poorer villages in our city, located in a remote area where the cement road has yet to be constructed. Li Gu briefly outlined the circumstances surrounding Gu Yin Village. Please guide us. With years of investigative experience, Li Gu could naturally infer that Zhou Zhang had received a mission. Otherwise, he wouldn't be venturing into such a remote area of the city. It seems today is not feasible. Li Gu glanced at the time on his phone and, with a hint of apology, addressed Zhou Zhang. Why not? It's still just afternoon. You are not local. You wouldn't understand. The road to Guyin village is treacherous. Mostly built along the mountain, and even an experienced driver would require 7 to 8 hours to reach. It's not too late to go now. Zhou Jing estimated that if they departed now, they would arrive by nightfall, but that road is deserted at night. Once darkness falls, the path into the village becomes enveloped in thick fog, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. Over the years, countless accidents have occurred on that road, said to be caused by unclean entities. Unclean entities? Zhou Zheng's eyes gleamed with intrigue. However, this was merely a tale passed down in the village, and its authenticity remained to be seen. After listening to Li Gu's description, Zhou Zhang turned his gaze toward Chen and Mo, who was preparing to leave. Mr. Chen, would you accompany me on this trip? He felt that having Chen and Mo present would increase their chances of success. Chen and Mo, taken aback by Zhou Zheng's request, hesitated. Having already stepped out of the office, my fees are quite steep. I will submit a request for approval. Zhou Zheng agreed without inquiring about the price. Not because the investigative team had ample funds, but because the matter at hand was indeed rather delicate. He must come along as well. Chen and Mo gestured toward Lu Feng, who stood beside him. Why should I go? I'll just wait for you at the shop. I have no desire to visit that godforsaken place. Don't forget that you owe me a peachwood sword. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's expression fell, and he reluctantly acquiesced. Due to the mountainous terrain they would traverse, Zhou Zhang specifically borrowed an off-road vehicle from the bureau. The vehicle sped down the highway, kicking up dust that danced in the wind. After several hours of travel, they finally arrived at the road Li Gu had mentioned, leading to Guyin village, just as the sun dipped below the horizon. Now can you tell me what this is all about? All along the journey, Lu Feng had been pressing Zhou Zhang for details regarding their visit to Guyin village, yet Zhou Zhang remained reticent, seemingly fearful that Lu Feng might flee if he heard too much. Now that we can't turn back, I will tell you. Having received a notification from higher authorities, Zhou Zhang explained. A peculiar incident has recently occurred in Guyin village, resulting in several fatalities. The city bureau sent personnel to investigate, only to discover that the matter exceeded the bounds of a typical case. Hence, I was dispatched to gather further details. What kind of peculiar incident? Just as Zhou Zhang was about to respond, he noticed a man in a reflective vest waving from the roadside. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Zhou Zhang rolled down the window. Sir, we cannot proceed. Fog has rolled in from the mountains, and visibility is dangerously low. The man appeared to be stationed there by the city to prevent further travel. We have urgent business in Guyin village. After presenting his badge, Zhou Jing added, Special Incident Investigation Team? Comrade, the nature of your forged documents is quite serious. The man's demeanor shifted abruptly. It dawned on Zhou Zhang that ordinary personnel were likely unaware of this department within the system. Reluctantly, he called Director Sun for assistance. After a round of communication, the man finally allowed Chinamo and the others to proceed. However, this delay had caused the outside world to plunge into darkness. With thick fog enveloping the mountain, effectively shrouding the road to Guyin village in a natural barrier, in the past, Guyin village was only accessible via a narrow path painstakingly carved out by the older generation decades ago. Even so, the mountain path remained rugged and perilous, with cliffs on either side and no guardrails, leading to an unfathomable abyss below. This compelled Zhou Zhang to reduce his speed, concentrating intently as he navigated forward. At that moment, a beam of light pierced through the fog from the opposite direction. Surely not. At this hour, another vehicle is emerging. Lu Feng, seated in the passenger seat, discerned the outline of a truck through the haze. As the road could accommodate only one vehicle at a time, Zhou Zhang began to reverse, intending to allow the oncoming vehicle to pass at a nearby fork. However, the approaching truck seemed oblivious. Barreling forward without reducing speed, Zhou Zhang honked urgently, but the driver appeared deaf to the sound, showing no signs of deceleration. As the truck broke through the fog, it loomed before them, and Lu Feng couldn't help but gasp in shock. It was an old long-nosed truck that had been out of production for over a decade, its paint nearly eroded away by time, the engine emitting an eerie roar. When Lu Feng glanced toward the driver's seat, he was struck by the chilling realization that it was empty. The truck is empty? Lu Feng's exclamation startled Zhou Zheng, who instinctively slammed on the brakes. When he turned back to look, Zhou Zheng was momentarily taken aback by the sight. But within seconds, he regained his composure. Switching gears, Zhou Zheng pressed the accelerator, charging toward the truck. "What are you doing? Are you insane?" Lu Feng, frightened, shut his eyes tight, gripping the handrail with all his might. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the collision never occurred. When Lu Feng dared to open his eyes again, the truck had vanished without a trace. What on earth just happened? That must have been an illusion conjured by the Qi. Chinemo remarked from the back seat to IS that the mountain spirit you mentioned last time. Lu Feng recalled Qian Mo's earlier explanation. The Qi excels at manifesting familiar sights to instill fear. Yet it remains merely a facade. Should an ordinary person encounter such a scene, they would likely swerve to avoid it, only to tumble into the unfathomable depths below. Did you foresee this from the beginning? Lu Feng asked, somewhat exasperated. Seeing Chinemo nod, Lu Feng's frustration intensified, realizing he had been terrified for no reason, while Chinemo had been aware all along. "Why didn't you tell me?" you never asked. Their exchange further solidified Zhou Zheng's belief that summoning Chinemo had been a wise decision. Chapter 45. Midnight Terror. Fortunately, their journey proceeded without further incident, and after several hours of travel, they finally emerged from the fog at the stroke of midnight, with Gu Yin Village now within sight. As the name suggests, Gu Yin Village is rich in rocky resources, with residents constructing their homes from local materials. Preserving the architectural style of the last century, the houses are meticulously built from stone, imparting an ancient and mysterious ambience. This place is quite beautiful. Why not improve the roads and develop tourism? It was said that the city once entertained such notions, yet the villagers, for reasons unknown, adamantly opposed the idea, leaving the city no choice but to shelve the plan for the time being. Zhou Zheng shared the information he had gathered with the others. As they conversed, their vehicle reached the village entrance. Before they could come to a complete stop, a figure emerged, rushing toward them while shouting something. As the figure drew closer, they discerned that it was a middle-aged man, panic-stricken and stumbling as he approached. "What happened, fellow villager?" Zhou Zheng inquired, intercepting him. "They've come back to life. They've come back to life." The man scrambled onto the stone platform behind them, summoning all his strength to strike the ancient bell that hung above. Dong, dong, dong. The sound echoed throughout the village, instantly rousing a chorus of barking dogs. The villagers, who had been sound asleep, were jolted awake, lights flickering on in every household. An elderly man, leaning on a cane and sporting a white beard, was the first to arrive at the stone platform. Upon seeing the three unfamiliar faces, he prepared to inquire but was abruptly pulled back by the frantic middle-aged man. "Village chief, something terrible has happened. Gu Yorong and his wife have come back to life." "Gu Sango, what nonsense are you spouting?" Clearly, the elder, referred to as the village chief, was taken aback by Gu Sanga's declaration. "It's true. We were keeping vigil at their house, and to pass the time. We played cards. Just now, as I was heading to the restroom, I happened to walk past the morning hall and heard a noise inside. Fearing that a wild animal might knock over the eternal lamp, I went in to check, only to find that the sound was coming from the coffin, as if someone inside was scratching at the coffin lid." Seeing Gu Sangu trembling with fear, the village chief replied, half convinced, "You had better be telling the truth, or I'll break your legs." At this moment, a considerable number of villagers had gathered around the stone platform, each appearing to be in a haze of sleepiness as they inquired of the village chief about the unfolding events. "It's nothing. That ancient Sango drank too much manyo while keeping vigil at night and is just causing a ruckus. Everyone, please return to your slumber. Sango, you good for nothing. You've ruined my good fortune." Someone in the crowd exclaimed in anger, only to be met with a punch to the chest from a nearby woman. "You must be the village chief. May we join you to take a look?" After the crowd dispersed, Sango was about to lead the village chief away when Zhou Zheng finally spoke up. "What are you all doing here?" Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's question, the village chief recalled that several unfamiliar faces were standing nearby. "We are here for tourism. The fog in the mountains was too thick last night, and we accidentally wandered here. You came from outside the mountains? How is it that you managed to cross the mountain unscathed?" The village chief regarded them with disbelief. Having lived in Gu Yin village for many years, he had never heard of anyone safely traversing the mountain at night. In the past, numerous young villagers, skeptical of the dangers, had attempted to do so, But the consequences were dire. Many returned missing limbs, and countless lives were lost. Survivors whispered tales of how the nighttime fog in the mountains could devour a person. This is no mere spectacle. This is life and death. The village chief warned earnestly. What you may not know is that my friend here is a legitimate descendant of the Maoshan tradition. Lu Feng pushed Chanimo forward. Oh please, 9 out of 10 Taoists claim to be from Maoshan. Sango scoffed from the side, expressing his disbelief in the existence of such a young Taoist. Lu Feng was about to retort, but Zhou Zhang intervened, halting the argument. Since you wish to go, let us proceed together. On their way, the villagers shared insights about their home, facilitated by the village chief's introductions. Gu Yin village was indeed a place steeped in history, traceable back to the Song dynasty. Had it not been for the construction of a bridge road a few decades ago, this village would still be hidden within the mountains. Gu Yuda, the village chief, was the oldest resident, while Gu Yurong, mentioned by Sango, lived at the eastern edge of the village. The couple had lived their lives without children a few days prior. Their neighbors noticed their absence and entered to check, only to find Gu Yurong lifeless in bed. His spouse, perhaps unable to bear the shock, had hanged herself from the beam in the case of childless individuals. The village typically arranged for a simple burial. Sango was among those assigned by Gu Yuda to keep vigil. Gu Yurong's residence was one of the smaller houses in the village. Upon entering, the main room was directly in front, with a bedroom and kitchen adjacent to the left. In the center of the main room lay 2 dark coffins. Where are the vigil keepers? Gu Yuda questioned with a glum expression upon seeing the empty courtyard. They ran off after hearing me shout. Sango's voice was barely audible. You are more of a hindrance than a help. Go fetch them back. Gu Yuda, infuriated, raised his cane and struck Sango's leg, causing him to yelp in pain and flee. Children can be thoughtless. Do not hold it against them, Gu Yuda said as he entered the main room. Lighting incense, bowing repeatedly towards the coffins, he understood that a vigil without attendees was an ill omen. Just as he bowed down to offer incense, he noticed that the 2 eternal lamps beneath the coffins had inexplicably extinguished. The lamps are out. The dead cannot rest. Gu Yuda's hands trembled as he attempted to reignite the extinguished lamps, but for reasons unknown, perhaps due to moisture, the wicks refused to catch fire. At this moment, Sango returned with the other individuals, and Gu Yuda, unable to contain his anger, berated them harshly. Get inside and bow to acknowledge your mistakes. Clearly, Gu Yuda held absolute authority in the village, and as soon as he spoke, the sounds of heads knocking against the floor echoed in unison. Just as Gu Yuda prepared to light the eternal lamps again, a sharp sound pierced his ears, startling him. Upon closer inspection, it was emanating from within the coffin, the voice of the village chief. All present were thoroughly frightened, retreating behind Gu Yuda. Could some wild creature have gotten inside when the coffin was sealed? This thought sent a shiver down Gu Yuda's spine, trembling as if he were a leaf in the wind. He had never encountered such a scene in his long life. Chapter 46. Opening the coffin. Surely not. We checked before sealing the coffin. As the group exchanged anxious words, another sound erupted from within the coffin, increasingly grating, as if the heartbeats of those present quickened in response. Gu Yuda wished to flee, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering him immobile. Just then, 2 copper coins shot from behind the group, hurtling straight towards the coffin with such force that they embedded themselves into the lid. The moment the coins struck, whatever was inside seemed to be startled into silence. This sight caused Gu Yuda and the others to instinctively turn around, their faces painted with shock as they regarded the 3 mysterious strangers. At this moment, Gu Yuda recalled Lu Feng's earlier words. Could this young man truly be a Taoist from Maoshan? Yet, he seemed far too young for such a claim. Whatever resides within has already risen. If we wish to avoid calamity, it is best to incinerate it at once. With that, Chinamo stepped forward, producing 2 talismans and placing them into the eternal lamp. The talismans made contact with the lamp oil. They ignited spontaneously without external force, and as the talismans burned away, the once unlit eternal lamp suddenly flickered to life. Gu Yuda gazed at the burning lamp, his pupils dilating in astonishment. If he had still harbored doubts about Chinmo's abilities, the display before him obliterated any skepticism. Young man, we were indeed blind to your talents. Please assist us, Gu Yuda implored sincerely. Meanwhile, Sango, who had earlier mocked Lu Feng, hung his head in shame upon witnessing Chinmo's prowess. At this moment, Zhou Zheng whispered a few words into Qian Mo's ear. After some contemplation, Qian Mo ultimately acquiesced. I can help you, but upon completion, we seek no reward other than to inquire about a matter. Upon receiving Qian Mo's consent, Zhou Zheng presented their request to Guyu D. No problem. Whatever I know, I will share without reservation. Guyu Rong had no descendants, and the funds for the coffin had been pooled together by the villagers, leaving no spare resources for hiring a Taoist priest. Thus, upon hearing of Qian Mo's willingness, Guyu De hastily agreed. Qian Mo affixed the 2 talismans to the coffin, addressing Guyu De. At noon tomorrow, we shall open the coffin and burn the remains. Originally, Guyu De had intended to allow the 2 to leave the deceased intact for burial, but now it seemed impossible, and he reluctantly consented. You all must keep watch tonight. If anything goes awry, do not expect to pursue a match for my granddaughter. The previously disgruntled individuals, upon hearing this command, suddenly appeared invigorated, especially with the assurance that Qian Mo had already subdued the situation, likely preventing further incident. After conveying all necessary instructions, Guyu De led the 3 to his home to rest. Xiao Chui, open the door. Guyu De knocked on the wooden courtyard door. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing a young girl. She possessed a standard oval face, her cheeks adorned with a subtle blush, and her large eyes sparkled like a clear spring, curiously gazing at the 3 newcomers behind Guyu De. These guests have come to our village for tourism and will be staying with us tonight. Please show them to the side room. After speaking, Guyu De introduced the girl to Qian Mo and the others. This is my granddaughter Gu Xiao Chui. She should be around your age. Under Xiao Chui's guidance, the group entered a simple room located to the left of the main hall, furnished with only 2 beds and a tea table. This is the only available room. Please make do, Gu Xiao Chui said apologetically. But I see there's another room next door? Lu Feng observed as he entered, having noticed that Guyu De's house had a total of 4 empty rooms. Even accounting for Guyu De and Gu Xiao Chui occupying 1 each, there should still be 2 vacant rooms. Upon hearing Lu Feng's question, Gu Xiao Chui's expression dimmed instantly. The other room belonged to my parents. They died on the way down the mountain when I was 5, if you don't mind. I can tidy it up for you. As she spoke, a layer of mist gathered in her eyes. Lu Feng quickly apologized, expressing that it was unnecessary. After Gu Xiao Chui left, Lu Feng's gaze remained fixed on her departing figure. What are you staring at? Qian Mo's voice brought Lu Feng back to reality. Qian Mo, I genuinely like her. The following morning, Lu Feng was awakened by the sound of voices outside, discovering that Gu Xiao Chui was eagerly questioning Qian Mo about something. As Lu Feng approached, he could finally hear clearly. My grandfather said you are a Taoist. Can you let me see my parents again? Gu Xiao Chui gazed at Qian Mo with admiration. Yet, Qian Mo, in a rare display of solemnity, shook his head. It has been too long. They have already been reincarnated. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over Gu Xiao Chui's face. May I leave you my phone number? Once I venture out of the mountains, I shall seek you out. The moment these words escaped Gu Xiaocui's lips, a deeper flush adorned her cheeks. Even Lu Feng, despite his dim-wittedness, grasped the gravity of the situation. It seemed Gu Xiaocui had taken a liking to Qian Mo. It was hardly surprising, for Qian Mo was exceedingly handsome, particularly his eyes, which sparkled like stars, dazzling and captivating. However, Qian Mo, having never encountered such matters before, naively assumed that Gu Xiaocui merely wished to exchange contact information. Just as he was about to retrieve his phone, he was halted by Lu Feng, who rushed forward. Xiao Chui, it's not that I wish to discourage you, but are you not aware that a Taoist is forbidden from marrying for life? Lu Feng's words caused Gu Xiaocui to resemble a startled bird, hastily fleeing the scene with her cheeks aflame. Qian Mo, what is the matter with you? Are you troubled about finding a partner? How much effort I have expended? Qian Mo, momentarily bewildered by Lu Feng's remarks, only grasped their meaning after an explanation. Rest assured, I harbor no interest in such matters. For Qian Mo, the paramount concern was locating Taoist Chen. Meanwhile, Lu Feng appeared to have misconstrued his intent, clutching his chest in shock as he inquired, You don't mean to say you prefer men, do you? As noon approached, the group made their way to Gu Shirong's residence. Word had spread that a coffin was to be opened, and a multitude of villagers had gathered, creating a veritable blockade around the Gu family home. Upon seeing Gu Yud approach with his cane, the crowd instinctively parted to grant him passage. Master Qin, what shall we do next? Gu Yud respectfully inquired, having witnessed Qian Mo's true capabilities. However, the onlooking villagers were far from calm. They had only heard from Gu Sangu that a master had subdued the Gu Yurong couple, who were on the verge of transformation, without knowing that this master was so young, so young. Can he manage this? Indeed, this is no trivial matter. Skeptical murmurs arose from the crowd. Silence. Gu Yud, a seasoned village chief, commanded with authority, silencing the chatter instantly. Master Chun, the villagers are rather unsophisticated. I hope you will forgive them, Jiu Yud hastily explained, for he had indeed witnessed Qian Mo's prowess. Have the coffins brought into the courtyard. Chinamo disregarded the crowd's doubts and instructed Gu Yudi. Yu dispatched the village's strongmen to carry the 2 coffins out in succession. Begin the unsealing. Under Qian Mo's direction, the men used tools to pry open the nails sealing the coffins. This spectacle piqued Lu Feng's curiosity. He had attended many funerals, yet reopening a coffin after sealing it was an intricate ritual. In contrast, Chanamo had eschewed such elaborate rites, choosing instead to expose the coffins to the sun at its zenith. Lu Feng voiced his questions, but before Chinamo could respond, Zhou Zhang interjected, what you describe as the standard procedure for opening a coffin. However, given the commotion from last night, the corpses within these coffins have likely undergone transformation. They must be opened while the yang energy is strongest during the day, lest the entities within absorb yin energy, which would be quite troublesome. As they spoke, the last nails were pried loose. The wood creaked as the coffin lid was lifted, and Gu Sangu, summoning his courage, leaned closer to inspect. Sharp claw marks were starkly visible on the lid village. Chief, I swear I am not lying. They have truly resurrected. Gu Sangu's legs trembled uncontrollably. Once the coffin was opened, sunlight streamed inside, releasing wisps of dark smoke that carried the scent of charred flesh, causing the onlookers to recoil in terror. Chenamo approached the coffin and peered inside. Finding the corpses shrouded in a faint gray hair, their skin a ghastly blue-gray, their sharp nails filled with wood shavings. Noting that the deceased were still dressed in their burial clothes and the coffin lacked bedding, Chen Mo's brow furrowed slightly. Village chief, what is the meaning of this? Chinamo pointed to the clothing draped over the corpses. Feeling a twinge of shame, Gu Yud lowered his gaze. The villagers believed that since the deceased were gone, such trivialities were unworthy of concern. It was evident that the villagers were reluctant to expend funds, which explained why, upon Qian Mo's arrival yesterday, there had been no practitioners present at the morning hall. Consequently, the deceased had accumulated such intense resentment that, within a mere few days, transformation occurred. Had Chen Mo and the others delayed even a day longer, the corpses would have broken free, leaving no survivors in Gaian village. To preempt any unfortunate turn of events, Chen Mo placed a coin on each of the corpses' feet to suppress them, burn them. Chen Mo had no desire to prolong the conversation with Gu Yud. Upon receiving Qian Mo's command, Gu Yud quickly instructed others to carry the coffin to the stone platform beside the prearranged pyre. With a whoosh, the torch ignited the pyre, setting the coffin ablaze with a crackling roar. In a short while, the coffin had been reduced to charred remains, collapsing in on itself. Just as the villagers believed the matter had been resolved, Gu Sangu noticed something rising from the flames. The corpse is sitting up, Gu Sangu, trembling, pointed at the burning body. The crowd followed his gaze, witnessing the charred corpses now seated amidst the raging fire. The eyes of the 2 corpses suddenly snapped open, filled with a malevolent rage as they gazed upon the onlookers. Having never witnessed such a sight, the villagers scattered in terror. Ah! The sudden shriek from the pyre startled everyone present, and with that piercing wail, the corpses ultimately collapsed back into the flames. Master Chun, what is happening? Gu Yud's face blanched as he turned to Chinamo. The 2 individuals had already been on the brink of transformation due to their resentment. And now, subjected to the searing flames, their accumulated hatred was far from ordinary. Now that they have been completely incinerated, there should be no further issues, correct? Gu Yud cautiously inquired. That may deal with the corpses, but it holds no efficacy against the spirits. When the 7th day arrives, their return will be far more ferocious. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, Gu Yud immediately panicked. Master Chen, you must assist us. The lives of our entire village depend on you. Assistance can be provided, but it will incur a fee. Observing Gu Yud's puzzled expression, Lu Feng seized the moment to explain. Chen Mo has already intervened to deal with the monstrous transformation, and addressing the spirits will naturally require a different price. Gu Sango, upon hearing this, bristled with indignation. Cursed Taoist, are you doing this on purpose? Gu Sanga believed that Chen Mo had intentionally burned the bodies to intensify the spirit's resentment, thereby justifying his fees. As he spoke, and emboldened by the presence of his fellow villagers, Gu Sangu lunged forward, ready to confront Chen Mo just as his fist was about to strike Chen Mo's face. A sturdy hand seized his wrist. Before he could react, Zhou Zheng delivered a forceful kick to Gu Sanga's abdomen, sending him flying, curling up on the ground like a shrimp, emitting heart-wrenching cries. Lu Feng was astonished by Zhou Zheng's formidable strength, while the villagers, witnessing Gu Sanga toppled, surged forth, encircling Chen Mo and his companions, seemingly intending to overwhelm them. When Zhou Zheng spoke, a glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes. What are you doing? What do you intend? Just as the villagers prepared to act, Gu Yud stepped forward to intervene. What era are we in? A society governed by law. This constitutes intentional harm. Indeed, as Gu Yud spoke, the villagers immediately halted their actions. Master Chun, I sincerely apologize. The villagers are rather ignorant and have made you a laughingstock. Ji Yud offered a sheepish smile to Chen Mo, but you also understand that our village has lived by farming for generations, and we cannot scrape together spare funds. Before Chen Mo could respond, Zhou Zheng approached Gu Yud and whispered, Village Chief, do you not think that Gu Yurong and his wife, having no children, might have left behind some funds for their final arrangements? Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Gu Yud's complexion visibly darkened. In years past, during Gu Yurong's 70th birthday, he entrusted the village chief, Gu Yud, with a sum of 20,000 yuan, which he and his wife had painstakingly saved throughout their lives. Brother, we have no children. When the time comes, we hope you will handle our affairs. Ji Yurong's only wish in life was to depart with dignity. However, Gu Yud had not anticipated the couple's simultaneous passing, leading him to contemplate absconding with the funds entrusted to him. What nonsense are you spouting? I have served as village chief for so many years without ever pocketing a single cent from anyone. Upon hearing Zhou Zheng's words, Gu Yud's confidence visibly wavered. Is that so? Then let me inquire with these villagers about their sentiments. No. Please don't. Let us discuss this once the crowd disperses. He certainly did not wish for the villagers to discover that Gu Yurong had bequeathed him a sum for funeral expenses, while Gu Yud had gone door to door soliciting donations for the burial. If the villagers were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly demand his removal as village chief. Seeing his acquiescence, Zhou Zheng refrained from further threats. All right, everyone disperse. This matter is entirely a misunderstanding. Once the onlookers had departed, Gu Yud spoke in an authoritative tone to the prostrate Gu Sangu. Gu Sangu, come here and apologize to Master Chun. Gu Sangu, now in a state of despair, not only had suffered a beating but was also compelled to apologize to Chen Mo and his companions. Yet, he dared not defy Gu Yud, not only because of his position as village chief, but also in hopes of arranging a match between himself and Xiaotsue. Upon returning home, Gu Yud specifically instructed Gu Xiaotsue to prepare several hearty dishes, even bringing out a treasured bottle of aged liquor. I truly regret what transpired earlier. I wish to extend my apologies to you all. Gu Yud raised his cup and downed its contents in one gulp. It must be said that his ability to assume a humble demeanor and apologize to the younger generation at his age was commendable. Rest assured, village chief, we shall not speak of this incident, as the saying goes. One does not strike a smiling face, and at that moment, Lu Feng responded amiably. His words were like a balm to Gu Yud's anxious heart. However, to resolve the matter concerning Gu Yurong, a sum of this magnitude was indispensable. Lu Feng waved 5 fingers in front of Gu Yud. No problem. Gu Yud gritted his teeth and ultimately acquiesced. For aside from this sum, he would still stand to gain considerably. I advise you to find a suitable place to donate the remaining funds, lest you invite trouble upon yourself, Chen Mo cautioned. As the pursuit of wealth from the deceased is fraught with peril, Ji Yud nodded repeatedly, though he paid little heed to Chen Mo's words. 7 days swiftly elapsed. Notably, during this time, Gu Xiaotsue trailed Chen Mo like a shadow, asking incessant questions whenever she was not sleeping or using the restroom. Even Gu Yud noticed his granddaughter's interest in Chen Mo, but it seemed that Chen Mo possessed no talent in this regard. He merely thought Gu Xiaotsue was intrigued by his identity as a Taoist. Chen Mo, why not stay here and become a son-in-law? After several days of interaction, Lu Feng, realizing the lack of chemistry between himself and Gu Xiaotsue, chose to tease Chen Mo instead. The only response he received was an eye roll from Chen Mo. Have you prepared what you were asked to? Do not worry, It has long been ready? Lu Feng replied, stepping aside to reveal the meticulously crafted paper figures and 2 sets of burial garments. Point 1 could not deny that despite his unorthodox demeanor, Lu Feng's craftsmanship in creating paper effigies was impeccable. At a glance, they appeared almost lifelike. However, was this not needed only during the funeral? The body had already been cremated. What purpose did this serve? Chinamo explained that the reason for the transformation of Gu Yorong and his wife's remains was Gu Yude's failure to fulfill his promise. Hastily abandoning the matter, which had fostered resentment, if Gu Yorong's spirit were to accept these offerings, it would willingly depart. But what if it does not accept? Before Chinamo could respond to Lu Feng's inquiry, a cacophony of barking erupted throughout the village. They have arrived. Chinamo produced a brush and marked the eyes of the paper figures, and immediately a chilling wind swept through, causing the figures to appear as if they had come to life, exuding an eerie presence. Perhaps having heard Chinamo speak of Gu Yorong returning as a vengeful spirit on the 7th day, every household had tightly shut their doors, leaving the village path deserted. Yet, the dogs in the yards seemed to sense something terrifying, straining against their leashes in desperate attempts to break free. The group made their way to Gu Yorong's home, the night sky clear and moonlit, casting an unsettling light upon the grinning paper figures that appeared eerily alive. At Lu Feng's insistence, Chenamo opened his yin-yang eyes for him. Strangely, while ordinary people would experience temporary blindness after such a procedure, Lu Feng seemed unaffected each time. Just past midnight, a bone-chilling gust swept through, knocking over the paper figures that had been placed on the ground. Lu Feng was about to step forward to right them when he saw a ghostly blue flame erupting from within. What the hell? I painstakingly crafted those figures. Why are they catching fire? Lu Feng rushed forward to extinguish the flames, but was halted by Chan Mo, whose gaze was fixed intently on the entrance. Following Chan Mo's line of sight, Lu Feng realized that 2 dark, ghostly figures had appeared at the door, which, upon closer inspection, were unmistakably the spirits of Gu Yorong and his wife. Their faces, charred from the fire that consumed their bodies, resembled a mass of burnt debris, and they oozed a viscous substance that dripped to the ground with a sizzle. Ah! The spirits emitted a piercing wail, and the previously barking dogs fell silent, curling up in their corners and whimpering in fear. Witnessing Lu Feng's paper figures reduced to mere skeletal frames, Chun Mo's expression darkened. What does this mean? Do they find my craftsmanship lacking? This signifies rejection. It appears these spirits are not easily dealt with, Zhou Zheng explained from the side. Chen Mo took 2 steps forward, confronting the 2 spirits and uttering incomprehensible sounds. Tio Lu Feng. The words sounded like an ancient script, and the strange language bore a resemblance to an incantation, leaving him dizzy. Fortunately, Zhou Zheng promptly covered Lu Feng's ears, preventing him from hearing further. He can speak the language of the dead, Zhou Zheng exclaimed, his voice rising in disbelief. What is the language of the dead? Lu Feng inquired, intrigued. It is said to be a means of communicating with spirits, once thought to exist only in legend. Who would have imagined witnessing it here today? Is conversing with spirits truly so difficult? Lu Feng recounted his previous encounter with Hu Xiaoyi to Zhou Zheng. After listening, Zhou Zheng chuckled. The reason you were able to communicate with her was that she had not yet passed her 7th day. She retained her memories from life, allowing for normal interaction. However, ordinary spirits lose all recollection on the 7th day, returning only with a fragment of their will to take one last look at the places they knew in life. Zhou Zheng began to realize that the young Taoist before him was exceptional, and he resolved to report this matter to his superiors. Once it concluded, A.S. Chinamo engaged in dialogue with the 2 spirits. Their reactions grew increasingly intense, making Lu Feng feel as though they might leap forward and tear him apart at any moment. What are they discussing? Lu Feng inquired during a lull in the conversation. They reject these offerings and demand Gu Yud's life as compensation, Zhou Zheng reminded him. Should they take Gu Yud's life, he would be unable to reincarnate. While it was true that Gu Yud was at fault from the beginning, resulting in the Gu couple suffering even after death, their punishment seemed excessive. Their fixation was so profound that they would rather forego the chance to be reborn than let Gu Yud escape. Chen Mo shook his head in resignation. At this juncture, it was necessary to summon Gu Yud. Witnessing the pitiable state of the spirits, Chen Mo felt reluctant to directly strike them down. Before long, Lu Feng returned, supporting the frail Gu Yud with a cane. As soon as Gu Yud stepped through the gate, he sensed an ominous gaze upon him, chilling him to the bone. Chen Mo did not hold back. Recounting his conversation with Gu Yorong to Gu Yud in detail, "Master Chen, you cannot be trying to frighten me," Gu Yud exclaimed, believing Chen Mo was fabricating tales to extort more money. Chen Mo, disinterested in further discourse, swiftly formed hand seals, causing visions to flash before Gu Yud's eyes. The previously empty entrance transformed, revealing the two dark spirits, their malevolent gazes fixed upon him. Had it not been for Chen Mo's intervention, Gu Yud would have perished the moment he crossed the threshold. What is this?" Stammering, Gu Yud struggled to speak upon meeting their vengeful gazes. "These are the spirits of Gu Yorong and his wife, here to claim your life." Lu Feng deliberately divulged the truth to intimidate Gu Yud. "Master Chen, you must save me." This scene corroborated Chen Mo's account, as Gu Yud, terrified, dropped his cane and hobbled over to clutch Chen Mo's leg. "There are ways to resolve this." Chen Mo's voice was calm, and Gu Yud clung to him as if he had found a lifeline. "I will do whatever it takes. I will pay any amount." Gu Yud, in his advanced years and having heard numerous tales of the supernatural, had never before witnessed a ghost, and this spectacle left him thoroughly terrified. "Return home and establish the memorial tablets for Gu Yorong and his wife in your main hall. Burn incense every morning and evening, and sacrifice a rooster on the 15th of each month in their honor." "Absolutely, I will comply." Gu Yud nodded vigorously, prioritizing his survival above all else. Upon witnessing the benevolent response from Gu Yud, Chen Mo approached the spirits for communication. Initially, upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the two spirits reacted violently, as if they wished to immediately rush forth and rend Gu Yud to pieces. However, upon noticing Chen Mo withdraw a peachwood sword from behind him, they gradually settled into silence. What a precious treasure! The sight of the peachwood sword in Chen Mo's hand ignited an uncontrollable excitement within Zhou Zheng's gaze. Was this not merely an ordinary peachwood sword? Lu Feng, perplexed by Zhou Zheng's fervent reaction, recalled having seen this peachwood sword on a few occasions. Other than appearing adorned with slightly more runes than usual, it bore no significant distinction. This, however, was no ordinary peachwood sword, but rather a lightning-struck jujube sword. Faced with this unfamiliar term, Lu Feng could not help but inquire, "Jujube sword? What is that?" Most people had only heard of peachwood swords. Yet the jujube sword was far more formidable. Ancient texts recorded, in the realm of wood, the thunderbolt jujube core is supreme, sandalwood is intermediate, and persimmon wood is inferior. The jujube tree, however, takes considerably longer to mature than the peach tree, and lightning-struck jujube wood is exceedingly rare. Such treasures are indeed hard to come by. Much like a butcher's cleaver, the more one slaughters, the heavier the resentment that accumulates upon it, instilling fear in its kin. It seems this jujube sword has dispatched numerous malevolent spirits. After Zhou Zheng's explanation, Lu Feng finally understood why the previously ferocious spirits had suddenly become docile. As Chen Mo sheathed the jujube sword, Lu Feng hurriedly approached with a question. "What is the outcome?" Chen Mo nodded and replied, "As long as they are venerated for 5 years, they will spare him." Upon hearing this, Gu Yud quickly responded, "No problem, no problem." He then bowed repeatedly in the direction of Gu Yorong and his spouse. "It appears that brute force is indeed an effective means of resolution. Had you drawn forth your jujube sword sooner, I would not have had to toil nightly crafting paper effigies." Lu Feng could not help but jest. After resolving Gu Yud's predicament, Chen Mo proceeded to conduct a rite to release the two spirits, thereby concluding the matter entirely. "Remember my instructions. You must offer your devotion sincerely, lest misfortune befalls you, for I shall not intervene," Chen Mo cautioned. Gu Yud etched these words into his memory. Upon returning home, Gu Yud intentionally added an extra 1,000 yuan, only to be met with Chen Mo's refusal. "One reaps what one sows," Chen Mo remarked in a manner Gu Yud could not comprehend. As for the remaining funds, Gu Yud disregarded Chen Mo's advice and pocketed them instead. "Village chief, since the matter has been settled, do not forget our prior promise," Zhou Zheng reminded. "What are you saying? You are all my saviors." "I shall speak candidly about all I know," Gu Yud declared, thumping his chest. "I have heard that there have been disturbances in your village recently?" Zhou Zheng inquired, deliberately lowering his voice. Upon hearing this, Gu Yud could hardly suppress his shock. "How did you come to know of this?" "The mountain road to the city is treacherous, and the village lacks proper transportation. Villagers rarely venture to the city even once a year. Guyud could not fathom how news of such recent events had spread. You need not concern yourself with that. We have our own channels. Now, share with us what you know, Zhou asserted, adopting a tone of authority typical of his work. Guyud promptly recounted the events in detail. About a week ago, I recall that morning when a thick fog enveloped the village, reducing visibility to nearly nothing. Just as dawn broke, I was preparing to feed the chickens in their coop. Guyud gestured towards a plot enclosed by a bamboo fence nearby. As I approached the entrance, I spotted a pair of dark green eyes hovering in the coop, fixated on me through the dense fog, which startled me greatly. Once I regained my composure, it dawned on me that a yellow weasel had entered the chicken coop. Yellow weasel? What is that? Zhou asked. Puzzle.it refers to a yellow marten. We call it a huang lang zi here, Lu Feng clarified. When I opened the coop door, the yellow weasel, which had been standing on its hind legs, swiftly darted away. By the time I pursued it, the creature had vanished, and all the chickens in the coop had been killed, their necks bitten through. When daylight arrived, I discovered that nearly half the chickens in the village had perished. Enraged, I organized a group of young men to destroy the yellow weasel's den in the mountains. By day's end, we had slain no fewer than 80 of them, Guyud boasted. Yet that very night, the dogs in the yard incessantly barked. When I rose to investigate, I found several yellow weasels standing at my doorstep, their dark green eyes fixed on me, their fur bristling in a most unsettling manner. You may find this hard to believe, but those yellow weasels spoke human language, albeit indistinctly. I grasped the gist of their utterance. What did they say? Lu Feng's curiosity surged. Just 2 words. Revenge.at that moment. I felt that these yellow weasels had nearly attained sentience and could not be allowed to live. Thus, I organized another hunt. What did you do with the yellow weasels you killed? Chinamo interjected suddenly, leaving Guyud momentarily stunned. After a pause, he replied, before Yurong's demise, he relied on hunting in the mountains for sustenance. He informed me that the most valuable aspect of the yellow weasel is its fur, so I instructed him to skin them all, burying the leftover meat in a pit. At this point, even Lu Feng sensed that something was amiss. Could it be that Gu Yurong's death is connected to this? Lu Feng's remark seemed to spark a memory in Guyud, prompting him to say to Chenemo and the others, "Now that you mention it, I recall that a few days before Yurong's death, he came to me in distress, claiming that he had been dreaming of yellow weasels peeling his skin. He wished to renounce this task, but I told him he was being overly timid. After all, they are merely beasts. What is there to fear?" Guyud appeared unconcerned, dismissing the notion. "And what happened thereafter?" Zhou pressed for more information. As the village chief, he naturally had little choice but to heed my words, and in the end, he stubbornly skinned the remaining yellow weasels. However, since that day, strange occurrences began to plague the village. First, the livestock seemed to succumb to a plague, dying out overnight, filling the village with the stench of decaying corpses. Then, people began to die. I recall the first victim was Gu Tsiluan, a robust lad who fell from his rooftop while renovating, impaled by a bamboo pole and died instantly. Next was Gu Tsihu, who fell while hunting in the mountains. Although he initially appeared unscathed, a boulder rolled down and struck his head, spilling his brain matter everywhere. Guyud recounted a series of tragic deaths. The most recent were Yurong and his wife. Did all these individuals participate in the hunt for the yellow weasels? Zhou seized upon a crucial detail in Guyud's account. Guyud pondered for a moment, his expression one of disbelief. "Now that you mention it, that seems to be the case indeed. Are you implying that these deaths were caused by the yellow weasels?" "That seems implausible," Lu Feng expressed his skepticism. In his view, yellow weasels, while somewhat cunning, were not particularly dangerous. Ordinary yellow weasels may lack such ferocity, but what if they had attained a higher level of cultivation? In this world, if humans can cultivate the Tao, so too can animals. However, due to their shorter lifespans and limited intelligence, animals face great difficulty in cultivating, but that does not mean it is impossible. Have you heard of Huang Pitsi Tao Feng? According to legend, those yellow weasels that nearly reach enlightenment will don human-like garments and hats, stopping travelers at night to ask, "Do I resemble a human or a deity?" Should one answer human or deity, it signifies their success in seeking recognition, and they will repay you in kind. However, if one responds neither, they must continue their cultivation, and you will forever be marked as their enemy. In northern cities, there are those who venerate the yellow weasel, referring to it as Huang Daxian. In their eyes, The yellow weasel can possess individuals and manipulate their thoughts. Some households even enshrine a tablet for Huang Dashan in hopes of receiving blessings. Zhou Zhang shared his insights from the outside world. After hearing Zhou Zhang's account, Gu Yud finally began to feel a sense of fear. Are you suggesting that yellow weasels here have cultivated to a higher state? It is still uncertain, but it is highly likely. Zhou Zhang immediately resolved to inform his department of his findings, hoping they would dispatch personnel to resolve the issue, as dealing with these mountain spirits was not within his realm of expertise. However, Gu Yin village was surrounded by mountains, making it impossible to send messages, not even a text. Left with no choice, Zhou Zhang sought Chen Mo's assistance once more, and no problem. As long as the payment is made, everything is negotiable. Before Chen Mo could respond, Lu Feng interjected eagerly. However, I still harbor a doubt. According to the village chief, every individual who has participated in the encirclement of the yellow wolves has met a most gruesome demise, as though they were repaid in kind for their treatment of the yellow wolves. Upon reflection, Gu Yud realized this was indeed the case. He recalled that Gu Tsailuan had employed a sharpened bamboo pole to prod the yellow wolves. Yet, why did Gu Yorong, who was responsible for skinning the yellow wolves, meet his end without any signs of struggle? Lu Feng's words immediately plunged the crowd into contemplation. At this moment, Zhou Zhang suddenly recalled something and inquired of Gu Yud. Village chief, where is the skin of the flayed yellow wolves now? To be honest, I did not foresee that Yorong would depart so abruptly, hence I had not the opportunity to inquire. Perhaps from the outset, Gu Yorong had no part in this affair. Otherwise, given the nature of those yellow wolves, he surely would not have suffered such an easy fate. Zhou Zhang arrived at this conclusion. However, this is merely speculation, and it must be substantiated by an event. Zhou Zhang directed his gaze towards Gu Yud village chief. Think carefully, in these two encirclements, who went but has not yet encountered misfortune? Gu Yud began to sift through his memories. Now that you mention it, aside from those who have faced misfortune, there is indeed one other person. Who? Gu Sango. At that moment, Gu Sango was at home, drinking alone while nibbling on pickles, utterly oblivious to the danger that was stealthily approaching. When will the village chief finally arrange for me to have a blind date with Xiaotsue? Gu Sango was alone in his home, having lost his parents when he was very young. He had grown up on the kindness of others, often going to one household for a meal today and another for an egg tomorrow, which had shaped him into a somewhat unruly character. To win Gu Yud's favor, Gu Sango had often lent a hand at their home, helping with the harvest during busy seasons and gathering firewood in autumn and winter. During the last encirclement of the yellow wolves, as well as guarding Gu Yorong's spirit, he had always been at the forefront. However, ever since the arrival of several outsiders, Gu Yud's attitude towards him had soured considerably. To make matters worse, he had recently heard rumors in the village that Xiaotsue seemed to take an interest in that Taoist priest. With this thought, Gu Sango downed the remainder of his liquor in one gulp. No, I must clarify things with Xiaotsue tonight, lest the night stretch and dreams multiply. Fueled by the liquor, Gu Sangu stumbled towards Xiaotsue's home. Just as he was about to step outside, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. Who is it, at this late hour? It's me, Sango. I'm here specifically to find you. A somewhat sharp voice called out from outside. Gu Sango listened closely. Was that not Xiaotsue's voice? Instantly, his intoxication faded significantly, and he rushed towards the door in 3 strides. However, upon opening it, he found no one there. Could it be that I misheard? Just as Gu Sangu began to doubt whether he had been hallucinating from the drink, a knock came again at the door. This time, he was certain he had not misheard, yet upon opening the door, he still found no trace of anyone. Who could be this bored at night? If I catch you, I will surely break your legs. Gu Sangu thought it was merely a prank, yet, just as his words fell, a yellow-brown figure emerged from the shadows by the wall, rubbing its hands across its face, and with a sharp voice declared, since you enjoy breaking legs so much, why not consider removing your own? Ah, before Chinamo and the others could arrive, a chilling scream erupted from Gu Sangu's home, causing hearts to tremble. The group exchanged glances and quickened their pace towards Gu Sangu's residence. They had yet to enter when a strong stench of blood assaulted them, and the screams from the courtyard continued, awakening neighbors from their slumber. Even with a prepared mindset, upon stepping into the courtyard, Gu Yud's stomach churned violently at the sight before him. Jiu Sanga's legs had been severed at the roots, blood gushing forth like a relentless stream. staining the ground a vivid crimson. One of his arms had also been removed, and in a grotesque manner, Gu Sanggu manipulated his remaining arm, curling it at an unnatural angle. Positioning the kitchen knife against his shoulder joint, Gu Sanggu exerted more force. His arm began to detach further, the screams growing louder, yet he showed no signs of stopping. Ultimately, the last of his arm was severed by his own hand. And witnessing this scene, Gu Yud could no longer contain himself and leaned against the wall, retching violently. Amidst the scattered remains, Gu Sanggu mumbled indistinctly the words revenge, before collapsing into the pool of blood. At the moment he fell, Chen Mo caught sight of a faint yellow object darting swiftly from Gu Sanggu's room. Just as expected, Zhou Zheng evidently witnessed this scene as well. Seeing Gu Sanggu perish in his own home sent the surrounding villagers into a panic. Fearing they might be next, Chen Mo, what should we do now? Zhou Zheng, aware that this was not his area of expertise, turned to Chen Mo for guidance. It seems we must venture into the mountains to negotiate with that entity. Master Chen, how shall we handle this corpse? Gu Yud, having regained some composure, pointed at the scattered remains of Gu Sanggu. Sew it up and bury it as soon as possible. Chen Mo's response left Gu Yud at a loss. While burial was manageable, who in the village would dare to stitch together such dismembered remains? After all, Gu Yin village was an isolated hamlet, and when someone died, it was traditionally the village chief who presided over the arrangements. However, in recent times, the deaths had grown increasingly brutal, and Gu Yud had been forced to bury the deceased one after another, but Gu Sanggu's case was beyond his capabilities. Master Chen, do you think you could? Gu Yud intended to ask if Chen Mo could assist in the stitching, but before he could finish, Chen Mo interrupted him. It was not that Chen Mo was unwilling to help Gu Yud. Rather, the roles of a Taoist priest and a corpse seamster were fundamentally different professions. Though both pertained to the deceased, it was said that different trades are like different mountains, and the intricacies were something even Chen Mo could not articulate at that moment. Just as Gu Yud was preparing to send someone to the mountain to fetch a seamster, Lu Feng, who had been silent for some time, suddenly spoke up, "Village chief, how about I give it a try?" This left both Gu Yud and Chen Mo astonished as they turned to him. "You can do this?" Zhou Zheng looked at Lu Feng incredulously. "Who do you look down upon?" "Having been in the funeral business for years, I've encountered more than my fair share of dismembered corpses needing stitching. Over time, I've naturally picked up a thing or two." Recalling Lu Feng's earlier claim of having learned to pick locks through observation, Chen Mo couldn't help but marvel at the young man's capacity for learning. "We have no other options now, so give it a shot." Gu Yud, left with no alternative, decided to take a chance. "But let it be known, my price is not cheap." Lu Feng imitated Chen Mo, extending a hand and wiggling his fingers in front of Gu Yud. With gritted teeth, Gu Yud ultimately agreed. "Fine. As long as you can stitch him up properly. What do you need? I shall prepare it for you." Lu Feng was not shy about making requests, listing a few items for Gu Yud to gather. Hearing Lu Feng's demands, Gu Yud hurriedly called upon the onlooking villagers to gather the materials. During this time, Lu Feng took out incense from Chan Mo's satchel and placed it in Gu Sanggu's courtyard. "What are you doing?" Gu Yud asked curiously. "It is a custom among seamsters. When stitching a corpse, one must light incense to seek permission from the deceased. If the incense burns peacefully to completion, it indicates the deceased consents to being stitched. However, if it burns into two short and one long, one must never proceed with the stitching." Fortunately, after several minutes of burning, the 3 sticks of incense extinguished at the same level. Lu Feng let out a sigh of relief. As the incense died down, the villagers who had gone to prepare supplies returned with the items in hand. "Will this ordinary thread and needle suffice?" The villagers, having fetched the supplies from their homes, handed them to Lu Feng. Harboring some doubts, "No problem." Though Lu Feng verbally reassured them, it was indeed his first time performing such a task, and an undercurrent of anxiety coursed through him. However, having witnessed many gruesome corpses in the past, the sight of Gu Sanggu's remains did not elicit a strong reaction from him. To facilitate Lu Feng's work, Gu Yud instructed the villagers to bring over 2 stools, placing an old door plank atop them to create a makeshift table. At the moment Lu Feng grasped the needle and thread, his hand trembled uncontrollably. After all, he had only ever observed others stitching corpses. But thinking of the money he could earn from Gu Yud, he steeled himself and began to sew. The iron needle pierced the flesh, and as Lu Feng pulled the thread, he noticed that a bit of blood still clung to the thread from the freshly deceased Gu Sanggu. At this moment, Lu Feng had fully immersed himself in the task, as if the outside world held no significance for him. This lad seems to be a natural for this line of work, Zhou Jing noted, watching Lu Feng's movements evolve from shaky beginnings to a steady rhythm, no longer showing any signs of hesitation. Chen Imo, meanwhile, observed the scene with keen interest, as the final stitch was tied off. Lu Feng's clothes were thoroughly soaked with sweat, beads of perspiration cascading down his cheeks like raindrops. Observing that Lu Feng had successfully sewn up the corpse, Gu Yud hastily instructed others to place the body into the coffin that had long been prepared. Though this lad typically indulged in laziness and gluttony, his fundamental nature was not malevolent. It was unexpected to see him in such a state now. Gu Yud gazed mournfully at the pallid face of Gusangu within the coffin. His heart heavy with sorrow. If this matter remained unresolved, more lives would be lost in the village. Chun Mo's words pierced Gu Yud's heart like a needle. Master Chun, I am perplexed. Why are we the ones facing retribution when it was that pack of yellow wolves that instigated the trouble? Ultimately, those yellow wolves, before they attained their cunning, were merely beasts incapable of discerning good from evil. They only knew that you had slain their companion, and thus sought vengeance. What shall we do next? Although Zhou Zhang was part of the Special Incident Investigation Team, the purpose of his dispatch was merely to conduct a preliminary investigation before more capable individuals were sent to resolve the issue. However, given the current predicament in Gaian Village, Zhou Zhang found himself unable to report back in time and had to take matters into his own hands, entrusting the resolution of this affair to Chen Imo. They would venture into the mountains to locate the yellow wolf that had transformed. Based on Gu Yud's description, Chen Imo surmised that this group of yellow wolves was likely being directed by one that had already attained a higher level of cunning. Otherwise, such intelligence would be beyond these beasts. After resting for the night, Gu Yud took advantage of the dawn to hastily bury Gu Sangu, with the pallbearers being several individuals who had recently kept vigil for Gu Yorong. As they looked at those who had been playing cards just days prior, now lying cold in the coffin, a sense of dread began to rise among them. The recent spate of deaths in the village had left the villagers in a state of anxiety, with many realizing that the previous 2 attempts to eradicate the yellow wolves had resulted in this calamity. Numerous villagers began to place offerings at their doorsteps to appease the yellow wolves. Hoping to spare themselves, Gu Yud initially intended to intervene, but recalling that he had spearheaded this initiative, he felt his resolve weaken. After preparing, Chen Imo and the others made their way towards the towering mountains behind Gaian Village. Rather than merely mountains, they were the ancestral burial grounds of generations past, where the forebears of Gaian Village were interred in those times. It was believed that the higher one was buried, the greater the blessings for their descendants, leading to even the mountain's summit being the resting place for their ancestors. As Lu Feng gazed up at the towering peak, his legs felt weak beneath him. Chun Imo, can't we wait in the village for the yellow wolves to come to us? In response to Lu Feng's inquiry, Chen Imo merely shook his head. The yellow wolves were inherently sly, striking under the cover of night when people were fast asleep, and with a cunning one guiding them. The chances of waiting in ambush were slim. Chen Imo had considered this approach before, but to avoid further casualties, taking the initiative was the best course of action. The moment they stepped into the mountains, the once blazing sun was suddenly obscured by the towering trees, with only faint rays of light filtering through the branches. They followed the sunlit path up the mountain, but as the trail became overgrown with weeds, signs of human activity vanished. Look over there. What is that? Lu Feng, leading the group, halted and pointed to a small mound not far away. That moment, the back of the mound bore a fist-sized hole, surrounded by scattered wood shavings and chunks of white substance. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed hard to discern the existence of a whole. Goodness! Who would be so unscrupulous as to disturb someone else's grave? As Lu Feng approached, he discovered that the small mound was a grave, and the scattered white substance was indeed fragments of bone. Leaning closer to peer into the hole, he was startled when a brownish-yellow figure suddenly darted out at incredible speed, causing him to fall back in shock. What was that? Lu Feng exclaimed, rising to brush the dirt off his clothes. It was a yellow wolf. Chapter 53. The soul-calling bell. Lu Feng looked at Chen Imo in disbelief. How could this yellow wolf be mimicking grave robbers? It seeks to consume the still fresh flesh within, Chen Imo explained, sending a shiver down Lu Feng's spine. This yellow wolf was an omnivore, often venturing into the village to steal poultry. But this was the first time he had encountered one that fed on human remains. Zhou Zhang knelt to examine the scattered bones and remnants of flesh. They continued deeper into the mountains, where, due to the villagers' negligence, many graves had been disturbed by yellow wolves, some even turned into dens. These yellow wolves are indeed rampant. Yet where is the cunning one? Lu Feng panted. Ordinary yellow wolves flee at the sight of humans, let alone one that has attained greater cunning. Although these yellow wolves cannot speak, news of our entry into the mountains has likely spread among them, Zhou Zheng noted, having prepared for a prolonged engagement. The group traversed the mountains, pausing only to consume the provisions they had brought from Gu Yud's home. As night fell, the visibility diminished even further beneath the trees, rendering it nearly impossible to see one's hand in front of their face. Lu Feng intended to illuminate the path with his phone, but was swiftly halted by both Chen Imo and Zhou Zhang. The yellow wolves are already crafty. Shining a light at night would only deter them from appearing. Chen Imo cautioned. Let us head that way. Chen Imo pointed towards a nearby clearing bathed in moonlight. The group advanced cautiously, relying on the sparse light filtering through the trees, often needing to watch their step to avoid missteps. Just as they were focusing on the ground, a massive brownish-yellow figure stood upright in the clearing, its paws clasped in a gesture of reverence towards the moon, its dark green eyes radiating a malevolent glare. What is that? Just as Lu Feng looked up, he locked eyes with the creature, its gaze particularly eerie in the night, causing a shiver to run down his spine. As Chen Imo and Zhou Zhang turned to look, the figure had vanished without a trace. Lu Feng relayed what he had seen to Chen Imo. You likely witnessed the yellow wolf paying homage to the moon. Chen Imo elaborated, in addition to their regular training, these wolves worship the moon during the full moon nights to absorb its spiritual energy and enhance their prowess. That spot was an ideal location for moonlight absorption, suggesting it may be the yellow wolf we are seeking. With nightfall and the mountains shrouded in fog, the ground became saturated, and they followed the yellow wolf's tracks. As they ventured further, an odd stench wafted through the air, prompting them to cover their noses. What is that smell? Lu Feng asked, pinching his nose. That is the foul odor emitted by the yellow wolves, came the reply. The scent was reminiscent of socks that had been worn for a month and then tossed into a latrine, only to be fished out. Even Chen Imo, usually unflappable, covered his nose. We must be approaching the yellow wolves' den. Otherwise, the stench wouldn't be so overpowering. They pressed on, suppressing their disgust. Soon, a mass of dark figures appeared before them, prompting Chen Imo to signal for silence. Hasn't the village organized 2 eradication efforts already? Why are there still so many yellow wolves? Lu Feng remarked in astonishment, as the dark mass revealed itself to be a horde of yellow wolves. I once saw in a documentary that yellow wolves are not only cunning but also reproduce rapidly, with each litter yielding 4 to 5 pups, Zhou Zheng explained. How do we discern which one has attained greater cunning? The largest one in the center, Chen Imo pointed out. Lu Feng followed his gaze and indeed spotted a massive yellow wolf standing among the rest, distinguishable by the white patch of fur on its chest. Chen Imo extracted a triangular talisman from his satchel and, before Lu Feng and Zhou Zhang could react, flung it into the midst of the yellow wolves. In an instant, flames erupted in the dark mountain, accompanied by the piercing cries of the wolves, causing them to scatter in panic, except for the large one in the center, which glared fiercely, searching for the source of the flames. The trio concealed in the shadows were quickly detected by this formidable yellow wolf. Its sharp howl brought the fleeing wolves to a halt as they turned and charged towards the 3. Chen Imo. What are you doing? Even if the yellow wolves posed little threat, facing such a large number charging at them left Lu Feng at a loss. Yet, instead of attacking, the yellow wolves encircled them, forming a tight ring. What is happening? Lu Feng questioned. Cover your ears, Chen Imo instructed. Though Lu Feng was puzzled by the command, he complied without question. The very moment Lu Feng covered his ears, the enormous yellow wolf seemed to issue a command, prompting the surrounding pack to emit a series of sharp, piercing howls that left one feeling dizzy and disoriented. Despite Lu Feng's efforts to shield himself from the cacophony, the shrill cries remained unbearable, and soon he felt a warm fluid trickling from his ears, seeping through his fingers. Just as he was about to succumb to the overwhelming noise, Chen Imo retrieved the bell used for summoning spirits from his cloth bag and gently shook it in his hand. The weathered bell chimed with a clear, resonant sound, causing the surrounding yellow wolves to scatter in terror, as if confronted by something truly fearsome. Within moments, the pack had vanished without a trace, leaving only the massive yellow wolf perched on a rock, glaring intently at the scene before it. "Why didn't you take out such a useful item sooner?" Lu Feng muttered, rubbing his still throbbing ears. "This thing can only be used once. Afterwards, it will be ineffective against them." Chen Mo needed to ensure that all the yellow wolves remained encircled. "What did you say? Speak louder. I can't hear you." Lu Feng could see Chen Mo's lips moving, yet he could not discern his words. "Is this spirit summoning bell made of bronze?" Zhou Zheng finally noticed the bell in Chen Mo's hand, which was covered in the distinctive patina of bronze. It is well known that even a single piece of bronzeware holds immense value, and a bronze magical artifact's worth is incalculable. Yet Chen Mo carried it about so nonchalantly. Chapter 54. Deceived. In response to Zhou Zheng's astonishment, Chen Mo offered no clear answer, while Lu Feng, having grown accustomed to such peculiarities, understood that Chen Mo had traversed from the Tang dynasty, making it entirely reasonable for him to possess oddities. Noting Chen Mo's silence, Zhou Zheng hesitated to press further. "Why did you seek to annihilate us?" A sharp voice pierced the air, revealing that the yellow wolf had somehow acquired the ability to speak human language, and in the dialect of Gaian village. No less. Taking a breath, Lu Feng gradually regained his ability to hear the external world. "You initiated the conflict," Chen Mo replied, gazing impassively at the yellow wolf standing on its hind legs. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, the wolf trembled as if it had encountered something unfathomable. Slowly advancing toward Chen Mo, the two companions behind him prepared for battle, but Chen Mo stopped them. "Impossible, impossible. How are you still alive?" Upon seeing the tattered bag draped over Chen Mo's shoulder, the yellow wolf recoiled several steps as if it had encountered a monstrosity. "Oh? You recognize me?" At that moment, even Chen Mo appeared astonished, for he had only been in this era for a few months, and he had no recollection of encountering this particular yellow wolf. "Chen Mo, do you not remember me? I am Huang Laifu." To Chen Mo's surprise, the yellow wolf directly uttered his name. "Huang Laifu?" Chen Mo pondered, searching his memory for the name that rang a bell. "Were you the yellow wolf from Guanshang?" His thoughts drifted back to his days at the Shangqing Temple, when he was at an age unworthy of even a dog's affection. One winter, during a heavy snowfall, Chen Mo, bored and restless, unearthed a yellow wolf that had been nesting beneath an ancient tree in the yard, playing with it in his hands. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Master Chen, that yellow wolf might have met an untimely demise at Chen Mo's hands. Back then, he had named the yellow wolf Huang Laifu. As Chen Mo recalled the past, Huang Laifu nodded in recognition, though upon hearing the name, he felt a sudden urge to gnaw on a bone. "Isn't that a dog's name?" Lu Feng couldn't help but interject, only to receive a resentful glare from Huang Laifu. "Weren't you cultivating at Shangqing Temple? How did you end up here?" Chen Mo inquired, aware that there was a considerable distance between Shangqing Temple and their current location. "Ever since the day you vanished. Your master has also gone missing. Although I sensed your presence nearby, I could not locate you, and the Shangqing Temple seemed to wither away, collapsing day by day until it lost all vitality. I had to seek refuge elsewhere, and unexpectedly, I stayed for so long." Huang Laifu lamented the passage of time. 20 years ago, I finally achieved sentience, and my appearance changed, yet I never expected you to still be alive. For Chen Mo, only a few months had passed since his time at Shangqing Temple, but for Huang Laifu, a millennium had slipped by. Do you recognize this yellow wolf? What are you two talking about? "I cannot understand," Zhou Zheng interjected, bewildered by the conversation between man and beast. Lu Feng understood that revealing Chen Mo's origins would lead to insurmountable trouble, so he hastily concocted an excuse to deflect the inquiry. "What about the slaughter of the villagers in Gaian village?" After reminiscing about old times, Chen Mo recalled the purpose of their visit and confronted Huang Laifu. Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, a fierce glint ignited in Huang Laifu's eyes. "They struck first. It was not a massacre but an act of vengeance. Were you not the ones to attack the villagers' livestock first?" Lu Feng questioned, struggling to comprehend Huang Laifu's claims. "You have all been deceived. The villagers coveted our fur for profit, and they waged a massacre against my kin, prompting our retaliation. We intended only to warn them by biting a few animals, but they escalated their violence, forcing me to extend my claws toward humanity." Huang Laifu spoke through clenched teeth, recounting the entire ordeal. Now it was Chen Mo and his companions' turn to exchange glances, momentarily uncertain of whom to believe. Sensing their doubts, Huang Laifu raised his right paw without hesitation. "I, Huang Laifu, Swear by my own cultivation. If there is even a hint of falsehood in my words, may the heavens strike me down. Witnessing this, Chen Mo felt his bias shift once more toward Huang Laifu. Swearing an oath is no longer in vogue, Lu Feng muttered under his breath. This is not the sort of oath made lightly. Zhou Zheng clarified, an animal that has attained sentience can make such a solemn vow, indicating that its words are trustworthy. Otherwise, it would have faced punishment long ago. What exactly transpired? Chen Mo pressed on. Realizing that Huang Laifu was not lying, the village chief announced plans to construct a living tomb for himself atop the mountain, so that he could be interred within it after death. That day, many people arrived, and we had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. Terrified, we fled in every direction. The chief, lamenting his lack of funds for the tomb, overheard someone mention that the skins of yellow wolves could be sold for money. And thus, the villagers turned against us with murderous intent. In just a few days, we were decimated. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, astounded by the truth of the matter. Each instinctively leaned toward their own kind in the discussion. And what about Gu Yurong's death? Chen Mo recalled that Gu Yurong's fate differed from the others and pursued the inquiry, the mention of that name. Huang Laifu paused momentarily before responding. You mean that hunter? He was the only one who never laid a hand on us. In fact, he saved many of my kin. However, I haven't seen him around lately. I never anticipated he had perished. A horrifying thought flickered through the minds of the group. Damn it! We must go down and confront him. We need answers from that old man. Fueled by youthful fervor, Lu Feng realized he had been deceived and prepared to charge down to reprimand Gu Yud. But Zhou Zheng restrained him. Most of the villagers are kin. To put it bluntly, they are all part of the same faction. If you act recklessly, you will only incite their wrath. Zhou Zheng calmly analyzed the situation. So, what do we do now? We cannot simply let this go. Lu Feng felt an anger bubbling within him. Since we cannot intervene directly, let us allow him to take action. Zhou Zheng turned his gaze toward Huang Laifu. As long as I can avenge my kin, I am willing to do whatever it takes, Huang Laifu declared. Zhou Zheng laid out his plan to both men. Can this truly work? With no other options remaining, the group decided to avoid alarming the villagers. Under Huang Laifu's guidance, they found a natural cave to take refuge, while Huang Laifu ventured alone into Gaian village. Chapter 55. Skinning Gu Yud was particularly jubilant that evening, having not only earned a tidy sum, but also tricked a few outsiders into resolving his troubles for him. Xiao Chui, Grandpa is in a good mood tonight. Let's prepare some hearty dishes. Grandpa, is that really a good idea? What do you know, child? Go cook. Once Chen Mo and his companions entered the mountains, Gu Yud relayed his exploits to Gu Xiaocui. She had intended to inform Chen Mo but felt compelled to keep the matter secret under Gu Yud's oppressive presence. After serving the prepared meal, Gu Xiaocui intended to return to her room for rest. Xiao Chui, won't you eat a bit? I'm not hungry. With that, she retreated to her room. Don't forget to come out and clean the dishes later. Gu Yud called out, tilting his head back. Although he hadn't profited immensely from this venture, he was confident that once Chen Mo dealt with the sentient yellow wolf, he could organize a hunt in the mountains that would yield substantial rewards. Filled with anticipation, Gu Yud raised his cup and drank heartily, completely unaware that danger was drawing ever closer. After 2 cups of wine, Gu Yud felt a flush of warmth rise to his face. Just as he was about to rise and call for his granddaughter to clear the table, he faintly heard someone calling his name from outside. Village chief, village chief. The voice seemed somewhat familiar. Yet the alcohol clouding his mind made it difficult for him to recall who it could be. Leaning on his cane, he swayed his way toward the entrance. Creak. The doors swung open, and aside from the chirping of insects from the grass piles, the village path lay desolate and empty. Just as Gu Yud was about to shut the door, the call came again, this time sounding as if it originated from across the street. Who is it? What do you want at this late hour? As Gu Yud followed the sound, he tried to remember whose voice it was. It was undeniably familiar, yet the effects of the drink rendered him unable to place it. As he walked, Gu Yud began to sense that something was amiss. The village seemed unusually quiet tonight, ominously so. Normally, the village dogs would bark intermittently, yet tonight not a single sound was heard, as if they had all conspired to remain silent. A cold breeze swept through, momentarily dispelling his drunken haze, but when he glanced down at the path beneath him, panic seized him. The road he was treading led directly to Gu Sandog's home. And the voice that had called him belonged to Gu Sandoji. It must be said that Gu Yud was a man unflinching even in the face of murder and arson. Yet when confronted with such strange occurrences, he could easily be brought to a state of utter terror. The eerie calling persisted, its tone like a pair of enormous hands gripping his heart with a vice-like force. His shirt clung to his back. Drenched in sweat, Gu Yud turned to retreat, head bowed, desperately trying to make his way back. But the cane impeded his speed. As he prepared to flee, the voice behind him grew increasingly shrill, as if it were poised to devour him whole. He recalled his father's warning. If one hears someone calling from behind at night, one must not turn around or respond, for doing so would lead to eternal entrapment. This admonition was etched firmly in Gu Yud's mind, and he resolutely refused to look back, no matter what sounds emanated from behind him. Yet, after a short while, Gu Yud felt something was terribly wrong. This path was one he had traversed countless times. Even blindfolded, he could have navigated it. Yet tonight he found himself lost, having walked for what felt like an eternity without seeing the familiar sight of his own doorstep. Summoning his courage, he dared to lift his gaze, only to discover that he had not moved an inch. A chill of realization coursed through him. He was caught in a ghostly loop. Gu Yud suddenly understood he had encountered something unclean. And with Chunimo and the others dispatched to the mountains, his heart raced with terror. Without a second thought, he discarded his cane and began to sprint towards his home, driven by a primal instinct for survival. Indeed, when faced with danger, humans can unleash incredible potential. If any villagers had witnessed this scene, they would have been astonished to see a man in his 70s running with the agility of a youth. However, just as he believed he had covered several miles, Gu Yud looked up to find himself still in the same spot, spinning in circles. Who are you? I bear you no ill will. Why do you seek to harm me? No ill will? Did you consider that when you ordered your men to slaughter my kin? At that moment, Huang Laifu's face contorted into a grotesque visage, materializing before Gu Yud. The instant he beheld that ghastly face, an overwhelming wave of shame washed over him, and he could feel a foul odor permeating the air. You are that transformed wolf. Gu Yud, trembling, pointed a quivering finger at the apparition before him, disregarding the humiliation of his age. Could it be that you have already slain them? Despair washed over him as he feared that Chinimo and the others had fallen victim to Huang Laifu. If they could not contend with this wolf, what chance did he have to resist? The task you failed to accomplish, I shall now fulfill for you. With that, Huang Laifu produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere and began to advance slowly towards him. As an unusual scent filled his nostrils, Gu Yud realized he could no longer move. Slicing sounds echoed as the skin on Gu Yud's face was torn away, blood flowing freely from the wound. The searing pain forced a scream from his lips, yet the sound seemed to be isolated, as if the world around him had been sealed off. As Huang Laifu's movements ceased, a flawless piece of skin was revealed. While Gu Yud's visage was reduced to a bloody mess, veins exposed, features indistinguishable, Huang Laifu waved the trophy before him. Oh, not fret. Next comes the entirety of your skin, but you must remain still. The following morning, the villagers, still wrapped in slumber, were jolted awake by a harrowing scream. When they arrived at the scene, they found a grotesque, bloodied corpse lying on the ground, the earth stained a dark crimson, alongside a neatly folded bundle of flesh. Xiao Chui, what has happened? One villager inquired of the grief-stricken Gu Xiao Chui. Grandfather. Grandfather is dead, she choked out through her tears. The previous night, after the commotion outside had ceased, Gu Xiao Chui had ventured out to clear the dishes only to discover that Gu Yud had vanished. Assuming he had merely drunk too much and gone to bed, she thought little of it, however. Upon calling him for breakfast that morning, she found his room empty. As she prepared to search for him, she stumbled upon his lifeless body not far from their doorstep. What is that? A bold villager approached to investigate. Upon unfolding the item, horror gripped the onlookers as they realized its true nature. Human skin. Chapter 56. The mysterious phone call. Gu Yud had perished, literally skinned alive by Huang Laifu. By the time Chinimo and the others descended from the mountain, Gu Yud's home had already been adorned with mourning banners and white lanterns. Perhaps he had never anticipated that the grave he had recently prepared would be put to use so soon. Is this truly the right course of action? Lu Feng pondered, witnessing Gu Xiao Chui's heart-wrenching grief. What goes around comes around. Better for one to carry the burden than for the entire village to suffer. Upon first encountering Gu Yud, Zhou Zhang had sensed that he had but a fortnight left to live. He had noted the chaotic glint in Gu Yud's eyes, a subtle indication of the blood he bore on his conscience. However, lacking evidence, he had kept this observation to himself. Meanwhile, the pack of wolves, as Chen Mo had suspected, was found in Gu Yorong's freezer. Having spent years hunting in the mountains, Gu Yorong understood the animals possessed a certain sentience. Such widespread slaughter would inevitably result in retribution. He had hidden the wolves in the freezer, a decision that ultimately led to his own demise. If one were to call Gu Yud a cunning fox, it would not be an exaggeration. He was well aware of Gu Sandog's interest in his granddaughter and had orchestrated events accordingly, all while maintaining the facade of the village elder. Gu Sandog, unable to produce the wolf skins for Gu Yorong, resorted to eliminating the couple, a chain of events indirectly instigated by Gu Yud. After Huang Laifu had dispatched Gu Yud, Chen Mo made a pact with him to refrain from troubling the other villagers of Gaian village, thus allowing this chapter to reach its conclusion. Before departing, Chen Mo deliberately left Lu Feng's phone number for Gu Xiaochui, a gesture that Lu Feng happened to witness. Chen Mo, you aren't considering returning to secular life, are you? Lu Feng smirked cheekily. Chen Mo shot him a glare. I left your number. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's eyes lit up with excitement. Are you perhaps attempting to bring us together? You indeed share a story with her. Although I cannot discern its nature, during a recent conversation, Gu Xiaochui had mentioned her birth date to Chen Mo, who, upon analyzing it, predicted that she and Lu Feng would soon cross paths again, hence his reason for leaving her his number. As they departed Gaian village, Zhou Zhang cast a thoughtful glance back at the century-old settlement, pondering how greed could lead to such a ruinous state of affairs. Let us return, he suggested. Fortunately, the journey back was uneventful, and their vehicle eventually came to a halt safely at the city police station. As Zhu Haidong caught sight of the familiar vehicle, he rushed out of his office. You've finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, Chief Sun would have sent someone into the village. Though Zhu Haidong spoke with a playful tone, his words carried an undercurrent of truth. The moment Zhou Zheng landed in Tianhai City, the long-unused landline in Sun Hui's office rang. The voice on the other end conveyed two directives: cooperate fully and ensure the safety of the investigation team. Realizing they had spent over 10 days in Gaian village, Lu Feng exclaimed, "Oh no? I've neglected my shop for so long. I'm bound to suffer significant losses." His comment was intentionally directed at Zhou Zheng, a reminder of the expenses incurred. Zhou Zheng, understanding the implication, reassured him, "Do not worry. Once I report back, I will ensure the funds are transferred to you without delay." With that, he pulled out his phone and began dialing a number. Meanwhile, Zhu Haidong seized the opportunity to inquire about their experiences in Gaian village. Before Lu Feng could utter a word, Zhou Zhang had already hung up the phone beside him. "This matter is classified as a top secret within our department, and I hope it remains confidential." For Zhu Haidong, who works within the same system, this statement was all too familiar, and he quickly dismissed any thoughts to the contrary. Zhou Zhang promptly settled the expenses in one lump sum to Chen Mo. "I hope you can carefully consider the previous matters." After several days of interaction, Zhou Zhang felt that the young man before him was increasingly remarkable. His abilities were undoubtedly the most enigmatic he had encountered among such individuals. Before Chen Mo could speak, Zhou Zhang handed over a small white card. "Do not rush to refuse this time. This is my business card, and I believe we shall meet again with that." He hurried off to his next destination. On the way, Zhou Zhang dialed the previous number once more. "Hello. The Thunderstrike Zao wood sword that the team has been searching for has appeared in the hands of a young man named Chen Mo. Is it confirmed?" The voice on the other end was devoid of warmth, chilling to the bone. "As a physiognomist, I cannot be mistaken. The runes on that sword are identical to those in the image. Keep a close watch on his every move. That sword must not suffer any mishap, understood. There is one more thing." Just as the other party was about to hang up, Zhou Zhang recounted the matter regarding the soul-calling bell. "Oh. It seems the situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chen Mo, has the money arrived?" Lu Feng feigned ignorance. Naturally, Chen Mo understood his insinuation and completely ignored him. "It wouldn't be interesting if you acted like this. At least I have put in effort, not to mention I was injured." Lu Feng pointed to the wound on his brow from a branch a few days prior, looking pitiful. "You still owe me for the damage you caused." Chen Mo reminded him of the small peachwood sword that Lu Feng had ruined. "May I ask, how much was that peachwood sword?" Lu Feng knew that Zhou Zhang had offered a substantial amount to resolve this matter. Priceless. Chen Mo shot back a retort that left Lu Feng without a counterargument. Lu Feng felt as if he had struck a pillow, ultimately resigning to abandon the thought. Observing Lu Feng's dejected figure, Chen Mo could not help but smile slightly. It was not mere greed, but rather he recognized Lu Feng's recent streak of bad luck. The palace of official wealth was marked with blemishes, and the palace of migration showed signs of damage, clearly indicating a potential financial loss ahead. Hence, Chen Mo refrained from giving him the money. However, this was something he could not disclose to Lu Feng. Revealing it would be tantamount to breaking the spell. If he had not experienced this calamity, the next encounter might not merely involve financial troubles. This is what people often refer to as the secrets of heaven that should not be divulged. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Feng remained perturbed throughout the journey, and by the time he arrived at the shop, despite it being only midday, he had no intention of opening for business. Chapter 57. Expulsion from the village. A sudden phone call interrupted Lu Feng's long-brewing emotions. Seeing an unfamiliar number, he unhesitatingly ended the call, but the other party was relentless, calling again and again. "Who is it?" "I'm not applying for a loan or buying insurance." Upon answering, before the caller could speak, Lu Feng unleashed a tirade into the phone. "Brother, it's me." A melodious voice chimed from the other end. "Xiao Chui, what brings you here?" Lu Feng was taken aback. She should have been at Gu Yud's wake. "I am in the city now. I want to buy some joss paper offerings for my grandfather." Though Gu Yud had not been particularly good to her, he had raised her, and she wished to pay her final respects. Having learned from recent interactions that Lu Feng specialized in funeral supplies, she mustered the courage to call him. "Where are you? I'll come pick you up." Hearing that Gu Xiaocui needed his assistance, Lu Feng sprang up from his recliner with renewed vigor. "Chen Mo, let us go." Clearly, Lu Feng had cast aside the earlier matter. Chen Mo shook his head in resignation. When Gu Xiaocui had shared her birth date, out of curiosity, he had calculated her compatibility with Lu Feng, discovering that their fates were entirely disconnected. Due to the lack of transportation in the village, Gu Xiaocui had set out at dawn, taking advantage of the dissipating fog, and had only just arrived in the city. When Lu Feng reached the spot Gu Xiaocui mentioned, he found her anxiously scanning her surroundings, much like Chen Mo had when he first arrived in the modern world. "Xiao Chui." Lu Feng waved at her. Upon hearing his call, Gu Xiaocui's tension melted away, as he was the only person she recognized in this vast city. Having spent her life in the village, Gu Xiaocui appeared cautious and out of place amidst the city's hustle and bustle. Back at the shop, Lu Feng prepared a pair of golden boy and jade girl figurines, a luxurious villa, and a sports car, all of which he had crafted himself. Not only were they visually appealing, but they could also be folded like bicycles, taking up minimal space when packed. "Brother, how much do these cost?" "I'll write you an IOU." Gu Xiaocui looked embarrassed, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet Lu Feng's eyes. Having only recently come of age, she had no savings. Talking about money feels inappropriate. These items are hardly worth much. And Lu Feng had no intention of putting her in a difficult position, but Gu Xiaocui, her cheeks flushed, declared resolutely, "No, this is a matter of principle." She took a notepad from the counter and elegantly pinned an IOU. Then, to Lu Feng's astonishment, Gu Xiaocui produced a tightly packed black plastic bag from her pocket, revealing a wad of cash, mostly in 50s and smaller denominations, stacked a finger's width thick. "This is the money my grandfather owed you from the last time I had to sew up a corpse. It might not be enough, but I will repay the rest slowly." Before Lu Feng could react, Gu Xiaocui wrote another IOU. Lu Feng was about to push away the cash she offered, knowing it likely represented the family's only savings after handling Gu Yud's funeral. Accepting it would jeopardize her future. But Chen Mo intervened, signaling him to accept the money. At that moment, Lu Feng recalled Chen Mo's words about karma. If he accepted the cause but rejected the effect, he could encounter bizarre consequences. Reluctantly, Lu Feng accepted the wad of cash from Gu Xiaocui. Just as she was about to bid farewell and return to Gaian village, Chen Mo, who had been silent until then, took the initiative. "If you have nowhere else to go, you can come work here." Chen Mo's words were like a flicker of warmth in the winter, and Gu Xiaocui, with tears in her eyes, bowed deeply to both of them. After her departure, Lu Feng finally spoke. "Chen Mo, isn't it inappropriate to invite a young girl to do this?" Though he had taken an immediate liking to Gu Xiaocui, that did not mean he wished to confine her to his side. Chen Mo waved his hand. You will understand when the time is right. Just as he was about to turn away, Chen Mo seemed to recall something and turned back to Lu Feng. This money was earned through killing. It would be best to donate it. Having shared so many experiences together, Lu Feng had come to trust Chen Mo's judgment. The next day, he sought out a temple bustling with activity and deposited all the money Gu Xiaozue had given him into the donation box. The following morning, a light drizzle fell over Tianhai City, and for Lu Feng, such weather was perfect for sleeping, so he indulged in slumber until noon before opening the shop. Xiao Chui, at the moment he opened the door. A slender figure caught his eye. Gu Xiaozue had returned. However, this time, she carried a patched woven bag of similar size to her own. Wiping her rain-soaked face, Gu Xiaozue choked out, "Brother, I've been expelled from the village. Come in. It's pouring outside." Lu Feng took the woven bag from her and ushered her into the shop. "What happened? Tell me everything, little sister." Lu Feng handed her a clean towel, encouraging her to dry off. "Ever since we buried my grandfather, the village elected a new leader, and the first thing he did was seize our house and force me out of Gaian village. The others who spoke up for me had their arms broken by him." As she recounted the ordeal, Gu Xiaozue began to sob once more. "Damn it! What a despicable creature! What kind of coward bullies a girl? I'll go confront him right now." Lu Feng stood up, ready to head to Gaian village to confront them, only to be desperately restrained by Gu Xiaozue. "Brother, let it go. Now that I've left Gaian village, I have no intention of returning." Gu Xiaozue had come specifically to seek refuge with them. Encouraged by Chen Mo's previous words, "Don't worry. As long as I have food, you won't go hungry." Meanwhile, their commotion had attracted Chen Mo, who was scrolling through short videos, and he reluctantly chose to come downstairs. Upon seeing Chen Mo, Gu Xiaozue quickly stood up and timidly called out, "Brother Chen Mo." Ever since witnessing Chen Mo's abilities, she understood that a relationship between them was impossible. Chapter 58. The Crimson Bar. Chen Mo nodded in acknowledgement. "Chen Mo, let me tell you." Before Lu Feng could finish his sentence, Chen Mo waved his hand to interrupt. "I heard everything from upstairs." With that, he walked towards the door. "Where are you going?" "Just stepping out for a bit." "You better not go looking for trouble on your own." Lu Feng was worried that Chen Mo would rush to Gu Xiaozue's aid in Gaian village for revenge. Although Chen Mo often appeared cold and distant, those who got to know him would realize he simply preferred to keep his actions discreet. "Don't worry, I am a practitioner of the Tao." Once outside, Chen Mo headed straight to the nearest mountain to the city. Seeking a secluded spot, he wrapped a few strands of brownish-yellow hair he had clenched in his fingers in a talisman paper, igniting it as a pungent odor mingled with the scent of urine filled the air, making even Chen Mo frown. Before long, rustling sounds emerged from the nearby bushes. "Chen Mo, what do you want with me all of a sudden?" A large yellow wolf emerged, revealing itself to be Huang Laifu, whom Chen Mo had encountered not long ago. "Help me with something." Not long after, Gu Xiaozue learned that the new village chief, who had forced her out, had mysteriously perished in his home, due to its proximity to the sea. The August weather in Haishur was exceptionally sultry, with waves of heat rolling in like the ocean, the humid air making one feel as though trapped in a steamer. After some time working at the shop, Gu Xiaozue had become quite familiar with the business. Her meticulousness and diligence made Lu Feng confident in entrusting her with the operations. "Xiaozue, close up early tonight. I'll take you somewhere." Lu Feng leaned on the counter, watching the busy Gu Xiaozue, reflecting that today marked her 1-month anniversary at the shop, and he felt compelled to take her out to broaden her horizons. Gu Xiaozue, dusting off the shelves, immediately refused without a second thought. "Brother, you've already been more than kind to me, buying me clothes and providing me a place to stay. I am very satisfied." On her first day at the shop, Lu Feng had taken her shopping to elevate the store's image, purchasing several outfits that had nearly left her in shock at their price tags. "Brother, I will repay you for the clothes and the rent." After returning that day, Gu Xiaozue handed Lu Feng an IOU. To Lu Feng's surprise, since hiring Gu Xiaozue, the shop's revenue had doubled that month. For this reason, he was keen to take her out. "Once the reservation is made, it cannot be cancelled. If we don't go, it will be a waste." Lu Feng pulled out his trump card, and eventually, Gu Xiaozue had no choice but to agree. As dusk fell, a setting sun painted the western sky in vibrant orange hues, signaling the close of the day. Under Lu Feng's insistence, Chen Mo reluctantly joined them. "Chen Mo, I'm not trying to lecture you, but you shouldn't spend all day glued to your phone watching videos." At this moment, Lu Feng exuded the demeanor of an elder. Once they finished getting ready, the night had fully descended, and Lu Feng was troubled by the lack of a taxi. Just then, Chinamo pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Before long, a rental car smoothly pulled up in front of them. "Is it you?" Lu Feng exclaimed in surprise, recognizing Huang Kai, the very person Chinamo had saved previously. "Wow, now you've got a personal driver." Once inside, Lu Feng whispered to himself, "Master Qin, where are we heading tonight?" Since being saved by Chinamo, Huang Kai had been willing to drop everything to assist him, no matter the distance. "Tio the Crimson. That place isn't cheap," Huang Kai exclaimed upon hearing the destination. "What is the Crimson?" Gu Xiaozue asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Huang Kai started the vehicle, explaining as they drove, "Miss, it seems this is your first visit to our city? The Crimson is the most famous bar around here. A bar." This was Gu Xiaozue's first encounter with the term, while Chinamo had seen it in short videos before, reminiscent of taverns from his era. Though this bar opened at night and operated until the early morning, the prices at the Crimson are quite steep. "I've heard a booth can cost over 1,000. Keep in mind, we are in a small third-tier city," Huang Kai elaborated, his words painting a vivid picture. While Gu Xiaozue gasped at the price. In the midst of their conversation, they arrived at the entrance of the Crimson Bar. True to form, Huang Kai did not charge Chinamo for the fare. In the sweltering summer heat, most people stayed indoors enjoying air conditioning, leaving the streets nearly deserted. Yet, outside the Crimson Bar, a long line had formed. The neon lights casting the name Crimson shimmered like a dream. As the nightlife began, the bar started to fill with patrons. Due to the heat, everyone entering wore light attire. Since stepping out of the car, Lu Feng's gaze had been fixated on the beautiful women around him. Upon showing his reservation to the staff, the group was quickly escorted inside. The moment they stepped in, the deafening music overwhelmed Chinamo and Gu Xiaozue. Both feeling utterly out of place, the bar was dimly lit, with only the overhead lights flashing intermittently. As people danced around the DJ in the center of the dance floor, colorful streamers occasionally drifting down to heighten the atmosphere. After a while, Gu Xiaozue began to acclimate to the raucous ambience, joining Lu Feng on the bustling dance floor. Meanwhile, Chinamo sat observing the surroundings, frowning as girls approached him to strike up conversations. After all, a man of his looks was a rare sight in such a venue. Lu Feng's reserved booth was located to the left of the dance floor, directly opposite the restroom. At that moment, a couple stumbled into the restroom, the man clearly intoxicated, with the woman struggling to support his arm. A scene all too common in a bar, thus garnering little attention. However, shortly after, only the woman emerged, and Chenmo noticed her greedily licking her lips as she stepped out. Seemingly sensing Chenmo's gaze, she turned to meet his eyes, a strange smile curling at her lips as she approached him in her high heels. Chapter 59. The approach. As the woman drew near, Chenmo remained unmoved, slowly lifting his drink for a sip. "Hey, handsome, are you alone?" she asked, unceremoniously taking a seat beside him and adjusting her body-hugging skirt as she settled in. Although the woman appeared youthful, her attire was strikingly provocative, accompanied by the scent of cheap perfume. Due to the dim lighting, Chinamo couldn't fully discern her features. "Aren't you as well?" Chinamo surprisingly initiated a conversation with this stranger. "Care to dance with me?" She boldly lifted her drink, swirling it playfully in her hand. "Sure." Chinamo raised his glass, and their cups clinked together, producing a crisp sound as they downed their drinks in unison. The woman, seemingly unshy, reached out and grasped Chinmo's wrist. The moment her skin brushed against his, a chilling sensation coursed through him, yet he remained composed, allowing her to hold onto him. She led Chinmo to the center of the dance floor, where the music pulsed. Chinmo, having never danced before, appeared clumsy, much to the amusement of the woman beside him. "Handsome, your moves are too stiff. Let me teach you." She wrapped her arms around his waist. Swaying to the rhythm as she guided him, the surroundings began to feel surreal, as if it were just the two of them in the entire bar. "You are the most handsome person I've seen here in a long time. I must share this with my friends later," she declared, her strange smile never faltering, drawing him deeper into her allure. After a lively dance, they returned to their booth, and just as they settled in, Lu Feng and Gu Xiaozue emerged from the dance floor. Lu Feng's gaze scanned the unfamiliar woman, taking note of her impressive figure. "Chinamo, who is this?" "I'm Lu Feng, a regular here. Pleased to meet you all." She introduced herself with poise. "Well, what a coincidence. We're from the same clan." "I'm Lu Feng," he replied, surprised by how quickly Chen Mo had made a connection. Jiu Xiaotsue felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that Chen Mo preferred this type of woman, while she perceived herself merely as an inexperienced girl. After a brief respite, the DJ's music blared once more. Lu Feng pulled Chen Mo up, eager to dance again. Lu Feng interjected, unable to contain himself. "Beautiful lady, how about we dance together?" Just as Lu Feng was about to agree, Chen Mo coldly interrupted. "I was here first with her. If you want to dance, find someone else." Lu Feng was taken aback to find that it was Chen Mo who had rejected him, momentarily frozen in place. Meanwhile, Lu Feng, witnessing the two men vying for her attention, was elated beyond measure. "Wait here for a moment. I will come to find you after dancing with this handsome guide." A waft of fragrant air brushed past Lu Feng's ear, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Observing the departing figures of the two, Lu Feng felt a twinge of confusion. How could Chen Mo, who was usually indifferent to such matters, suddenly exhibit such behavior? Had he perhaps led him astray? "Brother, why does it feel like Chen Mo has transformed into a different person today?" At that moment, even Gu Xiaotsue noticed something amiss. On the dance floor, men and women swayed to the rhythm of the music. "Handsome, if dancing here isn't thrilling enough, would you like me to take you somewhere even more exciting?" Lu Feng's gaze scrutinized Chen Mo, hinting at the impending activities. "Sounds good." Chen Mo did not decline, and under Lu Feng's guidance, he followed her to the restroom. "Brother, look, why are they going to the restroom while dancing?" Gu Xiaotsue, seated nearby, quickly informed Lu Feng upon noticing their next move. "Oh no. Chen Mo has truly fallen." As a regular at the bar, Lu Feng was well aware of what it meant for a man and a woman to enter the restroom together. "I must follow to see what this rascal is up to," he declared, instructing Gu Xiaotsue to wait for him as he made his way toward the bar's restroom. To prevent unpleasant odors from wafting into the dance hall, the bar had intentionally constructed a corridor in the middle of the restroom. As soon as Lu Feng stepped into the corridor, a chilling gust penetrated his body. This restroom's air conditioning is excessively cold. The discomfort compelled Lu Feng to sneeze involuntarily. In keeping with the bar's ambience, the restroom was deliberately unlit, forcing Lu Feng to navigate his way forward slowly in the darkness. "Handsome, what do you wish to do next?" Lu Feng's hand caressed Chen Mo's clothing, her actions igniting a reaction that would have made any onlooker unable to contain themselves. At that moment, Lu Feng, who had stealthily approached, overheard her words and instinctively found a corner to conceal himself. "I intend to claim you as my OW." And in response to Lu Feng's advances, a look of disgust crossed Chen Mo's face. "Look at how eager you are. Eventually, you will belong to me," Lu Feng cooed playfully. "You are no human." Chen Mo's sudden remark caused Lu Feng to halt her actions, her face contorted with discomfort. What do you mean by that?" "The man who entered with you must have already been drained of his vitality, right?" Chen Mo retorted, evading Lu Feng's question with one of his own. "Who exactly are you?" At that moment, Lu Feng retracted her hands, glaring at Chen Mo with resentment. "Did I not say? I intend to claim you." Before Lu Feng could comprehend, Chen Mo's fingers formed a swift motion, striking her abdomen with a forceful blow. Lu Feng was propelled backwards, colliding with the wall before coming to a stop, a pungent burnt odor emanating from her midsection. "Originally, I had no intention of intervening, but you brought this upon yourself," Chen Mo lamented, shaking his head as he approached Lu Feng, who lay on the ground, holding 3 copper coins he had just retrieved from his pocket. "You men are all the same." Lu Feng, sprawled on the floor, let out a frenzied scream. However, the overwhelming music outside drowned out her cries, leaving only Lu Feng, who stood nearby, to hear the commotion within the restroom. Once a beauty, Lu Feng's face now resembled that of someone doused in acid, her skin peeling away to reveal charred flesh beneath, curling grotesquely and emitting a hissing sound as it corroded. "Today, none of you will escape." Lu Feng turned to gaze at Lu Feng, who was hidden in the shadows, a sinister smile stretching across her face. The corners of her mouth twisted grotesquely, reminiscent of a clown, sending a chill down Lu Feng's spine. With that, the transformed Lu Feng lunged at Chen Mo, her sharp claws glistening ominously. Chen Mo did not flinch. Just as Lu Feng's malevolent, dark aura-laden nails approached his throat, he swiftly seized her mouth. The greenish fluid seeping from her lips imparted a repugnant stickiness to his fingers, prompting him to grimace as he tightened his grip. Crack, as Chen Mo increased the pressure. The sound of bone fracturing echoed from Lu Feng's mouth. The excruciating pain elicited a harrowing scream from Lu Feng, resonating so sharply that it caused Lu Feng's ears to bleed. Without giving her time to react, Chen Mo flicked a copper coin into Lu Feng's throat, releasing her mouth and disdainfully shaking off the residue clinging to his fingers. The moment the coin was swallowed, Lu Feng writhed as if she had ingested a searing ember. Desperately clawing at her throat in an attempt to extract the coin, her flesh tearing as she inflicted further injury upon herself. As the copper coin settled within her, Lu Feng's hand delved into her abdomen. With a sickening squelch, she plunged both hands into her own belly, methodically tearing it open to create an opening large enough for a hand to pass through. A foul, black liquid gushed forth like a broken faucet, rapidly saturating the floor with its stench. Lu Feng, now oblivious to the mess, continued her frantic search for the elusive coin within her insides. Not in the stomach, nor in the esophagus. Where could it have gone? Lu Feng tore out and discarded her organs, her frantic rummaging growing increasingly desperate. As the pile of discarded organs grew, her movements slowed, until eventually, she fell completely silent, her chest collapsing inward. I had prepared 3 corpse-restraining coins. I never anticipated you would fail to withstand even one. What on earth just happened? Upon witnessing Lu Feng's lifeless form, Lu Feng cautiously emerged from his hiding spot and approached Chen Mo. Wary of stepping on the scattered organs, Chen Mo recounted the events that had transpired. You deliberately approached her with the intention of eliminating her? Lu Feng inquired, to which Chen Mo nodded. I had thought you genuinely fancied her. Lu Feng, realizing the gravity of the situation, felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Had he been the one to accompany Lu Feng, it could have been him lying on the floor. Chen Mo remained silent, producing talisman paper from his possession and casting it onto the pile of organs, which were instantly consumed by flames, transforming into a wisp of black smoke that drifted away. Just as they prepared to leave, the bar's lights abruptly extinguished, accompanied by the blaring music, rendering the venue eerily silent as if the world had been paused. What is happening? A power outage? Someone check the circuit box. The sudden blackout plunged the bar into chaos and alarmingly, even the backup power failed to activate. We must leave. The ghosts within this bar have been unleashed. Chen Mo's expression turned grave. While handling these spirits was merely a minor inconvenience for him, Lu Feng and Gu Xiaocui were utterly defenseless against such entities. Chen Mo swiftly assessed the situation, concluding that their best option was to escape immediately. Lu Feng, unconditionally trusting Chen Mo, dashed toward Gu Xiaocui, pulling her along before she could comprehend the unfolding chaos, and they raced out of the bar. Standing outside the entrance, Chen Mo's serious demeanor remained unchanged. In his eyes, the entire bar was enveloped in a frigid, oppressive darkness. Chen Mo, what are you staring at? Hurry up and leave. Lu Feng, having hailed a cab, urged them to vacate the cursed place. What was meant to be a night of fun had devolved into a harrowing ordeal, leaving Lu Feng feeling as if he were possessed by a student doomed to meet misfortune at every turn. On the way back, Gu Xiaocui, curious, incessantly inquired about the happenings, but Lu Feng, wary of alarming her, fabricated a story about fearing a stampede that could lead to injuries. A girl as innocent as Gu Xiaocui readily accepted his explanation. Once they returned to the shop and she fell asleep, Lu Feng finally broached the topic of the earlier incident with Chen. By all accounts, with so many people in the bar, how did those spirits dare to intrude? Lu Feng recalled Chen Mo previously stating that spirits feared places brimming with vitality, and since the bar was filled with young men and women, the abundant energy should have deterred any specters. Humans may possess vitality, but it varies in strength. At midnight, it is at its weakest. Those spirits seized this opportunity to invade. As the two continued their discussion, the Scarlet Bar, having restored power, promptly initiated a safety inspection, drawing attention to a locked door in the men's restroom that could not be opened. After calling out several times with no response, the security guard, with the bar owner's consent, forcibly opened the tightly shut bathroom door. Dead. There's a dead person. The security guard was so startled that he collapsed to the ground and scrambled out in a panic. By the time the police arrived, even though they had seen numerous corpses before, they could not help but shudder at the sight of the shriveled male body before them. Early the next morning, Lu Feng's phone rang. Although he braced himself for the call, a wave of unease washed over him upon seeing that it was Zhu Haidong. Officer Zhu, what can I do for you at this early hour? Lu Feng mustered his energy to answer. Last night, we received a report from the Scarlet Bar. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, we found that you and your companions were present. Please cooperate with us and come in for a statement. Zhu Haidong had not anticipated that Chen Mo and his group would be involved in this case once again. No problem. It is our duty to cooperate. Although he said this, frequent visits to the police station made it seem as if they had committed some crime. Upon arriving at the city police station, they discovered Zhu Haidong waiting at the entrance. Seeing Chen Mo and the others, he hurried over. Officer Zhu, there's no need for such formality. Lu Feng assumed Zhu Haidong approached them to greet them. Hurry up, gentlemen. Director Sun is in quite a predicament over this matter, Zhu Haidong urged them. Recently, Tianhai City had experienced a series of homicides, causing Director Sun Hui to frequently be called to the provincial office for self-criticism. And this case was no exception. Following a round of reprimands, the higher-ups ordered that the case be solved within 3 days. Immediately after the incident, Zhu Haidong had accessed the bar surveillance footage from that night, only to unexpectedly find Chen Mo and his group also present at the bar. For some reason, he instinctively felt that this case was not as straightforward as it appeared, prompting him to summon them to the police station early that morning. Since we are old acquaintances, let's skip the formalities. Due to their familiarity, Zhu Haidong directly inquired, please recount everything you saw and heard at the bar last night in as much detail as possible. Officer Zhu, do you believe in ghosts? We encountered one again last night at the bar. Lu Feng vividly recounted the events of the previous night at the Scarlet Bar. After listening, Zhu Haidong was taken aback. Lu Feng's account matched his own investigation almost perfectly. They had also discovered the so-called corpse-stopping coin on the ground, yet upon examination, it turned out to be an ordinary copper coin. What puzzled him even more was why these two individuals consistently found themselves in such situations. With fatalities occurring each time, go be honest, I now suspect that the ghost was drawn in by you too, Officer Zhu. I swear on my conscience, we were simply there to enjoy ourselves. It's a miracle I didn't demand compensation for emotional distress from the owner. Lu Feng retorted just as heavy footsteps echoed from outside. A portly middle-aged man entered, the first thing noticeable being the thick gold chain around his neck. Officer, how is the investigation going? When can my bar reopen? The middle-aged man spoke in slightly awkward Mandarin as he entered the interrogation room and promptly took a seat. I apologize, Mr. Huang Kai, but the investigation is still ongoing, and your bar will remain closed for some time. Are you kidding me, officer? Each day I remain closed results in losses of several thousand. Who will compensate me for these losses? After speaking, the man known as Huang Kai slammed his hand on Zhu Haidong's desk. Huang Kai, I warn you, this is a police station. Put away that boss attitude of yours. Don't think I'm unaware of the shenanigans in your bar. Upon hearing this, the previously furious Huang Kai was instantly silenced, hastily pulling out a cigarette from his pocket and offering it to Zhu Haidong. Smoking is prohibited in the office area. Zhu Haidong pointed to the sign on the wall. The reason I called you here this early is that, as the bar owner, I hope you can provide us with some leads. Seeing Huang Kai realize his mistake, Zhu Haidong's tone softened. Officer Zhu, it's not that I am unwilling to cooperate. I have multiple businesses, and this bar is currently managed by my subordinates. I only learned about this incident last night. Huang Kai shrugged in regret. If your bar is haunted, you should check it out. Lu Feng kindly reminded him from the side. Young man, you can eat recklessly, but don't speak carelessly. The coroner's report hasn't come out yet. How do you know the deceased didn't have any pre-existing conditions? Huang Kai's statement was not entirely unfounded. Since the body was brought back last night, the city's coroner had locked himself in his room and hadn't emerged. Moreover, when the bar was built, a master was specifically hired to assess the feng shui, claiming that the location was excellent and would be highly profitable. Huang Kai was quite confident in this, especially since he had paid a hefty sum for that master, and over the years, the Scarlet Bar had indeed generated considerable profits for him. What if that money is just an advance on your future fortune? Chen Mo's words left everyone present momentarily stunned, as they had never heard of the concept of fortune being overdrawn. Realizing that no valuable leads were forthcoming, Zhu Haidong instructed them to return for now and to reach out if they recalled anything significant. Although Huang Kai owned several properties, the Scarlet Bar marked the beginning of his rise. And it was this bar that had provided him with his first pot of gold. After careful consideration, Huang Kai decided to return to the bar for a look. Xiao Li, go to my bar. Huang Kai instructed the driver as he got into the car. The driver was skilled, and they arrived in 20 minutes. a journey that normally took half an hour. This shouldn't be happening. The master said the feng shui here wouldn't pose any issues for decades. Why is there a murder now? Huang Kai mused, puzzled. Boss, should we call the master to take another look? Shaoli quietly suggested from the side. You reminded me, hurry and contact that master from back then. Ask him to come over as soon as possible. Upon seeing Huang Kai's determination, Shaoli immediately made the call. Meanwhile, an elderly Taoist with white hair was fortune-telling for a beautiful young woman, his hands continuously rubbing hers. Young lady, based on your palm lines, you will encounter some misfortunes soon and may face a streak of bad luck. The elderly Taoist spoke with utmost seriousness. The woman before him naturally believed every word. As this Taoist had been recommended by her close friend, and she trusted him implicitly, is there any way to avert this? The elderly Taoist pretended to ponder for a moment, then said, as the saying goes, a person's yang energy gathers at the crown of the head, while yin energy begins at the soles of the feet. When yin energy accumulates excessively, one's fortunes will inevitably decline. The way to counter this is to remove your socks and hand them to me for processing, and your misfortune will naturally dissipate. Hearing the Taoist's words, the woman hurriedly complied, removing her socks and handing them over to AT. That moment, the Taoist's phone rang. Who is it? I'm busy right now. The Taoist answered the phone half-heartedly, his eyes never leaving the woman's feet. When he heard that there was a lucrative business opportunity on the other end, the elderly Taoist quickly packed up his stall, preparing to close shop. Taoist, what are you doing? The woman looked at him in confusion. I have a pressing matter to attend to. What about my situation? The woman, fearing the Taoist would abandon her without resolving her misfortune, spoke with urgency. Rest assured, I have noted your case and will take care of it. If it doesn't work, you won't owe me a dime. The elderly Taoist tossed this phrase over his shoulder as he hurried towards the Scarlet Bar. Upon the elderly Taoist's arrival, Huang Kai quickly approached him. Taoist, you finally made it. As he spoke, he slipped a wad of cash into the Taoist's robe pocket. What are you doing? The elderly Taoist stopped Huang Kai's hand. As the saying goes, one should not accept rewards without merit. I haven't resolved your issue yet. I cannot accept this money. The elderly Taoist feigned a demeanor of high moral integrity. Now this is a true master. Huang Kai remarked to Shaoli at the side. But Taoist, what do you have in your pocket? Huang Kai noticed a pair of delicate pink socks in the Taoist's pocket, prompting his curiosity. Ahem, the secrets of heaven are not to be divulged. The elderly Taoist deflected the question. Now, what brings you to seek my assistance? The elderly Taoist shifted the topic to its like this. Taoist, you previously assessed the feng shui for my bar, claiming that it would surely prosper, and indeed, it has been thriving. However, just yesterday, something strange occurred at the bar. Trusting the elderly Taoist, Huang Kai recounted the events of the previous night in detail. You mean to say that a single copper coin was used to vanquish the female ghost? Absolutely true, I heard it firsthand at the police station. Nonsense. Not even I would dare to claim that one could exorcise a ghost with merely a copper coin. Upon hearing Huang Kai's account, the elderly Taoist displayed a look of disdain. Though he was no expert, he never boasted such far-fetched claims. You sought me out to help you exorcise a ghost, didn't you? The elderly Taoist closed his eyes. Pretending to be enigmatic, Taoist, you truly are remarkable. I hadn't even mentioned it, and you already knew. Huang Kai gazed at the elderly Taoist with astonishment, contemplating the veracity of his remarkable abilities. Meanwhile, the driver, Shaoli, cast a perplexed glance at his employer. The white-haired Taoist then produced a small bagua mirror from the inner pocket of his robe, significantly smaller than others he had encountered, resembling a miniature version. I have enshrined this bagua mirror in the temple for 49 days, rendering it a qualified magical artifact. I now bestow it upon you. Simply hang it above your door, and no malevolent spirits shall dare approach, he declared. Huang Kai solemnly accepted the bagua mirror, instructing Shaoli to fetch some cash from the car. That is erroneous. Practitioners of the Tao do not concern themselves with money, only with fate. It costs 38,000 yuan. Upon receiving the bagua mirror, Huang Kai promptly affixed it above the door, and the weight upon his heart was finally alleviated. That moment, the forensic report was released, revealing that the deceased had succumbed to multiple organ failures. Was this not reminiscent of the recent death of that streamer? Zhu Haidong felt a twinge of confusion and decided to call Chenemo. Hoping for clarity, after hearing Zhu Haidong's account, Chenemo addressed his concerns. For U.S. practitioners of Tao, Death from the depletion of yang energy leads to a rapid desiccation of the body, transforming it into a mummified form. Given the lack of a better explanation for the incident, Chun Mo's response only deepened Zhu Haidong's conviction that supernatural forces were at play. As for the collection of evidence at the Scarlet Bar. That chapter had concluded. 10 days later, the police cordon was lifted, and the bar resumed normal operations. However, observant patrons would notice the unexpected presence of a bagua mirror above the entrance. As night fell, the bar reached its peak capacity. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the first day of our bar's return to normal operations, and all purchases tonight are at half price. The DJ exclaimed through the microphone, while colorful streamers cascaded from above, elevating the atmosphere to a euphoric crescendo, drowning out the raucous music with cheers from the crowd. Hey, why are you sitting here alone amidst all this excitement? A striking woman approached the solitary man at a booth, unable to restrain her curiosity. Leave me be. I wish to be alone for a while, he replied, nursing the wounds of a recent breakup after 6 years with his girlfriend. What troubles you? A dance will surely lift your spirits, she suggested, her hands gliding over his arm, leading him to the dance floor. Are you interested in something more exhilarating? She whispered in his ear, her breath a tantalizing caress. Their eyes locked, and an unspoken connection ignited between them. The woman grasped his hand, weaving through the crowd toward the restroom. Meanwhile, a middle-aged patron, intoxicated, staggered toward the bar's restroom, finding it occupied. He lit a cigarette at the door, waiting impatiently. After several cigarettes, the occupant showed no sign of leaving. Unable to contain himself, he knocked on the door. Could you hurry up in there? I can hardly hold it. He called, but only silence greeted him. Hello? Is anyone in there? At least respond. Still, there was no reply. I'm kicking the door down, he declared, forcefully pushing the wooden door open, only to be met with a sight that rendered him speechless. Inside, a man lay stark naked on the floor, his body grotesquely contorted and impaled upon the toilet, a gruesome tableau reminiscent of a human flag. Another death at the bar. At that moment, Huang Kai was in a hotel room, indulging in intimate moments with his lover. Darling, you look more beautiful than ever after a few days apart, he leered, his gaze roaming over her. Stop it. You only say that to flatter me, she replied. Sensing his intentions, A.S. Huang Kai prepared to escalate their rendezvous. His phone rang, disrupting the moment. It was the bar manager calling, and without a second thought, he hung up. Is it acceptable to ignore the call? What if it's urgent? He mused, glancing at the time. It's the peak of the night at the bar. Nothing could possibly be wrong. Just as he resumed his previous activities, the phone rang again, more urgently this time. Irritated, he snatched it up, unleashing his frustration before the caller could speak. What could possibly be so important that it can't wait until tomorrow? Can't you see I'm busy? Once he had vented, the manager's anxious voice finally broke through. Boss, it's bad. There's been another death at the bar. The manager's words sent Huang Kai tumbling from the bed in shock, and without a moment to spare, he dressed hastily and called his driver. Shaoli, to wait outside the hotel so soon? Shaoli wondered, spotting Huang Kai's frantic demeanor as he hurriedly opened the car door. Quickly, Shaoli, to the bar. What's going on, boss? Shaoli inquired, sensing the urgency in Huang Kai's tone. As they arrived at the bar, they found 2 police cars and an ambulance already stationed outside, and Shaoli began to comprehend the reason for Huang Kai's distress. Spotting the manager being questioned off to the side, Huang Kai approached, casting a furtive glance at the bagua mirror above the entrance, relieved to see it intact. Upon Huang Kai's arrival, Manager Wu seemed to grasp onto him like a lifeline, his face a mask of despair. Boss, you've finally arrived. There's been another death at the bar. Just as Huang Kai was about to inquire further, doctors emerged from the bar with a stretcher draped in white cloth. A sudden gust of wind lifted the fabric momentarily, and though the doctors quickly covered it again, Huang Kai caught a glimpse of what lay beneath. It resembled a large piece of desiccated meat, pale and smooth, exuding a foul odor. This was the first time Huang Kai had encountered such a horrifying corpse, and he felt his stomach churn violently, leading him to lean against a nearby utility pole to vomit. Once he regained his composure, the police conducted a brief inquiry. Afterward, Huang Kai turned to Manager Wu for clarification. Boss, this month there have been 2 fatalities at the bar, both with identical causes of death. Are we truly cursed by some malevolent entity? Wu whispered conspiratorially. Ridiculous. We have a master Bagua mirror. How could any malevolent force possibly enter? Huang Kai retorted. The bar was sealed off once more, and on the way back, the two officers who had been questioning him received orders from their superiors to transport the body to the municipal police department. Following an examination by forensic experts, it was confirmed that the cause of death matched the previous case, multiple organ failure. News of the two deaths at the Scarlet Bar spread like wildfire throughout Tianhai City, causing the business of other bars to plummet. Unwilling to accept his fate, Huang Kai dialed the white-haired Taoist once more, now intent on inviting him into the bar to assess the feng shui. At that moment, the Taoist was in the midst of an exorcism when the phone rang, disrupting his concentration. "Master, I must trouble you to come again. There has been another incident at the bar." Huang Kai's distressed voice echoed through the receiver. The Taoist, recalling how quickly he had squandered the previous payment at the gambling table, eagerly agreed. "But what about the exorcism I'm currently performing?" The woman before him interjected, "No need to fret. I can return another time." "You may dress yourself now," he replied dismissively, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned practitioner. To save time, Huang Kai had arranged for his driver to pick up the Taoist. Upon arrival, the Taoist noticed the unblemished Bagua mirror, exuding confidence as he remarked, "This Bagua mirror remains intact. No malevolent spirits can breach this barrier. Thus, I suspect the malevolence originates within the bar itself, compelling me to request your presence." However, upon seeing the police tape across the entrance, the Taoist assumed Huang Kai intended for him to break in. "Though I am a practitioner of the Tao, I am also a law-abiding citizen. I will not engage in unlawful activities." "There are other entrances to the bar," Huang Kai retorted, leading him toward the adjacent hotel. Upon entering, the staff greeted Huang Kai warmly. "What is this?" the Taoist asked, pointing at the attentive employees. "This hotel is also part of my enterprise." Huang Kai led the old Taoist to the second floor, where they arrived at the innermost part of the corridor, where there existed a solitary room devoid of a room number. Huang Kai produced a key card and swiped it open, ushering the old Taoist inside, stating, "This room is too close to the bar, and no matter how good the soundproofing is, it proves ineffective. Thus, it has been repurposed to store miscellaneous items." The sight of bed linens and other supplies scattered about served as an indirect testament to Huang Kai's words. Approaching one wall adjacent to the bar, Huang Kai began to probe it carefully. With a firm press of his palm, a click resonated through the silent room. "This is the spot." With both hands, Huang Kai exerted force, causing a small section of the wall to rotate, reminiscent of an ancient secret door, revealing that beyond lay his office within the bar. "I had this door crafted by one of the finest craftsmen in the city. The average person would never discern its hidden nature." The two exited the office, entering what should have been the busiest hours of the bar, yet it was eerily deserted. "Taoist?" Those two met their demise in the restroom. "Shall I take you to see?" With the old Taoist consent, Huang Kai hastily led the way. However, upon reaching the restroom door, the old Taoist commanded Huang Kai to halt. Before Huang Kai could inquire, the old Taoist retrieved a yellow talisman from his robe and tossed it into the restroom. As the talisman touched the ground, flames enveloped it, burning away without leaving a trace of ash. "A master!" The initial trepidation that Huang Kai felt dissipated completely upon witnessing the old Taoist's prowess. "We may enter now." Upon entering the restroom, the white-haired Taoist furrowed his brow and began to survey the surroundings, leaving Huang Kai anxiously awaiting his verdict. "This place is unclean." After a long pause, the old Taoist finally spoke, yet in truth, he had discerned nothing. "Indeed, there is something amiss here." Huang Kai inquired, "Do you possess a method to resolve this?" Having witnessed the old Taoist's previous display of skill, Huang Kai harbored unwavering faith in his abilities. "There is a method, but..." The old Taoist had yet to finish his sentence when, akin to the last time, a thick wad of cash appeared in his hand. Silently, he tucked the money into his pocket and produced an antique wind chime, presenting it to Huang Kai. "This artifact is known as the soul capture bell. Once hung above, it shall slay the lurking spirits." Chapter 64. The death of the Taoist. The old Taoist spoke with conviction, utterly oblivious to the impending danger that lurked nearby. Just as Huang Kai prepared to hang the soul capture bell, a sudden chill swept through the bar, seemingly from nowhere, extinguishing all the lights and plunging the surroundings into darkness. "What is happening?" "A power outage." Huang Kai activated his phone's flashlight, relying on memory to locate the distribution box. Upon inspection, he found no signs of tripped circuits. All switches appeared normal. Confounded, he returned to the restroom and addressed the white-haired Taoist. Perhaps there is an issue with the wiring. After speaking, Huang Kai noticed a disconcerting silence from the old Taoist. He picked up his phone and shone the light around, only to discover that the old Taoist was nowhere to be found. Taoist? Taoist? He called out several times, but still received no response. How peculiar. Where could he have gone? After fruitless searching, Huang Kai reluctantly returned to the storage room of the adjacent hotel, for he had no desire to remain alone in the haunted bar. Before leaving the hotel, Huang Kai specifically inquired with the front desk staff, yet they reported having seen no sign of the white-haired Taoist. He instructed them to inform him immediately should they spot him. On the way back, Huang Kai felt a sense of relief. With the two artifacts in the bar, what spirits would dare to manifest? Restoring previous revenue levels was merely a matter of time. The driver, Shaoli, dropped Huang Kai off at his villa, but before he could settle in, he received a call from the hotel front desk. How is it? Has the Taoist emerged? Boss, it's bad. That person you mentioned is dead. With these words, Huang Kai felt his entire being weaken. Collapsing from the sofa, several hotel guests had called in complaints about loud noises emanating from the second-floor storage room, disrupting their rest. The lobby manager presumed it was the person Huang Kai had referenced and went to investigate. Upon opening the door, a strong stench of blood assaulted him. When he turned on the lights, the sight before him caused him to panic and soil himself. The room's windows stood wide open, and the white-haired Taoist Huang Kai had spoken of was now hanging from the beam by a hemp rope, his eyes filled with terror as they gazed forward, his tongue protruding and flapping in the breeze. While a 3-inch steel nail had been driven into his forehead, blood dripping steadily onto the floor. The noise that the hotel guests had heard was merely the wind howling through the windows, causing the corpse to sway and strike against the walls. The lobby manager promptly called the police. In the interim, he dialed Huang Kai's number. Upon hearing of yet another case linked to the Scarlet Bar, Zhu Haidong became convinced that this was no ordinary murder and quickly contacted Chen Imo. Meanwhile, Chen Imo and his companions were gathered at a hot pot restaurant, Lu Feng swallowing a piece of hot lamb. The spiciness erupted in his mouth, and as he exhaled steam, he queried, Chen Imo, what do you think is happening at that bar? Lu Feng had been curious about the recent deaths at the bar, which mirrored the initial incidents experienced by the first group. The feng shui of that bar is problematic. Initially, Chen Imo had overlooked this until he observed the bar's structure upon exiting. He noticed that the buildings flanking the bar were significantly taller, creating a concave shape that would funnel air currents inward, gradually altering the bar's feng shui. Their conversation left Gu Xiaotsue, sitting nearby, puzzled, prompting her to focus intently on her hot pot, refraining from interjecting. Just as they relished their leisurely moments, Chen Imo's phone on the counter rang. Before he could rise, Gu Xiaotsue swiftly answered it. Upon realizing it was Zhu Haidong calling, Lu Feng's face betrayed confusion. Why would he call so late? I am a Taoist. The only thing I can be sought for is exorcism. Once the call was connected, Zhu Haidong's words confirmed Chen Imo's earlier assertions. Under Zhu Haidong's urgent request, Chen Imo and Lu Feng reluctantly set aside their unfinished hot pot and headed out, with Lu Feng advising Gu Xiaotsue to remain in the shop, fearing she might be frightened. Upon their arrival, they found the Scarlet Bar and the adjacent hotel cordoned off with police tape. Waiting at the entrance were Zhu Haidong and a visibly pale Huang Kai. Spotting Chen Imo, Zhu Haidong greeted him as if he were a savior, promptly raising the police tape to allow them entry. Officer Zhu, what is going on? It's late, and we were resting. Lu Feng feigned annoyance. Apologies, but this matter truly lies beyond our expertise, which is why we called you here. Zhu Haidong explained apologetically, then recounted the situation in brief. When Chen Imo heard mention of the Bagua mirror and the soul capture bell, he glanced up at the Bagua mirror still hanging above the bar entrance. This is but an ordinary mirror, utterly devoid of any efficacy. His words seemed to strike a nerve with Huang Kai, who immediately leapt to defend the deceased white-haired Taoist. Impossible! The Taoist took so much of my money. How could he have given me fake artifacts? Zhu Haidong merely regarded Huang Kai with indifference. Ever since the white-haired Taoist, originally named Hejun, had perished in the hotel, Huang Kai's demeanor had grown increasingly erratic. Zhu Haidong pointed to his own head, indicating his concern. Huang Kai had hoped that the artifacts provided by the white-haired Taoist would suppress the malevolent entities plaguing his establishment, Yet now he found himself ensnared in a dire situation. Chen Imo, guided by Zhu Haidong, encountered the lifeless form of the white-haired Taoist and shook his head in dismay. Although the cause of death differed, the lingering aura of those artifacts was unmistakable. Mr. Chen Imo, I implore you to intervene and resolve this matter. I am aware of your conditions. Chief Sun has already consented, and once the issue is rectified, the payment will be made in full. With Zhu Haidong's assurance, Chen Imo willingly accepted the commission. Before you constructed this bar, what purpose did this land serve? Was there anything unusual about it? Chen Imo turned to Huang Kai. Huang Kai's thoughts drifted back to a time long past. After some contemplation, he replied, before the bar was built, it was merely a vegetable plot tended by local villagers. Nothing particularly remarkable. Chapter 65. The past. Upon hearing Huang Kai's words, Chen Imo produced a compass. The once still compass began to wildly oscillate the moment they entered the bar. What is happening? The onlookers gasped at this bizarre spectacle. It appeared that this location was far from ordinary. This was the first time Chen Imo had witnessed such a strong reaction from the compass. As he ventured further into the now empty bar, a chilling aura enveloped the space. How does this place resemble an ice cellar? I distinctly remember it wasn't this cold during my last visit. The temperature in the bar was so frigid that Lu Feng couldn't help but rub his hands together. Previously, the crowd had kept the cold at bay. Although midnight is typically when the yang energy is at its weakest, the sheer number of people made the chill unnoticeable now. With the bar empty, the oppressive yang energy surged forth. Chen Imo endeavored to explain as clearly as possible. Officer Zhu, I require your assistance in investigating a matter. Chen Imo considered that, as a police officer, Zhu Haidong would have a far easier time probing into the issue than he would. Zhu Haidong, eager for Chen Mo's help in resolving his own predicament, was naturally amenable to his requests. Please investigate what this place was used for in the past. The more detailed, the better. Chen Imo harbored suspicions regarding the feng shui of this location. Noticing the soul-capturing bell hanging in the restroom, he remarked to Huang Kai, this item serves no purpose. Dispose of it at once. Before leaving, Chen Imo affixed a talisman he had prepared to the inside of the bar's entrance, prompting Huang Kai to question this action. Why place the talisman inside? Lu Feng, having gained some understanding from his experiences with Chen Imo in resolving bizarre occurrences, explained to Huang Kai, the talisman is placed outside to prevent spirits from entering. But since all the spirits are already gathered within the bar, it must be placed inside to prevent them from escaping. Lu Feng's succinct explanation elicited a nod of approval from Chen Imo. Through inquiries and a review of the records at the precinct, Zhu Haidong uncovered a shocking revelation. It turned out that prior to the construction of the Scarlet Bar, this land, aside from being a vegetable patch for the villagers, had served as a mass grave a century ago. During a time of rampant warfare, hundreds, if not thousands, of bodies had been slaughtered and buried here, leaving behind a deep layer of bones. Eventually, after the war subsided, this area, once a burial ground, was abandoned by the locals. Over time, dense weeds grew, nourished by the underground remains, towering over the nearby vegetation. As the years passed, the history of the mass grave faded from memory. And in recent decades, local farmers began to reclaim the land for cultivation. Zhu Haidong promptly relayed his findings to Chen Imo, who, however, did not express surprise. Given the heavy yang energy within the bar, it was evident that something was amiss and that something lay buried beneath it. But if it was a mass grave, why are all the spirits female? Lu Feng voiced his confusion. Perhaps the events of that time were not as straightforward as they appeared. Zhu Haidong's next revelation captured everyone's attention. Additionally, according to the database, these deceased were notorious criminals that the police had been pursuing. It is astonishing that they all perished within the bar. This statement elicited an uproar, prompting Lu Feng to quip, who would have thought these spirits had done something commendable? However, despite Zhu Haidong's thorough investigation, he could uncover no further details. Reluctantly, Chen Imo resolved to take matters into his own hands. After making the necessary preparations, he set up a ritual platform inside the bar, a stark contrast to the establishment's ambience. Producing a soul-calling banner from his pocket, he began to chant incantations, and astonishingly, the banner stood upright on its own, its fabric rustling as if caught in a breeze. Chen Imo then cast 7 copper coins onto the ground, and at the moment they landed, they stood upright. Spinning, Zhu Haidong, witnessing this spectacle, gaped in astonishment. Though he knew that some so-called supernatural methods were mere tricks, Chun Mo's technique exuded an ancient charm unlike anything he had encountered before. As the coins gradually slowed, they fell flat on the ground. Chen Mo took rice from a bowl before him and sprinkled it into the holes of the coins, forming a small mound. During this waiting period, Zhu Haidong quietly inquired of Lu Feng. "What is Mr. Chen doing?" "Summoning spirits," Lu Feng replied. Just as he finished speaking, a chilling, foul wind swept through the bar, causing the hairs on Zhu Haidong's arms to stand on end. At that moment, 7 phantoms of varying shapes appeared before Chen Mo. And perplexingly, their heads were not attached to their bodies but cradled in their arms, their eyes wide with terror as they surveyed their surroundings. All 7 were female spirits. The aura radiating from Chen Mo compelled them to huddle together. "Do not fear. I mean you no harm. If you answer a few questions, I shall help you find peace." Upon hearing the promise of salvation, the spirits emitted sounds akin to a woo. As if acquiescing to Chen Mo's conditions. "Who is Mr. Chen speaking to?" Lu Feng asked. "Tio the Unseen," Chen Mo replied. This time, Lu Feng did not request Chen Mo to open his celestial eye, so only Chen Mo could perceive the unfolding events. "How did you die?" "A woo awu. To others, the spirit's utterances resembled the babbling of toddlers, incomprehensible in their meaning. Yet, Chen Mo discerned the answers he sought and continued his inquiries. "Why do you harm the patrons of this bar? What can quell your anger?" After receiving their responses, Chen Mo honored his promise and guided each spirit toward rebirth. Before their reincarnation, the 7 spirits bowed deeply to him, which he graciously accepted. Once the chilling wind dissipated, the bar returned to a normal temperature. "Is that all?" Lu Feng, sensing the shift in the bar's atmosphere, curiously asked, as the process had unfolded so swiftly that he barely had time to react. "These spirits harbor no malice. I merely asked them a few questions, and they answered truthfully, so I helped them find peace." "What shall we do next?" Zhu Haidong, feeling the weight of urgency, pressed, for the bar's incident had already claimed 3 lives. And the upper echelons continued to shorten the timeline for resolving the case, adding to the pressure. For Chen Mo, he could easily eliminate the spirits without a second thought, yet such indiscriminate action against these non-malicious entities would be profoundly unjust. Ultimately, Chen Mo chose to inquire about the sentiments of these innocent spirits. They had 2 requests: to dismantle the bar that oppressed them and to provide them with proper burials. Upon hearing Chen Mo relay the spirits' wishes, Huang Kai was the first to object. "I refuse. Scarlet Bar is my first business venture. If it gets torn down, how will I ever navigate the business circles of Tianhai City again? Are you not afraid that these spirits will come after you?" Chen Mo's expression remained impassive as he regarded Huang Kai, his calm tone sending a chill down Huang Kai's spine. "Don't try to scare me. These spirits wouldn't dare harm me. Otherwise, I would have perished alongside him in this bar." The him Huang Kai referred to was the white-haired old Taoist who had died in the restroom. "That is because you possess a talisman. These spirits fear to approach you." Upon Chen Mo's revelation, Huang Kai's face paled, instinctively clutching his chest. "How do you know?" he stammered. After all, he had worn the talisman for over a decade, and even his wife was unaware of its existence, let alone someone like Chen Mo whom he had never met. Chen Mo did not directly answer Huang Kai's question but instead turned to ask, "That talisman cannot be shown to others, correct?" Huang Kai's expression was one of disbelief. When he had sought the talisman, the sage had explicitly instructed him that while it could ward off calamities, it must never be revealed in front of others. Otherwise, it would lose its efficacy. This was a statement made directly to him by the sage, and there was no way anyone else could know. "Who exactly are you?" For the first time, Huang Kai genuinely felt that this young man was extraordinary. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I alone can help you resolve the spirits within the bar." This was no boast. Aside from those practitioners who had devoted years to their craft, no one in Tianhai City was capable of addressing the multitude of spirits haunting the Scarlet Bar. However, Huang Kai, buoyed by the protection of the talisman, dismissed Chen Mo's words. "You needn't concern yourself. I have its protection, and no spirit can approach me." Chen Mo was aware of the talisman's presence because he could perceive a faint, shimmering light emanating from Huang Kai's chest, forming the figure of a Buddha. Yet, this light was beginning to fade. It would only provide one more instance of protection before shattering. However, Chen Mo refrained from sharing this information with Huang Kai. He recalled the teachings of Taoist Chun, which emphasized the importance of allowing events to unfold naturally. Point 1 should not reveal everything. as doing so could amount to divulging heavenly secrets, bringing misfortune to oneself. Huang Kai, consider this carefully. If the situation is not addressed now, even more lives will be lost. Zhu Haidong, suppressing his urge to strike Huang Kai, cautioned him. Officer, it was these malevolent spirits that caused the death. I bear no responsibility in this matter. Huang Kai, aware of the protective power of the amulet he wore, adopted a demeanor of indifference, as though he were an unbothered pig amidst boiling water. With that, he swaggered out of the bar, contemplating that even if he ceased to manage the establishment, he could not allow it to be dismantled so easily. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he exited the bar, the talisman that Chen Mo had just affixed fell unexpectedly, and had anyone been behind Chen Mo, they would have noticed his hands rapidly gesturing in a series of intricate motions. Following this, an elusive shadow trailed Huang Kai, but this uncanny spectacle was visible only to Chen Mo. Mr. Chen Mo, what shall we do now? Should I apply to have this place demolished? Zhu Haidong had already prepared for the worst. There's no need for haste. He will come to us willingly in due time. Observing Chen Mo's expression, it was evident that he possessed complete confidence in the matter at hand. Upon returning to his villa, Huang Kai quickly freshened up and readied himself for sleep. It is often said that wealth corrupts men, and as his business flourished, the bond between Huang Kai and his wife gradually frayed. Though they remained married in name, they had long since begun to sleep in separate rooms. As for the amulet hanging around his neck, he had no intention of removing it. Just as he drifted into slumber, the amulet shattered without warning, leading him into a nightmarish dream. In this dream, he was acutely aware of its illusory nature, yet found himself unable to awaken. Slowly, a few skeletal figures approached, their bones creaking ominously, producing a sharp, grating sound. Realizing he was ensnared in a dream, Huang Kai clenched his eyes shut and struck himself in a desperate attempt to awaken. But when he finally opened them, the scene remained unchanged, and the skeletal figures drew ever closer. Stop screaming at night. It's driving me mad. One of the skeletal figures suddenly spoke, sending a wave of terror through Huang Kai. The skeletal figures loomed closer, and in a panic, he flailed his arms wildly. With a resounding thud, one of the bones fell, bolstering Huang Kai's confidence as he delivered successive blows to the remaining figures. However, just as he reveled in his newfound strength, the bones on the ground began to twitch unnaturally. Several leg bones pinned him to the ground like steel spikes, and a finger bone pierced his heart like a sharp sword. In that instant, the immobilizing sensation vanished, and Huang Kai awoke with a start, spitting blood, as excruciating pain radiated from his chest, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. He clutched his chest, trying to quell the agony. He was horrified to discover that the amulet around his neck had inexplicably shattered. Impossible! This cannot be, he murmured incoherently, realizing that the amulet, which he had obtained from a skilled practitioner and that had protected him from calamities, had broken this time. Once Huang Kai regained his composure, he recalled Chen Mo's earlier words. Without a moment to spare, he tucked the shattered amulet into his pocket and hurried to the municipal office. Knock, knock, knock. Gu Xiaotsue, having tidied up the shop and preparing to rest, was startled by a rapid knocking at the door. Remembering Lu Feng's previous caution about the nature of their business, she secured the shop and opened the door, only to find a portly middle-aged man pacing anxiously outside. Before Gu Xiaotsue could speak, Huang Kai blurted out, "Is Master Chen Mo here? I need to see him urgently." Chapter 67. The malevolent spirit seeks a life with that. Huang Kai attempted to force his way inside. Jiu Xiaotsue, judging by his appearance, sensed he was not an ordinary man and reached out to block his entrance. However, the disparity in their strength was too great, and Huang Kai easily pushed the half-open door aside and entered. The commotion downstairs caught Lu Feng's attention, and as he descended to investigate, he was astonished to find Huang Kai at the center of the disturbance. "You really came?" Lu Feng was surprised not by Huang Kai's arrival, but by the fact that Chen Mo had just mentioned he would come knocking at that moment. Huang Kai stood at the door, his complexion pale, clutching a leather suitcase. Lu Feng, recognizing the fear etched on his face, deduced that he had encountered something unclean. "Come inside." Lu Feng gestured for Gu Xiaotsue to go upstairs, opting to handle Huang Kai himself. "Is Master Chen here?" Huang Kai stepped into the shop, his eyes scanning the surroundings. yet failing to locate Qianmo. What happened? Share your story with me. Lu Feng observed the suitcase in Huang Kai's grip, though he refrained from prying further, instead pouring him a cup of hot water and inviting him to sit down. As Huang Kai drank the warm water, his pallor began to fade, and he recounted the harrowing events of his dream. You experienced sleep paralysis caused by a ghost. However, I have never heard of it resulting in injury. In Lu Feng's memory, sleep paralysis was a common occurrence, typically leaving one immobilized in a state between wakefulness and sleep. Yet, he had never encountered someone who bled from such an experience. This isn't sleep paralysis. It's a malevolent spirit seeking retribution. Upon hearing Qianmo's voice, Huang Kai urgently approached him, suitcase in hand. Master Chen, I beg you to save me. His tone was laden with desperation, as if he were on the verge of kneeling before Qianmo. The amulet shattered. A mere phrase from Qianmo struck Huang Kai like a bolt of lightning. For this incident had only occurred half an hour prior, and he knew that no one else could possibly be aware of it. Even in his ignorance, Huang Kai grasped that this young man before him was no ordinary individual. Hastily producing the shattered remnants of the amulet for Qianmo to examine. Upon picking up a shard, Qianmo shook his head in dismay. It was indeed a fine amulet, but alas, it fell into your hands. This time, it protected you from the malevolent spirit, but next time, it may not be so forgiving. Qianmo did not exaggerate. This time, the amulet had awakened Huang Kai from the nightmare, allowing him to escape with his life. Master Qin, I implore you, save my life. Allow me to express my gratitude. Huang Kai opened the suitcase to reveal neatly stacked bundles of cash within. Lu Feng, having never witnessed such a spectacle, nearly toppled from his chair at the sight of the overflowing suitcase. Observing Qianmo's calm demeanor in the face of the cash, Huang Kai gritted his teeth and continued, If Master Chun can resolve this matter for me, I am willing to double this amount. That is your promise, Qianmo replied. While Lu Feng intended to remind Qianmo of the customary fee, he swallowed his words upon witnessing Qianmo's expression. Let me make this clear. If you wish to live a peaceful life for the rest of your days, it would be best to demolish the bar. Otherwise, you will be bound to remain by my side, where I can ensure your safety. Qianmo posed the dilemma to Huang Kai, who, having endured such a terrifying nightmare, had lost any semblance of arrogance from just hours prior. Demolish it. I will have it torn down tomorrow. I would do anything to preserve my life. Having faced such a chilling ordeal, Huang Kai had come to terms with the reality that preserving his life held greater value than a mere bar. Satisfied with Huang Kai's resolute response, Qianmo signaled Lu Feng to take the suitcase from Huang Kai. Trembling, Lu Feng grasped the suitcase filled with cash, having never laid eyes on such an abundance in his life. You two continue your discussion. I have some matters to attend to upstairs. Though the money was intended for Qianmo, Lu Feng was nonetheless curious about the suitcase's contents. With that, he ascended the stairs, preparing to count the cash. Once he was out of earshot, Qianmo turned to Huang Kai. Remove your shirt, at that moment, aware that his life rested in the hands of the young man before him. Huang Kai had no choice but to comply without hesitation, quickly shedding his shirt to reveal his ample physique. Qianmo retrieved an old brush, dipped it in a dark red liquid set aside, and began to inscribe on Huang Kai's back. The moment the brush made contact, Huang Kai felt a warm current, laced with a metallic tang, surge into his body. Qianmo's strokes were fluid and precise, and when he lifted the brush, Huang Kai felt a significant relief wash over him. If there had been a mirror, he would have seen that Qianmo had drawn a talisman of proportionate size on his back. Master Chun, what are you doing? Unable to see his own back, Huang Kai could not resist inquiring. I have inscribed an exorcism talisman on you. It will protect you for 3 days. What is that smell? Huang Kai murmured, suspecting Qianmo had used some expired ink. Although his voice was low, it reached Qianmo's ears. This is drawn with black dog blood. A bit of odor is to be expected. Upon hearing this, Huang Kai's face paled, and he felt a wave of nausea, instinctively reaching to wipe it away. Remember, as long as the talisman is on your back, your life is safe. Qianmo's words halted Huang Kai's hand. Upon realizing that this talisman was linked to his very existence, he quickly assured Qianmo, I won't wash for days. Qianmo, uninterested in Huang Kai's promises, reminded him that his fate was now in his own hands. He then instructed Huang Kai to meet him at the Scarlet Bar the following morning before allowing him to leave the shop. After bidding farewell to Huang Kai, Qianmo discovered that Lu Feng's door was ajar. And to his astonishment, the bed was strewn with stacks of cash, with Lu Feng reclining atop them. Upon noticing Chen Imo at the threshold, Lu Feng sat up and remarked, "Imoer, this is the first time in my life I have seen such a vast sum of cash. The scent of money is simply intoxicating." After saying this, Lu Feng took a deep breath, inhaling the aroma of the bills. "Take a whiff. In a few days, the fragrance will be gone," he added. Chen Mo's response left Lu Feng perplexed, prompting him to quickly rise and pull Chen Imo into the room. "What do you mean by that?" Chen Imo did not directly answer Lu Feng's question. Instead, he cryptically replied, "You will understand in due time." Chapter 68. Dismantling the bar as night gave way to dawn. Despite having drawn protective talismans for himself, Chen Imo was still too apprehensive to sleep after Huang Kai returned. He managed to endure until morning, at which point Huang Kai hurried to the bar. When Chen Imo and his companion arrived, Zhu Haidong was also preparing to head to the Scarlet Bar in his police car. "Mr. Chen, as per your request?" "The paperwork has been processed," Zhu Haidong said, handing Chen Mo a folder containing the official demolition documents for the Scarlet Bar. "Has Huang Kai agreed to the demolition?" Zhu Haidong worriedly inquired, fearing that Huang Kai might complicate matters. Upon receiving a nod from Chen Imo, Zhu Haidong's anxiety lifted, and the group proceeded towards the bar while engaging in light conversation. Upon arriving, they found Huang Kai waiting at the entrance, with a demolition crew he had hastily assembled the night before standing nearby. Zhu Haidong was curious about how Chen Imo managed to effect such a dramatic shift in Huang Kai's attitude overnight. "Master Chen, as you instructed, I have gathered the demolition team, excluding those born in the year of the dragon, tiger, and dog. The remaining members are all here." Huang Kai indicated the 20 or so individuals behind him. Lu Feng, puzzled by Huang Kai's statement, asked, "Why exclude those zodiac signs? Dragons and tigers symbolize authority and strength, while dogs possess protective qualities against malevolent spirits. The black dog's blood is the best evidence of this. Bringing these individuals to demolish the bar would disturb the restless souls buried beneath." Huang Kai explained. After Chen Mo's clarification, everyone present understood the reasoning behind the exclusions. "Can we commence the demolition now?" Huang Kai tentatively asked. "Not yet. We must first notify them," Chen Mo replied, striding alone into the bar. Pushing open the heavy door, a chilling wind swept through, causing the windows to rattle ominously, as if they might shatter at any moment. Chen Mo retrieved an unused white radish from the kitchen. Slicing it in half with a swift motion and placing it upside down on the ground, as he lit the incense, Chen Mo began to sway gently, murmuring incantations. He inserted the incense into the prepared radish, and the howling wind abruptly ceased, as if obeying his command. The incense burned steadily, 3 sticks consumed in unison. "Since there are no objections, I shall exhume your remains for a proper burial." Just as Chen Mo turned to leave, he noticed a trembling shadow crouched at the bathroom door. "Are you the Taoist priest Huang Kai spoke of?" Before Chen Mo stood He Jun, the white-haired Taoist who had perished in the bar days prior. "Help me, please." "I shouldn't have deceived anyone," the ghost pleaded, offering no answer to Chen Mo's queries, fixated solely on his desperate plea for salvation. And no matter how Chen Mo pressed for answers, He Jun could only repeat his entreaty. Appearing utterly paralyzed by fear, a foolish spirit cannot harm anyone. This must be his retribution for his deceitful ways. Chen Mo chose not to exorcise He Jun but instead exited the bar. Informing Huang Kai that they could proceed. 2 large excavators arrived, and within half a day, the bar's main structure was dismantled. Following the demolition, manual digging commenced, yet despite the half-day's effort, the workers had yet to uncover the bones Chen Mo had mentioned. "Boss, we've dug down 5 meters, and not a single ghostly figure is in sight," one bold young man reported to Huang Kai. Huang Kai glanced at Chen Mo, and being a shrewd businessman, he discerned from Chen Mo's expression that he should allow the workers to continue digging without hesitation. Just before nightfall, a worker was poised to shovel the earth at his feet. With a sharp sound, the worker unearthed a half-decayed leg bone, a chilling sight that left everyone in shock. "We've found something," Chen Mo exclaimed, rising to inspect the pit. "Tie this red thread to the bones. Every fragment must be accounted for," he instructed, tossing a bundle of thread into the hole. The workers exchanged uncertain glances at the fine thread. But Chen Mo reassured them, "Do not worry. It won't snap." The excavation of the remains could not be halted. Doing so would lead to dire consequences. They continued until the first light of dawn broke the horizon. At which point the digging concluded. Huang Kai generously rewarded each worker with an additional 400 yuan, a customary gesture in Tianhai City when dealing with the deceased. As Huang Kai surveyed the unearthed remains. Damp with perspiration and trepidation, he shuddered to think how close he had come to perishing had he ignored Qian Mo's advice. With the aid of the city's forensic experts, the bones were meticulously assembled, revealing nearly 100 remains, most of which had calcified into dust upon exposure. Even more shocking was the forensic determination that all of the bones were female. Under the moonlight, Chen Mo performed the required rites to liberate the vengeful spirits. The bar, situated in the bustling streets of Tianhai City, attracted curious onlookers who, upon seeing the youthful Taoist, regarded him with disdain, for they believed that such youth could not possess true abilities, as the last spirit was delivered from its torment. The bar's eerie saga drew to a close. The liberated souls did not hastily depart. Instead, they bowed deeply to the young man before them, grateful for his intervention, for without Chen Mo, their remains might have lain hidden for eternity. Unbeknownst to Chen Mo, as the spirits bowed, a faint luminescence emanated from the intricate patterns on his back, unnoticed by all present. Due to the city's emphasis on cremation, after exorcising the spirits, Zhu Haidong contacted the municipal crematorium to arrange for the remains to be cremated, even applying for funds to purchase urns. Huang Kai, honoring his earlier promise, presented Chen Mo with a suitcase filled with cash as compensation. On their way back, Lu Feng gazed at the suitcase, feeling none of the initial excitement. As a lingering question plagued his thoughts, Chen Mo, I cannot comprehend why all the remains were female. Lu Feng paused, turning to Chen. To be honest, I find myself equally perplexed. Although Chen Mo had conversed with the bar's spirits days earlier, the passage of time had rendered their memories vague as that how it ends. Without uncovering the truth, I feel as though there's an emptiness within me, Lu Feng lamented. Even though the spirits had been exorcised, the mystery of their gender weighed heavily on his mind, enveloping him in a fog of uncertainty. This confusion robbed Lu Feng of his desire to return home for rest, prompting him to scour the internet for clues. Just as he became engrossed in his search, Chen Mo descended the stairs, carrying 2 suitcases. Come with me, he instructed, handing one suitcase to Lu Feng. Are we going to deposit money? Lu Feng thought, considering that carrying such a large sum of cash was impractical, and resolved to assist Chen Mo in obtaining a bank card. However, as they walked, Lu Feng began to sense something was amiss. This route was not leading to a bank. Where are we going? You will know when we arrive, Chen Mo teased. The 2 men, laden with cash, remained vigilant against potential thieves, casting wary glances at unfamiliar faces. We're here. Lu Feng followed Chen Mo's gaze upward. The Tianhai City Welfare Institute? Confused by the red lettering overhead, Lu Feng questioned Chen Mo's purpose for bringing him there. What are we doing here? Donating money? Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. Lu Feng was taken aback. The amount in the suitcases was substantial. Are we donating all of it? He asked incredulously. Chen Mo nodded, opening the suitcase to extract 5,000 yuan. Aside from this, the rest is ill-gotten gains. Donating it is the best course of action. The decision to donate to this welfare institute was made after thorough consideration by Chen Mo upon hearing of the 2 young men wishing to donate. The director initially suspected them of causing trouble, but his demeanor shifted dramatically upon seeing the contents of the suitcases. Under the director's insistence, the 2 men reluctantly provided their names, and as they prepared to leave the welfare institute, Lu Feng glimpsed the innocent smiles of the children. Feeling a sense of fulfillment on the way back, Chen Mo took half of the 5,000 yuan from his pocket and shared it with Lu Feng. Previously, Chen Mo had discerned signs of financial loss in Lu Feng. But after a visit to a bar, that expression vanished from Lu Feng's face, leading Chen Mo to believe he had misjudged. Unbeknownst to Chen Mo, Lu Feng had recently befriended a girl who helped his grandfather sell tea, purchasing 10 pounds of tea leaves from her and eagerly awaiting their delivery. After receiving money, Lu Feng resumed chatting with the girl, using the funds that Chen Mo had just given him to buy more tea leaves. You are truly kind, brother. The goods will arrive soon. Remember to check them. Upon seeing the girl's youthful and charming profile picture, Lu Feng's heart soared at her affectionate address. Having pulled an all-nighter the previous evening, he could no longer resist the urge to collapse into bed after their conversation, awakening only to find a crescent moon hanging high in the night sky. Lu Feng rose and surveyed the shop. He noticed Chen Mo was absent and inquired of Gu Xiaotsue, who was tidying up nearby. Xiaotsue, Do you know where Chinamo has gone? Gu Xiaosui shook her head. When you went upstairs to sleep? Brother Chinamo left and didn't mention where he was going. Lu Feng nodded in understanding, recognizing it as typical of Chen Mo's character. It wasn't until nearly noon the next day that Chinamo returned. Where did you wander off to last night? Lu Feng asked mischievously as he leaned in, taking a deep sniff of Chen Mo's clothing. I visited the library. Lu Feng was puzzled. While Tianhai City boasted a few 24-hour libraries, he wondered what Chinamo could possibly be doing there. I consulted the local chronicles of Tianhai City, Chinamo explained. Noticing Lu Feng's confusion, Lu Feng quickly grasped that Chinamo had gone to investigate the numerous spirits beneath the bar. Well, any leads? Similar to what Officer Zhu described, but I uncovered something else. While perusing the chronicles, Chinamo discovered that a century ago, before it was named Tianhai City, a temple once stood on this very land. During a time of turmoil, many sought refuge within its walls, yet one fateful night, the temple mysteriously vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed. What connection does this temple have with the spirits? Lu Feng remained perplexed after listening to Chen Mo's lengthy explanation. Since the temple's disappearance, that land has become a mass grave. With Chen Mo's clarification, Lu Feng discerned the crux of the matter. Are you suggesting that the spirits below are linked to this temple? Chen Mo nodded affirmatively. Given their limited resources, the two decided to seek Zhu Haidong's assistance at the city bureau. Upon their arrival, they coincidentally encountered Zhu Haidong, who was out on business, prompting them to seek help from Li Gu, someone they had briefly met before. You wish to investigate a temple? Ordinarily, such inquiries would be beyond the purview of ordinary citizens, yet Li Gu, acknowledging Chen Mo's prior assistance with various cases, made an exception. After conducting a search, Li Gu unearthed some intriguing information. It turned out that the temple did not simply disappear overnight. It had been reduced to ruins by artillery fire during the war. Fortunately, those within the temple were engaged in a ritual for a wealthy family at the time, thus escaping the disaster and subsequently relocated. Where did they move to? Lu Feng eagerly inquired. Li Gu scrolled to the bottom of the page, revealing that the present-day Haiyun Temple was a reconstruction of the original temple. Haiyun Temple? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Lu Feng pondered until he recalled that his uncle Lu Xianda had once summoned a master from Haiyun Temple to address a haunting issue. It seemed they needed to visit Haiyun Temple. With the location confirmed, the pair set off without delay towards Haiyun Temple. After several hours of travel, they arrived at the temple nestled within the mountains on the outskirts of Tianhai City. Despite its remote location, a narrow path led to the temple, and many visitors came to pray. Upon entering the temple gate, Chinamo and Lu Feng discovered an elderly monk preaching in the main hall, surrounded by a congregation of attentive listeners. Something feels off, Chinamo observed. Lu Feng noted that, aside from the old monk, all the attendees were women. Chapter 70. Placed in mortal peril hearing the old monk recite scripture. The audience remained rapt. Even without Chen Mo's input, Lu Feng sensed a profound connection between the spirits beneath the bar and this so-called Haiyun Temple. Chen Mo remained patient, waiting for the assembly to disperse before approaching the old monk. Ba, the discourse on Buddhist teachings has concluded. Please return tomorrow. The monk graciously addressed Chen Mo. We have come for a different matter. Taken aback by Chen Mo's directness, the monk hesitated momentarily before inviting them to follow him to his study. Once inside, the monk introduced himself as the abbot of Haiyun Temple, named Wuzhen, and inquired about their purpose. Lu Feng expected Chen Mo to be indirect, but instead, he immediately broached the topic. Do you recall the mass grave from a century ago? At this mention, the previously composed abbot's expression flickered with a hint of alarm before quickly regaining his calm. What do you mean by that? Chen Mo shifted the conversation. Why are all the attendees here female? Caught off guard by the abrupt change in topic, Wuzhen replied, anyone may come to hear my teachings. There are no gender restrictions. They come of their own volition. I believe what you speak of is not scripture, but rather sorcery, Chen Mo asserted. At this, Wuzhen sprang to his feet, eyes wide with fury. If you seek trouble, so be it. He made to dismiss them. Abbot Wuzhen, please remain calm. My friend here is a bit misguided. We are merely tourists who accidentally took a wrong turn and wish to stay the night. Lu Feng's interjection softened Wuzhen's demeanor slightly, who then admonished Chen Mo, if you intend to stay, refrain from such remarks in the future. Lu Feng eagerly agreed. The guest rooms are next door. I will have them prepared shortly. With that, Wuzhen exited, leaving Lu Feng to smirk at Chen Mo. How was my performance? Impressive, wasn't it? In that fleeting moment when Chen Mo mentioned sorcery, he had discreetly signaled to Lu Feng, who, through their numerous collaborations, quickly grasped that Chen Mo suspected something amiss with the temple and concocted a plausible excuse for their stay. Lu Feng's display of quick thinking earned Chen Mo's silent approval. As Lu Feng inquired about their next steps, the abbot stood some distance away, casting a shadowy gaze towards the flickering candlelight in the study, where two figures moved. "Master, did you summon me?" A middle-aged monk, clad in robes, appeared silently before Wuzhen. "Prepare the two guest rooms. You know what to do, and remember to clean up thoroughly." The menace in Wuzhen's gaze sent a chill down one's spine. Separated by a cluttered storage room, Lu Feng barely settled onto his pillow before a wave of drowsiness washed over him, lulled by the sandalwood incense lit by the temple monks, and he soon succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, upon entering his room, Chen Mo wrinkled his brow at the scent of incense and swiftly extinguished the burning stick. "They intend to bring about our demise." Understanding the underlying danger, Chen Mo's expression grew serious. In the stillness of the night, the monks of the temple, having labored throughout the day, retired early, leaving the temple echoing only with the nocturnal chorus of insects. Creak. The aged wooden door of Lu Feng's room emitted a jarring sound as it slowly opened, revealing the middle-aged monk from earlier, now wearing a mask. Observing Lu Feng's slumbering form, the monk realized that the incense he had lit was taking effect. "Amitabha, you have delivered yourself to my doorstep. I cannot be blamed for my ruthlessness." A gleaming dagger materialized in his hand, and the earlier chant now sounded ominously discordant. Approaching the bed, the monk, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, raised the knife and plunged it towards the unsuspecting Lu Feng. However, the sensation of the blade met with an unexpected emptiness. Lifting the covers revealed not Lu Feng, but merely two pillows where he should have been. The monk's face paled as he realized his scheme had been uncovered, yet he could not comprehend where he had erred, as he had anticipated both individuals to be unconscious by now. With no time to ponder, he turned to flee, only to find a young man standing at the door of the guest room. "Are you looking for my friend?" Chen Mo was the first to speak. "I was just about to ask if you needed anything." The monk hurriedly sought a pretext to deflect the inquiry. "But what does it signify that you are holding a dagger?" Upon hearing Chen Mo's words, he finally realized that he was still gripping the dagger in his hand, and it was too late to conceal it now. "Originally intending to deal with you later, this was a predicament of your own making." The monk's heart hardened, and he lunged the dagger towards Chen Mo's heart. However, before he could reach Chen Mo, he found his arm suddenly dropping limply. The monk tried to exert more strength, but his arm refused to rise. "Don't bother straining yourself. I have sealed your acupoints, rendering you immobile." Hearing Chen Mo's words, the monk lowered his head to see two silver needles embedded in his arm without him noticing. When he raised his head again, Chen Mo's fist was perilously close to his face. With a single punch, the monk's nose began to bleed uncontrollably, and he instantly lost consciousness. Quite resilient, indeed. Chen Mo shook off the blood splatter on his hand. After dealing with the matter, he proceeded alone towards the only lit meditation room in the temple. As he approached, he heard rhythmic sounds of a wooden fish being struck from within. Chen Mo stood by the window. Perhaps sensing the silhouette outside, the occupant of the meditation room halted their actions and spoke towards the window. "Jiecheng, has the task been accomplished?" The voice belonged to Wu Zhan, the abbot who was expounding the Buddhist scriptures. "Indeed, it was you orchestrating everything from the shadows." Upon realizing it was not Jiecheng's voice, Wu Zhan's wooden fish stick fell with a thud. Chapter 71. The evil monk Wu Zhan's figure slowly rose in the flickering candlelight. "What do you mean by that, benefactor?" Wu Zhan, recognizing the voice of the young man from the afternoon, still refused to admit anything. "Monastics do not speak falsehoods. Why are you spinning lies?" Chen Mo's words struck a nerve with Wu Zhan. At this, Wu Zhan's figure trembled violently, and after a series of footsteps, the tightly shut door of the meditation room swung open. "Come in." Chen Mo walked directly into the room, which was densely packed with books, leaving only a narrow 3-foot-wide passageway. "Ask whatever you wish. I shall divulge all that I know." Perhaps Chen Mo's earlier statement had awakened Wu Zhan, for he appeared as though he were a soulless husk, devoid of spirit. "Let us begin with the mass grave." Chen Mo made himself comfortable, finding a stool to sit upon. Wu Zhan's thoughts were drawn back to many years ago due to Chen Mo's words. Over 100 years ago, a wandering monk named Hai Yun arrived here, gathering followers and establishing Hai Yun Temple, unbeknownst to him that he was indeed an evil monk. Chinamo had indeed heard of this evil monk, a term used to refer to those within the Buddhist community who propagate distorted doctrines or practice malevolent arts. This man had somehow acquired a tome that purportedly possessed the ability to restore youth, the prerequisite for which involved the visceral organs of women as a catalyst. Consequently, he commanded his followers to embark on a brutal spree of slaughter. This was during a time of war. And the disappearances went unnoticed. To evade the vengeance of those wronged souls, Hai Yun buried the remains beneath the temple, hoping to suppress them through the temple's idols. Did he ultimately succeed in his quest for youth? After listening to Wu Zhan's tale, Chinamo leaned forward, propping his hands on the table, his body inching closer. Umitba, had he succeeded, then the abbot seated here would not be me. But what if you are Hai Yun? Upon uttering this, the string of prayer beads that had accompanied Wu Zhan for many years shattered, a single bead rolling to Chen Mo's side, which he promptly crushed beneath his foot. Before Wu Zhan could respond, Chinamo interjected, "I suspect your dark arts have expired after all these years. Gathering those individuals was for this purpose, was it not?" The so-called dark arts that Wu Zhan spoke of, Chinamo had seen on a shelf of his master, Qin Daoren, dedicated to the existence of malevolent arts. The reason Qin Daoren collected these was purportedly to eradicate such harmful practices from the world. Who are you? How do you know these things? Wu Zhan stared incredulously at the young man before him. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you intend to eradicate us, and I certainly cannot allow you to escape. In the face of this seemingly middle-aged man who was, in reality, over a century old, Chinamo displayed no fear. Young man, do not overestimate your own capabilities. Now that you are here, do you truly think you can leave alive? Wu Zhan no longer concealed his intentions. Having allowed Chinamo into the meditation room, he had no intention of letting him leave. Wu Zhan picked up the fallen wooden fish stick and began to strike it rhythmically. As the sound of the wooden fish echoed through the silent night, a rustling noise emanated from outside the meditation room, reaching Chen Mo's ears. Your Hai Yun Temple's abbot is quite extraordinary. You even harbor spirits within the temple. The notion of a monk brazenly raising specters startled Mo. Fear not. By the time of the 7th day, I will transform you both into obedient spirits. Wu Zhan quickened the pace of striking the wooden fish, and a sudden gust of wind swept through, effortlessly flinging open the previously shut door. Kill him. His heart shall be yours, Tio, an outsider. It seemed Wu Zhan was conversing with thin air, but to Chen Mo, a man clad in monk robes stood outside the door, seemingly suspended by his toes, with a prominent gash around his neck. Having clearly been transformed into a vengeful spirit, even your own disciples fall victim to your hands. You truly are an evil monk. Wu Zhan paid no heed to Chen Mo's remarks, merely increasing the rhythm of the wooden fish strikes. With the sound of the wooden fish, the spirit outside raised its blood-soaked fingers and advanced towards Chen Mo. Wu Zhan's expression was one of assured triumph, for this vengeful spirit had aided him in the demise of many. However, the moment Chen Mo produced the soul-retrieving bell, Wu Zhan's demeanor transformed dramatically. How do you possess that? Are you of the Taoist sect? Wu Zhan bombarded him with questions. You have a discerning eye. It seems you have not wasted your century. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wu Zhan struck the wooden fish with unprecedented speed, his movements betraying none of the frailty typical of a centenarian. Do not struggle. It is futile. Chen Mo gently shook the soul-retrieving bell. The sound of the wooden fish was instantly overshadowed, causing the spirit to halt, a look of confusion dawning in its eyes. Impossible. This cannot be. Even if you are of the Taoist sect, controlling the spirit I have forged should not be so effortless. It must be noted that this spirit had been personally slain and crafted by Wu Zhan, nourished daily with his own vital blood to tame it. Yet Chen Mo merely had to shake the bell, and he had control over it. To Wu Zhan, this was an unfathomable occurrence. Do not be so surprised. There is yet more astonishing to come. As Chen Mo rhythmically shook the soul-retrieving bell, the vengeful spirit slowly turned, facing Wu Zhan. Go. Avenge your beheading. As Chen Mo's words fell, the spirit advanced towards Wu Zhan. Undeterred by his frantic strikes of the wooden fish, at that moment, fear finally manifested on Wu Zhan's face. No, please, do not kill me. I can impart to you the secret of restoring youth. Wu Jin desperately pleaded with Chen Mo. Yet, all he received in return was Chen Mo's disdainful gaze. Crack! The spirit forcefully tore Wu Zhan's head from his body, ripping out his trachea and spine, exposing them to the air, while the gash around his neck resembled the work of a beast. Jagged and uneven. The headless body collapsed from the stool, dark red blood gushing from the neck, staining the meditation room floor crimson. The terror in Wu Zhan's eyes lingered, as if he could scarcely believe what had transpired. Chapter 72. The tea leaf selling girl dripped. Wu Zhan's once hopeful eyes gradually dimmed, until they were devoid of life. The vengeful spirit, clutching the bloody head, smashed the wooden fish into shards, liberating itself from Wu Zhan's control. You may handle this. Afterwards, I shall grant you absolution. The spirit appeared to comprehend Chen Mo's words, one hand grasping Wu Zhan's head while the other dragged his body, slowly making its way towards the door. Meanwhile, Chen Mo rummaged through the hidden compartments of the meditation room's bookshelf, locating the nefarious tome that Wu Zhan had mentioned, which claimed to restore youth. Chen Mo brought the book close to the candle flame, which instantly engulfed it, reducing it to ashes in mere moments. Wu Zhan's corpse was discarded by the vengeful spirit into the temple's cesspit. For those who met a tragic end, having their bodies cast into such a filthy place would trap their souls, preventing them from reincarnation. The following morning, Lu Feng was awakened by the chirping of birds in the mountains, feeling muddled and with no recollection of the previous night's events. Wait a minute, this is not the room I slept in. Observing the layout of the room before him, Lu Feng quickly realized it was not the same as where he had rested the night prior. Lu Feng intended to rise from his bed, but nearly stumbled. Almost tumbling to the floor, to his astonishment, he discovered that his body seemed devoid of any strength. What on earth is happening? Why do I feel so weak? Lu Feng vigorously pounded his thigh and, feeling sensation return, he sighed in relief. Just then, Chen Mo entered the room, and upon witnessing the scene, Lu Feng quickly called out for assistance. Chen Mo, come help me at once, at Lu Feng's request. Chen Mo assisted him to the outer chamber. Lu Feng gazed toward the adjacent room, pointing and unleashing a torrent of questions. Did I not sleep in this very room last night? How did I end up next door? What transpired last night? Lu Feng suspected he had sleepwalked, while Chen Mo chose to reveal the truth, albeit withholding the details about Wu Zhan's demise, only informing him that a malevolent spirit was wreaking havoc in the temple. Upon hearing this, a chill coursed down Lu Feng's spine. You don't mean to say that spirit is behind me, do you? Rest assured, I have already exorcised it, Chen Mo replied. And what about the monk who attempted to assassinate us last night? I must confront him. Lu Feng, feeling his body gradually returning to normal, was filled with a fierce desire to seek vengeance against the middle-aged monk whom Chen Mo had mentioned. I encountered him last night as he was committing the act. And in his panic, he fled the temple, Chen Mo explained with a shrug. Unbeknownst to them, at the very moment the malevolent spirit dispatched Wu Zhan, the unconscious monk had awakened, only to be horrified by the sight of the abbot's head floating beside him, leading him to flee into the forest behind the temple in a state of utter madness. Lu Feng, trusting Chen Mo without reservation, urged, let's return to the inn. He assumed Chen Mo felt hindered by him, preventing him from unleashing his full potential, and thus he quickly reassured, Chen Mo, worry not. I shall not easily succumb to slumber this time. Lu Feng remained oblivious to the fact that he had been drugged, merely thinking he had slept too soundly. Chen Mo, however, chose not to elaborate further. In the days following their return to the inn, Lu Feng remained troubled by the incident, believing he had impeded Chen Mo's investigation. Until one day, he inadvertently stumbled upon a news story regarding Haiyun Temple on his phone. According to our reporter's latest update, a particularly brutal murder has occurred at a temple known as Haiyun Temple in the outskirts of our city. Investigations reveal the victim to be the abbot, Wu Zhan. We urge all citizens to assist the police in solving this case. The host's resonant voice echoed in Lu Feng's ears, and the date of death mentioned was precisely the day he and Chen Mo had visited the temple. Lu Feng rushed to find Chen Mo, who was idly scrolling through short videos at their stall due to a lack of customers. Chen Mo, tell me the truth. Is this your doing? Lu Feng pointed at the news report. Fearing that Chen Mo might have acted impulsively while he was asleep, as Chen Mo glanced at the news on Lu Feng's phone, he merely smiled in silence. What are you laughing at? This is a criminal matter, Lu Feng said with a serious expression. If Chen Mo were indeed responsible, no matter how capable he was, he could not escape the clutches of the law. This is divine retribution for taking innocent lives. Chen Mo replied slowly, indirectly clarifying that he had no hand in Wu Zhan's death. You truly didn't do this? Lu Feng remained skeptical, as the timing felt too coincidental. I am a practitioner of the Tao. How could I commit such an act? Seeing Chen Mo's earnestness, Lu Feng chose to temporarily place his trust in him. As time passed, no police came knocking, and Lu Feng gradually forgot about the incident. However, tranquility was short-lived. One evening, as Lu Feng prepared to close the shop, a courier arrived with a delivery. Upon glancing at the sender's name, joy spread across Lu Feng's face. Brother, what did you buy that has you so elated? Just as Lu Feng was about to open the package, Gu Xiaotsui descended from upstairs, her curiosity piqued. This is tea I purchased from a young girl living in the mountains. She has cared for her ill grandfather, relying on tea cultivation for sustenance. Unfortunately, due to the exploitative practices of merchants, she barely earns enough to survive, which is why she started selling tea online. I consider this a good deed. Lu Feng beamed with pride, feeling as though he had performed a noble act. However, when he opened the package, his expression shifted to one of disbelief. Instead of tea, the box contained a bag of dirt, accompanied by a note reading, "You are a good person." Realizing something was amiss, Lu Feng hurriedly searched for the contact information of the girl selling the tea. Just as he sent the message, a glaring red exclamation mark appeared on his screen, making it painfully clear that he had been deceived. Brother, have you fallen victim to a scam? Gu Xiaotsui's words only deepened Lu Feng's embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Fortunately, the delivery slip bore an address, and Lu Feng was about to head out to report the incident when Chen Mo, just returning from outside, stopped him. It's already dark. Let's discuss this tomorrow. No way. I spent several thousand on tea, and after waiting so long, I received this instead. She must face legal consequences. Lu Feng was fuming. Today is the 14th of July. Are you sure you want to go out now? Chen Mo's words halted Lu Feng in his tracks. Checking his phone, he saw that the date was indeed the 14th of July in the lunar calendar, and as soon as midnight passed, it would be the Night of Ghosts, known as the Ghost Festival. Watching the night deepen outside, Lu Feng began to have second thoughts. July 14th, the night of 100 ghosts. The living should avoid it. This saying, often recited by his grandfather while he was alive, resonated in Lu Feng's mind. Given the nature of his business, he had always approached these ancestral customs with a mindset of cautious belief. Therefore, he decided to let it go for now. Having made his decision, Lu Feng turned to gather some incense, candles, and paper money from behind the counter, lighting them at the entrance of the shop as he muttered incantations. Tonight is the Ghost Festival. This paper money is a token of my respect. I humbly request that the wandering spirits refrain from causing any disturbances. Lu Feng's voice echoed as if he were reciting a lesson from his childhood, and even Chen Mo could not help but interrupt. What are you chanting? Lu Feng, dismissive, believed that as long as the intention was conveyed, it sufficed. After completing the ritual, Lu Feng closed the shop early that night. Xiaotsui, get to bed early tonight, and remember, if you hear any noises, do not open the door. In her childhood in Gaian village, Gu Xiaotsui had experienced the Ghost Festival, where her grandfather would set a table full of food and wine for the spirits to enjoy. But without chopsticks, it was only as she grew older that she learned the absence of chopsticks was to remind the spirits that they were no longer human, or else the wandering souls would linger, refusing to leave. Having gone through this, Gu Xiaotsui was not overly frightened, but Lu Feng's words rekindled her apprehension. Brother, don't scare me. Isn't Chen Mo here with us? She instinctively inched closer to Chen Mo. I have matters to attend to tonight and must step out, Chen Mo stated, leaving both Lu Feng and Gu Xiaotsui in shock. Just a moment ago, you advised me not to go out during the Ghost Festival. Why are you leaving now? While Lu Feng knew Chen Mo was powerful, he also understood that on such a night, even the strongest could not withstand overwhelming odds. This task needed to be accomplished tonight. Before departing, Chen Mo specifically instructed the two not to stay up late, warning that spirits might invade when the yang energy was at its weakest. To ensure their safety, he affixed a talisman to the door of the shop. The moment he stepped outside, a chilling gust swept over him, sending shivers down his spine in the oppressive summer heat, causing the thin fabric of his clothing to flutter violently as the entirety of Yinling Road was dedicated to dealings with the deceased. The merchants had all closed their shops early, leaving Chen Mo as the sole figure traversing the empty street. There seemed to be quite a number of spirits tonight, he murmured to himself. In his eyes, the street was now overrun by ghosts, with countless homeless spirits squatting at shop entrances, relishing the incense and paper money offered by the living. Qian Mo's presence elicited a glint of greed among the spirits. For in their eyes, the vitality of the living was far more delectable than mere paper offerings. Faced with the throngs of spirits surrounding him, Qian Mo remained unperturbed, casually uttering 9 words. All who oppose shall stand ready before me. As his words faded, an invisible barrier enveloped him, causing the nearby spirits to scatter in fear, unwilling to approach any closer. Tonight is indeed your night, and I mean no disturbance. This paper money is merely a toll for your passage. Qian Mo produced a neatly stacked pile of paper money from his bag and scattered it into the air, instantly inciting a frenzy among the surrounding spirits. This paper money is unlike what is commonly sold in the market. It is crafted by Qian Mo himself during his leisure time. Unlike the purchased alternatives, this possesses the Yin Si seal bestowed upon him by Taoist Chun, which signifies that this paper money can circulate freely in the underworld. It is no wonder that the spirits would scramble for it. Just as Qian Mo was about to exit the alleyway, he halted beneath the stone archway at the intersection. He took out 3 incense sticks, ignited them, and placed them into the ground, awaiting their slow burn. Upon closer inspection, these incense sticks were unlike the others, as they shimmered with a faint golden powder, as the fragrant smoke wafted through the air. A sound akin to metal scraping against the ground reached Qian Mo's ears. He opened his tightly shut eyes, gazing seriously at the scene beyond the stone archway. When the 3 incense sticks had burned to their end, a figure dressed in black emerged into his sight. The shadow was not tall but possessed a considerable physique. The metallic scraping sound Qian Mo had heard was produced by the iron chains the figure dragged along. However, what stood out most was the black hi-hat upon his head, which appeared to be in stark contrast to his overall demeanor, emblazoned with the 4 characters Tianxia Taiping. "Who calls upon me?" The shadow's voice rang out, causing the spirits on the street to scatter in a panic. Much like mice fleeing from a cat, Qian Mo regarded the menacing appearance of the figure before him. His expression unusually solemn, a living person, and a Taoist at that. The shadow instantly discerned Qian Mo's identity, tightening his grip on the iron chains instinctively, though not be agitated. "I seek your counsel on a matter." Qian Mo hastily spoke, aware of the formidable power the figure possessed. "Young man, do you know who I am? I have yet to encounter a living soul brave enough to inquire of me." The shadow's coarse voice boomed out. "Of course, I know you, He Wuchang, also known as Lord Heiba." Qian Mo replied while presenting a thick stack of paper money from his cloth bag. "I mean no offense. I merely wish to ascertain whether a certain individual is alive or deceased." Initially, He Wuchang had no intention of entertaining Qian Mo, yet upon seeing the Yin Si seal upon the paper money, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. "How did this Yin Si seal come to be in your possession?" He Wuchang questioned, his gaze fixed on the fresh seal. "It was bestowed upon me by my master." Qian Mo candidly replied, "Nonsense. I personally entrusted this Yin Si seal to a Taoist several centuries ago. How could he possibly be your master?" Faced with an unexplainable situation, Qian Mo disregarded He Wuchang's disbelief and recounted his journey from the Tang dynasty to the modern era. Chapter 74. The store investigation video. Qian Mo had anticipated that He Wuchang would dismiss his tale as nonsense, yet after listening, He Wuchang responded with a calm demeanor. "I see. And no wonder this Yin Si seal has found its way to you." As one of the black and white impermanents of the underworld, He Wuchang had witnessed countless bizarre occurrences and was not unfamiliar with the concept of time travel. "Since you are his disciple, I shall make an exception and assist you this once." He Wuchang extended his hand to receive the paper money from Qian Mo. Taking a deep breath, Qian Mo cautiously inquired, "I wish to know if my master has already." He hesitated, feeling a sense of trepidation as he gazed at He Wuchang. Since arriving in the modern era, he had been searching for traces of Taoist Chen, but to no avail. In desperation, he had resorted to summoning He Wuchang during the Ghost Festival, hoping to uncover the truth. He Wuchang, aware of Qian Mo's unspoken question, confidently replied, "I can assure you, your master is still alive." His certainty stemmed from the fact that individuals who accumulate great merits in life are recorded in the underworld, and upon their death, they are granted a position by King Yin to spare them from the torments of hell. Taoist Chun had saved countless lives and exorcised evil spirits throughout his life. amassing vast merits, which allowed him to possess the Yin-Si seal. Generally, such individuals, upon passing, would directly ascend to their roles in the underworld, hence He Wucheng's certainty in his response. But why can I not glean any information about him? Chen Imo asked, having previously risked divine retribution to forcefully divine information regarding Taoist Chen, only to be met with chaos. The secrets of heaven cannot be unveiled. When the time is ripe, you shall know. He Wucheng seemed to possess knowledge beyond what he revealed, but despite Chen Mo's persistent inquiries, he remained resolutely silent. Fortunately, Chen Imo had gleaned an invaluable piece of information from He Wucheng. Taoist Chen was indeed alive. And now it was merely a matter of time before he would locate him. I have answered your question. Today marks the day of the Ghost Gate's opening. It is unwise for you to linger here. The implication in He Wucheng's words was clear, prompting Chen Imo to take his leave and return to the shop. Just as He Wucheng was about to depart, he inadvertently caught sight of the faintly glowing pattern on Chen Mo's back. A rare look of astonishment crossed He Wucheng's face as he murmured, "So, you are his descendant." Upon returning to the shop, Lu Feng and Gu Xiaotsui had already fallen asleep. Chen Imo gazed at the jade stone entrusted to him by Lu Xianda, which was indeed the Yin-Si seal referenced by He Wucheng. During his time at Qingjing Temple, Chen Imo had seen this seal in Taoist Chen's possession. Back then, he had been unaware of its significance in bridging the realms of the living and the dead. He had merely found it aesthetically pleasing, taking it to play with while Taoist Chen slumbered, resulting in a well-deserved reprimand afterward. Reflecting on those moments, a rare smile graced Chen Mo's face. However, as he became lost in nostalgia, a commotion outside caught his attention. "Xiao Chui, Xiao Chui!" A series of fragmented calls echoed from outside the shop. Curiosity piqued, Chen Imo prepared to open the door to investigate who dared to venture out on this night. But he was halted by Gu Xiaotsui, who rushed down in her pajamas. "Chen Imo Gu, do not open the door," she said, her expression tense. "Why? Do you know that person outside?" Chen Imo inquired, noticing Gu Xiaotsui's flushed face as she clutched her clothing nervously. Hesitating to speak, "Do not be afraid. Whatever the matter is, just tell me." His words seemed to offer her reassurance, and after gathering her courage, Gu Xiaotsui finally spoke. That person is a pervert." It turned out that on the day when Chen Imo and Gu Xiaotsui visited Haiyun Temple, she had been tidying up the shop's items when a man clad in tight clothing, exuding a strong scent of perfume, walked in. Before Gu Xiaotsui could greet him, he raised his phone and squealed in a high-pitched voice. "Hello, little girl. I am a curious exploration blogger, and I would like to film a store investigation video in your shop today. Is that all right?" Afterward, he covered his mouth with one hand, emitting a laugh that made Gu Xiaotsui's skin crawl. "I am sorry, but I'm just working here and cannot make such decisions. Do not be afraid, young lady. Look, this is my account on the platform. If I film a video here, it will garner views and attract customers, benefiting both of us. Why not?" The man showcased his follower count to Gu Xiaotsui. His persuasive words quickly ensnared her, and she believed his claims, ultimately agreeing to let him film in the shop. He instructed her to continue working while he sought opportunities to shoot. However, during the filming, his phone remained trained on Gu Xiaotsui, making her feel increasingly uncomfortable. "Sir, wasn't it supposed to be a store investigation video? Why is it focused on me?" "You see, young lady, the allure of a store investigation video does not solely lie in the products. It can also hinge upon the individuals within the establishment." He chuckled repulsively. At that moment, Gu Xiaotsui realized that Lu Feng operated a funeral supply shop. Even with video promotion, who would visit such a place without reason? By the time the man finished filming, Gu Xiaotsui noticed he had not captured any of the store's merchandise. "Young lady, let us exchange contact information. When the video is edited, I will send you a copy." Later that evening, the man sent her the edited video, and upon opening it, Gu Xiaotsui blushed and quickly exited. The video contained no footage of the shop's products. Rather, it was filled with Gu Xiaotsui's image, including several clips where he had surreptitiously filmed her backside. In a fury, Gu Xiaotsui called to confront him about the video, demanding its deletion. However, the words that came from the other end of the line made her feel nauseated. "Young lady, pure girls like you are rare these days. Just one day after posting the video, I gained tens of thousands of followers." The man had discerned Gu Xiaotsui's innocence and was confident she would not report him, which emboldened him to recklessly release the video without her consent. Gu Xiaotsui was distraught, on the verge of tears. For someone with conservative values, This was undoubtedly an indelible stain on her life. If you want me to delete the video, that can be arranged. Heh heh heh. But, the man's voice sent shivers down her spine. I will come to see you tomorrow at this time. Before Gu Xiaozue could refuse, he hung up the phone. Chapter 75. Turning the tables at this moment. The man outside the door was utterly bewitched by beauty, completely oblivious to the legends surrounding the ghost festival, eye in his eyes. These tales were mere fabrications concocted by the older generation to frighten people. Otherwise, how could he have not even glimpsed a shadow of a ghost that night? Unbeknownst to him, he was already surrounded by spirits, and had it not been for his disregard for Qian Mo's presence, he would have long since become a lifeless corpse. The clamors outside the shop persisted, and as Gu Xiaozue found herself at a loss, Chen Mo leaned in close to whisper in her ear. Chen Mo, is this really going to work? She asked hesitantly. Just do as I say, he replied. With a mix of skepticism and resolve, Gu Xiaozue ascended the stairs, quietly positioning her phone by the window on the second floor. Noticing that the shop remained eerily silent, the man prepared to knock on the door, however. Just as he took a few steps forward, a chilling wind suddenly swept through, sending the ashes of the burnt paper money swirling into the air. Cough, cough. What the hell? Why is the wind picking up all of a sudden? He exclaimed, waving his hands to disperse the ashes. Inside the shop, Chen Mo produced the Yin-Si seal given to him by Chen Daoran, biting his finger to let a drop of blood fall onto it. Instantly, the entire jade stone became drenched in crimson. Be why the power of my command. Heed my call, he intoned. Through the door, Chen Mo astonishingly summoned the wandering spirits on the street, compelling them to converge towards him. The man felt the temperature around him plummet, and even his teeth began to chatter uncontrollably. Could it really be ghosts? He pondered, sensing countless eyes bore into his back, igniting a flicker of fear within him as the surrounding changes were undeniably unsettling. As he turned to look behind him, he unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of ghostly green orbs, accompanied by a gaping maw exuding a foul stench, lunging towards him. The horrific sight caused him to faint on the spot. When the man regained consciousness, he found himself clad in nothing but his underwear, bound tightly to a chair inside the very funeral parlor he had visited the day before. The memory of the terrifying scene he had witnessed before losing consciousness flooded back, prompting him to shut his eyes and scream. Ghosts, be quiet! A voice interrupted him, and he quickly opened his eyes to see Lu Feng glaring at him. Who are you? What do you want? Panic swept over the man's face as he believed he had been kidnapped. Meanwhile, as Gu Xiaozue ascended the stairs, she roused the slumbering Lu Feng. Initially thinking it was a ghost impersonating him, he paid no heed to the commotion outside until Gu Xiaozue called his phone. To him, it seemed impossible for a ghost to make a phone call. This is my shop, and I haven't even asked you why you barged in here, Lu Feng remarked, leaving the man utterly bewildered. You don't remember? No worries, I'll help jog your memory. Lu Feng summoned Gu Xiaozue down from upstairs. Upon seeing the man reduced to mere underwear, Gu Xiaozue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Xiaozue, hurry and untie me. Do you want me to delete the video or not? The man's tone turned assertive upon her appearance. Hearing his words, Gu Xiaozue retorted, That's a question I should be asking you. Saying this, she handed her phone to him. Where a video was playing, in the video. The man was seen preparing to knock on the door, but then suddenly stopped to remove his clothing, ultimately ending up in his underwear. As the video continued, he began to dance provocatively at the entrance before barging into the shop. The figure in the video was unmistakably him, yet he had no recollection of this embarrassing episode. What is this? Hurry and delete it, he shouted, furious after watching the video. I can't bear to delete such an entertaining video. I wonder how many views it would garner online. Gu Xiaozue mimicked his tone. You didn't have my consent. This is an infringement of my rights, he protested. Is that so? Did you seek my permission before posting that video? Gu Xiaozue countered, her demeanor shifting, leaving the man speechless. Upon hearing her retort, his anger dissipated, and he slumped, pleading, Little sister, I beg you, don't post that video online. It would ruin my reputation. Tears streamed down his face as he begged. Promise me 2 things, and I'll let her delete the video. Lu Feng seized the opportunity to propose conditions. Seeing a chance to delete the video, the man quickly nodded in agreement. As long as I can? I'll agree to anything. 2 things. 10 things. First, Delete the video you secretly took of Xiaotsue and post an apology video on your account. Without hesitation, the man agreed. Second, do me a favor. Noticing Lu Feng's unwelcoming gaze, the man instinctively shrank back, swallowing hard. Don't worry, I'm not interested in sissies. Relieved by this statement, the man nodded in agreement. With his consent, Lu Feng untied him, unafraid of any repercussions, and returned his phone. The man quickly deleted the video of Gu Xiaotsue and posted an apology statement on his account. During this process, they learned about his background. The man was named Lin Lin, a former food blogger who sought out quirky establishments. As his ordinary videos garnered little attention, captivated by Gu Xiaotsue's innocent charm, he had succumbed to the temptation to secretly film her. Though think you're not just a sissy but also a pervert. Lu Feng maintained his disdain for such individuals. After Lin Lin deleted the video and issued an apology, Gu Xiaotsue prepared to erase the video from her phone but was stopped by Chen Mo. Wait until he finishes what he needs to do, then it can be deleted. Lu Feng handed Lin Lin a package he had received a few days prior. Remember this address. Tomorrow, go there and film a video to post online. In a bid for revenge, Lu Feng sought to expose Lin Lin's deceitful actions. Upon seeing the address on the package, Lin Lin fell into deep thought. Isn't this a small county under Tianhai City? It'll take a whole day to get there. As a food blogger, he was quite familiar with the routes in the city. I'll give you 3 days. Lu Feng was confident Lin Lin wouldn't escape, as his scandal was still in their possession. Chapter 76. Water Ghosts. Just as Lin Lin was about to note down the address on the package to leave, Chen Mo picked up the soil from within the package and sniffed it, a barely perceptible look of seriousness crossing his face. Take this with you. Chen Mo produced a piece of triangular talisman paper. It's already past midnight. Without this, you can't leave this alley. Having experienced the earlier events, Lin Lin was no longer reckless and quickly accepted the talisman paper from Chen Mo after he departed. Gu Xiaotsue lowered her head apologetically to the dude. I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. Lu Feng dismissed her concerns, patting her shoulder reassuringly. What's the big deal? With brother Chen Mo around, everything can be resolved. Just don't easily believe others' sweet words. He added a feigned look of admiration towards Chen Mo. Gu Xiaotsue, not naive, understood that Lin Lin's strange behavior outside the shop was all part of Chen Mo's efforts to seek justice for her. However, Chen Mo paid no mind to Lu Feng's teasing, his thoughts lingering on the scent of the soil from the package. As Lu Feng prepared to head upstairs, Chen Mo called him back, whispering something in his ear. Is what you said true? Lu Feng questioned, somewhat incredulous. You'll know when he returns. The following morning, Lu Feng followed Chen Mo's instructions, taking the bag of soil and pouring it into the corner of a temple. Meanwhile, Lin Lin had already boarded a bus heading to Beijian County. Beijian County was located in the northern part of Tianhai City, named after a tributary of the Wujiang River that separated it. Apart from stopping for lunch, Lin Lin spent most of the day on the bus. After a long day of jolting, he felt as if his body might shatter upon disembarking, relieved to finally arrive at this small county just before nightfall. Unlike other counties he had visited, although it was nearing night, the streets were eerily deserted, and the shops outside the bus station had long closed. Only a few women stood with signs, beckoning to the newly arrived passengers. Handsome, looking for a place to stay? We offer 24-hour hot water, free Wi-Fi, and private bathrooms. One middle-aged woman with a thick local accent enthusiastically pitched to Lin Lin as he stepped off the bus, initially intending to turn away. Eager to explore the county under the cover of darkness, Lin Lin reconsidered upon noticing the shuttered shops outside, abandoning the thought. How much for a room? Lin Lin's sharp voice pierced the air, startling the woman who was soliciting business. 80 for a standard room, 100 for a double. Upon hearing such a bargain, Lin Lin promptly booked a double room. As they made their way to her guest house, curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired about the early closure of these establishments. Oh, young man, it seems this is your first visit to our county, the middle-aged woman remarked. Lin Lin, somewhat puzzled, thought to himself that the number of visits should have no bearing, yet he nodded in agreement. Our county is situated near the largest tributary of the Wu River, the Bei River, she continued, pointing to the unfathomable depths of the water not far off. Every year, this river claims numerous lives. According to old legends, during the Ghost Festival in the 7th month, the souls of those drowned rise to the surface, dragging solitary wanderers into the depths as substitutes, only retreating by month's end. Consequently, all the riverside shops close early during this fortnight, and the streets are nearly devoid of life. The woman's tale left Lin Lin, who had recently encountered a ghost, feeling a shiver run down his spine. "Why aren't you afraid?" he voiced his concern. The woman chuckled, responding, "You arrived on the last bus from the county station. If I can't find someone to accommodate, I must hurry back." Thankfully, she secured Lin Lin's business, justifying the risks she had taken. As they conversed, Lin Lin followed the woman to a guest house named How's I Lie, not far from the station. The name struck him as more fitting for a restaurant, he mused. The woman swiftly registered his information after taking his ID and handed him the room key. "Your room is on the second floor?" "The third one on the left." As Lin Lin prepared to ascend the stairs, the woman seemed to remember something and cautioned, "Young man, since this is your first visit, let me advise you. If you hear any noises outside tonight, do not open the door with that." She noticed the sky had completely darkened and quickly locked the guesthouse door, retreating into a small room next to the front desk. Lin Lin hastened to his own room and locked the door behind him. After a quick wash, fatigue from a day of travel overtook him, and he fell into a deep slumber. As dawn broke, Lin Lin vaguely sensed tiny droplets of water falling from the ceiling. Creating an unsettling feeling, he attempted to open his eyes, but they felt as if weighed down by lead, rendering him immobile. Suddenly, a beam of morning sunlight streamed through the window, restoring his body to normal. However, when he beheld the ceiling, he nearly screamed. A mass of black, fibrous substance clung to the ceiling, dripping water onto his pillow, which was now soaked. It dawned on him that the strange sensation from the previous night was not a dream, but a grim reality. As he squinted at the ominous mass, he was horrified to see what appeared to be a tangled clump of hair. To his astonishment, the wet strands ignited spontaneously under the sunlight, releasing wisps of black smoke. In that moment, Lin Lin recalled the middle-aged woman's chilling tale about the legends and jumped from the bed in terror. In his frantic state, he noticed a trail of tiny footprints on the floor, leading up to the ceiling. The realization struck him. He had encountered a ghost. This was the first thought that raced through his mind. Without a moment to spare for personal hygiene, he grabbed his backpack and dashed downstairs, even leaving behind his deposit, fleeing the How's I Lie guest house. As he felt the warm sunlight on his skin, Lin Lin began to regain his composure. This place was no longer safe. He needed to complete his business swiftly. He resolved to make haste, skipping breakfast and heading directly to the address on the delivery slip. Chapter 77. The memorial photo. Upon checking the address on the delivery slip, Lin Lin discovered his destination was not far away. So he hailed a rickshaw. The driver, an elderly man with graying hair, listened as Lin Lin relayed the address. The old man spoke in a thick local accent, and Lin Lin could not comprehend a single word, merely smiling and nodding in response. 10 minutes later, Lin Lin arrived at his destination but found himself frozen in disbelief. "Bay River Cemetery? Did you bring me to the wrong place, old man?" Faced with the graveyard built halfway up a hill, Lin Lin initially thought the driver must have misheard the address. Reluctantly, he showed the driver the address on his phone. The elderly man pointed to the sign above the cemetery security room, where the numbers matched Lin Lin's phone perfectly. A chill ran down Lin Lin's spine. After paying the fare, he approached the security room, mustering his courage to knock on the glass window. "Who is it? Coming to pay respects so early?" Startled by the unexpected noise, Tan Yong, who was preparing breakfast inside, opened the door impatiently, only to find a young man standing at the entrance. Without waiting for Tan Yong to speak, Lin Lin pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to him, saying, "Uncle, I need to ask you something." The previously irate Tan Yong's demeanor softened instantly. "What is it?" As Tan Yong took a cigarette from the pack, enjoying the moment, Lin Lin inquired, "Is this address correct?" He showed Tan Yong the photo again. Tan Yong held Lin Lin's phone away, squinting to see clearly. "Indeed, number 48, Lingjiang Road, that's the place." "Wait a moment, I feel like I've seen this name before." Tan Yong enlarged the photo, studying the sender's information with a furrowed brow. "I remember now. A little girl with the same name was sent here not long ago." Tan Yong rushed into the security room, retrieving a registration book to flip through quickly. "Found it, Jiang Qingqing. She was sent here a month ago." Tan Yong handed Lin Lin the information booklet, and upon seeing the name, Lin Lin felt disbelief wash over him. Just a coincidence, right? How could a deceased person send a package? "Uncle, where is Jiang Qingqing's grave? May I visit?" Tan Yong hesitated, but realizing he would be better off cooperating. He provided the location, requesting Lin Lin leave his ID as a precaution against any potential vandalism. Entering the cemetery, even with the sun high in the sky, Lin Lin felt an unsettling chill enveloping him. Remembering the task assigned by Lu Feng, he activated the recording feature on his phone. Following Tan Yang's directions, Lin Lin arrived at the highest point of the cemetery, where a freshly erected tombstone stood, surrounded by recently turned earth. Unlike the others, this tombstone bore only a name and birth date, with a solitary photograph of the deceased affixed above. Gazing at the innocent-looking girl in the photo, Lin Lin found it hard to reconcile her with the con artist Lu Feng had described. "Forgive me, young lady, for intruding upon your peace. This is beyond my control." As he spoke, he leaned closer to the camera, hoping to provide Lu Feng with a satisfactory account upon his return. Just as he finished recording and prepared to leave, a chilling voice whispered in his ear, "I do not blame you." Despite the daylight, the voice resonated with an eerie quality. Lin Lin quickly scanned his surroundings, but aside from himself, there was not a soul in sight. Who's playing tricks?" he shouted, trying to sound brave. "I'm right here." The cold voice echoed again, this time unmistakably emanating from directly in front of him. As he turned to look, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the photograph on the tombstone, where the girl's lips curled into a bizarre, enigmatic smile. He distinctly remembered her expression being different just moments before. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he looked again, only to find that the smile had not vanished. In fact, it appeared increasingly sinister under his scrutiny. "Ghost? It's a ghost?" Lin Lin could no longer count how many times he had encountered the supernatural in the past 2 days, but this was the first instance in broad daylight. A sudden warmth spread through his lower half, accompanied by an unpleasant odor emanating from below. He had no time to process the embarrassment of wetting himself. His sole thought was to flee in his desperate bid to escape Bay County. Lin Lin didn't hesitate to splurge on a taxi. When he recounted his experience to the others, Lu Feng was the first to interject. "Are you saying Jiang Qingqing is dead?" "Indeed. The security guard at the cemetery mentioned she passed away a month ago," Lin Lin replied. Before he could finish, Lu Feng shook his head vehemently. "Impossible. I added her just half a month ago. Who has been chatting with me all this time?" At that moment, Lu Feng's phone suddenly buzzed to life. On the screen of his mobile phone was a friend request from none other than the young tea seller, Jiang Qingqing, who had removed him just a few days prior. She had left a message claiming she had accidentally deleted him and that the tea mix-up was due to her oversight. Upon reading this, Lu Feng instantly perked up, eagerly accepting her request and turning his phone screen towards the pale-faced Lin Lin, saying, "Open your eyes wide and take a good look, if you're going to lie. At least craft a plausible excuse. With this attitude, I might just delete the video after all." The moment Lin Lin laid eyes on Jiang Qingqing's profile picture on Lu Feng's phone, she extended a trembling finger and exclaimed, "That's her. It's definitely her." Afterward, Lin Lin produced a photograph of a tombstone she had taken in Beijiang County, which strikingly resembled Jiang Qingqing's profile picture. As they both watched the video Lin Lin had recorded, fear flickered in their gazes as they met each other's eyes. At that precise moment, Lu Feng's phone buzzed with a message from Jiang Qingqing. "Brother, don't believe what that person is saying. Didn't we agree to meet?" Terrified by this message, Lu Feng nearly hurled his phone away. "This is truly bizarre. You were right. What should we do now?" Lu Feng turned to Chen Mo, who had deduced from just the scent of the soil in a package that it had been excavated from a grave, prompting Lu Feng to scatter it early that morning near the temple's wall. Chapter 78. 3 lanterns. How do you know this person? Chen Mo inquired pointedly, feeling somewhat embarrassed under the curious gazes of the others. Lu Feng hesitated before slowly admitting, "I met her on a local dating app." Lu Feng opened the app on his phone, revealing their chat history to Chen Mo. It turned out he had known Jiang Qingqing for 2 months, their conversations on the app being quite ordinary, with their last exchange involving her requesting his contact information. After reviewing the messages, Chen Mo said thoughtfully, "Because she knew you in life, she is naturally attached to you in death." "That can't be. We were just chatting. How could she become attached to me?" Lu Feng replied, feeling a bit disheartened, considering he had never even met Jiang Qingqing in person. "It's not merely because you chatted with her. It's because you purchased her tea." Lu Feng struggled to comprehend Chen Mo's words. Noticing his confusion, Chen Mo turned to Lin Lin, who was sitting nearby. "If someone were to sell you tea, what would you do?" Lin Lin, having caught on to the conversation, answered without hesitation. That person is clearly a scammer. I would give my most sincere regards to her parents and then block her. Perhaps due to her frequent interactions with the internet, Lin Lin had long been aware of such scams masquerading as selling tea for a grandfather. That is the natural response. Since you bought her so-called tea, she will undoubtedly cling to you. What should we do now? Lu Feng glanced at the friend request from Jiang Qingqing on his phone, feeling trapped in indecision. If I'm of no further assistance here, I think I shall take my leave, Lin Lin said, preparing to exit, having sensed the unsettling atmosphere since entering the shop. Lu Feng, satisfied that he had completed his task, instructed Gu Xiaotsue to delete the video from his phone. When Lin Lin saw her compromising material was erased, she felt a wave of relief and quickly apologized to Gu Xiaotsue again, ready to leave this troublesome place, but she halted upon hearing Chen Mo's remark. That female ghost has likely attached herself to you as well. As soon as Chen Mo's words fell, Lin Lin's phone buzzed, displaying a friend request from Jiang Qingqing. Lin Lin's mind went blank, and she felt an overwhelming urge to slap herself for deciding to film a store review here. But I did nothing wrong, she lamented, on the verge of tears. You disturbed her peace. Naturally, she will not let you off easily. Lin Lin recalled how she had been snapping photos of Jiang Qingqing's portrait with her phone yesterday, realizing that might have been when the attachment began. At this point, the only solution was to revisit Beijiang County the next day. Chen Mo understood that clarifying why Jiang Qingqing was clinging to them was essential to resolving the matter. To ensure an early departure the next day, Lu Feng arranged for Lin Lin to sleep on the sofa on the first floor. But the sight of the dark coffin in the corner kept her restless throughout the night. Just as dawn began to break, she finally managed to sleep. Hey, if you want to avoid being haunted by that female ghost, you better get up, Lu Feng said, somewhat exasperated at Lin Lin's languid posture. Lin Lin slowly opened her eyes, glancing at the time and realizing she had only slept for a little over 2 hours. However, upon hearing Lu Feng mention the ghost, she forced herself to shake off the fatigue and, along with Chen Mo, set out for Beijiang County once more. To expedite their journey, they had rented a car. Since arriving in the modern world, Chen Mo had developed a keen interest in this four-wheeled mode of transport. Upon seeing Lu Feng had rented one, a look of eager anticipation crossed Chen Mo's face. Lu Feng, noticing his enthusiasm, couldn't help but dampen his spirits, saying, "Forget it, Chen Mo. Driving requires a license, and without one, you'd be driving illegally and could end up in jail." Reluctantly, Chen Mo abandoned that thought, silently resolving to obtain his driver's license upon returning. On the way, Lin Lin recounted the strange occurrences she had faced at the hotel in Beijiang County. The innkeeper had been correct. Venturing out at night significantly heightened the chances of encountering ghosts. And Lin Lin's heavy energy was why she had encountered one at the hotel. After hearing Chen Mo's insights, Lin Lin abruptly paused her application of lipstick. If that is the case, why must we go now? The female ghost doesn't seem to harbor any malice towards us. Perhaps we should wait until after the ghost festival to visit. Lu Feng was perplexed, yet unbeknownst to him, Chen Mo perceived their presence as 3 lanterns representing yang energy, and he noted that one had gone out on each of their shoulders without their awareness. This situation was undoubtedly connected to the female ghost, which is why Chen Mo hastily set out for Beijiang County. In his youth, Chen Taoist had informed him that everyone possesses 3 lanterns situated atop their heads and on their shoulders. With these 3 lanterns present, ordinary spirits would not dare to approach. Yet, some particularly cunning spirits might mimic the voices of familiar people at night, extinguishing one of your lanterns the moment you turn around. These lanterns symbolize a person's yang energy. Should this energy fluctuate, it becomes easy for spirits to possess you. To spare them excessive fear, Chen Mo deliberately withheld this information from the duo. Seeing that Chen Mo in the passenger seat remained silent, Lu Feng chose not to pry further, focusing intently on driving. As the trio entered Beijiang County, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened, and a torrential downpour ensued. Despite the short distance remaining, the 3 decided to brave the storm and proceed. What an unpredictable weather, Lu Feng grumbled. The final leg of their journey required Lu Feng to remain completely alert. Yet due to the rain, they ultimately took an hour to reach their destination. As the rain began to subside, Lin Lin felt a wave of trepidation wash over her while gazing at the familiar cemetery ahead. "Why don't you 2 go ahead? I'll wait in the car," Lin Lin suggested, halting in her tracks to confer with Chen Mo and Lu Feng. Don't you know that ghosts typically target those who are alone? Lu Feng whispered ominously, causing Lin Lin to hastily follow in their wake. It's he that moment. Tan Yong, the security guard, was comfortably lying in the guardhouse, engrossed in a TV show. Upon noticing the figures approaching, he recognized one from the previous day. Chapter 79. Obsession. Tan Yong emerged from the guardhouse, umbrella in hand, and called out to Lin Lin, "Young man, why did you leave in such haste yesterday that you even forgot your ID?" He produced Lin Lin's identification card from his pocket, which he had inadvertently left behind the day before. Lin Lin accepted it, feeling a bit embarrassed as she scratched her head, recalling how frightened she had been the previous day, to the point of forgetting her ID. "What brings you here?" Tan Yong asked, eyeing the trio. Lin Lin, caught off guard and unprepared with a response, stammered, "Sir, we're all classmates of Jiang Qingqing. We came to visit her." Lu Feng adeptly produced a cigarette from his pack and offered it to Tan Yong. It was evident that Lu Feng possessed a talent for deception, being the most skilled among them. "Well then, you may proceed," Tan Yong said, not probing further, as it was uncommon for people to visit a cemetery without reason. Under Lin Lin's lead, the three soon arrived at the highest point of the cemetery. Chen Imo gazed into the distance, observing, "This is indeed a prime location. The mountain in the distance perfectly encapsulates the surrounding energy, and the river at its base draws wealth towards the entire cemetery. I never imagined this place would be such a favorable site." Chen Imo marveled, recognizing that the construction of this cemetery must have been guided by an expert in geomancy. "This is Jiang Qingqing's burial site." Lin Lin pointed to the tombstone before him. The portrait engraved upon it bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Qingqing, whom Lu Feng knew well. Why were there no names of her family inscribed on this gravestone? Perhaps, due to his profession in the funeral industry, Lu Feng quickly discerned the anomaly. Typically, the names of the deceased's closest kin are etched at the lower left corner of the tombstone. Yet Jiang Qingqing's gravestone bore solely her own name. Could it be that her family was no longer alive? Lin Lin boldly speculated. "If what you say is true, then who arranged for this gravestone and burial plot?" Lu Feng's inquiry left Lin Lin momentarily at a loss for words. Just as the group was deep in thought, a mournful female voice slowly drifted into their ears. "I died unjustly." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lin Lin's hair stood on end, and he trembled uncontrollably, even stuttering as he spoke. "This voice is exactly the same as the one I heard yesterday." Instinctively, Lin Lin hid behind Chen Imo, observing Lin Lin's reaction. Lu Feng remarked, somewhat exasperatedly, "Why are you so timid? It's broad daylight. Do you fear she might crawl out from her grave? Besides, even if she did, she would merely be a pile of ashes." As Lu Feng dismissed the situation, a notification pinged from his phone. "Brother, you came to see me too." Startled by the message from Jiang Qingqing, Lu Feng was taken aback. After all, in his understanding, ghosts should not be able to use phones. How was it that she was an exception? He immediately passed the phone to Chen Mo to show him the friend request. Accept her friend request. Lu Feng was unsure of Chen Mo's intentions but complied. The moment he pressed the accept button, a video call invitation from Jiang Qingqing appeared on the screen. With no way to retreat, Lu Feng steeled himself and pressed the answer button. Just as he anticipated a horrifying scene, the video feed revealed only darkness, obscuring any figure. 3 dull thuds resonated from the phone, akin to someone knocking on an object. "What is that noise?" Lu Feng turned up the phone's volume and leaned closer to the receiver. As he listened intently, Lin Lin tapped his shoulder, his voice quivering as he said, "The sound seems to be coming from there." Lin Lin pointed toward the stone trough behind the tombstone, where the urn was placed. At that moment, Chen Mo inexplicably produced a packet of vermilion powder and sprinkled a circle around Jiang Qingqing's resting place, causing the video call to be abruptly terminated. "Something feels off. We should leave at once." As soon as Chen Mo uttered those words, Lin Lin was the first to dash away. As dusk approached, the streets were nearly deserted, and the three of them found a place to stay. Could I squeeze in with you tonight? I don't mind sleeping on the sofa," Lin Lin, still shaken from the previous night's events, pleaded. As expected, Lu Feng shot him a disdainful glance. "You're the most cowardly person I've ever met." Despite his words, Lu Feng ultimately acquiesced to Lin Lin's request. When they checked into the hotel, the receptionist's amused gaze lingered in Lu Feng's mind long after. What is going on with Chen Mo? Throughout the journey, Chen Mo had appeared deep in thought, and upon hearing Lu Feng's question, he finally spoke. It seems this matter is more complicated than it initially appeared. Chen Mo had initially believed that a ghost was merely causing mischief after death. But after visiting the cemetery, he realized that it was Jiang Qingqing's obsession that was at play. Obsession? What does that mean? Lu Feng, hearing of this for the first time, was puzzled. Generally, when a person dies without attachments, they reincarnate. However, if they were fixated on something during their lifetime, their spirit may linger, unable to move on until that fixation is resolved. Are you suggesting that Jiang Qingqing had some significant unfinished business that prevented her from letting go even after death? Lu Feng attempted to grasp Chen Mo's explanation. That's more or less the case. But why would she seek me out? I have no idea what her obsession is. Perhaps she reached out to others. But only you responded to her. Chen Mo's words ignited Lu Feng's frustration. If I chat aimlessly with strangers online again, I deserve whatever happens to me. He then turned to Lin Lin, and you? You brought this upon yourself. It was no surprise that Jiang Qingqing's spirit would haunt him, considering he had recklessly confronted her portrait. The priority now is to understand what her obsession entails. If we do not resolve it soon, both of you may be in grave danger. Chen Mo was not being alarmist. When Chen Daoren first brought him along to exorcise a spirit, he had cautioned him about the potential troubles posed by spirits tethered by obsession. This was the first time Chen Mo had encountered such a strong fixation as Jiang Qingqing's. But I've only spoken to her online. How could I know what her obsession was? Lu Feng felt utterly lost. Do you remember what Jiang Qingqing said at the cemetery? Lin Lin, who had been silent, suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and spoke up. You mean to say that Jiang Qingqing's death was unjust? Lu Feng's thoughts were rekindled by Lin Lin's reminder. Can you summon Jiang Qingqing's spirit to ask her directly? Lu Feng turned to Chen Mo for assistance. To his surprise, Chen Mo shook his head, an unusual gesture for him. Under normal circumstances, that would be feasible, but right now, during the Ghost Gate opening, we lack her birth date and name. Summoning her recklessly would only invite countless Jiang Qingqings. Chen Mo's words doused Lu Feng in a cold reality. Just as he was at a loss, his phone buzzed again. Brother, the tea leaves I sent you have been shipped. Remember to check. The message displayed was from Jiang Qingqing. Why does she keep haunting me? Lu Feng felt a wave of despair wash over him. Being pursued by a female ghost was hardly a pleasant experience. Observing the message, Chen Mo suddenly seemed to have an idea. He took Lu Feng's phone and began typing. Who are you messaging? Lu Feng, curious, leaned in closer. When he saw who Chen Mo was chatting with, astonishment spread across his face. Why are you chatting with Jiang Qingqing? Since we have no leads, we might as well consider her perspective. Even with Chen Mo's considerable abilities, he found himself at a loss without any clues. If this matter wasn't resolved swiftly, both Lu Feng and Lin Lin could very well be in peril. When Chen Mo sent the message, Jiang Qingqing's response was prompt, as if pre-programmed. I am a college student who relies on my grandfather and earns money for tuition by helping him sell tea. Chen Mo sent several messages, but Jiang Qingqing's replies remained identical. Lin Lin, undeterred, tried with his own phone, only to receive the same results. It's over. Now we can only wait for death. A suffocating sense of despair enveloped Lu Feng. Did she ever mention anything about her grandfather? Chen Mo latched onto a key detail from Jiang Qingqing's message. I think she mentioned it briefly, Lu Feng reflected, rummaging through their previous conversations on a dating app. Right here, he pointed. She said her grandfather lives in a place called Chashu Town, under the jurisdiction of Beijiang County, and makes a living by growing tea. That simplifies things. Tomorrow we shall inquire in Chashu Town. With a flicker of hope igniting within them, Lin Lin's spirits lifted. The three of them agreed to set off early the next morning to seek out clues, and soon they settled in for the night. However, Lu Feng tossed and turned, unable to find rest in the sweltering summer heat. He felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, overwhelmed by an unusual chill. He was not alone in this experience. Lin Lin shared the same unsettling sensation, trembling uncontrollably. Chen Mo observed their plight, recognizing it as a symptom of a dimmed spirit, and he understood that only by resolving Jiang Qingqing's fixation could they return to normalcy. As dawn broke, the trio set off for Chashu Town. Due to the underdeveloped economy of Beijiang County, the last 2 kilometers to Chashu Town were unpaved. The recent heavy rains had rendered the path exceedingly muddy and slippery. Reluctantly, they parked the car by the roadside and completed the final stretch on foot. Arriving at Chashu Town, their shoes were caked in mud, presenting a rather comical sight. Today was market day in Chashu Town, and the roads were lined with vendors. A town named after tea, It was no surprise that tea sellers were the most numerous. "Sir, how much are these tea leaves?" Lu Feng inquired of an elderly vendor. The old man, who had been listlessly sitting at his stall, puffing on a homemade cigarette, perked up at the sight of Lu Feng and his companions. "What kind of tea are you looking to buy?" "Young lads, I have cultivated all of this myself. The variety is abundant and the price is reasonable." The old man extinguished his freshly lit cigarette on the ground and began to enthusiastically introduce his wares to a few individuals. "You should procure 100 worth of your varieties here," Lu Feng suggested without hesitation, understanding that to gather information, one must also consider business. Upon hearing this, the old man's face instantly brightened, his myriad wrinkles compressing together, and he hurriedly retrieved a scale from behind him to weigh Lu Feng's order. "How many tea trees do you cultivate, sir?" Lu Feng inquired, engaging the elderly man in casual conversation. "Not much, just 2 or 3 acres. I can't manage it anymore now that I'm old," the old man replied. "Do you happen to know an elder by the surname Jiang? He also cultivates tea trees." The old man gestured towards a few vendors across the way. "That surname is quite common around here. Those folks over there are all surnamed Jiang. He has a granddaughter named Jiang Qingqing," Chinamo interjected, getting to the point. Upon hearing the name, the old man immediately recalled, "Now that you mention it, I know the person you're referring to. His name is Jiang Daowu, though everyone calls him Jiang the Mute. We come from the same village." "He is mute?" Lu Feng asked, somewhat surprised. "Indeed, don't let his silence fool you. He is quite adept at his work. He manages about 10 acres of tea garden all by himself, and has sent his granddaughter to university in the city through his tea cultivation." Sensing an opportunity, Lu Feng eagerly offered the old man a cigarette and continued in his inquiries. "You see, sir, we are classmates of Jiang Qingqing. We are here because she applied for financial aid, and we need to verify her situation as per the school's requirements." Lu Feng fabricated a casual excuse to deflect. "That's a good thing. I heard on the news that many schools are giving those funds to their associates. It's rare for a school like yours to send someone to investigate." After saying this, the old man began to pack up his stall. "Sir, where are you headed?" "Jiang the Mute's home is a few miles from town. I fear you might struggle to find it, so I'll lead you there." The old man, having secured such a substantial sale from Lu Feng, decided to conclude his business before the market dispersed. Lu Feng was taken aback by the old man's unexpected warmth and promptly expressed his gratitude, taking the burden from the old man's back and allowing Lin Lin to carry it. Due to the inaccessibility of vehicles to the village, the group had no choice but to walk. Along the way, the old man shared the circumstances of Jiang Qingqing's family, during which they learned his name was Zhang Yongfu. Chapter 81. Old tales. Despite being nearly 70, Zhang Yongfu moved with a vigor that rivaled that of the young, compelling the group to quicken their pace to keep up, while Lin Lin, burdened with the load, lagged behind. At it is said that Jiang the Mute led a hard life. As a child, while playing with companions, a bamboo pole pierced his throat, rendering him unable to speak thereafter. At the age of 30, through the introduction of a matchmaker, he married a girl from the neighboring village who had a limp, and 2 years later, they welcomed a son. They believed their fortunes were turning, but fate had other plans. Zhang Yongfu sighed deeply and continued, "When Jiang the Mute's son turned 5, he went swimming with village children by the river in summer, but a sudden flood swept several of them away, and his wife, unable to bear the loss, took her own life." "Then how did his granddaughter Jiang Qingqing come about?" Lu Feng asked, puzzled. "Jiang Qingqing is not his blood relative. Jiang the Mute found her one morning in his tea garden when he was 50. "So she is an abandoned child?" Lu Feng exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, many advised him against it, but he believed it was a gift from heaven, a sign of compassion, and he raised her alone, sending her to university through his tea cultivation. However, due to his age, he never allowed her to call him father, instead opting for grandfather." Zhang Yongfu concluded with a tinge of nostalgia. As they conversed, the group arrived at a village replete with tea trees on every hillside. "This is our village. The inhabitants all rely on tea cultivation for their livelihoods, primarily from the same lineage," Zhang Yongfu explained. "But why do you have the surname Zhang?" Lu Feng inquired. "In those days, families had many siblings. I was adopted." Zhang Yongfu scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "Over there is Jiang the Mute's home," he said, pointing to the last remaining mud house in the village. Just as they were about to approach, Zhang Yongfu called out to them, "A tea this hour? You'll find him in the tea garden behind his house." "All right, sir. We truly appreciate your help today." Tio show his gratitude. Lu Feng shoved the remaining half of his pack of cigarettes into Zhang Yongfu's hands, who accepted it with an even broader smile. Could you hurry up? Lu Feng shouted at the figure in the distance. They had been standing there for quite a while, and Lin Lin was still trudging along, burdened. You stand there talking without a care. If you're so capable, come carry it. Lin Lin, nearly exhausted, could barely catch his breath. After bidding farewell to Zhang Yongfu, the trio made their way to the tea garden he mentioned. Although they had heard from Zhang Yongfu about the sizable tea garden Zhang the Mute managed, seeing it with their own eyes left Lu Feng speechless. The entire mountain was densely populated with tea trees, easily numbering in the tens of thousands, and a stooped figure bent over, diligently working among them. Upon hearing footsteps, the hunched figure straightened up, his exceedingly aged face curiously scrutinizing the three strangers before him. Sir, we are classmates of Jiang Qingqing, Lin Lin shouted with all his might towards Jiang Daowu. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a nudge from an elbow. He can't speak, but he can hear, Lu Feng chided Lin Lin. Upon hearing Lin Lin's words, Jiang Daowu hastily dropped his work and approached the group. It was then that they noticed his tattered clothing and the soles of his sandals, which had nearly disintegrated. Jiang Daowu began to communicate with them in a series of gestures, but the group could not comprehend his words. In desperation, he picked up a nearby twig and began to write in the soft earth. To their surprise, he could indeed read and write, which made communication much easier. What has happened to my granddaughter? Jiang Daowu wrote, his handwriting hurried and somewhat scrawled due to his anxiety. Lu Feng furrowed his brow and glanced back at Chen Mo. It seemed Jiang Daowu was unaware of his granddaughter Jiang Qingqing's demise. Or he would not have asked such a question. Chen Mo subtly shook his head, signaling Lu Feng to withhold the information for now. Understanding the implication, Lu Feng spoke up, your granddaughter is fine. We are here to verify something. He recounted the fabricated story he had shared with Zhang Yongfu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daowu's tense expression finally eased, and he quickly wiped his hands on his clothes, shaking hands with each of them in greeting before warmly inviting them into his home at the foot of the mountain. Inside, the furnishings were sparse, consisting only of a bed and a wardrobe. With no other furniture in sight, Sir, how does Jiang Qingqing behave at home? Lu Feng continued to play the role of an investigator. Jiang Daowu enthusiastically gave a thumbs up and quickly wrote down her accomplishments, detailing her growth from childhood through high school graduation. Does she still visit home often since entering university? Chen Mo inquired. Upon hearing this, Jiang Daowu's expression dimmed, and he slowly wrote down his response. It turned out that after the deaths of his wife and child, Jiang Daowu had fallen into despair, surviving solely on the meager yield of his small tea garden inherited from his late father. However, after finding Jiang Qingqing, he worked to provide her with a normal life, expanding his tea garden in a bid to earn more. Yet, due to his advanced age, the quality of his tea leaves was subpar, and after a year of toil, he barely made enough to subsist. Since entering university, Jiang Qingqing had sought to alleviate his burden by working part-time during her breaks and only sending letters, having not returned to Tea Tree Town in the years she had been away. After reading Jiang Daowu's words, Chen Mo realized that the lead did not lie here, but rather within Jiang Qingqing's university. Sir, does Jiang Qingqing know that she was found by you? Chen Mo casually asked. Jiang Daowu nodded. When they inquired about the name of Jiang Qingqing's university, the group prepared to leave. Before departing, Lu Feng turned back to Jiang Daowu and assured him, rest assured, your granddaughter is excelling at school and will soon graduate to come visit you. This statement brought a long-lost smile to Jiang Daowu's face. On their way back, Lin Lin was bewildered as to why Lu Feng did not reveal the truth to Jiang Daowu. Are you foolish? Jiang Qingqing is his sole pillar of support. Revealing the truth would be akin to taking his life. Lu Feng looked at Lin Lin as if he were daft. Chapter 82. 3 Yang. After receiving a scolding from Lu Feng, Lin Lin wisely fell silent, now hoping to uncover any useful leads at Jiang Qingqing's university. Chen Mo used his abilities to assess the condition of the two. Noting that their physical states were deteriorating day by day, they had at most 5 days before they would completely lose their ability to move, and this was merely the consequence of Jiang Qingqing's lingering spirit. As twilight descended, Lu Feng and his companion initially intended to rest until dawn before embarking on their journey to the university attended by Jiang Qingqing. However, at Chen Mo's insistence, the trio departed from Chashu town under the cover of night. By the time they returned to Tianhai City, the celestial curtain was gently drawn back, allowing a glimmer of light to seep through the crevices. after a night of arduous travel, compounded by the exhaustion of extinguishing a lamp on his shoulder. Both Lu Feng and Lin Lin appeared in a woeful state. Their bloodshot eyes were rimmed with crimson, while their lips bore the pallor of malnutrition. Even in their dulled state, they sensed something was amiss with their bodies. Lu Feng weakly inquired, "Chinamo, what is happening to us?" Chinamo chose to conceal the truth from them, opting instead to maintain an air of nonchalance. This is merely the influence of Jiang Qingqing's obsession. A little sunshine will remedy it. His feigned calmness eased the tension in their hearts. "You two stay in the car. I will go in alone to gather some information. Are you sure you can manage?" Lu Feng asked, a hint of concern in his voice, for he had never before accompanied Chinamo into a university campus. Chinamo waved his hand dismissively over his shoulder, signaling that all would be well, and proceeded towards the university's main entrance. Fortunately, there were no access restrictions at this institution, allowing him to enter unimpeded. That moment, it was the hour of the early class, and as Chinamo observed the multitude of students traversing the campus, he noted that each one seemed to exhibit a profound lethargy, their eyes devoid of any discernible thirst for knowledge. Perhaps due to his own spiritual cultivation, Chan Mo's demeanor stood in stark contrast to the others. Although he had seen numerous portrayals of university life through short videos, this was his first time stepping onto a campus. The university, resembling a miniature city, captivated his attention as he gazed around in wonder. In the peak of summer, the camphor trees lining the path spread their dense branches to provide shade. "Excuse me, could you tell me where the principal's office is?" Chinamo inquired of a bespectacled female student approaching him. After all, the quickest way to acquire information within a school is to directly approach the principal. Wei Lu, who was already in a rush to avoid being late for her early class, was momentarily taken aback by Chin Mo's sudden interruption and exclaimed, "Are you blind? Can't you see I'm in a hurry?" However, as she lifted her gaze and took in Chan Mo's appearance, her discontent evaporated. "Handsome, how can I assist you?" Wei Lu's tone softened significantly. "I would like to know the location of the principal's office." Chen Mo reiterated his question. "Just go straight down this path, take a left, walk about 100 meters, then turn left again, and finally take a right." Before she could finish, Chen Mo interjected, "Could you lead me there?" Wei Lu appeared slightly flustered, yet internally, she was overjoyed. "All right then." On their way, she discreetly had her best friend informed of her encounter and even snapped a photo of Chen Mo to share, causing a flurry of excitement on the other end of the phone. "This is the principal's office, but I've heard that old man has been in a foul mood lately." After escorting Chen Mo to his destination, Wei Lu was about to ask for his contact information, but the words caught in her throat, leaving her to hastily exit the scene. Once Wei Lu departed, Chen Mo prepared to knock on the principal's door but was met with a cacophony of shouting from within. "If he's sick, take him to the hospital." "What? The local hospital found nothing wrong." "Then go to another one." "Mom, how could you believe those quacks?" The commotion subsided as a middle-aged man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, tall and slightly balding, rushed out from the principal's office, his expression fraught with anxiety. The moment he opened the door, he spotted Chen Mo waiting at the entrance. "Student, what brings you here?" The man was none other than Han Chong, the principal of the university. Upon seeing him, Chen Mo knew precisely how to broach the subject regarding Jiang Qingqing. "Is your child ill?" Han Chong was taken aback by Chan Mo's knowledge, wondering if he had overheard the earlier conversation. Yet he had never mentioned that his child was unwell. Chen Mo, however, discerned this through his observation of Han Chang's 3 yin and 3 yang points. The term refers to 6 acupoints located beneath the eyebrows. And at this moment, the yang acupoints on Han Chang's face bore a faintly reddish hue. As the saying goes, when 3 yang points exhibit a reddish tint, it foretells misfortune for one's offspring. With just a glance and context from Han Chang's earlier phone call, Chen Mo surmised the predicament at hand. "How did you know?" Han Chong instinctively asked. "I also know that your child is not merely ill but is being tormented by malevolent entities." This assertion was not a mere fabrication. Chen Mo could sense an otherworldly aura emanating from Han Chong, albeit faint, yet perceptible. Upon hearing this, Han Chang's expression darkened, and he quickly adopted a tone of authority, declaring sternly, "Nonsense. Which department are you from? What is your name?" As a university principal, he could not allow his students to succumb to such superstitions. "These details are irrelevant. You should prioritize addressing your child's situation." Just as Han Chong was about to reprimand Chen Mo further, he suddenly recognized the urgency of the matter at hand. "Here's my number. You will contact me. Chunimo handed Han Chang his phone number. Having successfully completed the first step of his plan, I will return to discuss this matter further. With that, Han Chang hurriedly made his way home. Meanwhile, Lu Feng and Lin Lin, who had been waiting outside for quite some time, rushed forward upon seeing Chinimo emerge. What happened? Did you gather any news? Not yet, but I am confident someone will reach out to us soon, Chinimo asserted with conviction. Upon returning to their lodging, after a day and night of relentless travel, Lu Feng found his eyelids growing heavier, and just as they were about to catch up on sleep, Chinimo insisted on dragging them up to the rooftop. Chinimo, what are you doing? Lu Feng questioned, puzzled. We need to bask in the sunlight and replenish our yang energy. More sunlight? Lin Lin exclaimed, somewhat overwhelmed, for they had spent the earlier part of the day under the sun while Chinimo was at the school. Yet oddly enough, neither had broken a sweat. This was a side effect of their insufficient yang energy. While sunbathing would not increase their yang energy, it would help mitigate its depletion within their bodies, which was precisely why Chinimo encouraged them to soak up the sun. Meanwhile, Han Chang hastily returned home, only to find his son in the living room, flailing his arms and spewing white foam, while an elderly man in a Taoist robe stood nearby. His frustration boiled over. Mom, didn't I tell you to take him to the hospital? Why did you invite this charlatan into our home? Though Han Chang had never subscribed to such superstitions, being a university principal, he understood basic social decorum, thus he discreetly pulled his mother aside to speak softly. His mother, looking haggard, explained, I've taken him to every reputable hospital in the city, and they all said there was nothing wrong, so I resorted to this. She then produced a stack of medical reports for Han Chang to examine. After reviewing them, he found that all the results indicated no issues. Yet his son's condition was undeniably real. The Taoist elder filled a bowl with glutinous rice, inserting a chopstick upright within it. As he muttered incantations, the chopstick, which had previously wobbled precariously, stood upright as if gripped by an invisible hand. Meanwhile, the boy, who had been thrashing about, ceased his movements, his eyes filled with malice, letting out guttural sounds. This spectacle left Han Chang in disbelief. Could there truly be entities unseen by the naked eye? The Taoist then brandished a sharp kitchen knife, striking down at the chopstick with all his might. In a shocking turn of events, the fragile bamboo chopstick remained unbroken, and the Taoist was instead sent staggering back several steps, spitting blood. Both Han Chang and his mother were taken aback by this unforeseen occurrence, and at that moment, their son spoke, but in the voice of an elderly woman. Hmph! With your meager skills, you think you can expel me? You're dreaming, after which, he spat at the Taoist's feet and collapsed onto the sofa, unconscious. The Taoist's face paled instantly, and without a word, he refunded the money given to him by Han's mother, hastily declaring that she should seek a more capable practitioner before fleeing the scene. Taoist, don't go. Regardless of how Han's mother called after him, the Taoist did not look back at that moment. Han Chang found himself at a loss for words. If he had harbored any doubts before, they were utterly obliterated when his son spoke. What shall we do now? What malevolent force has ensnared Xiao Tian? His mother fretted, anxiously gazing at her unconscious son, feeling utterly helpless in his moment of desperation. Han Chang recalled the young man who had appeared at his office earlier that morning and, with a glimmer of hope, dialed his number. At this moment, Lu Feng and another individual were seated on the rooftop basking in the sun, while Chinimo was meditating beside them. Upon noticing an unfamiliar number on his phone, Chinimo deduced that it was Han Chang reaching out to him. After connecting the call, Han Chang recounted the situation to him. Bring your son to 44 Yiling Road, Chinimo stated before hanging up. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Han Chang and his mother felt like headless flies, left with no choice but to trust Chan Mo's words. Before long, the sound of brakes echoed from the roadside, indicating their arrival. Observing Han Chang carrying the unconscious Han Tianming, Chinimo murmured to himself, "What an annoying little creature. Have you sought assistance before?" Chinimo inquired, noting Han Tianming's condition. Han Chang nodded and detailed the actions of the Taoist priest they had consulted earlier. It's simply a lack of skill, Chinimo remarked after listening. Han Chang, looking at the young man before him who appeared to be in his early 20s, thought him to be speaking arrogantly, inwardly scoffing at the notion that someone so much younger could possess superior knowledge. Where have you been recently? Chinmo asked, not in a hurry to examine Han Tianming's condition. Han Chang struggled to answer, as he had been busy with work, leaving his son's care to his mother. Fortunately, Hana's mother was beginning to calm down and spoke up. We haven't been anywhere recently. 4 days ago, Xiaoming suddenly wanted a late-night snack. I found it troublesome at that hour, so I gave him 20 yuan to buy it himself. He returned and slept through the night, but when he woke up the next day, he started behaving unusually. Hana's mother's account seemed innocuous to Han Chong. Yet Chen Imo discerned the underlying issue. 4 days prior was the 14th of July, a day when the gates of the underworld are said to be flung open. As a child, Han Tianming was particularly susceptible to the malevolent spirits roaming freely that night. What transpired that evening could only be revealed by the entity inhabiting Han Tianming. Chen Imo produced 3 incense sticks, preparing to summon the spirit within the boy. Witnessing this, Han's mother felt a flicker of doubt. After all, the Taoist priest had failed. Could this young man truly be more capable? Just then, Han Tianming, gazing at the wisps of blue smoke rising in the air, wrinkled his nose and inhaled deeply, displaying a look of pure enjoyment as if savoring a delectable dish. Little child, this is quite delightful. A voice, ancient and laden with resentment, emanated from Han Tianming. Though she had encountered it once before, Han's mother was still greatly startled by the voice. Why are you haunting him? Chen Imo asked directly. Am I haunting him? This wretched child has brought this upon himself. What exactly happened? Chen Imo pressed in light of the incense in Chen Mo's hand. The spirit within Han Tianming began recounting the events. The tale was straightforward. 4 days ago, on the night of the ghostly procession, Han Tianming had set out with 20 yuan to purchase a midnight snack. However, the once vibrant street was now deserted, devoid of any open establishments. Frustrated, he returned home empty-handed and, on his way, stumbled upon a pile of burning joss paper. The mischievous nature of a child took over, and he kicked the pile, scattering the ashes into the air. At that moment, the entity residing within Han Tianming was partaking in the offerings of the burnt paper, and enraged by the disruption caused by the child, it possessed him. Upon hearing Han Tianming's account, Han's mother was the first to disagree vehemently. Impossible! Our Xiaoming has always been well-behaved. He would never do such a thing. The response elicited a scoff from Han Tianming. Believe it or not? Chen Imo, observing the situation, noted that spirits typically do not initiate karmic entanglements, as it would lead to unnecessary complications. What will it take for you to leave this child? He inquired. Leave? This little brat disturbed my enjoyment. I intend for him to suffer a lifetime of misfortune. With that, Han Tianming stuck out his tongue and gripped it tightly with both hands, exerting all his strength as if attempting to tear it from his mouth. Soon, blood began to seep from his throat. Han's mother rushed forward to intervene, but found Han Tianming's strength astonishing, as he stubbornly clung to his tongue. Master, please, I beg you, save my son. I'll give you whatever you want. Seeing this, Han Chong panicked and began pleading with Chen Imo. I don't seek payment. However, I wish to uncover the truth about something. Chen Imo stated his requirement. No problem. I will tell you everything I know. Han Chong hastily agreed, fearing that his son's tongue might be wrenched away at any moment. Once Han Chong consented, Chen Imo retrieved a wooden ruler that appeared to have seen better days, with some areas showing faint signs of cracks. The surface was inscribed not with numbers, but with a dense array of characters, seeming freshly carved in contrast to the ruler's wear. Gripping the ruler, Chen Imo struck Han Tianming's forearm forcefully. Oddly enough, upon contact, Han Tianming recoiled as if scalded by fire, releasing his grip on his tongue and emitting a piercing scream. What a formidable artifact! Han Tianming exclaimed, eyes wide as he stared at the seemingly unremarkable wooden ruler in Chan Mo's hand. It is not beneficial for you to continue clinging to him. Speak, how can you disengage from him? Chen Imo pressed on. He could have forcibly expelled the spirit from Han Tianming, but this incident stemmed from the child's own misdeed. Forcing the spirit out would surely incur great consequences. No, that little brat must pay a price. The spirit retorted, though its tone was considerably weaker than before. Very well, if that is the case, I shall have to compel you to leave. Chen Imo feigned swinging the wooden ruler as he approached Han Tianming. Just as the ruler was about to descend upon him again, the spirit could no longer endure and spoke up first. Wait. If you wish for me to depart, you must have them establish a shrine for me in their home, with offerings made to me morning and evening until this child reaches adulthood. After contemplating the spirit's demand, Chen Imo ultimately agreed. After all, Han Tianming was at fault. and during the period of offerings. The spirit, receiving the family's incense, would, to some extent, protect them, making the arrangement not too disadvantageous. Once the spirit relayed its information to Chen Mo, it voluntarily vacated Han Tianming's body, and with the loss of the spirit's influence, Han Tianming collapsed like a marionette with its strings severed. Observing this, Chen Mo burned a talisman, dissolving it in a bowl of clear water before offering it to Han's mother. Have him drink this. Previously skeptical, Han's mother, now convinced of Chen Mo's abilities, quickly opened Han Tianming's mouth and poured the talisman water down his throat. In a short while, Han Tianming slowly opened his eyes, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. Before he could inquire, he felt a violent churn in his stomach, and a thick, foul black liquid erupted from his mouth. Master, what has happened to my grandson? Han's mother, having never witnessed such a scene, anxiously implored Chen Mo. He has accumulated a significant amount of impurities during these days of possession. Once he expels them, he will be fine. After Han Tianming purged the noxious substances from his body, his complexion gradually returned to normal. Grandma, Dad, where are we? Han Tianming asked, prompting a sigh of relief from Han Chong. Upon further inquiry, it was confirmed that, as the spirit had indicated, Han Tianming's mischief had led to the haunting after he kicked over the joss paper. He was now weak, and exposure to sunlight would aid in restoring his vitality. Upon hearing Chen Mo's advice, Han's mother promptly picked up Han Tianming and headed outside. Master, you mentioned wanting to ask me something earlier. What is it? With his son now out of danger, Han Chong, adhering to his promise, proactively questioned Chen Mo without beating around the bush. Chen Mo directly asked, is there a student named Jiang Qingqing at your school? Upon hearing the name, shock flooded Han Chang's eyes, quickly replaced by confusion. This subtle reaction did not escape Chen Mo's notice, further solidifying his belief that his investigation was on the right track. How did the master know this name? Han Chong refrained from directly answering Chen Mo's question. How did she die? Chen Mo pressed relentlessly, his gaze sharp with an intensity beyond his years. She suffered a heart attack. Han Chong stammered, his ability to lie pale in comparison to Lu Feng's. But why was her grandfather unaware of her passing, and why was she buried without consent? Upon hearing this, Han Chong broke into a cold sweat. Logically, only 3 people knew about the incident, and since Chen Mo was not a student at their school, how could he possibly be aware of it? As Han Chong pondered how to deceive him regarding the matter at hand, Chen Mo spoke up. Since I have taken the initiative to ask you, it implies that I possess some leads. Otherwise, I would not be privy to such information. I advise you to speak the truth. I have the ability to exorcise the spirit from your son, and naturally, I can also facilitate its return. Chen Mo adopted Lu Feng's tone to intimidate him. Coincidentally or not, as soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, a chilling gust of wind swept through the window, causing an involuntary shiver. This declaration shattered Han Chang's final defenses. While he feared the mastermind behind this affair, he was far more terrified of any harm befalling his son. I can divulge the information to you, but the ramifications are extensive. Are you certain you wish to know? He stated, I am merely a Taoist priest. Aside from matters of the supernatural, I hold no interest in what you have mentioned. Chapter 85. The Sealed Secret. Come with me. All the documentation is in my office. With that, Han Chong entered the car first. Chen Mo exhibited no fear and did not inform Lu Feng, who was basking in the sun, but independently joined Han Chong in the vehicle. Under Han Chang's guidance, they swiftly returned to the university campus. Inside the office, Han Chong opened a safe and retrieved a sealed confidential bag. Clutching it tightly in his hand, all the information regarding Jiang Qingqing is contained within. Han Chang's expression wavered. He was more afraid of his son's potential misfortune than the retribution from those behind this incident. Ultimately handing the confidential bag to Chen Mo upon opening it, he found an array of documents concerning Jiang Qingqing, including details about her being found. She committed suicide. Chen Mo gazed incredulously at the cause of death inscribed in the documents. After all, if someone were to take their own life, the resentment in their heart could not possibly manifest as an obsession. Sensing Chen Mo's skepticism, Han Chong recounted the events surrounding Jiang Qingqing's death. I recall that day was the Dragon Boat Festival, and the school had a 3-day holiday. However, since Jiang Qingqing's home was far from the city, she chose to stay on campus. Upon returning from the holiday, her roommate found her hanging in the dormitory, causing several students to faint on the spot. Why was there no police report? Chen Mo had been in the modern world for a few months and had a general understanding of such procedures. Han Chong lowered his head, momentarily at a loss for words. It was a last resort. After a prolonged hesitation, under Chun Mo's unwavering gaze, Han Chang finally revealed the truth. Our university's enrollment rate is already low. If this incident were to be reported, no one would likely choose to study here in the future. Aside from a mute grandfather, Jiang Qingqing had no other relatives, so I leveraged my connections to conceal the news of her suicide and had her buried in the cemetery of her hometown. What Han Chang claimed sounded somewhat implausible, yet he indeed accomplished it. Had Chen Mo not discovered the truth, it might have remained hidden forever. Why would she commit suicide? Chen Mo was more interested in clarifying the cause of Jiang Qingqing's death than the methods Han Chang employed. I cannot say. Han Chang was truthful on this matter. He had only focused on suppressing the incident and had never investigated Jiang Qingqing's death. I wished to meet her roommate. Chen Mo pointed to a form that detailed the members of Jiang Qingqing's dormitory. Each of these individuals had suffered varying degrees of psychological trauma and had applied for leave from school, with only one student remaining on campus. Han Chang indicated one of the names. Take me to see her. With no useful leads from Han Chang, Chen Mo was compelled to conduct his own investigation. Han Chang picked up the landline phone on his desk, dialed a number, and relayed a few instructions. Moments later, a knock echoed from the office door. Come in. Principal, you called for me? A bespectacled girl cautiously peeked her head inside. It's you? Upon recognizing the girl who had escorted him to the principal's office the previous day, Chen Mo felt a flicker of surprise. That moment, Wei Lu's face lit up with joy. Ever since their meeting yesterday, Chen Mo's image had lingered in her mind, and she never expected to see him again today. Do you know each other? Han Chang boldly speculated, observing their expressions. We've met once. Wei Lu replied quickly. In that case, why don't you show the master around the school? He has some questions for you. And I have matters to attend to. Han Chang appeared keen to divert Chen Mo's attention. Questions for me? Wei Lu queried, a hint of confusion in her voice, yet she complied with Han Chang's suggestion. After they departed, Han Chang retrieved a flip phone from his drawer and called the only contact listed. The situation might have been exposed. The individual is named Chen Mo, residing at Yinling Road No. 44. Understood. The voice on the other end responded before hanging up. Han Chang exhaled a sigh of relief, his expression darkening as he watched the two fade from sight, muttering, Master, this is all your meddling. Do not blame me. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, after leaving the office, was about to inquire about Jiang Qingqing when Wei Lu curiously asked, Why does the principal refer to you as master? Perhaps simply because I healed his son? Chen Mo replied candidly, leaving Wei Lu utterly perplexed. By the way, what brings you to me today? You aren't trying to discuss something personal, are you? Wei Lu's face turned crimson as she tightly clutched her clothes. Struggling to articulate the last two words, I wish to know about Jiang Qingqing's suicide. Having had little interaction with girls throughout his life, Chen Mo was oblivious to the implications of Wei Lu's incomplete statement and directly conveyed his purpose for visiting. Upon hearing Jiang Qingqing's name from Chen Mo, Wei Lu's expression shifted to one of palpable tension, her earlier shyness evaporating. Do you know Qingqing? She asked incredulously. Chen Mo nodded in affirmation. This is not a suitable place for discussion. Follow me. Wei Lu led Chen Mo out of the campus and into a CAF, where she requested a private room. I heard she committed suicide. This. Wei Lu vehemently opposed. Impossible. From what I know of Qingqing, she would never take her own life. Despite having witnessed the aftermath, Wei Lu firmly believed that Jiang Qingqing could not have committed suicide. Could you elaborate on what transpired? After a lengthy internal struggle, Wei Lu finally spoke. I met Qingqing during our freshman year. She was beautiful and rather quiet, while I was always chatty. Perhaps due to our contrasting personalities, we quickly became the best of friends. As she recounted, a smile crept onto Wei Lu's face. After spending time together, I learned about her family situation. To accompany her, we took on various part-time jobs whenever we had the chance. Though tiring, it was a joyful experience. However, a few months ago, a wealthy heir at school began pursuing her relentlessly, but Qingqing showed no interest. His childhood friend, however, misconstrued this as Qingqing's attempt to entice him and began to harass her. During that time, I was always by Qingqing's side, which prevented them from acting too boldly. Chen Mo was somewhat puzzled by her statement, and seeing his bewilderment, Wei Lu clarified, I am the Taekwondo champion of our city. Chapter 86. Bullying. However, during that period, I was bedridden for half a month due to a competition. When I returned to school, I noticed numerous bruises on Qingqing. After pressing her for answers, she finally admitted that it was the wealthy heir's childhood friend who had assaulted her. As she spoke, Wei Lu's fists clenched tightly, the sound of her knuckles cracking echoing in the air. When I attempted to confront her, she desperately stopped me, pleading with me not to go. Only after much prodding did Qingqing reveal the truth. Apparently, she had somehow acquired information about Qingqing, learning that she had only a mute grandfather, and threatened that if she dared to report it, they would cause trouble for her grandfather. Having finally gained admission to university, Qingqing naturally did not want to attract such trouble, so she endured in silence. But why are you so certain she would not take her own life? Because the Jiang Qingqing I know is an optimistic and cheerful person. Even when bullied, she never exhibited despair. She once told me that her life was a gift from her grandfather, and once she graduated from university, she would care for him. She would never commit suicide. As Wei Lu spoke, her emotions became increasingly difficult to contain, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Do you have any information about the individual who bullied Jiang Qingqing? Chinamo seized on a thread of lead from Wei Lu's account. Her name is Jiang Li. Her family is in business, and her father was a millionaire 20 years ago. The school's experimental building was donated by her father. It's no wonder she can act with such impunity at school. Chinamo mused, I have always suspected that this incident is connected to Jiang Li, but I lack evidence. Moreover, she holds considerable power in the school. Even the principal does not dare to reprimand her lightly, let alone a mere ordinary student like myself. As Wei Lu spoke, the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. Through his conversation with Wei Lu, Chinamo discerned that she was unaware that the school had not followed proper procedures in handling Jiang Qingqing's death, opting instead to resolve the matter discreetly through connections. However, Chinamo was not particularly interested in the intricacies of the situation. His immediate priority was to investigate the nature of Jiang Qingqing's obsession. As the two departed from the CAF, a strikingly beautiful girl clad in a tank top swaggered towards them, seemingly oblivious to their presence as she forcefully brushed past them, her shoulders colliding with theirs. Following her was a group of girls, akin to a gang leader. Make way, good dogs don't block the path. Although she was quite attractive, it was unfortunate that she associated with such company. This remark was directed at Chinamo, obviously aimed at Wei Lu. Upon hearing it, Wei Lu instinctively clenched her fists, ready to confront the girl, but Chinamo intervened, pulling her aside. That must be Jiang Li, right? Wei Lu seethed, nodding in agreement, not expecting to encounter her in such an unfortunate manner. It seemed that a plan needed to be devised to deal with her. As Chinamo watched Jiang Li's retreating figure, a scheme began to form in his mind. After bidding farewell to Wei Lu and returning to the shop, evening had already fallen. Lu Feng and his companion had also descended from the rooftop, and at that moment, Gu Xiaotsue had prepared dinner, awaiting Qian Mo's return. How did it go? Any leads? Despite having spent the day under the sun, their condition had not improved. In fact, Lin Ling's complexion appeared alarmingly pale. With 4 days already passed since Qian Mo's mention of a week's time, the looming 7-day deadline meant that they would soon succumb to the loss of vitality, rendering them entirely immobile. Chinamo handed Lu Feng the information he had obtained from Han Chong and shared his conclusion. Based on my assessment, Jiang Qingqing did not die by suicide. To substantiate this claim, he would need to confront Jiang Li, and with time running short, Chun Imo resolved to act that very night. Lu Feng wished to accompany him but soon realized his legs were gradually losing sensation and reluctantly abandoned the idea. Chen Imo, our lives depend on you. For the first time, Lu Feng felt the chilling proximity of death. Rest assured. Exiting the premises, Chun Imo wrapped several strands of hair he had discreetly collected from Jiang Li during their earlier encounter in a talisman. He intended to utilize these seemingly inconspicuous strands to trace Jiang Li's whereabouts. Reciting an arcane incantation, Chen Imo ignited the talisman, and a wisp of blue smoke began to rise, seemingly possessing a consciousness of its own as it defied the wind's direction. Following the trail of smoke, Chen Imo made his way towards the city center, pausing at intersections as the smoke appeared to discern the right path. Ultimately, the smoke led him to the foot of a luxurious apartment building in the city center. Just as he was about to enter, he spotted a flamboyantly dressed woman emerging from within. Jiang Li, whom he had encountered earlier that day. It's you? Upon seeing Chen Imo downstairs, Jiang Li recalled their midday meeting at the CAF, momentarily taken aback as she scrutinized him from head to toe. What's this? Are you stalking me, handsome? Do you have a crush on me? After saying this, Jiang Li burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. Though you're not bad-looking, the thought of you being with that kind of person makes me feel nauseated. For reasons unknown, Zhongli found Wei Lu exceptionally irksome from the moment she laid eyes on her. Leading to her repeated insults, I'm here regarding the matter of Jiang Qingqing. Chen Mo was straightforward, revealing the purpose of his visit. Upon hearing the name, Zhang Li's expression instantly morphed into one of fierce hostility. Don't he mention that wretched woman? If it weren't for her, my Yu Hang wouldn't he have turned his back on me. Zhang Li's words further solidified Chen Mo's suspicions. Did you kill her? Chen Mo pressed, challenging her. Nonsense. That wretched woman clearly committed suicide. She deserved to die for seducing my Yu Hang. Isn't it your Yu Hang who pursued her? Chen Mo pointed out, realizing that Zhang Li's Yu Hang referred to the wealthy heir Wei Lu had mentioned as chasing after Jiang Qingqing. Impossible! My Yu Hang would never be interested in someone like her. Zhang Li adamantly refused to accept Chen Mo's assertion. Growing weary of the argument, Chen Mo tossed a parting remark of take care of yourself and turned to leave. Li Jia, where are you? Everyone is waiting for you. After Chen Mo departed, Zhang Li's phone rang. Her subordinate was calling, I'm in a bad mood, not coming. Without waiting for a response, she abruptly hung up. Originally planning to go out for karaoke that night, Zhang Li found her spirits dampened by Chen Mo's words. She turned back towards the luxurious apartment her father had purchased for her and began to drink in solitude. From a distant corner, Chen Mo observed the illuminated room, confirming Zhang Li's residence. Chapter 87. The bribery ghost. Due to Chen Mo's unexpected remarks, Zhang Li found herself alone in her apartment, drowning her sorrows in alcohol. Despite being a wealthy heiress, she had no true friends with whom to confide. Those around her were merely attracted to her wealth. The only person who genuinely cared for her was perhaps Yu Hang, whom she had mentioned, Yu Hang. However, ever since Yu Hang met Jiang Qingqing, he had seemed like a different person to Zhang Li, and his concern for her appeared insincere. Jiang Qingqing, you're finally dead. Now no one can compete with me for Yu Hang. With that, Zhang Li, akin to a drunken reveler, erupted into laughter, her voice echoing through the empty room. She dialed Yu Hang's number, only to be met with a busy signal. What's going on? Ever since that wretched Jiang Qingqing died, I haven't been able to reach Yu Hang. Just as she uttered this, Zhang Li inadvertently glanced at the floor-to-ceiling window of the balcony, noticing what appeared to be a shadow behind her. Assuming it was merely the effects of her intoxication, she rubbed her eyes, but when she looked again, the shadow was drawing closer, a face slowly materializing in the reflection. Moments earlier, after confirming Zhang Li's residence, Chen Mo had shaken a summoning bell, and a chilling wind swept through the surroundings as a ghostly figure appeared before him. You again, young Taoist? The ghost's voice was raspy, perhaps due to its instinctive fear of the talisman in Chen Mo's hand, causing it to retreat slightly, maintaining its distance. I need your assistance. Assist? You drove me away from that little brat. And now you expect me to help you? No way. The ghost was the elderly woman Chen Mo had exorcised from Han Tianming the previous day. Although she feared the talisman, she was aware that she had not committed any heinous acts. Thus feeling emboldened to refuse Chen Mo's request, I assure you, it won't be without compensation. With that, Chen Mo produced several sheets of paper money from his pocket. I will pay you. The ghostly elder looked disdainfully at the meager bills in Chen Mo's hand. Is this what you call payment? It's hardly enough to beg with. Unperturbed by the elder's mockery, Chen Mo unfolded the few bills and presented them to her. Take a closer look. The elder, initially dismissive, was suddenly electrified upon noticing the seal on the paper money. Is this the seal of the underworld? Stammering, she asked. Anticipating the elder's astonishment, Chen Mo merely nodded. In a wonder she was so shocked. Paper money bearing the underworld seal was not only accepted in the realm of the dead, but was also worth exponentially more than ordinary currency. Possessing a sufficient quantity of such paper money could even allow one to purchase additional years of life. Such rare currency was beyond the reach of even most ghostly beings, let alone ordinary souls. Chen Mo waved one of the bills before her eyes and then handed it over. This will be yours if you agree to help me. It was not that Chen Mo was stingy. He simply had a limited supply of the underworld bills. Moreover, one of the prerequisites for creating such bills involved consuming good deeds to activate the underworld seal, which was why they were so precious. I agree. I agree. The elder, no longer hesitating, readily accepted, for as a mere ghost, she had little to fear from the ordinary people, even if she had committed murder. I need you to impersonate a ghost. Impersonate? But I am already a ghost. The elder was somewhat confused by Chen Mo's request. Chen Mo pulled out his phone and showed her a picture of Jiang Qingqing. I want you to take on her appearance. The image displayed was indeed of Jiang Qingqing, and Chen Mo's plan was to have the elder masquerade as the deceased Jiang Qingqing to confront Jiang Li, compelling her to reveal the truth, thereby alleviating Jiang Qingqing's lingering obsession. Since you possess the underworld seal, why not just summon her ghost instead? The elder questioned, puzzled, as the underworld seal was exceedingly rare, and those who possessed it were essentially the voice of the underworld in the mortal realm. Summoning a ghost should be a trivial task. I lack her birth date. Chen Mo did not choose to conceal the truth. Although Han Chang's records contained information about Jiang Qingqing, the dates merely indicated when Jiang Daowu found her, not her actual date of birth, rendering Chen Mo incapable of deducing her zodiac sign. Enticed by monetary gain, the elderly woman agreed to assist Chen Mo, while Jiang Li remained oblivious to these developments. Startled by the sudden appearance of a ghostly figure, she collapsed to the ground, her alcohol-numbed mind suddenly becoming acutely aware. Who are you? Jiang Li stammered, trembling uncontrollably. Have you forgotten me so soon? I am the one you caused to perish. The ghostly figure advanced slowly, allowing Jiang Li to discern the familiar visage. You are Jiang Qingqing? Upon recognizing her, a piercing scream erupted within the apartment. A ghost? Help! Yet, due to the top-notch soundproofing materials Jiang Li had chosen during the renovations, her cries went unheard outside. Attempting to flee, she discovered that her legs had gone weak with fright, rendering her powerless. What do you want from me? As the ghostly figure drew nearer, Jiang Li felt a sudden dampness in her lower half. You killed me. What do you think I want? No, it wasn't me. You clearly took your own life. Do you not understand why I would do such a thing? The elderly woman, masquerading as Jiang Qingqing's spirit, pressed relentlessly, leaving Jiang Li no room for contemplation. You seduced brother Yu Hang. Had it not been for that, I would not have driven you to suicide. Overcome with terror, Jiang Li wept audibly, perhaps due to the lingering effects of alcohol. She recounted the events that had transpired. It turned out that upon realizing Yu Hang was pursuing Jiang Qingqing, Jiang Li had immediately acquired all relevant information about her from Han Chang. Discovering that Jiang Qingqing lived with only a mute grandfather, Jiang Li informed Yu Hang, attempting to dissuade him from his pursuit. However, Yu Hang was deeply offended by Jiang Li's actions, rebuking her harshly. When this tactic failed, Jiang Li redirected her hostility toward Jiang Qingqing. Initially, Jiang Qingqing did not take Jiang Li's threats seriously, but panic set in when Jiang Li produced a photograph of her grandfather. During a subsequent encounter, Jiang Li revealed another image, depicting a vast tea plantation, many of whose trees had been uprooted and carelessly discarded. This was the very plantation tended by Jiang Qingqing's grandfather. Aware of Jiang Li's background, Jiang Qingqing, having heard whispers at school, had no idea how she had offended this formidable adversary and could only apologize profusely, hoping Jiang Li would spare her grandfather, her only remaining family. Yet, Jiang Li felt this was insufficient. Days later, she presented Jiang Qingqing with a video in it. An elderly man was shoved to the ground by a group of masked youths. Freshly picked tea leaves scattering around him, before they unleashed a brutal assault upon him. The elderly man was none other than Jiang Qingqing's grandfather. Witnessing the brutalization of Jiang Daowu, Jiang Qingqing could no longer contain herself and charged at Jiang Li, intent on a fierce confrontation, but was intercepted by Jiang Li's entourage. What do you want? Jiang Qingqing, restrained, screamed in anguish. She considered calling the police but realized she had no evidence against Jiang Li. All the acts of intimidation had been orchestrated by hired thugs. I want you dead. Jiang Li's intent was to drive Jiang Qingqing to madness, ensuring no one would vie for brother Yu Hang's affection. Unbeknownst to her, her words would ultimately compel Jiang Qingqing, in a desperate bid to protect her aging grandfather, to take her own life by hanging. When Jiang Li first heard of Jiang Qingqing's suicide, disbelief clouded her mind. How could someone take their life over mere words? However, upon witnessing the gruesome scene of Jiang Qingqing's corpse, a perverse thrill coursed through Jiang Li. Following this, her father, wishing to shield his daughter from the ensuing chaos, had Han Chang discreetly managed the situation. You committed suicide. Why return to haunt me? Even now, Jiang Li remained convinced that Jiang Qingqing's death bore no relation to her. Does it not concern you? Had you not forced me to the edge, I would never have chosen to end my life. The elderly woman's specter morphed into the likeness of Jiang Qingqing post-mortem, with a pallid tongue hanging limply from her jaw and bloodshot eyes threatening to spill from their sockets, presenting a sight so harrowing that it rendered the already terrified Jiang Li unconscious. Such fragility under duress. Observing Jiang Li's fainted form, the elderly woman reverted to her original guise and recounted the preceding events to Chen Mo, who stood outside the doorway indeed. After hearing the elderly woman's account, Chen Mo finally grasped why Jiang Qingqing's suicide had led to such profound lingering attachments. After bidding farewell to the elderly spirit, he returned to the shop, only to find the rolling shutter wide open, the interior ablaze with light, despite it being the dead of night. Upon entering, Chen Mo discovered several burly men in black suits surrounding a middle-aged man. While Lu Feng and others sat opposite him, "You finally returned. This man has been waiting for you all afternoon." Yet when asked about his purpose, he remained silent. Lu Feng hurried over to explain the situation. "Looking for me?" Chen Mo expressed confusion, for he recognized none of the individuals present. "You must be Mr. Chen Mo." The middle-aged man stepped forward, introducing himself. "I am Jiang Zhuangyan, Jiang Li's father. I have come here on a matter requiring your discretion." With a wave of his hand, one of the men in black produced a briefcase, opening it to reveal neatly stacked bundles of cash, far exceeding the sum Huang Kai had previously provided him. "Regarding my daughter Jiang Li's affair, I implore you to keep this secret." Although Jiang Zhuangyan understood that his daughter had not directly caused Jiang Qingqing's death, he recognized the inevitable connection and sought to silence Chen Mo with money. Yet, Chen Mo hesitated to accept the cash, piquing Jiang Zhuangyan's curiosity. "Do you find the amount insufficient? I can add an additional 500,000. Tio Jiang Zhuangyan. Money seemed merely a numerical figure. "What I seek is not money, but an apology from her." Chen Mo finally spoke up. "An apology?" Jiang Zhuangyan was taken aback. "An apology to the deceased Jiang Qingqing." This revelation left Jiang Zhuangyan further perplexed. "Mr. Chen Mo, if my sources are accurate, you and Jiang Qingqing were never acquainted. Why would you request an apology from someone who is already dead? If she does not apologize, she will die." Chen Mo replied in a matter-of-fact tone. This was not mere hyperbole. While Jiang Qingqing's lingering spirit currently influenced Lu Feng and his companion, once their life force diminished, Jiang Qingqing would regain her consciousness. The first course of action for someone who had been driven to suicide would naturally be to exact vengeance upon those who had coerced her. Explaining Chen Mo's assertion that Jiang Li would meet her demise. Yet, Jiang Zhuangyan perceived Chen Mo's insistence as a mere ploy for financial gain, a firm offer. "I will add another 1,000,000. Provided you keep this matter to yourself, I can have the funds delivered immediately." Jiang Zhuangyan's patience seemed to wane, as he escalated his offer. Meanwhile, Lu Feng's heart raced at the mention of such figures. It is not too late to apologize at Jiang Qingqing's grave. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. However, Jiang Zhuangyan remained unperturbed by Chen Mo's warning, his demeanor hardening. "I have given you a chance. You could have taken the money and left. It is you who has forced my hand." As soon as Jiang Zhuangyan finished speaking, the men in black began to close in on Chen Mo. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Feng instinctively positioned himself in front of Chen Mo. In the past, he would have faced down any opponent, no matter how imposing. But now, with his life force waning, even raising a hand felt laborious. "If you come any closer, I will call the police." Yet, Lu Feng's warning fell on deaf ears. "Let it not be said that I did not afford you a chance. I hope you can endure until the police arrive." Just as Lu Feng dialed the number, Jiang Zhuangyan commanded his men to act. "Ensure they can never speak again. I will cover the medical expenses." As the black-clad men surged forward at Jiang Zhuangyan's command, Lu Feng swiftly prepared to shield Chen Mo. However, in that moment, Chen Mo forcefully pulled Lu Feng behind him, positioning himself to confront the oncoming blows. The two assailants exchanged astonished glances. They were trained professionals, accustomed to overpowering their adversaries, yet here stood a seemingly youthful man in his early 20s. In the fleeting moment when the two individuals were momentarily dazed, Chen Mo exerted force with both hands simultaneously, causing the arms of the two figures clad in black to contort at a visibly rapid pace. Instantly, both men grimaced in pain, beads of perspiration forming on their foreheads. Observing the situation deteriorate, the others rushed forward, intent on subduing Chen Mo collectively. "Be careful," Lu Feng, standing behind, instinctively warned, his heart racing with concern for Chen Mo. The movements of the black-clad men were remarkably swift, likely a result of their training under Chen Daoran from a young age. Yet, to Chen Mo, Their actions appeared to unfold in slow motion. He raised his foot and targeted the most vulnerable area between their legs. The force of his kick resonated, and after several strikes, Lu Feng seemed to hear the sound of eggshells shattering. The men who had charged forward collapsed to the ground, clutching their comrades as excruciating pain etched expressions of agony on their faces, accompanied by a chorus of anguished cries. "You lack martial ethics," exclaimed the two men caught by Chinamo, their faces ashen. Without a moment's hesitation, Chinamo landed a kick on one of them, and in an instant, all 5 bodyguards brought by Jiang Zhuangyan lay sprawled on the ground. Wailing, Jiang Zhuangyan, taken aback, had not anticipated the remarkable prowess of the young man before him, whose strikes were merciless and aimed directly at vital points. This was all knowledge imparted by Qian Daoren back at the Qinggong Temple. During Qian Mo's formative years, Qian Daoren had cautioned him to strike decisively against any adversary, regardless of their strength. As Qian Mo approached, Jiang Zhuangyan's earlier calmness evaporated completely, leaving him to fervently hope for the swift arrival of the police. "I was abrupt earlier. Let's discuss this calmly," Jiang Zhuangyan said, his stern demeanor replaced with a conciliatory smile. "In that case, allow me to be abrupt as well." With that, Chinamo stepped over the fallen bodies and approached Jiang Zhuangyan. "What do you intend to do? I warn you, I am a person of considerable standing in Tianhai City. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you will find it difficult to live in Tianhai City from now on." At this juncture, Jiang Zhuangyan had no choice but to leverage his status to intimidate Chinamo. However, the young man before him seemed unfazed, as Qin Mo's fist shot towards Jiang Zhuangyan's nose. Just then, the sound of police sirens blared outside the shop, and Jiang Zhuangyan seized the moment, shouting for help. When Zhu Haidong entered and witnessed the scene, he instinctively attempted to call for Chen Mo to cease. But as the words left his mouth, Chen Mo's fist had already made contact with Jiang Zhuangyan's face. In that instant, Jiang Zhuangyan felt a rush of warmth surge from his nasal cavity. And before he could comprehend what had transpired, he fell backward to the ground. What is going on? Upon receiving Lu Feng's call, Zhu Haidong had assumed another homicide had occurred, prompting him to rush over. "This group attempted to assault us, and as a result, Emoer single-handedly took them all down," Lu Feng boasted before Zhu Haidong. "Single-handedly?" Zhu Haidong was taken aback, observing the large, imposing figures sprawled on the ground. Though he was aware of Chen Mo's formidable skills, he had not anticipated his physical prowess to be so impressive. "Officer Zhu, they barged into my store without distinction, even attempting to strike. Surely, this qualifies as self-defense?" Lu Feng argued. "You cannot unilaterally determine that. I must inquire with them, as protocol dictates." Upon seeing the groaning figures on the ground, many either wailing in agony or unconscious, Zhu Haidong reluctantly called for an ambulance to transport the injured. "You all need to accompany me to file a report," he said, adhering to the usual procedure. Before departing, Lu Feng copied the video footage from the first-floor surveillance camera and handed it to Zhu Haidong. By the time the group emerged from the police station, it was evening. A chill wind swept through, causing Lu Feng and Lin Lin to shiver uncontrollably. The color drained from their faces. Observing their condition, Chen Mo recognized the urgency of resolving the matter concerning Jiang Qingqing and promptly dragged both of them toward her gravesite. When they arrived at the Beijiang cemetery, it was already midnight. The eerie calls of night birds adding an unsettling atmosphere to the already ominous graveyard. "Chen Mo, why do I feel like my body is warming up?" Lu Feng remarked, sharing the sentiment now echoed by Lin Lin. In Chen Mo's line of sight, the light emanating from the lantern on their left shoulders had dimmed significantly, nearly imperceptible unless closely examined. Chen Mo understood that if they failed to rid themselves of Jiang Qingqing's lingering attachment that night, the lantern would extinguish entirely, depriving them of their ability to act. The warmth they felt was akin to a fleeting glimpse of light returning, seizing an opportunity while the cemetery security dozed. They stealthily entered. Upon reaching Jiang Qingqing's grave, Chen Mo lit a single incense stick before her tombstone. "Why only one stick this time?" Lu Feng questioned, perplexed by Chen Mo's actions. It was the first time he had witnessed someone using just one stick to pay respects to the deceased. "This is a guiding incense," Chen Mo explained. As the name implies, it is meant to summon the souls of the departed from the underworld. However, at this moment, apart from Jiang Qingqing's name, I possess no other information. Nevertheless, I have no choice but to proceed with the hope of success. Jiang Qingqing, I have uncovered the truth behind your death. If you harbor any unresolved attachments, I can assist you in letting go." Chen Mo's voice resonated in the still night, as the smoke wafted into the air. Yet, as the guiding incense neared its end, silence enveloped them, and Chun Mo's expression visibly darkened in the midst of their despair. A mournful voice emanated from Jiang Qingqing's grave. "I died unjustly." As the voice faded, the figure of a woman materialized before them. Perhaps due to her waning life force, both Lu Feng and Lin Lin, despite not having the ability to see spirits, could perceive the sudden apparition of this ghostly figure. "A ghost?" Lin Lin exclaimed, instinctively wanting to scream, but Lu Feng swiftly covered his mouth. "Are you mad? Do you not fear attracting the security guard at this hour? They'll think we are grave robbers," Lu Feng admonished, prompting Lin Lin to gradually quiet down. Chapter 90. Bestowing in virtue, the ghostly figure before them bore a striking resemblance to the old woman from before, with bulging eyes and a tongue hanging down to her chin. However, at this moment, Jiang Qingqing's eyes appeared obscured, shrouded in murkiness. Gazing at the ghostly form of Jiang Qingqing, frozen in her deceased state, Lin Lin trembled uncontrollably. Upon witnessing Jiang Qingqing's spirit manifest, Chen Mo gathered his strength in one hand, launching a copper coin that shot forth at astonishing speed towards her. The moment the coin struck the spirit, a piercing scream erupted, resonating with such intensity that it felt as though it could shatter eardrums, causing Jiang Qingqing's figure to dim in response to Chen Mo's sudden attack. "Moer, what are you doing?" Lu Feng questioned, bewildered by Chen Mo's abrupt aggression towards Jiang Qingqing's spirit. Chen Mo's actions were partly motivated by the unwarranted plight Lu Feng had endured, seeking to avenge him, and largely due to his frustration with Jiang Qingqing for having caused him turmoil for so long. Merely in an effort to resolve her posthumous attachment, Chen Mo offered no explanation to Lu Feng, his gaze sharp as he addressed Jiang Qingqing. "You will answer my questions, and should you utter even a word beyond what I ask, I will ensure your soul is shattered." Chen Mo felt a pang of regret for Jiang Qingqing's demise, yet he was deeply incensed by her persistent attachment to Lu Feng. The injured Jiang Qingqing, struck by the copper coin, dared not utter a word, quickly nodding in acquiescence. "Dio, you remember how you died?" Chen Mo inquired, prompting Jiang Qingqing to lapse into contemplation. After a prolonged silence, she shook her head in confusion. "How can this be?" Lin Lin, observing Jiang Qingqing's response, was perplexed. She has been clouded by her attachments. If only she could recall the circumstances of her death, the veil shrouding her would dissipate, and the attachments you carry would fade as well. This was why Chen Mo had been so intent on uncovering the truth behind Jiang Qingqing's demise. Not hesitating, Chen Mo recounted the entire sequence of events to her in a hushed tone. As he finished his narration, Jiang Qingqing fell into deep thought, and gradually, the murkiness in her eyes began to clear at a visible pace. With the clarity returning to her gaze, Lu Feng felt a significant alleviation of the burdens he carried. Once the haze in her eyes vanished entirely, Jiang Qingqing's obscured memories returned to their rightful state. Upon recognizing Lu Feng before her, she suddenly knelt before him without warning. "What are you doing?" Lu Feng was startled by her unexpected action. Jiang Qingqing attempted to communicate, but Lu Feng felt dizzy, unable to comprehend her words. Observing this, Chen Mo handed Lu Feng a pre-prepared talisman. "Hold this, and you will be able to converse with the spirit, though its effects will only last for the duration of a single incense stick." Following Chen Mo's instructions, Lu Feng grasped the talisman, and Jiang Qingqing's words began to resonate in his ears. "I am sorry. I should not have harmed you." Tears streamed down Jiang Qingqing's eyes, which appeared ready to fall. Realizing this was her apology, Lu Feng found himself at a loss, having never witnessed the ghost weep before. Seeing Jiang Qingqing in tears, Chen Mo quickly found a leaf to catch her tears, which soon filled the entire surface. He then gently dabbed the collected tears onto the shoulders of both Lu Feng and Lin Lin. "Master, what is this for?" Hiding behind Lu Feng, Lin Lin cautiously poked her head out and whispered a question while covering her ears. The tears she shed from the depths of her heart possessed the power to dissolve the obsessions that cling to you. Upon hearing Chen Mo's response, Lin Lin hastily urged him to apply more of it on her. Meanwhile, Lu Feng observed Jiang Qingqing, who was incessantly apologizing to him. Aware that it was an unintentional gesture on her part, he comforted her. "Sister, you too are a victim. There's no need for you to keep apologizing." Seeing Lu Feng forgive her, Jiang Qingqing finally managed to hold back her tears. "But have you considered your grandfather? What will become of him in the future?" Lu Feng's words rendered Jiang Qingqing momentarily speechless, And with a choked voice, she replied, I do this to protect my grandfather. There are many ways to protect him. Why must you choose the most extreme one? Lu Feng couldn't help but feel a wave of sorrow for Jiang Qingqing's demise. If your grandfather were to learn of your suicide, it would likely devastate him as well. This statement struck a nerve in Jiang Qingqing, prompting her to desperately plead with Lu Feng not to reveal this matter to Jiang Daowu. I wish to ask you for a favor. Jiang Qingqing suddenly implored Lu Feng that a favor. What's in it for me? Although Lu Feng's resentment towards Jiang Qingqing had gradually dissipated as he learned of her plight, it did not mean he would assist her unconditionally. For benevolence was not his nature. After considerable thought, Jiang Qingqing seemed to arrive at a significant decision. I will bestow upon you all the virtuous merit I accumulated in life. Virtuous merit? Lu Feng sought to inquire further. But he felt a surge of heat emanating from his palm. To his astonishment, the talisman clenched in his hand ignited spontaneously, burning him, prompting Lu Feng to hurriedly discard it. Seemed the moment had come. Lu Feng, with a resigned shake of his head, cast a pleading glance at Chen Imo. Following a brief exchange between Chen Imo and Jiang Qingqing's spirit, even he could not suppress his astonishment. Are you certain you wish to transfer all your virtuous merit to him? Chen Imo gestured towards Lu Feng. Jiang Qingqing nodded, her drooping eyes revealing a resolute spirit. If that is your wish, I shall grant it. Lu Feng, bewildered, quickly pulled Chen Imo aside for clarification. What are you two whispering about? What does she mean by giving me her virtuous merit? Jiang Qingqing had performed numerous good deeds during her life, which transformed into virtuous merit after her death, allowing her to avoid punishment in the underworld and ensuring a favorable reincarnation. Now, she chose to transfer all her accumulated merit to Lu Feng as a form of recompense for the harm she had caused him. For me? What does she want me to do? Lu Feng understood that Jiang Qingqing's request was not merely for compensation. She wants you to help her grandfather sell tea through live streaming. Live streaming tea sales? Lu Feng had not anticipated such a request. However, this was the result of her careful consideration in Tree Town. Nearly every household relied on tea cultivation for their livelihood, and prices were hard to elevate. Thus, her only hope was for Lu Feng to assist in selling her grandfather's tea to secure Jiang Daowu's later years. After contemplating, Lu Feng deemed it a virtuous act and agreed. Chapter 91. Live streaming sales upon Lu Feng's consent. Jiang Qingqing looked at him with immense gratitude and urged Chen Imo to bestow all her virtuous merit upon Lu Feng. Chen Imo retrieved a length of rope from his bag, which was divided into red and black sections, appearing seamless. He tied the red end to Lu Feng's left index finger and handed the black end to Jiang Qingqing. As he recited an incantation, Lu Feng felt an indescribable sensation flood his body. Tio Chun Mo's eyes. Lu Feng's virtuous merit visibly increased. Before long, all of Jiang Qingqing's virtuous merit had transferred to Lu Feng, causing her spirit to dim further. What is happening? Lu Feng inquired, observing Jiang Qingqing's state. Her prolonged stay in the human realm was sustained by her virtuous merit. Now that it is dissipating, her spirit will be taken to the underworld. Perhaps sensing that Jiang Qingqing's spirit harbored no malice, Lin Lin, who had been hiding behind Lu Feng, stepped forward to tease, I too am a victim. Can't you leave me some benefits? However, her jest was met with Jiang Qingqing revealing her gaping maw, teeth glistening with an unknown substance, frightening Lin Lin back behind Lu Feng. Seeing her cowardice, Lu Feng could not help but kick her to the ground. A fierce gust of wind swept through, signaling the arrival of the ghostly messengers to escort Jiang Qingqing to the underworld. Just as the messengers were about to lead her along the path to the Yellow Springs, Jiang Qingqing spoke to them. The messengers hesitated momentarily but ultimately nodded in agreement, guiding her in a different direction. The following morning, Lu Feng awoke to find his condition had not returned to normal. He suspected that Jiang Qingqing's obsession had not been fully dispelled and rushed to the rooftop in search of Chen Imo. At that moment, Chen Imo was meditating under the first rays of the morning sun, appearing as a celestial being. Lu Feng was captivated by the scene, momentarily forgetting his purpose for coming up. What has happened now? Chen Imo, hearing Lu Feng's hurried footsteps, assumed there was new business at the shop. Prompted by Chen Imo, Lu Feng recounted his concerns. It can't be that quick. A typical person plagued by obsession requires at least half a month to recover. Fortunately, with Jiang Qingqing's lingering obsession, you won't need that long. Chun Mo's words served as a reassurance, allowing Lu Feng's anxious heart to finally settle. At that moment, Zhu Haidong called, stating that the investigation was complete. Based on the footage Lu Feng provided, it was confirmed that Jiang Zhuangyan and his group had acted first, and Chen Imo was acting in self-defense. Lu Feng was not surprised by this outcome. By the way, there is something else you might find interesting. Just as Lu Feng was about to hang up, Zhu Haidong spoke again. According to Jiang Zhuangyan's wife, last night, his daughter Jiang Li suddenly went mad and was rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment, where she was diagnosed with a mental illness. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but speculate, could it be that Jiang Qingqing's spirit was responsible? Jiang Qingqing was taken away by the ghostly messengers last night. She wouldn't have had the time to harm Jiang Li. This is all a matter of karma, Chen Imo replied, seemingly unfazed by the news. The week passed swiftly, and Lu Feng's physical condition returned to normal. He decided to fulfill the promise he made to Jiang Qingqing and invited Lin Lin, who had amassed a considerable following on a short video platform, to assist him. Since Lin Lin lacked the benefit of virtuous merit, her recovery was naturally slower than Lu Feng's. Big brother, I'm not fully recovered yet. Why did you call me? Lin Lin lamented, but under Lu Feng's coercion, she reluctantly dragged her still recovering body to the shop. Since you have so many fans on the short video platform, isn't it perfect for you to help with the live streaming sales? Lu Feng smirked, wrapping an arm around Lin Lin's shoulders. Is there a commission? Lin Lin instinctively asked upon hearing about the sales. Should I call Jiang Qingqing to discuss the commission with you? No, I don't need that. After arriving at Jiang Dao's home, Lu Feng promptly explained their intentions. Upon learning that it was his granddaughter's request, Jiang Dao immediately let down his guard and allowed Lu Feng and the others to proceed. Given Lin Lin's previous experience with live streaming sales, they chose Jiang Dao's tea garden as the venue and began preparations. Chen Imo, witnessing live streaming sales for the first time, expressed keen interest in the unfolding events. Dear viewers, today we are at Tianhai City's renowned tea-producing area to bring you the best prices for tea. As Lin Lin began the live stream, thousands of viewers flooded into the chat room, eagerly purchasing as she eloquently introduced the products. Driven by curiosity, Chen Imo glanced at the live streaming screen, and in just a few seconds, the chat erupted with enthusiastic comments. Wow, what a handsome young man. Does the handsome guy have a girlfriend? I'll introduce myself. Is this tea grown by him? I want 20 pounds. He looks like the male lead from a historical drama. In an instant, the sales skyrocketed, leaving Lu Feng and Lin Lin in disbelief as they turned to Chen Imo, realizing that being attractive truly has its advantages. Lin Lin seized the opportunity to pull Chen Imo into the stream to explain the products. Although it was Chen Mo's first time doing this, and he stumbled over his words, his style attracted a flurry of orders from female viewers. The young man is so shy. I wonder if he would blush if I kissed him. How much can I buy to exchange for his contact information? Before long, the tea was sold out. Perhaps influenced by Chen Imo's earlier actions, Lin Lin decided to accumulate virtuous merit for herself by offering the village's tea for free. Upon hearing this news, the villagers rushed to Jiang Dao's tea garden, and by the time the stars twinkled in the sky, they had sold out all the tea from the village. When Lu Feng handed a thick wad of cash to Jiang Dao, he could hardly believe that he, who typically sold only a modest amount of tea in a day, had managed to sell out in a mere moment through a small mobile phone. Rest assured, once Qingqing graduates, she will return to see you. Yet, until the very end, Lu Feng could not bring himself to inform Jiang Dao of her tragic demise. Meanwhile, before Jiang Qingqing's grave stood a man clad in a long black coat, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, lingering before her tombstone for an extended period. After a long pause, the man spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Qingqing, I chose a rather nice spot for you, albeit a bit remote. However, its tranquility allows you to finally rest in peace. He paused again before continuing. Jiang Li has gone mad. Your revenge has been served by the heavens. If Jiang Li were present at that moment, she would undoubtedly recognize the man in black before Jiang Qingqing's grave as Ou Hang, the one she had yearned for day and night. Chapter 92. To become a star? The day after Lu Feng assisted Jiang Dao in selling the tea, he received an unusual package. Brother, there's a delivery for you outside. Jiu Xiaozue, who opened the shop early in the morning, found a cardboard box placed on the ground, with a delivery slip affixed to it. Strangely, apart from Lu Feng's name and phone number as the recipient, all other information was conspicuously absent. Which courier lacked such basic courtesy, leaving it at the door without even a phone call? However, Lu Feng suddenly remembered that he had not purchased anything online recently. Gazing at the package devoid of any sender information, he hesitated, fearing it might contain something sinister. Chen Imo, Please help me see what's inside this package. As soon as Lu Feng uttered these words, he was met with Chen Mo's exasperated glare. I don't have X-ray vision. How would I know what's inside? Yet, he added, there's a scent of Jiang Qingqing's ghost about this. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's hand trembled involuntarily, almost dropping the package. But then he recalled that Jiang Qingqing had mentioned sending him a package, and now that she had departed to the underworld. How could this package have been dispatched? The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. Resolutely, he decided to open the package, only to find nothing eerie or frightening within. A can of tea? Lu Feng stared at the well-sealed small can of tea. Puzzled, Chen Mo took the can from his hands, opened it, and sniffed. This tea is quite good. During his time at the Qingguan, Chen Mo had indulged in the tea of Master Qian on numerous occasions, including renowned teas gifted by dignitaries, which had honed his ability to discern fragrances. This is also a fulfillment of my earlier promise. You should accept it. Thus, Lu Feng had genuinely obtained a can of tea from Jiang Qingqing. As the last day of July came to a close, it marked the end of the half-month period during which the gates of the underworld had been open, and the shop's business reverted to its usual quiet state. Hello, may I ask if Mr. Chen Mo resides here? The sound of high heels echoed as a tall, middle-aged woman in a suit entered the store. Jiyu Xiaotsue, engrossed in the latest popular television drama, was captivated by the striking presence of the woman, whose demeanor resembled that of a television protagonist. Indeed, what brings you here? I am Helan, the head of Hongguogua Talent Agency. The middle-aged woman skillfully retrieved a business card from her bag and handed it to Gu Xiaotsue. After receiving the card, Gu Xiaotsue learned about the purpose of her visit a few days ago. I saw Mr. Chinamo on a live broadcast and thought he would be perfect for the male lead in a play we are planning. So I inquired about his address and took the liberty of visiting. True to her profession, Helan's eloquence dissipated any trace of annoyance Gu Xiaotsue might have felt at her unexpected visit. Are you saying that Chinamo is going to become a big star? Gu Xiaotsue gazed at Chinamo with longing. Helan was amused by her innocence, covering her mouth with a smile. I came here specifically for this matter, but it ultimately depends on his own wishes. Upon hearing Helan's words, Gu Xiaotsue poured her a glass of water and hurried upstairs to summon Chinamo. Chinamo, you're going to be a star. Gu Xiaotsue's excited voice echoed through the second floor before she even reached the staircase. At that moment, Lu Feng was in the room learning from Chinamo how to craft paper talismans. Upon hearing the commotion in the hallway, the two exchanged bewildered glances and stepped outside. What is going on, Xiaotsue? Brother, there's someone downstairs claiming to be from a talent agency looking to cast Chinamo in a play. A play? Lu Feng could scarcely believe his ears. You'll see for yourself when you go down. Jiyu Xiaotsue was anxious about her ability to convey the situation clearly. Upon reaching the ground floor, Helan immediately recognized Chinamo among the two and hurriedly approached him, extending her hand. You must be Mr. Chinamo. I am Helan from Hongguogua Talent Agency. You look even more handsome in person than on the live stream. Helan introduced herself once more while complimenting Chinamo. Our agency is currently planning a historical drama. I saw your live tea selling event, and you fit the image of the male lead perfectly. I wonder if you might be interested? A historical drama? Though Chinamo had been in modern society for nearly half a year, he was not particularly familiar with the television dramas favored by the younger generation. It's about the lives of your ancient people. Lu Feng whispered to Chinamo. Actors? Chinamo questioned, leading to a slightly awkward smile from Helan as she replied, You could say that. Not interested. Chinamo rejected her without hesitation. He was acutely aware that in his era, actors were regarded as the lowest of the low, while he, as a Taoist priest, held a respectable position among the three teachings. If Master Qian were to find out he had become a mere actor, he would undoubtedly break his legs. Helan was taken aback by his swift refusal, having not even had the chance to present any conditions. Meanwhile, Lu Feng had been searching for information about Hongguogua Talent Agency on his phone and discovered it indeed existed in Tianhai City. Notably, the female lead of a currently popular drama was from their agency. This could be a lucrative opportunity for Chinamo. Lu Feng couldn't help but feel excited, knowing that this venture could yield far more profit than their arduous efforts in exorcising evil spirits. I am not lacking money. Perhaps having grown accustomed to a life of simplicity at Qingguan, Chinamo had little desire for material wealth. Today's stars have indeed transitioned from the actors of your era. Yet the treatment is vastly different. For instance, the entourage of a modern star resembles that of an emperor visiting the palace. Lu Feng believed Chen and Mo had some misunderstanding about the celebrity life and attempted to clarify. Seizing the moment when their discussion paused, He Lan interjected, "Our agency is legitimate and transparent. We would never engage in any practices that might shortchange our actors." Seeing that He Lan was still persistent, Chen and Mo finally spoke up. "To be frank, I am a Taoist priest, and I am not suited to be what you call a star." To his surprise, He Lan did not seem put off by his identity as a priest. Instead, her face lit up with a look of excitement. Chapter 93. Joining the production, He Lan, suppressing her exhilaration, addressed Chen and Mo. "That's wonderful. The male lead in our story is indeed a Taoist priest." Lu Feng was momentarily stunned, thinking how extraordinarily fortuitous this coincidence was. He Lan continued, "Our production has ample funding, and once filming is completed, it will air during prime time on popular channels." He Lan's offhand remark piqued Chen Mo's interest. "Others will be able to see me on television? Certainly. If you agree to play the male lead, I believe you will quickly become a household name." "All right, I agree." Chen Mo's sudden decision left everyone present momentarily speechless. His motivation was not the desire for fame, but rather the hope that Master Chen, wherever he was, might see news of him on television, which would be far more efficient than searching for him like looking for a needle in a haystack. Upon hearing Chen Mo's agreement, He Lan seemed eager to ensure he didn't change his mind and promptly prepared to take him to the set. "What role do you think I could play?" Lu Feng, unwilling to miss this lucrative opportunity, boldly inquired of He Lan. After a moment of consideration, He Lan replied, "Well, there is a minor role with a 2-second appearance. Would you be interested?" Forget I said anything. He Lan decided to take Chen and Mo to familiarize him with the filming location. Along the way, she shared the story outline of the drama. "The backdrop of our show is set in a fantastical era plagued by demons, where the male and female leads are siblings in the Taoist sect tasked with vanquishing evil and restoring peace to the world. And of course, the supernatural elements would be realized through special effects." After hearing He Lan's description, Lu Feng mused that if they allocated some extra funds, they could probably enlist Chen and Mo to summon real demons and monsters. Under the guidance of He Lan, the two individuals swiftly arrived at the filming location, which was a lavishly constructed film base erected by the crew themselves. Within this expansive space, there stood not only a stately Taoist temple but also a vast ancient city, with streets intertwining in a manner reminiscent of a newly completed miniature metropolis. As they made their way through the set, passers-by occasionally greeted He Lan, who graciously acknowledged each salutation. Although significant investments had been secured for this production, the principal investor remained their own talent agency, bestowing upon the company absolute authority over the project, thus alleviating any concerns of undue pressure from the financiers. Throughout their journey, He Lan diligently elucidated various intricacies to Chen and Mo. Anxious not to overlook any detail, upon entering the studio, they found the crew bustling with activity. He Lan's gaze fell upon a petite young woman in the distance, prompting her to call out, "Xiao Chun, come here for a moment." Upon hearing her name, the young woman hurried over. "Sister He, did you call for me?" she inquired. "Where is Ai Yin from your team? This is the partner I secured for her." "I wanted you two to meet." As He Lan gestured towards Chen and Mo, Xiao Chin's eyes lit up with excitement upon noticing him. "Sister He, where did you find this handsome guy? He looks just like the male lead described in the script." He Lan smiled at Xiao Chin's enthusiasm, her confidence in her choice reaffirmed. "Ai Yin is feeling a bit unwell today and is resting backstage. Is she all right?" He Lan's expression turned slightly anxious. Aware of the importance of their actors as the agency's cash cows, any mishap could lead to considerable losses. "It's nothing serious. She just seems a bit fatigued lately, and medical checks have shown no issues." As Xiao Chin spoke, she led them into the lounge. Inside, a strikingly beautiful woman, albeit with a pallid complexion, sat on the sofa, her eyes closed and a hint of pain etched on her brow. Upon hearing footsteps, she slowly opened her eyes. "Sister He, you're here," she managed, mustering her strength to greet He Lan. "Are you all right? Is there anything major?" He Lan asked, concern evident in her gaze. "It's nothing. A few days of rest should suffice. Once this film wraps, I'll ensure you get an extended vacation." However, He Lan's response seemed to deepen Ai Yan's apprehension, and no need for that. "The annual Best Actress Awards are approaching, and I can't afford to falter now. You really push yourself too hard. Achieving your current status in just a few years is no small feat," He Lan reassured her. During their conversation, Lu Feng recognized Ai Yin as the leading actress from a currently popular drama, having often seen her interviews on short video platforms. Let me introduce you. This is my latest discovery for the male lead. Chen Imo, does he not exude the essence of a Taoist disciple? Upon seeing Chen Imo, a glimmer of recognition sparked in Ai Yan's eyes, and she couldn't help but exclaim, he is simply identical to the character depicted in the script. Meanwhile, Chun Mo's gaze bore a sharp intensity. Fixed on Ai Yan until Lu Feng gently nudged him, I think it's time to look away. No matter how handsome he is, you can't just stare at her. After exchanging pleasantries, Helan escorted Chen Imo back to the Hongguagua talent agency. Chen Imo marveled at the entire floor dedicated to the agency, reflecting on how vastly different the world of performers was compared to his own era. Here is the contract. Please review it carefully. And if everything is in order, sign here. I cannot take this role. Chun Mo's abrupt declaration left Helan's hand, which held the contract, suspended in midair. Why not? We had already reached an agreement, despite her confusion. Helan stifled her rising anger, looking quizzically at Chen Imo. Your crew is not clean. The moment those words escaped Chen Mo's lips, Helan immediately objected. That's impossible. Prior to our shoot, we specifically consulted a master to select an auspicious date. And we even acquired a talisman for safety. I am referring to the people, it. Was then that Helan's thoughts turned to Ai Yan, having only interacted with her during their time on set. Are you suggesting Ai Yan? Chen Imo nodded in affirmation. That girl has been feeling unwell lately, but surely that cannot be related to anything sinister? Helan responded uncertainly, as individuals of her stature often held a deep-seated respect for the more mysterious aspects of life. Despite introducing himself as a Taoist, Chun Mo's youthful appearance cast doubt on the validity of his words. Perceiving her skepticism, Chen Imo felt compelled to offer a warning. Her ailment stemmed from being entangled with malevolent forces. If you do not believe me, feel free to consult someone more knowledgeable. With that, Chen Imo departed, his refusal to participate in the film not arising from fear of Ai Yan's supposed afflictions, but rather a desire to avoid entanglement with karmic repercussions. He intended to wait for Helan to seek him out to resolve the predicament. On their journey back, Lu Feng's curiosity could no longer be contained, prompting him to inquire, what exactly is going on with Chen Imo? I detected an unusual scent emanating from her. Scent? Yes, her perfume does have a pleasant aroma. It is not a fragrance. It is a peculiar odor. Unlike anything I have encountered before, but I can assure you it is characteristic of something unclean. Chun Mo's words caused Lu Feng's expression to shift into one of complexity. Do you think we've been particularly unfortunate lately? It seems wherever we go, we encounter these unclean entities. The world is rife with such entities. The ordinary I simply cannot perceive them. As the two engaged in their exchange, Helan found herself in a state of turmoil back at the office. Chun Mo's earlier remarks had stirred unease within her. Ai Yan was her agency's most prominent star, having transformed from an obscure actress to a national idol in a mere 2 years. Any misfortune befalling her could have dire consequences for the company. After much contemplation, Helan ultimately decided to err on the side of caution, dialing a number with a sense of trepidation. Hello, Master Ma? I wonder if you have any availability. I seem to be facing a minor issue. With the day's filming concluded, Ai Yan bid farewell to the director and left the set. Sister Ai Yan, are you all right? Would you like me to accompany you tonight? Xiaochen asked, her concern evident as they made their way home. I'm fine. Perhaps just a bit fatigued. A little rest should do the trick. Ai Yan replied, massaging her temples. Soon, they arrived at a row of villas, one of which was the fruit of Ai Yan's hard work over the years. Upon entering her home, Ai Yan rushed upstairs without bothering to change her shoes, heading straight for a discreet little room tucked away in a corner on the second floor. Using her sole key, she unlocked the door to the small room, which was starkly out of place in the 3-story villa, offering only a few square meters of space. Inside, the room was largely empty, with a wooden frame positioned in the center, upon which rested a clay statue approximately the size of a child's arm. Strangely, the statue did not depict any deity but rather a childlike figure, entirely black in hue, with hands clasped in prayer while seated on a lotus throne, dressed in a vibrant red apron. Its face bore a disconcerting smile, giving it an eerily unsettling appearance. Before the statue lay not the customary offerings of fruits or vegetables, but rather an assortment of snacks and toys. Please ensure I recover before the Best Actress Awards ceremony. I will buy you new toys then. Ai Yan spoke softly to the statue, akin to addressing a child. After making her wishes, she lit 3 incense sticks and bowed before the figure in her dreams. Ai Yan sensed the presence of a child by her bedside, babbling as if learning to speak, occasionally bouncing on her bed, preventing her from attaining restful sleep. She attempted to open her eyes, but they felt as heavy as lead, refusing to budge. This strange sensation lingered until dawn broke the next day. Upon waking, Ai Yin was elated to discover that her health had remarkably returned. Her complexion significantly improved. It seems this little statue truly possesses miraculous powers, she thought, unable to suppress her joy. However, upon her arrival at the set, Ai Yin was taken aback to find He Lan waiting for her in the lounge. Accompanied by a man dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, sporting a square face, someone she had never encountered before. Ai Yin, you're looking well. You've recovered? The moment she stepped into the lounge, He Lan immediately noticed Ai Yin's revitalized appearance, a stark contrast to the previous day. I'm not quite sure what happened. I woke up this morning feeling perfectly fine. Naturally, Ai Yin would not divulge the events of the previous night to He Lan, as it was her secret to keep. Relieved to see Ai Yin in good health, He Lan exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. I was under the impression that you were ensnared by some malevolent force, prompting you to summon Master Ma from Malaysia so early in the morning. Following the direction of her finger, Ai Yin beheld the unfamiliar man, who was indeed the Master Ma spoken of by He Lan. Ai Yin had heard his name. He was a renowned figure in the city, with countless individuals seeking his assistance. Greetings, Master Ma, she said politely, extending her hand in salutation. Although Magua's face betrayed no emotion, the moment he clasped Ai Yin's hand, his expression shifted to one of complexity. What do you have enshrined in your home? Magua's inquiry caused Ai Yin's countenance to pale, for she was bewildered as to how this man could have discerned such a secret, one she had never divulged to anyone. What does Master Ma mean by that? Ai Yin feigned ignorance, unwilling to readily acknowledge the matter. After all, she was a public figure, and should this information be exposed, it could result in considerable negative repercussions. Has Master Ma perceived something? He Lan, noticing the gravity of Magua's demeanor, inquired with growing concern. There is an aura about you that does not belong to the living. It is consuming your future fortune. Magua's words left Ai Yin speechless, astonished that this man possessed genuine abilities. Ai Yin, are you concealing something from me? He Lan's gaze towards Ai Yin grew increasingly stern. Jia, how could I possibly hide anything from you? Just yesterday, during a video call with my parents, they noticed my pallor and suggested I visit a temple to pray. You know how their generation tends to believe in such matters. Ai Yin had never shared the details regarding the statue enshrined in her villa with anyone. The achievements she had garnered in just 2 years could largely be attributed to that very statue, which had even helped her overcome numerous competitors. Could it be related to this? Magua? Being a master of considerable repute, merited caution from He Lan, who was reluctant to make absolute statements. Upon hearing Ai Yan's words, Magua scoffed, his expression darkening. Deities do not consume one's fortune, if you do not speak the truth. I cannot assist you. Out of respect for He Zong, I kindly advise you to beware of potential repercussions. With that, Magua turned and departed for the lounge, impervious to He Lan's attempts to persuade him otherwise. Ai Yin, you truly have nothing to hide from me? After Magua's departure, He Lan pressed once more. Jia, the success I enjoy is entirely due to your guidance. How could I conceal anything from you? Besides, am I not fine at present? Ai Yin shook He Lan's arm, resembling a child seeking affection. He Lan appeared somewhat softened by this display, her sternness dissipating considerably. If you are truly untroubled, then very well. Prepare thoroughly over the next few days. The annual Actor Awards ceremony is next week. Jia, do you think I will win an award this time? Ai Yin inquired, her expression brimming with excitement. This marked her first nomination for such a prestigious accolade during her brief career. Winning would be an unprecedented achievement in the entertainment industry, especially given that Ai Yin had only debuted 2 years prior. Rest assured, I have already spoken to the judges. They will cast their votes in your favor. As for audience votes, we can discreetly influence the outcome without anyone being the wiser. He Lan's intentions extended beyond merely securing an award for Ai Yin. She aimed to elevate her agency's reputation in the entertainment sphere, thus attracting a plethora of aspiring artists to join. With He Lan's affirmation, joy illuminated Ai Yin's countenance, affirming that her considerable investment in the statue had been a judicious decision. As He Lan prepared to invite Chinamo once more after the awards ceremony, she reflected on the rarity of finding an actor so perfectly suited for the script's character. On her journey back to the villa, AI Yin recalled the promise she had made to the statue and made a special trip to a store to purchase toys. Although she had consistently offered her daily tributes, she had not experienced any backlash, prompting her to increasingly petition the statue for favors. Meanwhile, Lu Feng, back at the shop, scoured his phone for information on AI Yin and discovered that since her debut, she had predominantly worked alongside major stars. Amassing millions of fans in just 2 years, AI Yin possesses quite the talent, Lu Feng mused sincerely. This may indeed be linked to that unclean force surrounding her. Despite having only met AI Yin once, Chen Mo was confident in his judgment. Are you suggesting she has reached her current stature thanks to that unclean force? Lu Feng, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped Chen Mo's implication. Is there truly a spirit in this world that grants wishes and helps others? There's no such thing as a free lunch. To obtain something, one must offer an equivalent value in exchange, Chen Mo remarked, effortlessly perceiving Lu Feng's underlying thoughts and dousing his optimism with cold reality. But why has AI Yin not faced any consequences? If, as you suggest, her rise to prominence is aided by an unclean force, she should have already paid a price. Yet she appears completely unharmed. The timing simply hasn't arrived yet. Days swiftly passed, and soon the annual awards ceremony was upon them. On that day, He Lan arrived at the venue early, as she had orchestrated AI Yan's nomination for Best Actress and was eager to witness the moment firsthand. As she gazed at the trophy, inscribed with AI Yan's name, already prepared backstage, a satisfied smile graced He Lan's face. If AI Yin were to win today, her agency could sign a new wave of talent and potentially become the largest agency in the region. With only 2 hours left before the ceremony commenced, AI Yin had yet to arrive, and attempts to reach her by phone proved futile, causing He Lan to grow increasingly anxious. Xiao Qian, is AI Yin with you? Are you both en route to the venue? In her frustration, He Lan turned to AI Yin's assistant, Xiao Qian, for answers. No. AI Yin specifically instructed me last night not to pick her up today. Xiao Qian replied, bewildered by the unexpected call. You need to go to her house immediately. The ceremony starts in just 2 hours, and I have yet to see her. Her phone is perpetually busy. He Lan's tone bore a hint of anger. She understood the significance of the live broadcast. It would provide fodder for detractors should AI Yin arrive late. Upon hearing He Lan's urgency, Xiao Qian discerned the gravity of the situation and hurried to AI Yan's villa. However, upon arriving, no matter how fervently she knocked, there was no response. At that moment, the anxious He Lan also arrived on the scene. He Jia, there's no one inside. Xiao Qian approached He Lan as soon as she saw her. Impossible. I spoke with AI Yin via video call last night while she was in the villa, and her phone's location indicates she is still here. As AI Yin's manager, He Lan was acutely aware of her whereabouts. However, only AI Yin possessed the key to her residence. He Lan had previously requested a spare key, but AI Yin had vehemently resisted, becoming agitated whenever the topic arose. Despite He Lan's persistent attempts, she ultimately abandoned the notion. Call a locksmith. He Lan's face paled in frustration. She could not fathom why AI Yin would falter at such a critical juncture. When the locksmith finally arrived, He Lan explained the situation, and he agreed to assist in unlocking the door. In less than 10 minutes, the villa's door was opened, but after calling out several times, they received no response from AI Yin. They proceeded upstairs to her bedroom, where Xiao Qian knocked on the door, only to find it locked from the inside. AI Yin, I know you're in there. Come out quickly. This is the award you've been waiting for. Are you really willing to forfeit it? He Lan struggled to contain her rising anger, bewildered by AI Yan's behavior. However, under the circumstances, she cared little for decorum and instructed the locksmith to open the bedroom door. As the door swung open, a noxious odor rushed out, stinging their eyes and causing tears to flow uncontrollably. AI Yin. Once the acrid scent dissipated, Xiao Qian was the first to notice something amiss and rushed into the room. There lay AI Yin, unconscious, her eyes clouded, and her body limp on the floor, with an unknown liquid seeping from the corner of her mouth. I am her employer. How is she faring now? He Lan inquired anxiously. The patient's vital signs remain stable and all tests, including the EEG, appear normal. However, she lies in a profound state of coma, with the risk of becoming a vegetative state not ruled out. The doctor's words pierced He Lan's heart like a sharp blade. Doctor, she is still so young. How could she possibly become a vegetable? Even now, He Lan clung to a flicker of hope. It is merely speculation at this point. If she does not regain consciousness within 2 weeks, The chances of awakening will be exceedingly slim. The doctor's remarks caused Helan to slump heavily into her chair, as if all her strength had been drained away. To prevent news of Ai Yan's coma from leaking, Helan had deliberately transferred her to a private hospital owned by the company. In the single patient room, the unconscious Ai Yan lay on the hospital bed. Xiao Chun, has Ai Yan exhibited any unusual behavior lately? As her assistant, Helan sought information about Ai Yan as swiftly as possible. Xiao Chun pondered for a moment, shaking her head in disappointment. Sister Ai Yan knew that an awards ceremony was approaching. So to maintain her best condition, she returned home early to rest after work every day. Aside from feeling unwell a while back, there hasn't been anything out of the ordinary. Yet, it was this seemingly mundane statement from Xiao Chun that captured Helan's attention, reminding her of Magua's words from a few days prior. Could it truly be as Master Ma said? Helan murmured to herself. After all, Ai Yan had fallen into a deep coma without any forewarning, and the doctors had found no discernible cause, leading her thoughts to wander in that direction. Helan could not afford to hesitate. She promptly called Magua and relayed Ai Yan's condition, hoping he could pay a visit. Coincidentally, someone nearby had requested Magua's assistance, and he agreed to Helan's plea. Within half a tea's time, Magua's towering figure appeared outside the hospital room. Master Ma, I sincerely apologize for troubling you once again, Helan said politely. Magua waved his hand and followed Helan into Ai Yan's room. The moment he stepped inside, his brow furrowed uncontrollably. After merely glancing at Ai Yan lying on the bed, he could not help but shake his head. I warned her long ago. Her current state is a backlash from an evil spirit, and I am powerless to help. Magua's words sent Helan's already heavy heart plummeting to the depths of despair. An evil spirit? What is that? How could Ai Yan have attracted such a thing? A barrage of questions flooded Helan's mind. Seeing their amicable relationship, Magua offered an explanation. Throughout history, many have worshipped deities, believing in their boundless powers to grant wishes. However, there are also those who do not believe in the divine and instead worship malevolent entities. Though such things can also help fulfill desires, they do so at the cost of draining one's own fortune. These malevolent entities are insatiable. Once a wish is granted, a steep price must be paid, and many have lost their lives as a result. Are you suggesting that Ai Yan is invoking an evil spirit? Helan immediately grasped the implication in Magua's words. At this juncture, it appears to be the only possibility. Though Magua is a renowned figure in Tianhai City, confronting malevolent entities is beyond his capabilities. His own master had succumbed to an evil spirit. After all, as these entities are imbued with centuries of malice, is there truly no way to help her? Helan's eyes revealed a profound despair. There is a method, though it comes at a considerable cost. According to my knowledge, there is another adept in Tianhai City who might be able to resolve this matter. There's someone in Tianhai City more formidable than you? Helan could not help but express her disbelief. For Magua had resolved numerous challenges for her over the years. There are indeed individuals with greater talents than mine. However, they prefer not to be in the public like I am. Magua replied candidly, devoid of the bravado exhibited by others in his field. Do you have his contact information? I shall seek him out. At this moment, Helan's only thought was to save Ai Yan. However, Magua shook his head. I have only heard his name mentioned. His whereabouts are unknown to me, but I have heard of him. His name seems to be Chunimo. Helan was taken aback. For the male lead she had been considering a few days prior bore the same name. Moreover, he claimed to be a Taoist. Helan found it hard to believe such a coincidence could exist. What? You know him? Sensing Helan's astonishment, Magua asked curiously. Helan recounted the incident from a few days ago when Chunimo had discerned something was amiss with Ai Yan. But he appears to be just a young man in his 20s. He cannot possibly be the adept you speak of. Magua, however, disagreed with Helan's assessment. Upon hearing her description, a rare complexity crossed his gaze. The fact that he could identify the issue with Ai Yan at a glance indicates that his abilities are at least on par with mine. As for age, talent varies. Perhaps he is simply naturally gifted for this line of work. After hearing Magua's words, Helan, with a mindset of hope, set off once again to seek out Chunimo at the funeral supplies store. Coincidentally, Chunimo seemed to have anticipated her arrival, as he was already seated downstairs, savoring the tea gifted to Lu Feng by Jiang Qingqing. What has you so intrigued today? Lu Feng remarked, noticing Chunimo's unusual demeanor. A guest will be arriving shortly. You mean Helan? Lu Feng recalled Chinamo mentioning that she would seek him out. Before Chinamo could respond, the sound of screeching brakes pierced the air, followed by hurried footsteps approaching the store. Are there others? Chinamo distinctly heard 2 sets of footsteps. Chapter 97. Ghostly fragrance. Upon seeing He Lan's figure appear, Lu Feng's expression turned one of surprise. You actually came! He Lan and Magua exchanged puzzled glances, unsure why Lu Feng would say such a thing. When Magua beheld Chinamo calmly seated and sipping tea, he instinctively felt that this young man was extraordinary. Chinamo, something has happened to Ai Yin. Once inside the store, He Lan rushed to convey Ai Yin's situation without even introducing Magua, who had accompanied her. After listening to He Lan's account, Chinamo merely replied nonchalantly, "This is entirely of her own making. I guess there's still hope for Ai Yin," setting aside her concern for Ai Yin as the company's most popular star. He Lan had come to view her as a sister over the years and could not bear to see her suffer. There is a way, but the cost is substantial. I am willing to pay any amount to save Ai Yin. He Lan mistakenly thought Chinamo was attempting to inflate the price. It is not a matter of money. When the time comes, you will understand what I mean, Chinamo replied cryptically. After preparing, Lu Feng instructed Gu Xiaotsue to watch over the store, and the two of them boarded He Lan's business vehicle. On the way to the hospital, He Lan finally introduced Magua to the others. This is Master Magua, a renowned figure in Tianhai City. He has helped me resolve many matters before. If he is so capable, why are you still seeking Chinamo? Lu Feng muttered discontentedly under his breath at He Lan's introduction. I, Magua, am not capable enough to assist in this matter concerning Aiyan. Magua remained unperturbed by Lu Feng's scorn. Upon seeing him for the first time, Chinamo instantly recognized that this middle-aged man dressed in a black Zhongshan suit was also a practitioner of Taoism. When the group arrived at the hospital and beheld Ai Yin lying on the bed, Lu Feng could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Just a few days prior, she had shown no signs of distress. Yet now she lay in such a state, and he never anticipated that the backlash Chinamo spoke of would come so swiftly. This is a symptom of an evil spirit's backlash. She has already entered a state of rigidity, Chinamo remarked, diagnosing Ai Yin's condition with a single glance. What should we do now? We must locate the vessel housing the evil spirit to find a way to alleviate the backlash she is experiencing. Do you have her birth date in time? I have it here, Xiao Chan interjected, promptly providing Chinamo with the needed information. Chinamo swiftly performed a series of hand gestures, and as Ai Yin's birth details spilled from his lips, he soon indicated the precise location. That object should be in her home. Magua was left speechless, utterly astonished by the scene unfolding before him. He knew that even his own master would not have been able to deduce such an accurate location in such a short time. Magua even began to doubt whether Chinamo was deceiving them. What he did not realize was that on the very first day he had followed Taoist in his studies. He had been taught the art of fortune-telling, and over the past 2 decades, Chinamo had never once faltered in his dedication. When Chinamo spoke, He Lan decided to leave Xiao Chan to care for Ai Yin while the others accompanied her to the villa. On the second floor, before the search could commence, Chinamo preemptively halted their actions. At that moment, Magua felt increasingly convinced that this young man was exceptional. Having lived over half a lifetime, he had never encountered someone so formidable. However, despite their thorough search on the second floor, they found nothing. There's something amiss with Chinamo? Lu Feng did not doubt Chinmo's abilities, but the situation was simply too bizarre. As a few individuals gazed at Chinamo with expressions of utter bewilderment, he retrieved a stick of incense from the cloth bag he carried with him. This particular incense, unlike any Lu Feng had previously encountered, was entirely black, appearing significantly thicker than the usual offerings, with visible burn marks at its tip. Its craftsmanship was remarkably crude, resembling a haphazardly piled formation devoid of any discernible shape. What an unsightly object. As soon as Chinamo produced it, Lu Feng detected a peculiar aroma emanating from the incense. Simultaneously, this strange scent infiltrated Magua's nostrils, causing a look of astonishment to instantly manifest on his face. Could this be ghost incense? Magua exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Chinamo merely nodded in acknowledgement. What exactly is ghost incense? Lu Feng was left perplexed by their exchange. Legend has it that ghost incense was concocted by a Taoist priest over a millennium ago on an inauspicious day, utilizing the roots of a 100-year-old locust tree, which purportedly contained the essence of spirits. The method of its creation had been lost to time, and he never imagined he would witness it today. Ma Guo, unable to suppress his exhilaration, elaborated. That priest you mentioned, could he possibly be your master? Lu Feng whispered to Chen Imo, who responded with a knowing expression that suggested he should deduce the answer himself. Once ignited, ghost incense attracts malevolent entities, meaning it could reveal the location of the malevolent spirit within the villa. After Magua's explanation, Lu Feng grasped the utility of the incense. Chen Imo, this is where you faltered. With such a valuable item at your disposal, why didn't you produce it sooner? We toiled for half the day in vain. There are very few of these left in existence. Even I possess only this single stick. And once it's used, it will be gone. With that, Chen Imo turned to Ma Guo and instructed, when the ghost incense burns, the surrounding malevolent spirits will be drawn in. I hope you can hold them off for a moment. No problem, Ma Guo readily agreed, eager to witness the power of the ghost incense firsthand. With a flicker of sparks, Chen Imo ignited the ghost incense, and a plume of green smoke gracefully ascended. Observing this, Ma Guo quickly employed his skills to keep the remaining malevolent entities at bay. The green smoke emerging from the incense seemed to possess a will of its own, darting around the villa as if in search of something. Helan, witnessing such a scene for the first time, was left speechless, her mouth agape in shock. Ultimately, the green smoke converged in one direction, prompting Chen Imo to extinguish the burning ghost incense. Lu Feng was taken aback to see a pained expression on Chen Mo's face, one he had never witnessed even when his peachwood sword had been damaged. We found it. The group turned their gaze towards the spot where the smoke was gathering. How could there be a hidden door here? Helan remarked in astonishment. Had the smoke not slipped through the crevice, it would have been imperceptible to the untrained EYIT. Seems the malevolent spirit that AI Yin secretly worships must be concealed within. ILL call someone to open the door. Helan, momentarily distracted by the thought of why AI Yin had installed such a hidden door in the villa, focused solely on getting Chen Imo to rescue her. Chapter 98. The ancient man-child. Just as Helan was about to pull out her phone to contact a locksmith, Chen Imo pressed her hand down and exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Feng. What are you looking at me for? You can't be suggesting I take the lead again. Who else could do it but you, being the professional? Upon hearing this, both Helan and Ma Guo regarded Lu Feng with perplexed expressions. I'll say it again. I've merely learned a few tricks from locksmiths and have never engaged in illegal activities. Lu Feng protested, even as he straightened a piece of wire he had found from who knows where. Inserting it into the inconspicuous keyhole, within half a minute, a satisfying click echoed, and the hidden door swung open. They immediately beheld a black statue perched upon a wooden frame, and Helan, upon seeing the statue's eerie form, instinctively recoiled a couple of steps. Why is there a statue of a child here? Lu Feng questioned, perplexed by the infantile likeness before him. This is an ancient man-child, Ma Guo suddenly interjected, his eyes betraying a serious demeanor. An ancient man-child. What on earth is that? It is a malevolent artifact originating from foreign lands, said to bring good fortune. Ma Guo's words left Lu Feng bewildered. If it brings good fortune, why is it considered malevolent? Because this object is crafted from the remains of a deceased infant, treated through a special process. Just as Lu Feng was about to reach out and examine it, he recoiled in horror. Are you saying there's a corpse inside? Upon uttering this, a shiver coursed down his spine. Indeed, it is said that the corpse of a deceased infant is soaked in corpse oil for 3 days, followed by a renowned local master reciting sutras to guide its spirit, ultimately shaping a clay statue from soil sourced from 7 different graves, sealing the infant within. Unlike ordinary malevolent spirits, the ancient man-child retains the consciousness of an infant, and worshipping it is akin to raising a child. One must care for it diligently every day, or it will seek retribution. Could it be that AI Yin ascended to her current position through such means? The group instinctively turned their gazes towards Helan. Under their scrutiny, she hastily waved her hands. I only learned of this now. However, your words remind me that when AI Yin first joined the company, she was merely an obscure newcomer, landing only minor roles with a few lines. After some time, she finally secured a supporting role, but one day, during filming, the chandelier above suddenly fell, striking the lead actress on the head and killing her instantly. Yet, upon inspection, the apparatus securing the chandelier showed no faults. It appeared as if someone had deliberately loosened the screws and let it fall from that moment onward. Directors clamoring to cast AI Yin flooded in. and she swiftly became the most popular artist in the company, at the time. I thought it was merely a coincidence, but now it seems otherwise. Observing the incense ash still lingering in the incense burner before the ancient man-child. A sense of dread welled up within he yawned. Mr. Chen, what should we do now? Having witnessed Chen Mo's capabilities, Magua instinctively adopted a more respectful address. This was also the first time Chen Mo encountered the so-called ancient man-child statue. For such things did not exist in his era. However, he perceived that all malevolent entities, regardless of their form, ultimately sought to retaliate against their worshippers. Chen Mo produced a strip of red cloth, swiftly inscribing a myriad of intricate symbols upon it, before firmly covering the statue's face with the cloth. At that moment, it seemed as if a piercing scream echoed in their ears. I have obscured its airways. The malevolent entity cannot return to the statue. Now, we must capture the malevolent spirits roaming within the villa. With that, Chen Mo turned to Lu Feng once more. Speak up. What task awaits me this time? Lu Feng felt he could decipher the intent behind Chen Mo's gaze. This time, it rests upon you to lure the malevolent spirits out, Chen Mo emphasized, quietly outlining his plan in Lu Feng's ear. After hearing it, Lu Feng displayed an unwilling expression. Must it be done this way? It feels rather indecent. Don't forget the reward that awaits you after. The moment Lu Feng, who had hesitated, heard Chen Mo's words, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Under the watchful eyes of the others, he took the doll position before the statue and made his way alone to the living room on the first floor. Lu Feng plopped down on the ground, animatedly playing with the doll in his hands, occasionally breaking into fits of silly laughter. What on earth is he doing? Helan asked, struggling to suppress her laughter at Lu Feng's foolish antics. Now I see, Magua, who had been equally perplexed, suddenly grasped Lu Feng's strategy. The ancient man-child was crafted for infants, and its intellect mirrors that of an ordinary child. Naturally, it would reveal itself upon seeing someone playing. Although this approach seemed straightforward, Chen Mo's ability to think at this level impressed Magua, who perceived him as exceptionally astute, despite being younger than himself. As Lu Feng gradually immersed himself in his toy, a ghostly figure began to inch closer. Thanks to Chen Mo's earlier provision of the yin-yang eye, Lu Feng's gaze involuntarily fell upon the specter. It was a figure resembling a baby clad in a black belly band. Yet upon closer inspection, its eyes were devoid of whites, entirely engulfed in an inky darkness, and it emitted sharp, chilling laughter intermittently as the infantile specter drew nearer. Lu Feng's heart raced uncontrollably, as if it might leap from his chest at any moment. Controlling his trembling hands, he extended the doll towards the ghostly figure, which eagerly accepted it and began to play with it earnestly. In but a fleeting moment, the spectral infant before them gaped wide, revealing its sharp fangs, and effortlessly tore the head of the doll asunder, a sinister grin spreading across its face. The doll, too, was subjected to this gruesome dismemberment, reduced to a scattered heap of remnants. The ghostly figure, seemingly unsated, then fixed its gaze upon Lu Feng. Chapter 99. The Yin talisman feeling the chilling weight of the specter's stare upon him, Lu Feng was suddenly engulfed by a wave of dread. Just as the apparition was about to bridge the distance to him, Chen Mo sprang into action, hurling the jujube with sword that had been slung across his back. Yet, unexpectedly, the specter sensed the imminent danger from above and evaded with astonishing swiftness, managing to escape with only one leg severed as the price for evasion from Chen Mo's lethal strike. Oh, I underestimated you, Chen Mo remarked, surprised to witness the ghostly figure retreating from the corner. Emitting a chilling wail, he had not anticipated its velocity. The specter, dragging its injured form, scurried throughout the villa, and Lu Feng seized the opportunity to ascend to the second floor. Chen Mo, had you delayed even a second longer, I would have perished, Lu Feng exclaimed, still shaken. Although this entity appeared as mere infancy, it was acutely aware of its surroundings, and only when it fully let down its guard could they strike. What shall we do now? It will surely be more vigilant after being wounded, Lu Feng inquired anxiously. Chen Mo retrieved the jujube with sword from the ground, and at the moment he grasped it, a flicker of flame seemed to dance in his gaze. Having lost a leg, the specter would gradually lose the yin energy within it through the wound. If it did not replenish this energy promptly, it would meet its demise. What we must do now is wait patiently for the right moment. As Chen Mo spoke, He wiped the black, unidentified liquid from the sword, while Magua's eyes remained fixated on the jujube sword in his hand. Mr. Chen, does this jujube sword have any significant origin? Magua inquired. Nothing of note, merely passed down from my master, Chen Mo replied nonchalantly. However, Magua felt a tempest of awe within him, realizing that the young man before him possessed an unparalleled mastery of the Tao. One that could scarcely be found even beyond the borders of Tianhai City. The caliber of his master could be surmised by the exceptional disciple he had produced. Such a potent artifact should be safeguarded. Lest it attract unwanted attention, Magua wisely cautioned. To an ordinary person, this might seem like an unremarkable wooden sword, yet to fellow practitioners like Magua, it was an invaluable talisman. Chunamo smiled indifferently. Recalling the time when he first acquired the jujube sword, many had harbored nefarious intentions toward it, yet all who had come with ill intent had vanished without a trace, as their conversation unfolded. A pungent stench pervaded the air. The specter could no longer contain itself and slowly emerged, its once adorable visage now grotesquely distorted, with black liquid oozing from its severed limb. Chunamo seized the moment, chanting incantations as the jujube sword began to shimmer in his grasp. The specter, sensing this, glared menacingly at Lu Feng, who was suddenly struck by a foreboding sense of doom, true to his fears. The specter opened its maw, stretching unnaturally wide, and lunged toward Lu Feng with blinding speed. "What the hell? Why are you staring at me?" Lu Feng cried out in terror, preparing to flee, yet, before he could take a step, the specter was but inches from his face, and Magua, poised to act, realized it was already too late. In that critical moment, Chunamo leapt forward, wielding the gleaming jujube sword, plunging it into the specter's form. With a piercing shriek, the specter dissolved into a wisp of black smoke. Impressive, truly formidable. Witnessing this scene, Magua was at a loss for words to describe Chunamo. Typically self-assured, he now felt a flicker of admiration for the young man. As he marveled, the statue in the dim room shattered, revealing the long desiccated corpse of an infant within. Upon exposure to the air, the corpse began to decompose at a visible rate, quickly transforming into a grotesque mass of flesh. Exuding a nauseating odor, Tilon, having never encountered such a sight, dashed towards the restroom in haste. "What is that?" Lu Feng, sharp-eyed, noticed something dark within the rotting remains. As he reached out to grasp it, Chinamo swiftly intervened. "This corpse has been soaked in corpse oil. It has now become a toxic substance. One misstep, and you could be corroded by it," Chinamo warned. With that, he lifted the jujube sword and extracted the dark object. Strangely, upon contact with the decaying flesh, the sword seemed to vaporize the remnants into tendrils of black smoke. "Ain talisman?" Magua speculated uncertainly as he drew closer to inspect it, confirming his suspicions upon closer examination. "What is Ain talisman? Is it a kind of Buddhist amulet?" Lu Feng queried, fascinated by the thumb-sized object on the ground. Magua shook his head. Though the names are similar, Ain talisman is merely a subset of Buddhist amulets. Traditional Buddhist amulets are blessed by high monks from legitimate temples, typically depicting protective figures, ensuring the safety of the bearer. Conversely, Ain talismans are entirely contrary, usually adorned with images of infants or children, awakening the buried greed in one's heart, and in extreme cases, able to curse others. Magua elucidated the distinctions between the two. "This talisman is crafted from ashes," Chunamo said, blowing away the ashes to reveal the true form of the Ain talisman. It was a grayish-white pendant, featuring a depiction of a black infant in meditation. Strangely, the infant's eyes appeared to possess an unsettling essence, fixated intently on the onlookers. Upon seeing its original form, Lu Feng was inexplicably overcome by a wave of revulsion. "Why does this thing appear so eerie to me?" Lu Feng vocalized his subconscious discomfort. "It seems this so-called Ain talisman is indeed a malevolent object," Chinamo remarked, though it was his first encounter with such an item. He could sense its sinister aura. "What should we do with this?" "Destroy it," Chinamo stated firmly. However, Magua quickly interjected with caution. "It is said that when an Ain talisman is forged, the spirits of the dead are infused within it. If we recklessly destroy it, we may provoke the very spirits contained within." Yet, Chunamo merely smiled faintly. "I welcome their approach." With that, he tightened his grip on the jujube sword and thrust it resolutely toward the Ain talisman. The moment the sword's tip made contact with the infant's image on the talisman, a wail emanated from within, and in an instant, the Een talisman disintegrated into a cloud of black powder.